Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I want to know, Lance, we're looking at a couple of old guys. Which would you prefer, Jimmy Butler or Nolan Arenado?
Probably Butler, I guess.
I guess, but
I mean, you're more. No, I mean, you're more desperate for probably Arenado.
Yeah,
you don't have to have Jimmy Butler.
No, and as a matter of fact, Rafael Stone said, "Yeah, we're going to listen to everybody, but we ain't making any moves. Just so you know,
See,
we got nothing."
He said
big
what
planned.
Dana said. We're going to listen to everything too.
Yeah. Well, but Rafael, he also said,
and Dana said we're not looking to make moves.
We're not looking to make any big moves. So
that's what Dana said. We're not looking to move anybody out the door. It's the same thing, but they're both listening. Trust me. They both say that, but they're both listening.
I would think that the Astros are listening more than the Rockets are.
I would think so too.
Yeah, I would think so. And there's a problem here. There's a big problem here. Nolan Arenado is he's going to be 34. His OPS has gone from 891 to 774 to 719 last year.
I mean,
his power numbers 30, 26, and 16.
I mean, you just came off of, and I know you're mentioning this because there were little signs popping up on Abreu about a regression due to age. And man, if that doesn't smell like a regression due to age.
I don't think there's any chance they do this just because of that. They got 1 year left. Oh, no,
Bagwell-lytics say this is actually no problem. Yeah. He just bounces back.
No. They bring in a Polanco first. They bring in there's no way. I don't think there's any way after the disaster that was Jose Abreu that you bring in a guy that's going to turn 34, whose OPS has dropped, his power numbers have dropped. I don't think there's any way. You telling me that they didn't learn anything from Jose Abreu?
I mean, this is everything about his numbers tells you run. Everything terrible. Tells you run.
Yes. Do not do this.
12 years in the league, and everything is headed south right now.
If Abreu was a big success, I think Arenado would be here. But what happened with Abreu, there's no way. JG thinks Bagwell is smart. Yeah, first of all, I do think Bagwell is smart. Secondly, I also think Dana Brown is running this deal, okay?
What?
And I think Dana Brown distanced himself. Like,
did they send you gold? You know what gold belly is?
I listen. I know Jeff Bagwell. He's a brilliant baseball guy. He knows baseball.
He said, wait. He's a brilliant front office guy.
I didn't say front office guy.
Well, you can't say brilliant baseball guy because Jim Crane thinks that's what makes that's what makes him so valuable in that front office.
Well, listen. Dana Brown is running the show. Okay.
Is he now? Do you think he has been this whole time?
Yeah. Yes. No.
You think Dana Brown has made all these moves?
Again, Dana Brown wasn't even here for Jose Abreu.
No,
How many times do I have to say this?
Not for that. But you think Dana Brown is the one who makes moves?
What moves that Dana Brown made have you upset with?
Well, he doesn't make a lot of moves.
Okay, there's nothing that he's done that you could say, oh my God, how stupid was that? It's Bagwell-lytics.
Who makes the final call?
Jim Crane.
Yeah, I don't think Dana does anything without Jim Crane's permission.
Nobody does. No team does.
And Jeff Bagwell is the right-hand man unless he's decided he doesn't trust Bagwell anymore. I don't know. I wouldn't just scratch this off. And this could be a 1-year deal, a one year setup for Arenado. It could be one of those Band-Aid things. You know, that's not the end of the world. You got to fill a roster. But you're right, though. Everything, I mean, literally everything about this screams because it's a 2-year regression. This entire thing, when you look at his WAR, when you look at his relative on base, when you look at all the advanced metrics the teams are looking at, it is a problem. And you look at Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's an old dude too.
Yeah.
I mean, you said that, which old dude? I just think the Rockets can afford to be patient. This is what happens with the Astros. They have two choices. The patient route, which is going to cause some short-term discomfort and may not even work. Let's face it. If you trade Kyle Tucker and or Fromber, it may not even work. That's a risk you take. And nothing's guaranteed. For the Rockets, you really don't even have to do this. You're actually like, no, we're good. We're good. If something looks great for us, we'll do it. But you always make me think that there's something where the Rockets are unnecessarily rushed in their decision making regarding turning this team into a championship. That is a dangerous idea to rush the process.
Yeah, no. And no, yeah, and you don't want to break up this team. You don't want it. You got a nice youth movement. You got. We'll find out tonight find out over these next 2 games, as a matter of fact, where this basketball team is, because we got Fred VanVleet. We got tonight.
He's going to be on the show today, 7:30. Fred VanVleet.
No. We got a soundbite from him.
Did you line up?
You know what I don't want? Fred VanVleet playing a 7:00 game tonight, being on with us at 7:30.
I do. If he that means he got a lot of sleep. More than I got.
That means he didn't get a lot of sleep. These guys sleep until noon. Okay,
I got to sleep at 1:30. I got no sleep. Fred VanVleet.
Why did you get no? What is wrong with you?
I just am having some issues sleeping, and it's becoming a real problem. I'm
okay.
having to eat Xanax to try to fall asleep, and it's not great.
You need some peptides from Game Day Men's Health.
Maybe I do.
That'll help you. Yes,
maybe
absolutely.
You're right. Yeah. The peptides help me sleep.
Peptides will help you sleep. Absolutely. They're called peptides.
It's
now.
Better than just Jaeger bombs.
Yeah. No. Jaeger bombs. That's the last thing you take. It's got Red Bull in it.
No, I don't take.
That's the last thing you want.
No, those are Bull Blasters.
Yeah, Jaeger bombs, same thing.
Are those the same thing?
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, here's Fred VanVleet. Okay, this is not for those of you. I know who is it, John? I don't care. I don't care anyway. Big deal anyway. NBA Cup. These games mean something.
Dude, Jimmy Butler doesn't even play, Dell. We don't want your old trash ass.
What are you talking to me for? I thought we were talking Rockets.
Constantly hurt.
And Fred VanVleet.
Why is he missing so much time?
Because he's always hurt.
What are you yelling at me for?
I feel like Dell's been trying to push his garbage off on us.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't report it. Shams did.
He wants Şengün and Almen to go in the Jimmy Butler.
You guys are doing this, but on a real show that talks sports, we had a discussion about that, and I didn't mention securing Şengün once, so don't put that on me.
Okay.
Or you said Amen. Don't mention Amen.
I didn't say Amen either.
Don't mention Amen.
I didn't mention him either. I didn't mention him once yesterday.
Don't mention Tari either.
Yeah, don't mention Tari.
Or VanVleet.
You can say Jalen.
Jabari,
no one wants Jalen.
You can say Jalen. You can say Dylan.
No one
you can say Jalen, Dylan, or Cam.
I don't know how.
Of course, you can say Jeff.
I don't know how we got here, but why would I want Jalen when there's a shooting guard on the roster playing at an all-star level? All right, are we going to hear from Fred VanVleet or not?
Here's Fred VanVleet about tonight's game.
It's not another regular season game, and for guys that haven't been to the playoff, I mean, some of these guys have never played on TNT or whatever. So it's like all of those things are good chances and good experiences for us to grow.
How about that? This ain't just a regular season game.
So is this you look at this as a kind of modified playoff game? That's interesting. I wonder if the players see it that way, if they have that intensity for the cup yet.
I think they do. Now the bad news is you got the Thunder waiting there, and Caruso's back.
We just punked the Thunder. We made the Thunder hold our pocket.
without.
Was punk a word I'd use for that game?
I don't know if punk is a word.
We punked the Thunder and made them hold our pocket. They don't want to see us.
I don't feel like that's how that game went.
You should be more worried about the team you've lost 15 in a row to.
Well,
tonight.
that's a problem. That is a problem. Yeah, with Steph Curry back.
You're a 2-point favorite. I already told Mason's coming in my house. The Jimmy Butler potential trade caused a lot of problems in my house. Just a lot of issues in my house yesterday.
I hope they're against it.
They are. Actually, they are. And Mason had such a well-crafted text to Alec in a text string they included me in, why we don't want Jimmy Butler. I'm like, dude, this is ChatGPT. You don't write in paragraphs. It was a long-form 5-paragraph thing. I'm like, you clearly said something into ChatGPT, and it cranked this out. Hey, ChatGPT, tell me why the Rockets don't need Jimmy Butler. And then it's like, and he had to have copied and pasted, because this doesn't, you know how young people text, John. You can't even get a word out. It's only just letters and emojis, and it's not a you can't get a sentence. Not to mention if you're under the age of, I don't know, you don't put periods in your text messages. Del, do you put periods in your text messages?
No, it's a weird thing.
I don't
TV
either.
shows still haven't adapted to it. You watch a TV show and there's always a period after a text. No one types like that. I'm not sure.
I do.
You don't
wait.
do it in our
I'm
group
always
chat.
grammatically
That's
correct.
not true.
Sometimes
That is
I
true.
do.
You don't do that in our group chat.
Absolutely is
You
true.
don't
Go look at all of my texts.
In one
I absolutely put
one
periods,
sentence, just one sentence.
I'm
You
gonna
put a
go
period
read Glory
after it.
Boys.
I do.
Well, that shows our age probably. Because here's one where I have now. If I just hit space twice, it automatically puts one in.
Yeah, that's if you have multiple sentences.
John Granado, period. Yep, he's a period guy.
I'm a period guy.
No,
Ain't
not
no
all the
back
time.
there.
No, I'm looking at
Here's John. Ain't no back there.
Yeah, thick.
No
I can't
period.
read.
Oh,
I can't read it.
That's when I'm talking.
Right
street.
about when he got
That's
his
when
back
I'm
blown
talking-
out. No
That's
period.
when I'm talking street.
Ain't no
okay?
back there.
That's when I'm talking street.
Uh,
he said.
That's
Chicken
what I'm
wing.
Excuse me, miss. I speak jive.
You said chicken wing something that
Yeah.
that didn't have
Yeah.
a period after it.
She might not
Yeah.
have liked how he
when
got
I'm
his back
talking
blown out.
street,
Yeah.
There's a lot of Joe Burrow's back being blown out in our
Yeah.
text string.
Yeah.
Yeah, eat something that didn't have a period after it. It's not always a period.
His
Well,
his
if
fiance
I
thicker.
listen, if I write multiple sentences,
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
Understood. That
when
makes
John
sense.
is talking-
There's going to be a period there.
When he's talking street,
When I'm
You heard
talking
him.
street, I don't.
he
When I'm talking street,
but
ain't no back there.
his
That
fiance
chicken wing,
thicker,
yeah.
hence better.
Chicken
No
wing.
period.
That's different.
People should
That's
have to subscribe to read our.
Mm,
we
not-
should be on a Substack
I don't
with
think
our
it's.
text
I don't think
string.
it's worth it for our reputations.
No.
No,
The
I
Substack
don't-
ain't worth it.
I don't want anybody seeing those. Yeah. So anyway, Fred, we got a big game tonight, people. We got something to do tonight. Big game. We got something to do with the Texans next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This better be good.
We will do that. I don't. It's really good if you're the Texans. Man, ESPN, they put a glaze on them. I'm telling you, it's like, what? I'm watching a different team this year than you guys are watching. We'll talk about it on the other side. Here's Zadok Jewelers, Lance.
Here's Zadok Jewelers with their winter wonder is more than just, the event they had over the weekend where they serve coffee and sushi bites from Uchiko. It's really more than that. It's the entire month of December. They're open on Sundays, the month of December. It makes it easier for you from a shopping standpoint, but it's impossible not to find something you're going to love. If you're looking for a special gift, all right, this is not something where let me run and get a stocking stuffer real quick. Man, not really. This is one where you are looking to impress. This is one where you are looking to have something that really is memorable, something that she's going to remember for a long, long time. That's what Zadok Jewelers is about. And if you go to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, the 28,000 square feet has something for everyone. And they can work with your budget, inside your budget. They have experts there for every department that you need, whether it's earrings, necklaces, bracelets. They know all the top designers. They have all the top designers. In fact, they're boutique locations for many of the top designers across the spectrum, and they get unique pieces that other people in the city and across the state don't get. Zadok Jewelers is the best jeweler that you're going to find in Houston. They've been in business for well over 4 decades, right there off of Post Oak. 2 stories waiting for you to make magic this holiday season. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Stop in at Zadok Jewelers.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Well, I'm full right now. I got my Jeff Bagwell pizzas, so I'm good. According to Twitch, that's what I got my Bagwell pizza.
Well, I was asking if you know about Goldbelly, because Goldbelly, right? It's that thing where you can ship some of the best, like you can ship stuff from Ina Gardner, Danny Meyer, Marcus Samuelson, all these different well-known chefs. You can send famous Philly cheesesteak from Philadelphia. You can send Chicago. One of the Chicago places has, pizza they send out. It's super expensive, but they freeze it and package it and then send it across the country. And I was wondering if that guy from Papa John's, if Keith maybe sent a little pizza over, if they had.
No, I didn't get any pizza from
Keith
Jeff Bagwell.
to send you.
John, grow up, man. And Arenado doesn't even have Astros on his trip. That doesn't matter. Neither did Verlander. He didn't have the Astros. You know what? If they do a deal and Arenado wants to come here, he'll come here. He'll void his no trade clause. Stop already.
It's a little cold here.
But please don't do it. Please don't do it. A dude with a 719 OPS last year, and he's fading.
We're not going to talk about. Are we done talking about Alex Bregman as an Astro?
Yeah.
Like, is that dead?
I think it's probably dead.
I think it's dead. I mean, it's dead realistically. I don't know why we need to keep going on about it. It's not a possibility.
For whatever reason, maybe because of the bye week, DJ Bieniemy did a long piece on the Texans and the state of the Texans, and man, everything's just fine. Now, he did talk about the offensive line struggles this year a little bit, but boy, oh boy, oh boy. He used the quotes from D'Amico, and he used the quotes from Caserio, who he'd rather have any other quarterback. And Caserio falsely claimed that CJ is fourth in the league in passing yards or completion or whatever. He's not. He's 10th. Now that everybody's played 13 games, CJ's 10th in completions, 10th in yards. So, and he's ahead, and Patrick Mahomes is ahead of him. And he said, no, he's beaten Patrick Mahomes in some statistics. Patrick Mahomes isn't having a great year either. He's not having a great year. Their offense isn't clicking on all cylinders. It just is.
That's the dumbest thing to compare CJ to Patrick. You want to compare him to Deshaun Watson's numbers because they're similar. Like and he's way better than Deshaun Watson. That's how dumb that is. Don't compare him to. Like, he's actually playing. I'm actually very happy with him. No, it's a question that's not a great question to answer. What are you going to say? Well, he can play better. He played better last year at times. We think this year, we see flashes of it. Just want to get him to sustain his success and his consistency. That'd be a real answer. That's one that coaches will not give. You just won't. But you don't have to tell us, he's actually better than guys. In some ways, he's better than Pat Mahomes. Sorry. He's really playing well.
In what ways are that, Nick?
More passing yards.
He doesn't have an annoying younger brother?
More passing yards.
He doesn't have more passing yards than him now. Pat Mahomes has caught him because he played the same number of games.
Well,
he did at the time.
No Jackson.
Well, at the time.
Jackson Mahomes.
When Caserio offered the numbers, he was. Right. He didn't have the context of, CJ played more games.
Oh, right.
He doesn't have Jackson Mahomes. He didn't have a Jackson Stroud rolling around the stadium.
Oh, God, no.
See? He's better than Mahomes.
We got an Amber Alert. We need to keep that. We need to keep her away.
Is that what we're calling Amber Rose appearances? An Amber Alert?
An Amber Alert.
That's no. He's apparently.
Well, speaking of quarterbacks,
I think CJ's got. I think I've heard CJ's. I need to double check this before I say it.
While you're doing that with
it's not going to be
with CJ and a potential, significant other, what about your favorite quarterback significant others? John? Yeah. That report from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Joe
Well, I mean, he's not my favorite. My favorite quarterback is CJ, okay?
I beg to differ.
And then my favorite quarterback is, now it's Jared Goff is my second.
Well,
like watching Jared Goff.
You did love up on Jared Goff yesterday. What we're talking about is Joe Burrow.
I like Joe.
While he was playing it on Monday night, his place was broken into, and a model called it in.
It called in. She was in his bedroom and said it was a disaster that they broke in, and they don't know if they stole anything or anything. but she allegedly worked. The report says she works for Joe Burrow.
I don't know what that means. I guess she told them that she works
Yeah.
for
pays
Burrow.
her?
She does work.
Joe pays her?
She puts in work.
She puts in work. Yes, that means working for.
Is she a house sitter?
She's 22-year-old influencer
Victoria's Secret
model.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody. What's she doing? Cleaning?
Yeah.
Skeletons.
Mr. Joe. Well, hey, Mr. Joe, do you want your bedroom cleaned? Do you want? Come on.
She's a 23-year-old skeleton, and apparently,
you're not an ally.
She's
thin.
petite.
She's a small.
She's petite. There's nothing wrong with petite women.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with them. I'm sorry that she doesn't fit your standards.
That's not. I just want her to eat something. That's all.
I'm sure she
That's all I'm
does.
saying.
She's a petite woman.
Have a half a sandwich.
She's a petite woman. She's small.
Okay. Yeah. She's really petite.
John wants everyone to look like Idiocracy.
John wants to be able to say that girl got a donk on her. That's what John wants to be able to say.
That's all.
That's when he's talking street in our text.
Yeah, I'm talking street.
When he's not using his periods.
Hey, I want to be able to say, look at that donk without a period after her. That's what he wants to say.
No, I've never said that in my life.
Okay? I know,
just
but that's what you want.
Girl, what you doing
just
in
so
cakes?
Everyone knows.
He's never said that in his life.
He said cakes.
But he's thinking it. Girl, look at that donk on you. That's what he wants to be able to think, but not say.
No. Anyway, Joe had his house. How about this? It's like a rash. NFL players getting their houses broken into when they're on the road playing in a Monday night game or a Sunday night game, whatever.
Yeah, they probably didn't expect her to be there, considering they just thought it'd be an empty home, but instead he had a Victoria's Secret model waiting.
I'm sure Joe's fiance didn't expect her to be there either.
Well, they had the research has been done by the internet, John, because there's not been a picture posted of them together since like January. They haven't been seen together since January.
Let's talk about a non-story. Like literally, Joe Burrow's got a hot girl at his house. So what do we? But that's not a story.
The story is the robbery.
Well, the interesting part of it is that she works for him.
That's not a story either.
That
she gets down with Joe Burrow. No, he. Come on, they're doing stuff. There's a South American, at least the Kansas City. So there's a Kansas City robbery ring. The Kansas City Chiefs have been targeted, and they said it's a South American crime ring that is responsible for that. There's a belief that is spread across the NFL. I know the Miami Dolphins have got popped before. Now Joe Burrow. Everyone knows. It's just a matter of where do you live, because they can go. If you're organized enough, they can go target all these athletes.
Here's what you do now. If you're an NFL, Josh Allen is on the road on a Sunday night game. He's got somebody waiting in his house at the door with a shotgun.
Blicky, right there.
Yeah. Come on in. It's open. That's all. And now that you stop that crime, you stop that in a hurry.
Yeah, you need. I think if you had 3 straight killings of people who try to break into your house, these NFL athletes, I think that would turn into a thing where the crime rings would say, you know what? I think they're on to us.
I think they know now.
I think they're on to us.
Yeah. So
because these athletes don't want to put bars on their windows.
Well,
because they shattered a window. That's how they got in.
It's nothing new now. Jose Altuve has been getting robbed for years. For years.
That person should be put to death. Whoever robs Jose should get the death penalty. And I said it, and I meant it, and I will represent it.
How about Jose Altuve was mentioned in the Soto signing? If wait till the treatment Soto gets at Yankee Stadium. If you thought it was bad, see, Carlos Beltran was for years, and he signed a deal that was Uncle Drayton had a pretend deal that he sent after he signed with the Mets, and still Carlos Beltran was persona non grata here for how long? How many years? Every time he came to the plate, and I was like, this is so stupid. The dude got $100 million from the Mets, and Drayton didn't offer him $100 million until after he'd already signed.
Well, that's back when we used to think that, and maybe that's back when teams actually could compete against other teams for players. You can't really compete, but it's so funny to see the Yankees get a taste of the medicine that basically all of Major League Baseball has suffered against teams like the Dodgers and Yankees, frankly, and occasionally Mets. They got a taste of it, and they didn't like it. They're running around making mad videos, screaming, MFing them. I mean, Juan Soto, hey, he got paid Juan Soto literally just took the most he could make.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to be happy. Like there's a good chance, there's a better chance that he'll come away regretting this contract than there is that he will.
he can get out of it. He can get out of it after 5 years.
Yeah,
and they have to give him, and they have to give him $40 million if he gets out of it.
Yeah,
I mean, what regret? What regret is he going to have? There's zero regret chance. So, listen, I just hope that it would be nice if those idiots stopped with the FL Tuve. That's all.
Well, that's not.
One
That's not happening.
One of the greatest players of this generation.
Juan Soto's going to get it like you've never seen before.
Yeah, Juan Soto,
the guy who helped them get to the World Series and played really well. Juan Soto's going to get it like you've never seen before.
Oh yeah. I hope worse than.
And I'm here to watch it. That's fine.
That's fine.
I'll laugh at it. Like I laugh that Yankee fans have to suffer because they think they're the kings and we're the sorry people.
Yeah.
And so look what happens now. Oh, you got a player taken from you. Boo hoo.
You know who's a sorry person is me after I saw what Taquerias Arandis brought yesterday.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Well, I saved you a 3-pack of they brought so many tamales. It was crazy. They got them wrapped in 3-packs. So I saved one. I put it in the freezer. So
nice.
I've got I've got the pork tamales and the chicken tamales.
That's my boy.
Both were phenomenal.
Team. Not a team.
Did you label them to make sure someone doesn't go in there and take them?
Nah, I put them in my freezer.
Oh, in your freezer.
No one's getting in my freezer.
Don't worry, somebody will get them out of there too. Why don't you talk about Taquerias Arandis and how
Taquerias Arandis was? I mean, they absolutely killed the game. Our intern Alan paid himself for all the work he's been doing by just bringing home some tamales, and I was happy for Alan. I was happy for me. I brought plenty home. Mason, who I didn't even know was a tamale eater, unwrapped and had one, and it's like, okay, I'm eating all three tamales. Boom, gone. Pork is what he had. Pork, chicken. They are selling these for Christmas. You know, it's a big Texas tradition, tamales. If you haven't had them before as a Texas tradition, it's fantastic. There are some families who will roll their own tamales and make them. So it's different families have different traditions, but the tamales are award winning from Taquerias Arandis right here in Houston for authentic tamales, and you can find them at any of the Taquerias Arandis locations or the Arandis Bakery. The Arandis Bakery is going to have all of your sweets. So if you're having a party, you get the conchas, you get the hornitos, you get they have a ton. They've got the croissants with cream cheese in them, the empanadas with pineapple. There's so many different sweets that they can do. Christmas cookies. You bring that in, you bring in the tamales, and you are set to go. This is a great place to stop and bolster your holiday season and your holiday party or just the festivities at your own home. But don't forget, go watch the basketball game tonight at Arandis locations that have their sports bar inside. It's right there at the bar area, the Arandis Sports Bar, with food options that are different from others. They have a bar menu for you. They have drink specials going on during the games, and you get to watch your favorite sporting events. This is your new spot. Pull up to it, get authentic Mexican food if you like, and watch your favorite games at Arandis Sports Bar. Or stop in at Arandis Bakery, grab your tamales, grab your sweets, and really brighten up your holiday season.
All right, so HR&P is here for you people, and you're the CEO, you're the CFO of your business, and you have to make decisions on what you're going to do on a day-to-day basis, how you're going to run your company, how you're going to distribute your payroll, how you're going to handle your HR. You got to make these decisions when it comes to tax time. How difficult. Now you're coming into at the end of the year, you're going to have your tax season coming up. Is it all just? I mean, technologically, HR&P cannot be better. All of the numbers are there. I mean, it's just so simple. You just get a print and here, and we're ready to go, and we're ready, and we know what we have to pay tax-wise as opposed to figuring all this stuff out. And it can be so draining for you if you're not a payroll person. You're not a tax accountant. You don't know this stuff. Oh, if you want to hire them and have them on your payroll, then you're paying more for something that you could get at a lot better price at HR&P. We decided that we were going to go with HR&P after we had a payroll company and it just wasn't good. And we decided, no, we're going with HR&P and we can't love it more. You will be the same way. Let them come and give you a consultation. Absolutely free. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't want to call it a puff piece what DJ Bieniemy did on ESPN, but it's very positive. How do you and you know what? I guess at 8-5, we should be positive. We should be positive about this football team. The reality of it is I don't know. Is there anybody that can look at this Texans football team right now and say it's an AFC contender, that it's one of the best teams in the AFC?
No.
I mean, certainly they're benefiting from the division. The division sucks. It's the worst in football. That's a key piece to this, because if they were 8-5 in another division, first of all, in the AFC West, they'd be barely hanging on.
4 of your 8 wins are inside your division. They all have losing records.
Yeah.
No, there's not a lot to be positive about. I mean, you don't have to, like, I'm not burying the Texans, but I need to see their best football. They haven't played their best football yet.
No.
You could argue that maybe the Buffalo game was a really good one, but
yeah,
they haven't really played their best football. And no, they're not better than the Chargers. They're not better than the Bills, the Chargers. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. The Ravens have been very spotty too. I'm not sure right now they're playing better football than the Bengals, if I'm being honest. And the Bengals have a worse record, but the Bengals defense sucks, but the offense is really very, very difficult to deal with right now. I'm not sure how that would go if they had to scrap against the. Wait, do they have or do they play the Bengals this year?
No,
they don't.
That said, the Bengals had to struggle against a really bad Cowboys defense and needed a miracle at the end to pull out a win.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And that's why they have the 5 wins or whatever they have. That's why they're in that position. But no, the Texans are not. The Texans are not in a great space. We'll find out. We'll find out here, because this is a big one. You're playing a like team, basically. The point spread tells you that basically you're dealing with an even matchup on a neutral field. And this will be both teams. One team is going to win their division, and the other team is playing for a playoff spot. So the Dolphins really, really need this one. The Texans don't have to have this to make the playoffs, but they kind of do if they're going to kickstart they need to find a different gear. And I'm hoping that, all right, Will Anderson, everyone's coming back, everyone's healthy. You've got the return of Christian Harris. Like, if you've ever had coming off a bye week, you got Tank is there and Nico's there. Of course, you won't have Diggs, but it is what it is. Kenyon Green's coming back. Is there any chance Kenyon gets his starting left guard job back this year?
I don't know.
Did he lose it due to injury? I mean, that's what it says on the tombstone.
He lost it due to poor play. I mean, how much longer could you have gone on? He'd already been sub for.
But he was healthy when he got hurt.
Yeah. Well, he was healthy when he got hurt. Yeah. Well,
He
he
was
had
starting
been
when he
sub
got hurt.
for, and Patterson got hurt, and he went back into the lineup.
And then they started him in the subsequent game, and then he got hurt because
Right.
his quarterback fell on him because he was bad.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Is there any way you just throw him back in there? No way. No way. I mean, your Christian Harris has to run, get up. I mean, start running right away because of Al-Shair's suspension. But you don't have to do that with Kenyon Green. No way. I mean, if he's running first team right now, what do? Put Juice back at center?
Okay, this is worth talking about. The Colts' next 4 games. The Broncos, which is a massive game from a playoff standpoint, because the Colts have to, I mean, it's a head-to-head at Denver with a team that they're literally fighting for that playoff spot. Then they get the Titans come to the Colts. Then the Colts go to the Giants, and then the Jaguars come to the Colts. I mean, I can see 3 of 4 right there. I can see 3 of 4. Now, is that good enough since the Texans have the bye, since they have the tiebreaker? I mean, 3 of 4 would make you 9. Would make you 9-8. Can 9-8 beat the Texans? I don't think so. The Texans would just have to win 1. In fact, the Colts have to win out, and even if they win out, they get to 10. But if they get to 10, then you're fighting for a playoff because of. I mean, I just don't think they can catch the Texans in the division. I don't see that it's really possible.
So the Texans, listen, what it looks like right now is the Texans are going to be the 4th seed. I don't think there's any question. I don't know how with this gauntlet.
Unless Arizona State or Boise end up there.
No, but neither of those two are possibilities right now.
Well, what if?
Now.
Okay,
I think they're going to be eliminated by the time that the NFL playoffs start.
Okay,
so the Texans are going to be the 4th seed. They're looking at either the Ravens or the Chargers or the Broncos.
Yeah, I think beat the Broncos.
And most likely, it'll be the Ravens, I would think.
Well,
right now, it's the Ravens.
It would be a home playoff game.
A home playoff game against the Ravens. How do you feel about it?
Well, come see me whenever they play. I mean, come see me after I've seen how the Texans play.
Yeah.
Josh Payton and I talked about this. You know, it's always the biggest mistake is people saying when they start a season, and they say, I mean, if this team, let's just say, if the Texans end up with 10 wins, I'll be happy. I'm just using I'm just throwing the Texans as a local name. And then you watch how the play unfolds and they get to 10 wins and you're not happy because the process of how it happened absolutely matters. Yeah. You can't just say, well, if this result happens, I'm going to be happy. So many times and he said, man, that's a great point because he said, Florida fans, Gator fans, we're talking about a 7-win season being fine, and they fired Billy Napier like 5 times on the way to a 7-win season, and they got to 7 wins. He said, so, yeah, it's absolutely how games happen and how they transpire. You play for an end result, but the process of how you get there determines what you think of that team, without question. So there have been plenty of Texans. If you told me the Texans win the division 3 straight years or 3 out of 4 years, I'd tell you, man, I'd be really happy with that. But I wasn't that happy during Bill O'Brien's reign of terror with their division wins. They didn't feel like a great team. They didn't feel like a team that was going to, go far just because they won division. So, yeah, it sounds nice on paper, but tell me what it looks like when I get there. And it wasn't great. And this Texans team, they're going to win another division, but it hasn't looked like we all expected.
No, it doesn't look anything like we expected.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Yes. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Perfect.
Yeah, you did.
Soundbite.
Yes, it does matter.
Perfect soundbite. Well, no, it actually doesn't, as it pertains to moving forward and trying to win a championship.
Well, but how many?
It matters to us for talking.
Name all those teams that looked like crap that finished middle of the pack. Well, I guess the Pittsburgh Steelers came out of the 6th seed once.
Yeah, Giants did it.
Giants, Ravens.
Giants did it.
Ravens had one of the worst offenses. Well, they had a great
running
back.
Giants were going to bench Eli. He was 19 touchdowns, 19 interceptions, and then he went on the run.
Yeah.
And they won the
That
title.
would be the best.
But it's rare. It's rare. It matters how you get there. It matters how you get there.
Well, on a sports talk show, it does. Because that's what we're talking about.
Right.
But once again, the kind of your season starts now. Like you're 8-5, lock down your division. I think with the win over the Dolphins, you lock down your division. But more importantly, what you're trying to do right now is this is kind of you're off the bye week. To me, this is a new season. That season before was one season. The second season is how you finish this, and then how you do in the playoffs. Your opponents coming up: the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Titans. 3 of those teams could be in the playoffs. If the Dolphins beat you, they've got a real opportunity to make the playoffs. But even if they don't, the Chiefs and Ravens are going to be great matchups for you. You get the Ravens at home, and then if you make the playoffs, you could get the Ravens at home. You'll probably get the Ravens at home again. What happened to the Cleveland Browns? They saw you don't beat Houston twice at the end of a season. Nobody beats Houston twice. Ask Joe Flacco. Ask Kevin Stefanski. Ask the Cleveland Browns. Nobody beats the Texans twice at home in 1 year. That just simply doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
Generally because they don't play the same team twice at home. But in last year's case,
numbers.
Look what happened.
Look at the numbers for the Texans. Look
Now,
at the numbers.
I'll ask you this. You mentioned the Ravens. The Ravens have the Giants, Steelers, Texans, and Browns.
Sounds like some dubs.
The Steelers have the Eagles. They have to go to the Ravens, host the Chiefs, and host the Bengals.
Wow.
Ooh.
They're in trouble.
Do you think the Steelers hold off the Ravens?
Well,
I don't know.
Okay,
That's
you said they do
two-game
play the
lead.
Ravens?
They do one more time.
Okay, so they've only beaten them once.
Yes.
Huh.
Do you think do we assume
If they beat the Ravens, they do.
Yeah, if they beat the Ravens, clearly. But do you think the Ravens jump up and take this division considering how tough the Steelers stretch is, including going to Baltimore?
Huh.
And with 2 games behind Pittsburgh right now, if the Steelers falter and the Ravens just barely get in, there's a chance the Texans would be the 3 seed.
Well, yes, unless they lose to the Ravens, and then we're talking. We're talking
right? No, they got to beat the Ravens.
Yeah, we're talking about the Texans maybe hosting the Steelers. I know right now it feels like Steelers are winning that division, but the question for that particular run: will the Chiefs have anything to play for with 2 weeks to go? Because right now they have a 2-game lead over the Bills. So they could clinch they can clinch the number 1 against the Steelers, or they could have done it before. The Bills dropped one more game.
Yeah, but you mean when they play the Ravens or when they play the Steelers?
Yeah, so the Chiefs may not need that game if they've already clinched in the 1, so that might make it easier on the Steelers. So right now, do you think the Ravens? Let's say the Texans are the 4 seed. Do you think the Ravens or the Steelers are coming here? Right now,
I think
right
Ravens.
now it's the Ravens.
I think
right now it's the
okay.
Ravens.
Yeah, I think Ravens because the Steelers they're pretty consistent.
Hey, and
they're pretty consistent team.
The Chargers could pass them. It could be the Chargers.
The Chargers
that would have been a huge win for the Chargers.
Chargers play the Broncos still, so the that can determine seeding as well. They have one more game against each other. So
yeah, and the Broncos. It could be the Broncos. They're 8-5.
And the
Ravens, Chargers, and Broncos.
Listen to the Broncos. They got the Colts, which is basically a must-win for them. They really can't. Because then they go to the Chargers, they go to the Bengals on December 29th. They go to the Bengals. It's going to be cold. And then the Chiefs come to the Broncos, which
probably
is
won't
probably
mean
a rest. Yeah, it's probably a rest game for the Chiefs. It's probably a rest game. So I can't envision that game's going to mean anything. So, I mean, unless the Chiefs – the Chiefs are going to have to lose somewhere along the line.
Yeah, you look at the Chiefs; they go to the Browns, and that's a Jameis thing. Who knows? They do have the Texans.
I'm looking at you talking about Maestro DeBell because we got to stay on schedule. We got Josh Pate joining us at 9:00. So
no, that's right. Well, then get your Maestro DeBell. I marked my Maestro DeBell in my office because I think I had an encounter with the thief the other day. He just popped in. I've had people, for those who don't know, I had like 3 different bottles of Maestro DeBell, and I feel like they just started to disappear. Like the levels on it, like in your printer, and you see the ink tally goes down lower and lower and lower. That's what it was for Maestro DeBell. So I had to hide. Well, I hid 2 of them by bringing them out at our listener appreciation party, and me and the listeners all drank those. But the other thing is I got another bottle, and I marked the bottle because I think the tequila thief I wanted to catch him. And somebody came into my office and then started asking me kind of a dumb question. I thought, I think this is the guy. And I don't look, I don't blame the guy for wanting Maestro Nobel. Just go to the store and get it yourself. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to get generations of tequila makers who have perfected their craft and perfected the product, and great flavor profiles in every type of tequila you have. For many of you, I think the one, if you love to sip tequila or you want to start sipping tequila, I think the best to go with is going to be the Cristalino, which is 3 tequilas that are blended together, then charcoal filtered for clarity, and then distilled and aged. And the end result is an extremely smooth sipping tequila with just a hint of sweetness to it. I think you're going to absolutely love it. But whatever type of tequila you want, you should be able to find wherever fine liquors are sold. And it's the tequila worth stealing, apparently, Maestro Nobel.
Aqueduct, Billy Brown. It is the place to go when you have any issue whatsoever, but it's also a place that you go to do some preemptive. How about a preemptive strike? You got a tankless water heater. There's a lot of residue that builds up, and now it's making it harder for that tankless water heater to heat up and get that water to you. So if it feels like the stream in your shower isn't as strong as it used to be, there's a chance that you got some residue. If you haven't done it, you're supposed to do it every I don't know how long, Lance. What did the guy tell you? Whatever the number is, if you haven't done it in a while, then you need to do it. Your tankless water here needs attention. But not only that, have them check your pipes, have them check everything. If you got any issue whatsoever, Billy Brown is the man for you. Put this number, 281-488-6238. You've got to have that number on you, because if you have any issue whatsoever, if you have any emergency whatsoever, don't tweet us in the middle of the night. Don't try to call us in the middle of the night. Have the number ready for your family, 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
ESPN also put out all 52 teams in college football playoff history. Since the playoffs started, all 52. What do you think they have as the greatest team?
The greatest team. Is it the Florida team with Urban Meyer?
They weren't in the playoff era.
There wasn't the playoff. No.
They weren't the playoff era?
That's 2000.
Oh, no, yeah, that was way
voting.
before. Well, but playoff era started, 14?
Yes.
Greatest teams, not any of the Oregon Ducks. It's not Jameis Winston. It's not going to be an Ohio State team. I'd have to say,
I think it's pretty.
Georgia 2022.
Okay, they're third.
Then it has to, LSU 19.
19 is second.
Ooh, then it's going to be Alabama.
Alabama 2020 is first.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time having a Mac Jones
The COVID
team.
year? They're going to give the COVID year the top?
The COVID year.
Ooh, gross.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't,
I don't
even
agree
count.
with that.
I just watched Tyler Shuck, the quarterback from
Louisville, yeah.
Louisville.
He's been a lot of places.
He's been at
Yeah,
Texas
he was
Tech.
at Tech.
I didn't realize he was an Oregon transfer.
Yeah.
Do you know that Tyler Shuck, who is out in this year's draft, was in the same draft class with Trevor Lawrence and was the primary backup for Justin Herbert? That's how long this guy's been in college. He's a 7-year player.
Yeah.
Good.
I just saw somebody got asked for an 8th year, and I think they got it.
You want to talk about loving college?
I mean, well, now you make money there.
Actually, it's a job.
They ain't making no money in the pros.
I'm trying to extend too, get some of the profit sharing, get some of the revenue sharing going on. Absolutely.
Yeah.
How fast do you think so what I hear is they're taking, every the revenue is different from school to school. There's a limit to how much revenue you share. Like there's a cap. I want to say it's something like 31 million. And but the football program
25, but okay.
No, for all of sports. You have to have there's a football limit and then there's all of sports. And you have to you can't just pay your football program. Your football program gets a percentage, but you have to pay the other programs too. I'm really curious about when the first lawsuit comes from water polo or tennis or they don't really have a leg to stand on from a revenue generation standpoint, but I wonder when we're going to see a Title IX lawsuit pop up. You think it's going to happen with I think as soon as they did revenue share and they created a shared pie, now maybe they're going to share it relatively equitably. It won't feel equitable for people getting $2,500 or whatever.
I don't think so.
But
I don't think it'll be equitable at all.
Well,
and I don't
equitable
think it
equitable as in appropriately equitable.
Well,
not like, we're all equal.
The women's volleyball player gets as much as the quarterback of the football team.
No. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. But I do think you'll see some lawsuits.
Yeah, why not? We're a litigious society. Of course you'll see lawsuits.
Yeah.
Okay? If you step on my toe, I got a lawsuit.
If there's a piece of a pie to be had, then there's going to be some people are going to take some shots at it.
We were playing poker the other day. I was playing at this place here. And the table next to me, this guy stands up. Say it again. He's screaming at the guy, and he's in his face, and he's clenched his hands, and he's in his face. Say it again. Call me that again.
Ooh.
And the guy, after a guy said, they came over, the security came over, they took the guy away, and they made him leave. The guy that he was yelling at, he said, if he doesn't leave, I'm calling the cops, and he assaulted me.
Do we know what happened?
He said, well, one guy, apparently he had said something, and the guy said, hey, don't be a dick.
Oh, yeah. You can leave that, Dale.
Yeah, call me. Yeah, call me. Okay, so now but the guy, I ended up with that guy that was assaulted later in the tournament at my table.
Who was verbally assaulted?
He said, and everybody agreed at the table. I'm in California, right? Everybody agreed at the table. Oh yeah, no, he assaulted you. There's no question. That was assault.
No.
And I was
this is a conversation?
Well, yes. And no. And if he didn't leave, if they didn't kick him out of the place, I was going to call the police and I was going to file charges of assault. And the guy goes, well, yeah, if he's got his hands clenched, he's got his fist clenched, and he's right in front of you, then yes, that's assault. And I was like, boy, where y'all from? What? This is assault here? Shoot.
I'm in LA via the Chicago to Texas method. This ain't assault where I'm from.
You couldn't have hung with the animals if that was assault. I got shot in the back of the neck with a BB gun.
Yeah.
And I mean, from close range. And I went down hard. No assault charges. Okay. I'm just saying, we'll sue you. I'll sue you. I'll sue you and you and you and you and everybody.
So that's a verbal assault. You verbally assault me and Dell all the time, actually.
Well,
now that I think about it, so we could file charges.
You two, I should have filed assault charges yesterday with the tamales. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what
What
I should have.
We did assault you. We taunted you.
That's right.
I don't know that that's an assault, but we did taunt you.
Taunted him.
Yeah, it was an open taunt. Well, what's going on today, Dale? I've got to write some players up. I wonder what's going to happen today.
Well, while you're in the middle writing up some left tackle from Idaho, we're gonna be getting through from Jay Alexander.
Although it comes at 11 something, so John wouldn't have
11:30. He wouldn't be here for it.
John
anyway.
would have been here for it. Anyway,
he would have complained and said,
I
would
have come back.
They bring fries. Who cares? It sucks.
Oh, and guess what? Taquerias Arandas is bringing us fries next week. What? That's right. Because I do see when you're squeaky wheel, you get the oil. Okay?
You are a squeaky wheel.
That's one way to describe you. Squeaky wheel.
Squeaky
I told
wheel.
him, I said, you're going to have to bring in breakfast taco sauce. It's just, you're going to have to do it. He goes, I know. That's fine.
That's fine. All right, let's catch up on breaks. I want to talk about Hogue. I want to talk about the landscapes. I want to talk about, now, it's a landscape service, right? It's Hogue, Hogue, landscape services, HogueLS.com. Go to HogueLS.com and see for yourself. You're not going to see guys mowing the lawn or trimming your trees or planting flowers. You're not going to see that. What you're going to see, but they do that, okay? They got 15 trucks on the street, maybe more by now. They come on the street, going to houses every week, taking care of their yards, and they do this. This is a service that they do, and if you want that service, they've got that service for you. But here's what they have as well. They have got exterior designers to make your backyard special. This holiday season, give this gift to your family. Put in that pickleball court, Dad. Your kids love pickleball, or you love pickleball. Your wife loves pickleball. She wants to play pickleball all the time. She's going to the tennis courts to play pickleball. Put it in your backyard. She'll have the ladies over all the time, or whatever. Everybody, they'll have a great time. Do you love pickleball? Put it in. Basketball. The kids want the basketball court, Dad. Let them put the basketball. They want a pool, Dad. Put the pool in. They want a fire pit, Dad. Okay. Want an outdoor kitchen. You want a living area. Got it all. Got it all. HogueLS.com. See what they do. It's not just we're going to throw a pool in here. We're going to design a backyard that's going to make your place special. HogueLS.com. HogueLS.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kirk Bohls kind of went off a little bit this morning in the Houston Chronicle. Do you guys really believe that because Alabama, all Alabama's losses came in the SEC, so they had 3 losses in the SEC. What's the difference what their preseason schedule is? Now, everybody's saying, well, now nobody's going to schedule non-conference hard games because – look at what happened. You got to win. They just proved that no, you can lose a game. There's a 3-loss team in this.
SEC thing. Never schedules hard out of conference. Every once in a while.
No, yes, they do. Yes,
every
they do.
once in a while, but not really. You want me to read Alabama's schedule to you over the last 10 years?
Well, over the last 10 years, absolutely. They've played a lot of tough teams in the first or second week.
Alabama
absolutely.
has?
Yes. They absolutely have. They played Texas before Texas was in.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Texas wasn't even winning their conference.
Alabama usually
Texas never won a Big 12 conference at that point. What are you talking about?
The games
that
are scheduled. Yeah, things can change after games are scheduled. But when it's Texas, the brand, you assume at some point they'll be good. But the SEC does certain things like a lot of the times the games are in the Southeast. They rarely travel west. It's neutral sites, but they do what they have to do to pump up.
They played at Wisconsin, which was an extremely unusual game for them.
Yeah,
early in the
season.
On
campus, that normally doesn't happen. Like we know LSU went up there, but they played it at Lambeau.
You don't get home and away. And this is the other thing. Well, you need to schedule harder, SMU or whoever the team is, schedule harder. Do you think these SEC teams or Big Ten teams or any other conferences are looking to add a game that is going to be a tricky game for them on their schedule? No. If you're a Weasley tough little team, they don't want to add you to their schedule. You're not getting that. And if you do, you can't have an equitable home and away.
They don't want to go to
so
your
this
place.
whole thing like schedule harder that's something that people say, this, John, because you got coaches and all that. First of all, schedules are done years in advance. Number one.
Yeah.
Some of them you can get out of, some of them there's a financial consideration. Number two, you don't expect the team that you're punching up against. If you want them to schedule harder, can I get an equitable home and away? We can make some money off this deal too? No, we want everything to be in our favor. So it's not exactly, and they're not going to add a tough game. Alabama is not looking to add a sneaky tough game to their schedule if they don't have to. Georgia, because their schedule's hard enough. I mean, it is. It really is hard enough. So I don't know. There could be some unintended consequences here. I think some of it's a little unnecessary hand-wringing, but when you had a 4-team playoffs, you could make an argument for a lot of teams. If we schedule this game that's tougher and we win it, this really helps us try to get into the top 4.
Yeah.
With top 12, you're just trying not to fall out. So,
this year, I'm going to tell you, I think this year we found, first of all, I don't think we're going to go forward. We might, I saw this is a 2-year commitment. They can easily change the bye week, the buys for the teams that win the conferences. They need to do that, first of all. We're not going to see any other changes to this thing, though, other than maybe this offseason we'll see that you're not going to have buys for conference champions. That said, we've seen now that they value conference titles, conference championship games more than they value strength of schedule, right?
Yeah, they want you to be the best in your conference.
I don't know with all of the issues that the SEC is going to have this offseason that maybe that doesn't change as well. We'll see if the conference, if the committee doesn't say, you know what, strength of schedule needs to play a bigger role than we gave it last year. This thing could be maulable.
Well, it's only strength of win. Strength of schedule doesn't matter. If you lose, you lose. It's strength of wins that are the most. Well, that's what they'll tell you. The committee even talked about strength of wins is a very valuable one.
Well, Alabama
strength of
Georgia,
schedule. You don't get
it didn't count.
You don't get
it counted. That's why they're still considered. If a team doesn't beat Georgia and loses to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma, they wouldn't have even been the first in March.
Those losses didn't
because there was no strength to win in any SMU case.
John, that was a crippling loss to a bad Oklahoma team.
If they didn't have the Georgia win on, say they got the Texas schedule where they got easy wins and they didn't have to play Georgia, they wouldn't have even been considered with the losses to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. The Georgia one kept them as the first at large.
Alabama needed some chaos just to get a consideration.
Yeah. If Miami doesn't lose to Syracuse, is Alabama considered at all?
No, they're not even considered at all.
No, well, because they were a 3-loss team, and absolutely, that absolutely counts. But a 2-loss SMU had 0 wins. They had 0 big.
You SEC people are just out of control.
But honestly, name their big win.
Are you really relitigating Alabama? Alabama had a bad year.
I'm saying that it can change. Lance,
their own coaches said.
I am not relitigating it. I'm saying that it could. Their attitude could change.
You're not an Alabama fan. Let me tell you what one of the Alabama coaches told my son. We lost 3 games. We had it all right there in our hands, and we let it slip away. They understand. They wanted to get in. Trust me, there's a lot of money to be made for it too. And
they blew it. There's no question.
But they know that they blew that. They know they blew their Joe Moore Award opportunity by playing poorly against that Oklahoma game. Was a crusher in so many ways for them.
That was.
And they got the piss kicked out of them. Like they got the brake speed off them. Jalen Miller had 3 interceptions. It was awful.
And look, and he didn't run. I mean, it was no, absolutely. They sealed their own fate. There's no question about it. But the way that it played out, they got back into it because of the conference championship game. That okay, forget that. I don't. We'll get into this. We can get into this with Josh Payton. Things that I know, writes Kirk Bowles. Ewers is not the problem. Get off his back, some of you Longhorn Nation. He just needs a running attack to take some pressure off him and slow that pass rush down.
Who said this?
Kirk Bowles.
Okay.
As well as a cleaner pocket. I bet Ewers will play much better against Clemson at DKR. He has 5 home games. He threw 14 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. On the road, 11 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. That said, Texas offense is in a funk. Not finishing drives, not doing. They scored 2 touchdowns against A&M, Arkansas, Georgia, or one against Georgia, 2 against A&M, 2 against Arkansas. This Texas team, you want to talk about a team that doesn't have any quality wins?
Yeah. It's not a look. If Texas hadn't been up there higher, if Texas had any stumbles inside a conference, it'd be a real problem. But their losses are twice to Georgia.
Yeah,
it's a forgivable loss.
It's the difference. I mean, I mentioned if Alabama had the Texas schedule, they did. They both played Georgia. If
they lost
Georgia
to Vanderbilt,
Texas
do you know how far they would have fallen if they lost to Vanderbilt? That's a scrappy Vanderbilt team. But if they lost at Vanderbilt like Alabama did,
or lost to Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry,
Red River, it would have been
they would have had a giant problem.
It would have been a nightmare because they had no quality wins.
No, right. I mean, Oklahoma
no quality wins.
Texas A&M was their best win.
Yeah. So any other losses might have doomed Texas. 3, there's no way they get in with 3. No way. Because their strength of wins was bad. So it'll I think it's fine. They don't need to make any changes. They can make whatever considerations they want. I think this year is its own year. It's highly unusual. The SEC had a bunch of 3-loss teams. You don't see that often. You had Arizona State come from literally the back of the pack. They were supposed to finish last in the conference. They won a championship. Boise did what Boise has done in the past under Chris Peterson, but now they're still sporty. They did what they did. It's a little bit of a strange year. It's a little bit of a strange year this year, and I think they got it right. I don't have a problem with it. The bye stuff, it's broken. They'll fix it next year. No, none of those teams will get buys. You don't get an automatic buy, but we'll always have an argument about a bubble team. It's always going to be a bubble argument.
If it's the 69th team or the 13th team, there's always an argument about a bubble team. Listen, no, Texas, if they had another loss, they would have got in because they were second going into the conference championship game. They would have been 9th or so with 2 losses, and they would have lost to Georgia in the way that they lost. They'd have still been in.
Well, if they had lost more games in conference, they don't play in the title game. It would have been a domino effect, so maybe they do have 3 losses before they even get to Georgia. But to your point, the name where they started, if they were a 2-loss team, they would have made it. And Texas, the brand, they would have still made it. But 3 losses.
If SMU could make it, then they could make it.
Well, the Texas brand and SMU had the disadvantage of starting lower. But yes, they went Texas 10-2. Don't make the SEC title game. They're in. But Alabama was 9-3.
Started
and they had
inside the top 3.
Yeah, they were gonna.
They had pole position, so it wasn't going to matter.
Yeah,
they just needed to play good enough, and they were going to.
They didn't screw
and that's
it
the
up.
advantage of being a blue blood program, to an extent, being an SEC program. Even like a Tennessee, you're given certain advantages. You get placement, and that's the advantage.
Where are you on on Quinn Ewers. Are you with
No,
Chris Bowles? Get off his back?
I'm telling you, I would not touch him. But I do think Texas fans are a little rough on him. I know his agent. I talk to his agent from time to time. The kid's kind of miserable right now because he feels like all of Austin hates him and Longhorn fans hate him. I feel a little bit bad for Quinn. The fans all want Arch Manning. They all are. They're not super supportive of Quinn Ewers. He feels it. It's something that bothers him because, if you want to start making bullet points, like he doesn't lose on the road. He hasn't lost a conference game on the road or he's got these. Ron was running through the stats for me. I'm like, man, it sounds really good. Like it sounds really good. I just know that those Georgia games this year are an example of why I'm not. Like, I don't buy into Quinn Ewers as a leader in the NFL. I don't think he has any juice on the field. He comes off as nervous. You look at the last two games, the Texas A&M and Georgia game were an encapsulation of not being able to finish. He's not a finisher. He doesn't have that killer instinct. With that said, he's been good at Texas. He's been a good college quarterback. He's been good at Texas. He'll play in the pros. Like, I think Longhorn fans just the shiny toy sitting on the sideline, and everyone wants Arch Manning. He's a Manning. And as soon as Arch was coming to Texas, Quinn was kind of doomed because everyone wants to see the shiny backup quarterback.
And he used to be the shiny thing, until he, left high school early to go to Ohio State.
Peyton Manning's nephew,
and
is a big deal.
And I'm not asking Longhorn fans to have perspective because that's never going to happen. But if you look at their season since 2010, before Quinn Ewers became their starting quarterback, they had 1 10-win season since 2010. Now it's back-to-back double-digit win seasons, and it does not matter. Like, it's not like they've had this run of quarterback success. I'm going all the way back to Mac 2009, 13-1, lose the BCS title game. They had the Ellinger year with Tom Herman when they beat Georgia in the Sugar. That's their 1 10-win season before Quinn became the starter. And they're still treating him like, beat it, get out of here. We want Arch to start for you. I mean, you guys know you've gone through bad quarterback play. And Quinn's been pretty good for you, but it hasn't been good enough.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. I think when the stage really elevates, it gets a little much for him. Like,
and it's funny because he could go into Tuscaloosa and play well.
Yeah, and you always have that at Alabama. He can hang that on his resume.
Yep. All right, let's break it. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, I want to talk about Republic Boot Company. I want to talk about your holiday season. You still got time to bring your employees. You still got time to make an appointment, bring your family. How about having a party there? They've got a bar. They've got a patio. They've got a stage on Fridays. They have music every Friday afternoon, and it's just a party at Republic Boot Company. But what it is, it's a place to get your rodeo on. You're looking for handmade heritage with the smell of leather that you're not ever. I'm telling you, it's a different leather smell than you'll ever smell in your life. First time I walked in there, I was like, oh my God. First thing that hits you is, wow, does this place smell great? But let them customize. And listen, it starts at like $395 for a pair of boots at Republic Boot Company. Now you can go and get real customized, real serious stuff. But you can get it off the rack. Well, they customize the boot to your foot. They customize the hat to your head. They customize the jacket, perfect for you. The belts, the pants, everything. They've got it all at Republic Boot Company. It's in the Heights. It's just a great place. I'm telling you, if you're going to get your rodeo on, there's one place to go. It's Republic Boot Company. Boy, they know what they're doing there. It is so cool to watch them making those boots in the back. They are awesome. If you're looking for this holiday season rodeo, it's at Republic Boot Company, 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, just off 11th and Studewood, republicbootcompany.com.
Your Ticket Everywhere comes from my friends over at Quick Assist. What they do is you download this app, Quick Assist, ASYST. You download the app, you put your information in, you upload your tickets. Well, you say what the tickets are for, where the seats are, all that. You upload the tickets to their site and or to their hub, and from there, and they do that because they want to have the tickets ready for a very quick send out, so that they get you your money as fast as possible. And you can pull your tickets back at any point if you want to. I think there's a cutoff time, but you can check for details. But it's really great because they immediately post your tickets on like 12 to 15 different sites. And so all the biggest sites, including SeatGeek, Ticketmaster, StubHub, Vivid, all of these, it's posted on all of them. So if you did it by yourself, it would take you a ton of time. Then when your ticket's sold, you would have to immediately delist all the tickets from all the sites. They've got an algorithm that does all this for you. They got an algorithm that creates dynamic pricing opportunities where it can raise and lower the price for you to maximize the amount you can make and the chances that your tickets sell. And this is the best way to sell tickets, especially for people who are season ticket holders and they just can't go to games. And so if you want to sell your tickets, do it through my friends over at Quick Assist. They are the best. You get paid quickly and they maximize the amount of money you can make on the sale of your tickets, and they get them sold. Quick Assist, that's Quick Assist, ASYST. Download the app today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN has its places for Kyle Tucker, best landing spots. Yankees, Phillies, Reds. The Athletic thinks the Cubs are the perfect spot for him. I could see him. I don't see the Reds, but okay.
No.
I don't think the Reds are going to be paying Yankee dollars.
No, but they've got, every once in a while those teams will step out and pay somebody. I mean, they've got an interesting team. What'd be really interesting is the Pirates. Get a foundational hitter in the lineup with the Pirates with Skeens.
You just want them to disappear.
No. I think that it'd be interesting to have. I want Skeens. I actually want Skeens to stay there. I want the Pirate fans to have something to cheer for. I think it'd be good for baseball to have a team like that, grow your own and show that those mid-market teams can actually do something.
Yeah.
Because we know the chances are Skeens will be a Dodger or a Yankee. That's how it works. No one else is allowed to play the game.
Yeah, that's true. And then Max Fried. Max Fried has a lot of blister problems, and
I like Max Fried, though.
I like Max Fried, too.
Okay, over-under on Tommy John surgery for Skeens. 5.5 years.
0.
You think under?
Under.
Why?
Because he's a power pitcher. Power pitchers don't normally. I mean, they usually are.
A lot less, yeah. They're a lot less inclined. Yeah. Although Verlander had it.
Yeah, Verlander relied on he relied on a lot of spin.
Well, later in his career, but he's still a primary fastball pitcher. But once you get to the Astros and you start torquing out your spin rate, seems like the arm injuries pile up.
It looks like the Dodgers are going to get Roki Sasaki too. On top of,
what a shocker!
It's
Dodgers are getting a Japanese star. Oh, how shocking! That's never happened before in Dodger history. Dodgers or Yankees are going to get some Japanese pitcher. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
What a treat. You'll never see a Roki Sasaki go to, well, Roki Sasaki is, it looks like he's going to be a twin. No. Well, it looks like Roki Sasaki is locked in with the Rays. Nope. That ain't happening.
That said no one ever.
Well, the Reds are in on the Roki Sasaki. They're in on the sweepstakes. No. If you're in Big Ten country, you can't have a Japanese pitcher. That's just how this works. If you're in the SEC or Big Ten, you may get the best football players, but you're not getting Japanese pitchers. I can tell you that.
No.
If you're in SEC country, if your team is in the college football playoffs, you can't have a Japanese pitcher.
No. No, absolutely. Big
It's true.
Ten ain't.
Your state,
the Big Ten
your
ain't
state
no
can't have one.
Japanese. No.
Is there a New York team? Is there a New York team in the college football playoffs?
No.
Is there a California
we're getting
team?
a first baseman from Iowa.
Is there a California team in there?
No.
That's where they get. Yeah. Yeah, you can get. Oh yeah, you can get somebody from LSU. We can get that. Japanese pitchers don't go to Power 5 conferences.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Power 4.
No. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here. Did you hear what Troy Aikman had to say about Mike McCarthy?
Yeah.
I mean,
Unusually
it is.
Unusually positive.
Yeah, he said, you know what? The locker room wants Mike McCarthy.
Well, that's what Michael Parsons said the other day, probably on his podcast.
Well, but
wonder what Micah says.
He
Guys,
also
we got to tune into
he
Micah's
also
podcast.
said we work way harder than the head coach does.
That's probably true. They lift weights and stuff.
Well, he didn't say we. He was talking about
some of the vets.
He was talking about the veteran.
Those guys work way harder than any coach.
Did he say a veteran? Wasn't a specific veteran, or was
he said he felt bad for
Zach
Nick
Martin or Nick Martin.
Yeah,
Zach.
Zach.
It is Zach.
Zach Martin.
We had Nick Martin. We had the bad Martin.
We had the bad Martin.
They got the good Martin.
Yeah. No, he wasn't. Nick wasn't bad. He was all right. But really, I mean, you guys, you know what? I love it. You guys just keep on going with that McCarthy thing because it's great. It's working out great for you. Did you see that before the Monday night game, Arizona State scored more touchdowns in that stadium than the Cowboys had all year?
No
Arizona
way.
State in that one game in the Big 12 championship game scored more touchdowns than the Cowboys had scored in the building all year.
Oh my God, what an incredible stat. They got who had more touchdowns, CeeDee Lamb or Cam Scatterbo?
Scatterbo. Are you kidding?
For the year in that stadium, you're probably
Scatterbo
right.
got ripped off not going to Cam Ward ain't winning.
But Dylan Brooks, Cam was always going to go.
Cam Scatterbo ain't winning it either.
No.
So what does it matter who's winning it?
I had no problem. I just kind of forgot about Dylan Brooks.
Should win it.
He's not going to. He was never going to.
No, he's not. But Cam was he's a legitimate. If you could take 5, he's the 5th.
Well, who,
Scatterbo? Yeah, Scatterbo is really a lot like Mike Allstott with a little more speed and much smaller shoulder pads.
Yeah, he's not as
because his running style is just boom, boom, boom. And Quinn. I think Quinn Ewers' agent is going to get Scatterbo too. I mean,
what you've seen of Scatterbo, does he translate to the NFL?
I think anybody who breaks tackles and runs hard, he's probably going to run like a 4.6 240. But
he's got to be a one-cut guy.
Yeah, he can't do a whole lot of messing around because he's too slow. They'll catch up with him. But yeah, anybody who can create. The great Kirby Wilson once told me, if you can create for yourself with elusiveness, power, or speed, you can be an NFL back. And he creats through power. Phenomenal contact balance.
Why is Kirby Puckett talking about
Kirby Wilson,
who's
running
that?
back coach? He coached Pittsburgh Steelers, Minnesota Vikings. He was he said something. He had said something. He was a head coach of either the UFL, or what were the 2 leagues they had before they combined? The XFL and the UFL or AAFL?
No, the XFL combined with the USFL.
Yeah, so I think he was a USFL coach, and he did or said something that we mentioned on the show. He did one of those kind of weird or said something weird that we mentioned on the show, but it's a great point. You think about it this way. Joe Mixon, how does he create for himself? He creates through power. I would say. Not a lot of elusiveness, but not bad. He's got good vision. Scatterbo, it's hard. He's built so low to the ground that it's really hard to take and he plays with a wide base. It's really hard to take him down for first tackler. And I thought Nick Saban said something super interesting. I always love listening to Nick because he'll give you little tidbits of coaching. He said, you can't tackle him low. That's the first time I've ever heard it. He said, you need to tackle him high. I've never heard a coach talk about tackling a running back high. It's the first time I thought about it. And I was trying to wrap my mind around it. And you know what? Because then if you wrap and then roll, you can pull him off balance, off his base.
And
you're going to have to hip drop him.
Yep.
That's what Nick should have said. All right, You got to get out there. All right. You hip drop, land on his ankles, and you take him out.
Right.
Look, at Alabama, we got that tightrope surgery. Don't worry about it.
Tightrope surgeries are. I was reading there's a player I'm writing up in the draft who had the tightrope surgery. And the tightrope surgery is basically if you have a high ankle sprain, they go in and they just tighten things up for you to speed up the process so you can get back on the field. It's like having a cut guy where you got you're gashed above your eye, and we're basically just going to keep this good enough just to get you through this, and then you can go worry about the carnage. That's what the tightrope surgery is.
Then don't worry about when you're 50.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah. And Alabama was first time I ever heard that phrase tightrope surgery was an Alabama player.
All right. The Rockets going to be doing, I got a tightrope act tonight playing basketball. Your kids are going to watch the game and they're going to want to play, Dad. They're going to want to go in the backyard and they're going to want to play. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to go, well, we don't have a goal.
Can I help you here a little bit? When I was in my first house that I had in my neighborhood, I got a goal I spoke for Keith Tate. I got a goal from Keith Tate. It was awesome. I didn't bring it with me to the other house we moved to in the same neighborhood. I meant to. We didn't do it. Massive mistake. I didn't have a good goal. I had one that we bought. It's the most janky ass, like if you've got goals that shake all the time, I've had plastic break. We've had they try to dunk and hang on the rim and the whole thing is getting ready to collapse. You got to put get the water hose so this thing doesn't fall. It blew over during the what did we have? What was it called? It wasn't a hurricane. They called it
whatever.
The schism or something
Derecho.
like that. Yeah, derecho. Yeah, like that thing, that goal sucks. Definitely go with Keith Tate. Definitely.
I mean, honestly, there you go. There's a difference. We had the Keith Tate goal as well. And when we moved it over to the neighbor's house. It is still perfect. Listen, you're looking for the best way to get a goal for your kids. Listen to Lance. He had the Keith Tate goal and the pro dunk goal, and then he didn't. And guess what? It sucked. So get the Pro Dunk goal. It's the best goal ever in the history of goals, period. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell here with you at 713-780-3776. We got Keith on hold. He wants to talk some college football. Hey, Keith, what's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good, man. Hey, real quick, to Dale's point, as a Longhorn, man, we're super excited let me put it in my personal perspective. Super excited about the back-to-back wins, 10 seasons, back-to-back 10-win seasons. And with Quinn, it's a matter of we win with Quinn, but not because of Quinn. And that's not a knock on him. And I told you guys before the season started, I think Quinn he's okay. I just didn't see it, and I think I asked Lance this before the season started. I thought he was going to be a good college quarterback. I didn't think that he would be an NFL draft prospect. But nonetheless, I digress. I want to talk about what you guys were mentioning earlier.
Can I ask you one thing? Can I ask you one thing, though? Because you've been a long-time Longhorn fan, and I see a similarity. Now, Major Applewhite was a dog. Major had a lot of dog in him. He was a undersized guy who just had a chip on his shoulder and found ways to. Is there any chance that Arch Manning? Do you feel like there's any chance that Arch Manning's going to be Chris Sims, where the shiny toy everyone wanted to get rid of Major Applewhite, like get him out of here? And I'm not saying that Quinn plays that Quinn's numbers look good, but is there a chance that this could turn into another Major and Chris Sims moment?
That's a great question. And so I think I told you, my son is on campus there. He's a junior there. And we talk about this a lot in terms of like what it looks like for players of his caliber and that age group, what Arch brings to the table in terms of energy and juice, in terms of just like his motivation is what the quarterback room needs and what the team needs. And whether or not he turns out to be a bust or not in terms of like, I always caution people about making Manning comparisons to, his uncles, because you have to let that kid or to his grandfather. So you have to let him grow into whoever he's going to be. But at the end of the day, and just as he is and the energy he brings right now, I believe, and I think there's a whole lot of people who agree with me, that energy is what the team needs a lot of the times, especially if you go back and look at those last four games that you guys were just mentioning, where we didn't score in the third quarter, where we could have put teams away against the Arkansas, against Georgia. The problem is that when you make mistakes on the field as a quarterback, and Quinn, again, good kid, but sometimes you need a quarterback that's gonna have this conversation with players that says, "Look, man, it's okay. We're gonna come back from this." And I don't feel like that he's that guy. And I think a lot of fans agree with me. He's not that guy, and that's okay. I just don't know how that translates to the NFL.
Yeah,
but I do think he's a good quarterback.
Okay, get to your other point. Sorry about that, but those are all good points. Good. Those are all good points.
Hey, the last thing I'll say is you guys were talking earlier, Lance, you nailed it in terms of like seasons or the season schedule being produced before the season. One of my biggest fears one of my biggest frustrations when I hear people talk about strength of schedule is this. When the season starts, there's absolutely very few comments of people saying, well, they got a tough schedule because of the rankings then we see it play out on the field. And all of a sudden we realize, well, maybe that team shouldn't have been ranked so high. Because I'll be honest with you, I wish they would do away with preseason rankings, because the best team in the SEC, in my opinion, to close out the season was South Carolina. It wasn't Georgia and it wasn't Texas. And you're hearing this from me as a Longhorn. South Carolina played the best ball at the end of the season. It wasn't even close. But at the end of the day, because we're looking at preseason rankings and strength of schedule, I just don't think that I don't know the answer to how to fix that, but I just don't feel like that is a fair way to look at teams as you're selecting them to the playoff system, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with
South
you.
Carolina over Alabama they were a tougher. You would much rather see Alabama than South Carolina if you just went off a tape.
Yep.
And not reputation.
Absolutely. I agree with you. That was a better team at the end of the season. But I think it's about but It's how you're playing now, right? The last 6 games, South Carolina was playing as well as anybody, but they stumbled at the beginning of the year.
So I don't think you're saying how you're playing now, but I do think that there's a little bit of a difference between having a college basketball schedule with over 30 games and a college football schedule with like 12, because it really does alter. The college basketball has their selection committee, who's been doing it for years and years. They do factor in more. What are you doing now? And I guess football naturally will. I mean, Texas lost late, which hurts. Miami lost late. That hurt. Late losses hurt those teams.
Hurt.
It killed those teams.
But I don't know that playing well like South Carolina did helps if you play too poorly at the beginning.
They just had too much to overcome, I think.
Yeah.
From a perception standpoint, the reality is they're one of the 12 best teams right now in college football. That's real. Like, Sellers is putting some pretty good production together. He's a run and pass option. He's huge. You got a tremendous pass rush over there. Like Shane Beamer's a good coach. South Carolina is not, they're not to be trifled with right now, but you'll have to trifle with them in a bowl game somewhere, provided their players don't all opt out to start draft stuff. Or whatever.
Well, there's that. I don't know. Have we had any
not yet
opt-outs for
not yet?
Playoff?
We will, but not yet.
Not for the playoff.
Oh no, hopefully it never happens for the playoffs. And I don't know if NIL agreements, it would be smart. I think that a lot of NIL agreements typically run for a set period of time. I wouldn't be shocked though if more and more of these agents for NIL participants did separate NIL deals, said, look, this NIL runs through the end of the regular season, and we want a chance to renegotiate NIL in the playoffs where there's more. That's what they could do, which would also help make sure. I mean, hopefully players want to win bad enough that they aren't going to opt out and stuff like that. You ain't
going to help yourself with the NFL if you're opting out of a
playoff. No, you're opting
game.
out with a chance to win. It's one thing that kind of got overdone, like opting out of the bowl games. Most scouts didn't care. It got to be a pragmatic situation. You opt out of a chance to win a national championship. That is going to bother. That is going to bother some teams. However, there was a big conversation, and Duke Manyweather was having this. He trains offensive linemen for the draft. The time frame. Do you understand what's happening now from a draft standpoint? This is a nightmare for teams that go deep, because by the end of what's the end of the year? What's the national championship game? It's late January, right? 21st, I think, is the national championship game. Either 20th or 21st. The Senior Bowl is that same week. So you can't play in the Senior Bowl. The Combine is 1 month later. So now you have to recover from a longer season and 3 additional games, potentially 2 games to 3 games. You have to recover from injury and get ready for the Combine. So there's a belief that Senior Bowl and Combine are done, at least for teams that go deep. Well,
2 teams.
Well, possibly 3. I mean, let's face it. I'm flying to Cotton Bowl for the semifinals. That's January 10th. That's still not a lot of time from a preparation standpoint to get ready for the Combine. So it may just turn into, hey, we're just going to get ready for the pro day, and that's going to be it. There may be fewer players working out the Combine because they don't have enough time to train. They typically like about 2 months to train, and they're not going to get that. There's no way they can. Not the good teams, not the top 4 teams at least.
Aggie Jackie is none too happy with our Ewers and Manning talk.
What? What's going on?
Oh well. By the way, the Longhorns have had 5 guys that have hit the portal. None of them were Jonte Cook, who quit the team a couple of weeks ago, left the team. He left the team last month, as a matter of fact. He's entered the portal, not surprisingly. But other than that, it's probably just guys that weren't going to be involved anyway. But if you're a guy and you enter the portal or you opt out of the game to get ready for the NFL draft, I'm telling you, you're a guy that the NFL ain't going to want. That's all there is to it. Hey, we got the Christmas party, and we want you there. It's going to be December 23rd. You know what's great? Here's the great thing. We're going to drink all day on the 23rd, right?
What, we are?
Yeah. It's the 23rd. It's a Christmas party. We're going to drink all day on the 23rd, so you're not even drunk on the 24th, which is Christmas Eve. That's awesome. You're going to be a little hungover, but your wife is going to be happy with you because you're not drunk on Christmas Eve, as opposed to other times when we've had the Christmas party on Christmas Eve and it was, you were throwing up and stuff. That's not a good way to spend Christmas, Daddy.
You did?
Yeah.
Is this what people were doing? Only the eggnog people.
Well, no, other people too. They drank too much. I'm not throwing up all day, but I'm one of those people. All right. Daddy's drunk again for Christmas, kids. Oh, well. Not this time because it's the 23rd. Okay. Daddy's going to be drunk the 23rd, not the 24th. So let's go. I need you. We need you there. It's going to be at Nick's place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. We fill the place at 7 a.m., and it's going to be a fun time had by all. Let's go. We want you there. There's games. There's giveaways, tickets that we're giving away, all kinds of great stuff. Courtney does a great job putting stuff together for us, games and whatnot. So we want you there hanging with us on December 23rd at Nick's place. Right now, I'm talking about MyBookie, a great way for you to make some money and just tell work, screw you, work. I'm going to go to the Christmas party on the 23rd. It's MyBookie. You win money at MyBookie. Then you got money to tell your job, I won't be there. That's right. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for the best site that is easy to maneuver, you're looking for a site that gives you a free play every Thursday during the football season. They're giving away money, okay? They'll pick a couple of weeks ago, Devin Achane, anytime touchdown, okay? He scored a touchdown, you get the money. And if he didn't score a touchdown, you don't pay. That's a perfect. I love that. Does it get any better than that? No. Free play Thursdays. And then there's MyBookie Plus. The more you play, they're giving stuff away. They've got all kinds of great stuff for the more you play. You're looking for the way to get paid. You're looking for a way to double your initial deposit. You're looking for a great way to have a new book, MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, what a day it's going to be on New Year's Eve, right? Tuesday, December 31st. We got the Texas Bowl. How about playing on New Year's Eve? They're going to play at 3:30. So LSU fans are all going to get their drink on. It start probably about 1 o'clock in the afternoon or earlier, and go all the way to New York. Man, you're going to have a lot of passed out LSU fans. That's for sure. That's for sure. In the city of Houston.
LSU fan came stuck his flag in my booty.
Hopefully there won't be a lot of that going on. I say that, but December 31st is actually going to be a good day. Alabama, Michigan. That's a good game. Louisville, Washington. South Carolina, Illinois. And Baylor, LSU. That's not a bad day. Not a bad day. That's probably
on
the best.
Its face, but then I got to watch Davis Warren play quarterback.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Ugh.
That's the problem.
And Jalen Milroe against a good defense try to throw the football.
Ugh.
Is the Jalen Milroe first-round stuff dead now?
Is
finally?
he even leaving?
What year?
Have we announced that? Has he announced that?
Isn't he a fourth-year guy? I think he is.
Let's see. I don't know if he has a red shirt already.
If not, he should come back for sure. But I think he is because Alabama's already concerned about their backup quarterback situation. I think they think he's leaving at least. I don't know that he has a COVID year.
He only played a couple snaps in 21, and so he's probably got at least a red shirt. Yeah, at least. So I don't know. I haven't seen him announce anything.
Do you have to determine your red shirt at the time? You don't have to, right?
No.
You used to have to, but I don't think you have to.
Well, as long as you don't play the 4 games, you have.
It's just considered an automatic.
It's automatic.
It's an automatic option.
As long as you don't play
so
more than 4.
So it turns into an option year.
Yeah, as long as you don't play more than 4, you get that red shirt.
Yeah. Yep.
And did you see it doesn't count for the postseason? There was a player.
Yeah, I saw that.
There was a player who was able to play in the Arizona State game without any penalty of burning a red shirt because
postseason doesn't count.
Postseason doesn't count to your 4+ for burning red shirts. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's good.
That is good. That is good.
And they count postseason as championship game too.
Did you guys see
Milroe is a junior, but my guess is he's coming out.
Yeah, he better come back. He got to.
I think he should come back. It would. They got a chance to win. You don't want to leave on such a bad. You want to just develop more. Actually, another year would be great for his quarterback development. I mean, it really would. In all reality, Jalen Milroe will get paid well. He'll get marketing deals from our boy. He will get paid by Alabama. He's got revenue share, and he gets better as a quarterback with another year under his belt. There's really no reason for him to come out. I think he very well could, but I really don't. I think you're right, John. I don't think he should.
No. Stay there. You need more work, son. And you're getting paid.
Well, if he plays in the bowl game, is that a clue?
But what if we don't see him?
What do you mean?
What if nobody sees him in a bowl game? It's not a real bowl. It's not anything anyone.
Bowl.
No one cares about that.
That's true.
No one. What is this? The Tax Slayer or
that's the Olaleye Quest
the chicken
bowl.
Liver Bowl?
I just told you
no,
what it
it's
is.
the Tampa Bowl. It's
Pistachio
bowl.
The Olaleye Quest Tampa Bowl.
No one cares. We're not going to watch that crap.
Yeah.
We're only here to watch playoff games. Nobody cares about your dumb games that don't mean anything. Show me games where you have a chance to win a championship. The rest of you, they could cancel all your games. We don't care. Take them off TV.
You don't want any inventory on TV.
No. Take them off. Send that money to radio.
What?
Send that inventory as those advertisers to radio.
We are going to be carrying
I'll do
bowl
something
games.
for Tax Slayer right now. Hey, guys, Lance Erline here.
Well,
I want to say if your
ReliaQuest.
taxes are getting...
That bowl is ReliaQuest.
Hey, if you're looking for somebody reliable, look no further than ReliaQuest. They're the best at logistics and doing things the right way and the reliable way. ReliaQuest, 1-800-RELIABLE, or go to ReliaQuest.com. Boom, you owe me money.
They would ask you to actually talk about the actual product. They're
I did.
They're a cybersecurity
That's
company.
what I mentioned, the logistics of it all.
And the number is not correct either. 1-800-RELY. What did you say?
Reliable.
Reliable.
It actually, No, it's too many.
You think
too
that's
many letters.
That's a better way to spend their money
as opposed to the bowl game?
100%. Well, I watching Jalen Milroe throw interceptions, or me doing a live spot telling people, look how good they are. Bing, bang, boom. We're cheaper.
That is true.
Bring us bring us tamales and tacos, and watch how we'll really kick it up for you.
Hey, we got a real guy that's going to talk about the bowl games and the playoff. Josh Pate next right here. Brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat of Houston on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, we got Lance talking about John Daspit.
John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. I don't know when John Daspit's getting his own bowl game, the John Daspit Law Firm Bowl or DaspitLaw.com Bowl or whatever the case. But Mattress Mac used to have his own bowl game, the Gallery Furniture Bowl. Let's get the John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm Bowl. That's possible. If John wants to spin the cheddar, he could get that done. He's becoming worldwide, or at least national. He's huge in Texas, 12 locations, offices around the state of Texas. He's got offices in Arizona. He's got offices in Arkansas. He's got offices in Georgia. He's going to have one in Michigan at some point. So he's getting bigger and bigger because he's so successful and he expands. But his hub is right here. We're along the coast. There's a lot of personal injury work to be done because of the danger of the job, refinery blast, offshore accidents. These happen and people get badly injured, and John Daspit will take care of it. You know, he can take care of your accident on the roadways if you've been hit, property loss. He can do that as well. There's a lot of different types of areas where he specializes, and his law firm specializes. With over 60 lawyers, so they have enough lawyers to handle your case. They will handle the case and give you the amount of attention that you deserve, getting big settlements to make sure and take care of all the bills and your pain and suffering. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to DaspitLaw.com or call 713. Call now.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, one of our favorite times of the week. Time to bring in Josh Pate, brought to you by Damaris Barbecue and Bobcat of Houston every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what a Sunday morning it was. Josh, give us your thoughts on the SMU and Alabama controversy that arose on Saturday morning. Sunday morning.
I looked at it and said, I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot of controversy here. I know there will be a lot of hand-wringing, but that is not always consistent with actual controversy. I felt like, as I told you guys last week, the moment that committee put SMU ahead of Alabama in the penultimate rankings, all SMU had to do was win and or just be competitive in the final game, and they'd stay ahead of them. And that's what happened, and they stayed ahead of them. And you can go all the way down the rabbit hole of strength of schedule, you can do this, you can do that. It was all irrelevant based on the second to last rankings. If SMU was one spot behind Alabama the Tuesday before, then we'd have a big argument on our hands. So then you can kind of detach yourself from that, and you could say, okay, I'll grant you that, but I don't even think the whole process works the way it should. Well, then I'll listen to you, because that is an argument separate from what the actual matter at hand was. If you want to argue, as many people have, that the committee doesn't define strength of schedule properly, I would actually agree with them and I would listen to them. But as far as what already was, I didn't think that there was going to be much conversation. It turns out there wasn't. Now, I think moving forward, you'll have a whole lot of people that will draw conclusions about whether the committee was right or wrong based on the outcome of the bracket. And that's not how I think. You get in that thing or get left out of that thing based on your body of work. I don't care if Boise and Arizona State lose by 60 or if they win outright and pull upsets. It doesn't make the decision any more right or wrong than it was the day it was made, because the committee is not working with the benefit of knowing the future. You have to judge in the here and now, and then you just come what may in the playoffs.
Nick Saban said he didn't think SMU should have ever been rated ahead of Alabama. Do you agree with that?
The former Alabama coach said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on that. I'll put it this way. If you have that take, that's the right take to have. Like, if you think Alabama or Ole Miss or South Carolina or Miami got screwed out of a spot, that's the only take you can have, is SMU should have been behind them all along. I'm willing to listen to that. The way I would have had SMU behind one of those, if I did, would be the same way I'd have an Indiana behind them if I did. I think a lot of people have honed in on SMU here and just kind of given Indiana a pass. Indiana's strength of schedule was horrific too, and the only thing that boosted their strength of schedule was playing Ohio State, and that's a game they got mopped in. So I've told you guys this for a while. I do not like the way strength of schedule is defined in college football. I like that it's paid attention to a little bit, but it's not defined properly. It goes off the cumulative record of your opponents. I don't care about record as it relates to defining strength of your schedule. This is where, and I will argue this until the end of time, this is where Vegas should have a role in this thing. They should never be ranking the teams. Your record against the spread shouldn't matter. None of that. All that's garbage. That does not belong in a rankings process. But Vegas is the most perfectly qualified candidate imaginable to accurately grade how strong your schedule was. Because, for example, if you're Ole Miss and you go play like a 5-6 Florida team or 5-5 Florida team, but that Florida team has got Lagway back and they're playing hot football and it's 90,000 people in the swamp, the AP rankings are going to say you're playing like the number 50 team in the country. It's 500 team. It should be a layup. Vegas would say, we'd power rate that team about number 21 in the country. So you're going to get that kind of credit for playing that caliber opponent that day. That's where the strength of schedule argument should come in, and that's how it should be defined. So if a Nick Saban or anyone else wants to argue that, I'd listen to that.
But this is something too, and I feel like a lot of the stuff you do has to do with handicapping, because you come up with your own power ratings, and I have in the past. I had my own handicapping business for years, actually. Well, until I sold it. But one of the things you look at is you look at performance against expected, and Alabama was a 22.5 point favorite against Vanderbilt. They lost by 5? So they lost by 5 in that one. So that would be a minus 27.5 in terms of performance. Against Oklahoma, LSU, or Alabama against Oklahoma was a 14.5 point favorite. They lost by 21. Do the math on that one as well. Like, if we want to look at power ratings in Vegas, there's huge adjustments that have to be made. Here's the difference. Vegas is wildly conservative. They do not make massive wholesale adjustments to their numbers based on bad losses. They don't. It takes a lot of time to get to the proper number. And the reason I bring this up is because I think the argument would be, and I know we would all but we have to subconsciously believe that Alabama would beat SMU in a game. But the fact is, if it's on a neutral field, Alabama's 3 losses came on the road. Alabama was huge favorites and got, as you said, mopped by Oklahoma. They got beaten by a Vanderbilt team where they were 22.5 point favorites better than. By the end of the year, probably been closer to 9 point favorites. I don't think just because Alabama would be a favorite against SMU, I'm not here to tell you that means that they're going to win that game because they power rate higher.
No, nor should it. I think that has no business in the equation. I'm going to say it again. I do not care about my own numbers. I don't care where I rate Alabama and if I have them above SMU. That is not how a playoff field should be seeded. I'm telling you that about my own numbers, much less anyone else's numbers. Right. What I'm saying, and this is all I'll ever say about this, is when we define strength of schedule, that is where I think an odds maker's approach should be baked into defining how tough a schedule actually was. But I will go back to one thing you said there, because a bunch of my friends have brought that up. They said, Josh, if you want to use the power rating thing or you want to use Vegas, shouldn't you grade teams based on expectation or relative to their expectation? I don't think that has any place in the rankings process either, because you're right. Alabama performed exceptionally below expectation in their losses this year. They're favored against Oklahoma by double digits. They lose by double digits. Same against Vanderbilt. Well, here's the problem with that. You're holding an Alabama team to a different standard based on the power rating than you would another team. Or to put it in real world terms, if people think Lance is a genius and they think I'm a C+ student and we each go take a test and we both make a B, I make a B, Lance makes a B+ on it. You look at me and say, great job, Josh. You look at Lance and say, you kind of suck today. Well, he still made a better grade than me. I'm just being rewarded because people think I'm stupid, and he's being punished because people think he's a genius. But in the aggregate, if we're just being graded against each other heads up, Lance has still got a B+ and I've got a B. So that's how the rankings should happen.
Right.
To me.
But I would also argue that there is an inherent advantage to an Alabama who the perception is a massive advantage as it relates to starting point. The starting point is what helps you a great deal. And your starting point is, let's face it, it has to do with historical perception. And there's no way around it. We have biases based on our historical perception of the guys in those crimson jerseys.
Yeah, you lost me, Josh, when you had Lance being a genius.
No, I thought to me, you can expound on that. Hey, but
analogy we've ever heard.
It's funny because we had the same argument in the Joe Moore Award, the finalists, Josh, where we basically, one of the guys made an argument. This guy's a former NFL line coach. He said, look, Alabama and Texas, he said, I'm not giving them any. He goes, they don't get credit because he goes, their tape's not that great. He said, this is this guy making this argument. He said, they get 4- and 5-star talent. And when they play similar teams this year, they're not playing this great brand of football against similar teams. When Army plays similar teams, they beat the brakes off of them. And so his whole argument, and we were faced with that same conundrum, like, okay, clearly there's better talent on these other teams. Where does Army fit in? They wouldn't be able to hold up against a Georgia. But do we punish? Like, do you have no chance of being a finalist for a Joe Moore Award unless you have the very best players? Like, that's one of the tricky things when it comes to arguing college athletics, because it's not like the pros where it's apples to apples. These are wildly apples and oranges arguments when it comes to strength of schedule, physical limitations. Some guys are, some teams are filled with pro guys and other teams are not filled with pro guys.
Let's
I would also just suggest that the point you're making is very obvious. I think everyone knows it, even though a lot of people try and fight it. But the argument you're making is right in front of everyone's faces. There are conferences like the SEC and the top half of the Big Ten where there is a larger collection of future Sunday players. The rosters are deeper, the venues are bigger and tougher to go into and all that. Okay. Then we've got a group of people that want to ignore all that or pretend like it doesn't exist and pretend like all these conferences are equal and you are what your record says you are, which is insane. I have always just outright asked, why are we pretending like 134 teams are playing the same caliber of football? Like, why have we not long ago understood that we probably should just have a G5 playoff instead of trying to find a way to shoehorn the G5 into the main playoff? And you're telling these teams, by the way, that should be the North Star. The inclusion in the big playoff, even though you're about to get your doors beat off, that should be your North Star. Not playing for a tournament where everyone that's comparable to you will have a shot at it that you could actually win a championship in, which to me is just losing your way entirely. But when I make that argument, the G5 people are so brainwashed into believing the concept that the big tournament's the end-all, be-all, that they fight me on it. So I just white flag it.
But I asked David Bailiff when he was at Rice about that. I said, what about, you got no chance to win a national champ. He said, I don't care. He said, if you move us into a different division, we are a different division. Then we're 1AA. We're not in 1A anymore, and we want to be with the big boys. So, and then pay is less for coaches and everything else. If you're not considered, then you're a triple A.
But aren't you there anyway, John? Like, aren't we really at that place anyway? Realistically,
I agree. I would love to see that they actually had a chance at a national championship, as opposed to, at least they've got a seat at the table now, as opposed to before when they never had a seat at the table. So this is at least a step up for them.
Yeah, but the point you made there is the obvious one, and I'm not obtuse to this. The reason you cannot have the G5 only playoff is because it has to be subsidized. And right now, the desire to be at the big boy table amongst administrative types and coaches and whatnot is they understand that's an umbilical cord financially that they need. That is where I pose the following question. If you've got all these whispers about third-party money and about private equity, and it's looking to find a way into college athletics, everyone looks at the top of the tree. That part right there is where I think it could come in. If someone with a ton of zeros on the end of their net worth or group of people looked and said, wow, a G5 only playoff makes very, very logical sense, but they can't afford it, and they're terrified to break away from this subsidizing entity. Well, maybe that's where we bankroll our way into college athletics. Maybe we prop up, maybe we subsidize the G5 level of this whole thing. And at that point, it can exist and make sense. Now, I'm not telling you I like that. I'm telling you it makes sense for that to be the entry point for that kind of privatized money.
Josh Pate, brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Players that players that could possibly throw a monkey wrench into this playoff. I'm going to start. Curtis Rourke. You agree?
I certainly do, yes. Do you want my retort to that?
Yes.
Nico Iamaleava is the other one that could throw a massive wrench into everything.
I mean, if he plays well?
If he plays ceiling football, as I call it. Yeah. Rourke's the same way. I agree with you. If those two play ceiling football, with Rourke, you would have that happening on an Indiana team that has underrated skill out wide. They have the number one rated rush defense in the country, which I don't think a lot of people realize. With Tennessee, if Nico were to do that, it's the same thing. They got some really, really underrated skill guys out wide. You got Dylan Sampson Jr. that can run the ball. You got a really good pass rush. So there's a complementary aspect to that if I sort of hit the green button on the quarterback piece, the rest of the stuff just works in perfect harmony. And those are two dangerous teams. I'd say Tennessee's dangerous just flat out because they have the talent roster to be that dangerous against anyone. With Indiana, they're in such a workable portion of the bracket, and Georgia may or absolutely will be without the quarterback, that anything could happen down there.
Yeah. I thought, and listen, Kevin Jennings falls into that category as well.
Yeah.
Not that he was bad. How about all the drops that they had? They weren't ready in the first half for that stage. Maybe they played much better in the second half. maybe they're now ready for the stage that they're going to be on against Penn State.
Yeah, I always wonder about that. That point you're making there. You see a team one time in the biggest moment of their season, and you can tell that the moment may get to them a little bit, or the tick up in caliber of opponent may get to them a little bit. Well, a lot of times when we see that, you don't get to see another chance because the season's over. Well, you get to see another chance here with SMU. Now, granted, they're going to have to go on the road in 25-degree weather or whatever to do it, and they're going to have to play a really salty defense. But I don't think it would shock me if the principle that you're presenting there would very much be in play. And then you also wouldn't surprise me if they're playing a team that comes out very tight, because you're going to be dealing with a Penn State team that is told by a lot of folks, me included, that they have the most favorable draw out of any team in the playoff. And you're going to have 2 weeks or whatever of America just sort of reminding SMU, hey, you're one of the two teams that Penn State's going to beat on the way to the quarterfinals or semifinals or whatever. So that whole dynamic in that game, I mean, if you turn on that thing and SMU's up 10-0, it's game on. Anything could happen.
Well, Penn State doesn't win big. Well, I don't know that this falls into the same category of him not being able to win. Again, this certainly isn't a top 5 team, but James Franklin, they have their struggles against big games against big teams.
Hey, there's no question. I think James Franklin's overrated. But anyway, do you every year you're still a pretty young guy in this space, and you're an analytical person by nature. So you're open-minded, Josh. I always feel like every year gives you a chance to learn something as you're coming up. And when you're younger, you learn things more quickly. What did you learn from this season about in terms of maybe how you view college football, how you your observations on how good a team is, how maybe overranking teams? Did you learn anything? Is there something you're going to take with you from this season, our first with the college football playoffs, that you think is going to stick with you for a long time?
Big time. It actually does not have anything to do with the playoffs. It has everything to do with the redefining of roster construction, and programs like SMU, programs like FSU, programs like Oklahoma State. I've just had it so thoroughly proven to me, you have to recalibrate how you define a program. So it used to be, if I were to tell you got a B to B plus caliber program, that's how I would define Oklahoma State. You could say A, you could say B plus, whatever. They've been really solid under Mike Gundy. You have to bake in the concept that you could just have a dead season thrown into the mix now with the way that roster reconstruction happens and the way the portal impacts rosters, especially of the B and C tier programs. Oklahoma State does not recruit at a high level, so they cannot just backfill if they get bitten by the portal. It used to be, if you're a B plus or an A level coach, best case scenario is going to be 11-1 for you. Worst case scenario is going to be 7-5. That has largely been Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. This year, bottom falls out. They go 3-9 or whatever they did, and everyone is yelling for him to be fired, and it's right there on the fence. Is he going to be fired or not? And to me, you're just in the early portion of the new era where we will come to learn that is the new normal. For those kinds of programs, you have to bake in the idea that you could just have a dead year. I mean, it's like walking out into the garage, trying to crank your car, realizing you left the lights on overnight, battery won't turn over, it's just dead. That doesn't mean the car is ruined. It just means you got to go get a jump and then go get a new battery and it'll be okay again. I mean, that is literally how I think some of these programs are going to be. Florida State could be the same way. Florida State wins the ACC, goes undefeated the next year. It is the most horrific drop-off in history. Well, that's because you played portal roulette. That's why. And I don't advocate for that to be the way you build your roster long-term, but some folks are going to try that, and then they're going to flame out, and then they'll rise again, and then flame out and rise again. And you just have to accept, if you're an administrator or if you're a fan, whether you like it or not, there is so much more volatility and variance thrown into the equation that unless you are Texas or Oregon or Ohio State or Georgia or whatnot, you're going to be vulnerable to it. You cannot freak out because your coach goes sub 500 one year and think that we should forget the past 15-year sample size that he gave us. It could just be that this is the new normal.
So we saw it this year with Sonny and at TCU. They loaded up on the portal, got to the championship game. Well, they saw it the last couple of years, actually. I mean, you're not Ohio State, you're TCU, and when you load up in the portal, you might win, and then again, you might not, and you might be bad. You might have a bad year. Is that what happened to Oklahoma this year? You think?
Oh man, Oklahoma I think is a little bit more deep seated. Oklahoma worries me a little bit more because Oklahoma put together back-to-back top 10 classes. That's the crux of that roster. They did not portal in their quarterback. They had Jackson Arnold. He was a couple of years into the program, a couple of years into the system. He should have been ready to go. I think losing Jeff Levy was crippling to them. I don't think that Venables backfilled hiring very well at all. Or if he did, it was just an oil and water mix there. So actually, no. I think Oklahoma may have deeper seated issues than that. Oklahoma's not a team that tried to overwhelmingly portal their way to success. They tried to supplement through the portal and tried to rely on their high school recruiting, which is what you should do. But when you've done that on paper and it looks good and it doesn't work, that actually worries me a whole lot more than the Oklahoma State or FSU thing.
Really? Really? Well, they already got 12 guys that have gone into the portal, so they're going to have to portal up again. Well, next year they're definitely going to have
this
to
is
portal.
no different than the old school, John, where you rely on junior college guys and then you're in a constant state of panic.
Well, one guy at Kansas State was able to sustain that for years and years and years.
Yeah,
so,
and he was one of the only ones. It's a hard thing to do.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, we got another next week. We'll be talking to you before the games, before the 20th and the 21st. So we're looking forward to that, Josh, next week. Brought to you by Damaris Barbecue. And we will talk about each and every one of those games next week with Josh Pate right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bob Ketty Houston and Damaris Barbecue, thank you for bringing us Josh. Josh, thanks, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, there is Josh Pate every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right now you got to talk a little John Daspit.
Yeah, I get to talk about John Daspit. I'm excited about talking about John Daspit because the Daspit Law Firm has taken care of so many people, including there was a group of people that you may or may not know that John recently defended when the security failed them and their apartments were all, broken into and everything during our hurricane, and there was. It was a whole mess. And they asked John to step in, and John said, you know what? I can absolutely step in. And he worked for them in just the same way he's going to work for all of his clients. All of his lawyers are the same. He demands a lot. They have to work on the at night. Sometimes they're available on weekends to work. Like it's not a hard job. It's a rewarding job with John, but it's not an easy job because he demands that you look at this the same way he does, which is everyone deserves to be taken care of and have John passionately pursue justice for them. And so he's not going to take shortcuts. He's going to make sure that your process is the same as everyone else's and that you get the settlement that you deserve for being injured due to someone else's negligence. He's a phone call away. It's a free consultation. Just call 713. And if something happens to you out on the roadway or with an accident, before you do anything talking to the other people's insurance company, make sure you speak with John Daspit. At least consult with them. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right. Coors Light is what we're talking about now. I'm reading all your. We'll get to this stuff. I'm enjoying myself. I'm going to enjoy myself today. I'm going to play a little golf, and I'll have some Coors Lights. That's what I feel like is a great day. I feel a great day is playing some golf, playing some poker, watching TV, not playing golf. Every day is a great day, as long as you got cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights along. I mean, well, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Have yourself a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. But it's better. I'm going to tell you what. I was playing the other day, and a guy, he was at the 9th hole, and he was playing so bad, he said, I got to get a beer. He got a beer. He got himself a Coors Light, and he drank that Coors Light, and he just played better. He got chill. That's what we're talking about. Cold, clean, crisp. Keep Texas chill. Have yourself a cold. You'll calm down. Now, obviously, there's a point of diminishing returns, but for me, that's a long way off. Don't worry about me. Here's the deal. I don't know where your point of diminishing returns is. All I know is that if you're going to play and you're going to have some fun, make sure the Coors Light is part of it. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you guys see Mark Gastineau attack Brett Favre? It actually happened last year, but there's a 30 for 30 coming out, and they're promoting it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pissed about Favre taking a dive at the end of that game for sacks. The sack record.
Yeah.
I mean, Gastineau has made an entire life of crying about this sack.
I know.
I mean, literally, you hurt me, Favre. You hurt me, Brett. You hurt me.
You hurt my TT and my pee-pee.
My Brett Favre's just sitting there going, oh, my God, dude. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Well, I mean, it was a big deal for him. That's a big – they took
his
record.
Well, and when you hear Joe Klecko and Marty Lyons talking about him, it was a really, really big deal because they said he was about the most selfish player ever.
Yeah.
That's all he cared about. Didn't care about tackling a running back. That's all he wanted was sacks because it put his name in the record books.
Yep.
Because of money and everything else. And, so there's a 30 for 30. But you're listening. I was watching the trailer for it, and I was like, Mark I don't know if he's drunk or I guess he just sounds drunk now all the time. I hope he's not drunk while he's doing it. I don't know.
I don't think he's drunk.
I don't know. I have no. Yeah. He sounds like he's drunk.
You think he's drunk?
Well, no. He's one of those guys that just sound drunk all the time.
Yeah.
Bernie Kosar has that. Have you ever heard Bernie Kosar talk?
Right on, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I've heard Bernie talk.
Bernie sounds like he is drunk
it's
all the
not
time.
Sark. Dell, cut that out.
It's not Sark. Sark had a problem.
That is Sark.
Right on, baby. Let's go.
Cut the crap, Dell. He's cleaned it up.
That was him.
Cut the crap. He's cleaned it up.
The man had a problem, and you keep bringing it back up. He solved his problem. He's got his life straightened out, and here you are.
And
it's the same with Jeff Bagwell. You guys
is back, folks.
You guys always pounded on Jeff Bagwell. Jeff.
You guys
pound.
Lance loves to pound on Jeff Bagwell.
I'm not pounding on him. I didn't like the fact
does.
that you had too much say-so when we had smart analytics people in before. Let the numbers nerds do their thing. Don't just be a Hall of Famer. Be at games. Let everyone remember you. Do you think people remember Bagwell as kindly as they did previously?
No,
they do not. No, they do not.
Not being the single season sack leader probably cost Gastineau about $250,000 a year in autograph fees. Probably.
Maybe.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Probably financially, it did hurt him.
So did Brett Favre screw the state of Mississippi more or Mark Gastineau? Which one did he screw out of more money?
Which one did he cost more money?
Yeah.
Oh, Mississippi.
Okay.
Probably Mississippi.
Well, Gastineau, since when? When did Strahan break his sack record? It's got to be over at least a decade, right?
20 years. Oh, it's going on. Isn't it 20 years?
So,
yeah, Aaron Rodgers has been in the league for 20 years now.
So when he did that, if it's 250 times, I don't know. I'm sure it's cost Gastineau upwards of $750K maybe. If we just,
I don't know if do you think he'd still be getting that?
That's what I'm saying. Diminishing returns as far as he wouldn't be getting it every year, but I'm sure Gastineau sees it as cost me a lot of money, man.
Yep.
Because you slid when you could have possibly, or did it on purpose and turned into a sack because you like Michael Strahan for some reason.
Yeah. I don't think he was going to get the record unless Favre did that.
It was one of the final plays of the game.
Yeah, one of the final plays of the game in the final game.
I mean, he's got a point.
Yeah.
He does have
Gastineau's got a point. It's just a bad look. Remember when Alonzo Highsmith knocked him out in a boxing match?
Yeah.
Anytime that you're a former, like Alonzo was an actual pro boxer. He went on to be a boxer also.
You don't want Alonzo to punch you.
No. But Gastineau, like Jose Canseco, I've noticed that the boxing ring is where if you go to the boxing ring, you're probably in a bad financial situation. And a lot of times it's not going to end well for you.
Danny Bonaducci.
Oh God, he was one of the worst, but it's Nate Robinson went in there and he's the one who originally got rocked by Jake Paul. Jake Paul knocking out Nate Robinson was a nightmare for Nate Paul.
Le'Veon Bell. He got waylaid.
Yeah. Who did he fight again?
I forget who
Or
he
did
fought,
Le'Veon beat up not Adrian Peterson? Who was it? Who boxed? Did Le'Veon do the beating? I think Le'Veon was the guy that handed it out.
He's the one who won or who lost?
I think so. Le'Veon Bell boxed Adrian Peterson, yeah.
Oh,
Adrian Peterson got whacked, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's sad. Well, speaking of a guy who needs money, Adrian Peterson.
Well, I just saw a video of him in a poker game in which he had a really bad beat.
What? Peterson was at a poker game?
Peterson just got done selling everything he owned.
I know. Well,
in an auction.
He lost about $12,000 on this.
That's a departure from his normal thing, being at a poker game.
No, that's him.
Oh, by the way, TJ Watt also has a sack record, so it would be TJ Watt's if not Michael Strahan.
What's the record now?
22.5. They both have 22.5 sacks.
Oh, right. So he would have had all these years.
He would have had all those years to be able to sign stuff saying I'm the sack leader. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess it would have been a pretty good value for him. Yeah. So yeah, I could see why, but his teammates, Marty Lyons is like, yeah, whatever. He's he's the most selfish player.
Yeah, that speaks volumes. But he still would have had the record.
Yeah.
John would be Gastineau. How many sacks do you have, Marty Lyons? Oh, no records. None. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, look who wants to tackle a running back. Does tackling running backs get you paid? I don't think so. Boop, boop, boop.
How many autographs do you sign, Marty? Zero.
No. I'm the Joe Klecko of this team.
You're not
I do all the dirty work.
No.
I do all the dirty work.
You make fun of other people.
You are
look at you.
He's a Gastineau type.
That's all I do. I do all the work inside. Inside. I do it all for the team.
Not a chance. Does it say sack record on your resume? No, it's mine.
Okay.
Boop,
right.
boop, 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 boop.
That's Lance. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Hall of Fame. How many times did he mention what a Hall of Famer he is?
He does like to mention that.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's just a fact.
And
I'm not making fun of other people.
You like to use it as a reason to get away with stuff, though.
Yeah. Well, John speeds through stuff because he said white privilege. Remember when he doesn't stop at red lights?
That's not white privilege.
What about bum rushing the whole stadium to get into a suite?
That's
one ticket equals 12.
This isn't a concert where we bum rushed into the stadium. No, we just actually. Oh, here, go ahead. Next, go ahead. Oh, I got their tickets. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
I'm sure everybody could do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sure all of our listeners would be able to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure I could get away with it.
Yeah. No problem.
Sure you could.
Here, come right in.
Yeah.
Come right in. Here's a ticket. This equals 6, right? Come on in, fellas.
I'd have a problem getting in with an actual ticket that's for me. We got to look at you a little bit. What's going on over here? No, I swear, this is my ticket.
I'll say this: people at the airline, like I'm going to take a flight before the end of the year because I got to get just one more flight in for United, and they do give you the stare down. They look at your ID, like they actually still try for the most part. I think I want my security team to continue to try.
Them to try.
Yeah, I want the airline to try. I don't get mad that they want to check things out. I'm not the guy like, what are we doing? Just go. Everyone's safe. You need to be checking everybody's ass. Just, Now, I will admit, for some reason, when I go through Clear, oh, sorry, sir, you got randomized as a check. This is like 8 times in a row. Okay? Enough of this crap.
I do love a conscientious security personnel person, but I don't know why I got checked twice on the way to Florida and the way back. I got patted down twice.
You got the pat down?
Went through security. They didn't like the cut of my jib, apparently. And
was it a dude?
Yes. They said
he handsy?
he was handsy. They asked me if I wanted to go to the back. I was like, no, I don't want to go to the back.
Oh, champagne room.
I was like, no, just get this over with. And I got patted down twice, and they weren't kind.
Would you
honestly.
like to go to the back?
No, I don't want to go to the back. Can we get this done right now? I want to get to my gate. They're like, the pat down.
And on the stage, on number 2, guys, is Deli Belly. Don't forget to tip that waitress, Adele. Make sure you step into the champagne room where you can get all of your privates checked and out the door with your baggage intact.
They were. I'm lucky my baggage was intact. They were rough. That both ways, to and fro.
Wow.
It's like, hey,
it is a little when they do the slide up the inseam. It's always a little.
Yeah. Hey, watch it down there.
Just gotta tighten it up. Okay. I dare you the next time to say, I want her doing it like that, creepy like that too.
I'm not.
Hey, I want her to do it.
I'm not saying I want a preference on who's patting me down. Hey, can I get the?
Well, no, but they get females for female.
I know, and men for men. Hey, can I get John?
Hey,
can I get Tiffany?
Yeah. Hey, John was a little rough. Can I get Dave to do it?
Have you ever gone to have a real? I'm talking about a real massage.
No,
a deep tissue
I've
massage.
never had one.
And would you like a male or female?
What?
Female, duh.
Female. My wife got one. We went for our honeymoon, and she went to the spa, and I made the reservation, and they asked, "Would you like a man or a female?" I said, "Female." She wants a female. No, she does not want Sven.
And what about you? Did you get female or male?
I always get female.
Well, why not? Let her have her Sven.
No, she's not.
You never know.
No, there ain't no Sven.
You don't know.
Sorry. No, I do know. She ain't getting no Sven. She's getting Tiffany or Alice.
No, not that.
I ain't met an Alice
Name
in a long time.
Alice that's been born since 1965.
Well, that's fine. She can have an old woman. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's it. Ain't going to be.
What about a 28-year-old guy? What about a 28-year-old guy with a fresh set of hair and powerful hands?
Yeah, no. She ain't getting that. No. And I ain't either. I don't know. I don't know how those guys make money, if you want to know the truth.
Well, because the women make their own appointments.
Women who make the appointments. Most dudes don't make appointments for their wives.
No, it doesn't usually happen that way.
Stop being so controlling, John. Let Wendy make her own appointments.
No, I'm making the appointment. Don't worry about it. No, she ain't getting no woman. And then when she goes there, she goes, "Oh yeah, no, he was wrong. I want to spend."
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
John's
shocking.
Got things like a Joey Votto masseuse rolling in his head.
Alice's hands weren't strong enough.
Yeah, John's like, I don't need a Joey Votto type.
No, she don't need no Joey Votto type. Did we miss anything today, Del?
Well, you mentioned Nolan Arenado as a potential Astro. Apparently, Nolan Arenado doesn't have the Astros on his no-trade list. He won't waive it for them, so maybe we don't have to worry about it.
Well, that doesn't. I don't think that matters.
Wouldn't it matter? Wouldn't he have to?
Not if the Cardinals go to him and say, "Hey, will you go?" I don't think the Astros were on Justin Verlander's
Not
list.
Exactly. If we give Nolan Arenado a brand new 3-year extension, I bet he'll come over for a bunch of money. We've done it before, and we'll do it again.
No,
we'll do it live. 3 more years. We're doing it again. We're running back the Abreu contract.
His agents have talked to the Astros, but at the moment, they aren't on his list.
Right, at the moment. Whatever.
What, do you want him on the list? What are you fighting so hard for,
I don't know why
John?
he is.
Why are you fighting so hard for this declining?
No, I don't want him on the list. I don't want him. No. He had a 719 OPS last year. He's going to be 34 years old. No. Don't want him. Thank you. We did that already.
You should hope. You should hope he says no to the Astros. No, I don't want to be in Houston. You should hope he continues to think that way. They should stop trying to convince him.
Good. You don't want. We're not on your list. Good. We don't want you. Good. Oh no, please. We did that already. Haven't we done that already? Sorry, we don't need that in our lives anymore. We don't. We did that with Jose Abreu. Nolan Arenado, stay in St. Louis or go somewhere else. That's fine. That's fine by me. I that's fine. Sometimes people don't want to come to Houston. There's certain people we don't want in Houston. Nolan Arenado falls right into that category. He was great in Colorado. Great. That's Colorado. You know what? I could have hit in Colorado.
I know.
Lance, I think you could have hit 240
100% could have hit in Colorado.
Yeah, you could have hit 240 in Colorado.
Yeah, you can't. We don't care about Colorado numbers. Your Colorado numbers don't matter here.
Yeah.
No, I don't want them. And you know what we didn't spend enough time talking about that the fans are clamoring for? Jimmy Butler to the Rockets.
Yeah,
this is what all the people are clamoring for.
There's the Rockets learned from Jose Abreu. We don't want Jimmy Butler.
I would not. I don't know that I'd call Jimmy Butler Jose Abreu. I think Arenado's potentially Jose Abreu, but Jimmy Butler just makes you a little bit artificially old. All of a sudden, you're like, Dylan Brooks,
how about Joel Embiid? He's not there. How about that?
Joel Embiid.
There shouldn't be a team on the planet that would trade for him.
I mean,
Daryl
really?
Morey,
a guy who was vying for the MVP last year?
Joel Embiid is basically a dead man walking. He can't play. He's got swelling and no injury.
Yeah.
He said, we can't figure, there is no injury. We just can't figure out the
swelling. He mentioned being depressed about not having an answer to what's going on.
His Twitter fingers are working overtime. He's a big Twitter guy who has swelling that won't ever subside. He already said he wasn't playing back-to-back games before the year started. He's got a history of injury. Man, I would never in my life take a shot with Joel Embiid.
John, you mentioned what we missed.
And he's a loser in big games.
John, you mentioned what we missed. Well, I missed this. We talk about Joel Embiid being depressed. Maybe he'd be uplifted by watching some lights. Enjoy the trail of lights and capture the spirit of the season on a trail of 3 million dazzling holiday lights while listening to your favorite Christmas songs at Dewberry Farms. We're giving away a family 4-pack. Right now.
That's actually really cool.
Caller 5-713-780-3776 wins a 4-pack to the Dewberry Farm Holiday Lights Show.
You've been there, Lance?
Yeah, it's I haven't been there, but I've seen video footage of it and heard other people talk about it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, from what I could tell online, it's pretty cool. You can get your drinking on, watch the lights. That's a thing. Yeah. Dewberry Farms, caller 5-713-780-3776.
All right. One last thing that we missed. The NCAA estimates of NIL collective funding. Who's number one?
It's isn't it? Hold on. They just is it Ohio State?
It's Texas, number one. Ohio State, number two.
Yeah.
22 million for Texas, 20 for Ohio State, LSU 20, Georgia 18, Texas A&M 17, Michigan, Alabama, Florida, Clemson, Oklahoma. I thought Clemson didn't love that NIL. Oklahoma, Penn State, Indiana, Michigan State. I guess now they do. Now that's how they won this year because they actually went back, said, "Oh, maybe we're doing this portal.
Yeah, but I don't
maybe
think
we're
that
doing this NIL thing."
I don't think they added a ton of portal guys though.
Who?
Clemson?
They never do. They
they're
give the
paying
NIL
their own
to
guys.
their own guys. Yeah.
They're just paying their own guys. There's a big difference.
Right. No,
there's a big difference.
They didn't even do NIL, but they didn't do any NIL before this. He was against NIL.
Well, they didn't have.
Said, "Oh, we better do it."
Yeah. Well, they didn't.
And
have,
by the way,
well, you quit college football. I mean, if you're Nick Saban, Mac was gone, but Nick Saban quit because he's like, "This sucks. Goodbye."
Yeah. One more thing we missed: Caitlin Clark, Time Athlete of the Year.
Oh, and she had some smoke for college athletes. She was like, they're pretty much too dumb to play defense. So it's a different.
Wait. What'd she say?
She was asked about the difference college and WNBA's. Well, you got to think about who I'm playing against. These girls didn't run these type of defenses. They didn't understand how to play. The IQ wasn't high enough to play defense against me. And it's a much different ball game in the WNBA. The long and short of it is, she goes, the girls aren't intelligent enough. The defenses aren't intelligent enough to cover me. And that's why the WNBA is different.
She also had some thoughts on not making the Olympic team.
She was fine with it.
So, yeah, right. All right, we got a break. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about Gulf Coast windows. I'm looking out the window here, and I can tell you this right here and now here at this house in California, they don't have Gulf Coast windows. It's not Gulf Coast windows. I can tell you that right here and right now. Even like the sliding doors, like your patio doors, your sliding patio door, it's just better. It is just, and that's where a lot of your air conditioning will escape because the heat is coming in and the sliding door is not good enough to keep that Houston heat out. Well, the sliding door at Gulf Coast Windows it's different. It's better. Every single one of their doors and their windows is designed as the best in class, okay? Even just the sliding door, you're going to see a huge difference on the Gulf Coast window sliding door and any other sliding door. You're going to see a huge difference on that front door, on that wood window, on that aluminum window, on that hurricane window, whatever it is. Whatever window that you choose, it's different. It's better. If you're looking for a way to replace your windows, or if you're building a home, one place to go, GulfCoastWindows.com. Get the best window because you're going to be in this house or whatever you're building forever. Make the best window you possibly can. GulfCoastWindows.com.
Hey, Republic Boot Company wants to make sure that you stop in, obviously before rodeo time, but really way before that. Have you ever thought about getting your wife or girlfriend some new boots? They've got new boots. Maybe she loves to wear boots. She wears them. She wears them at the football game with the skirt and in the fall. That's that little look. It's a look, Del. It's a look. It's usually a lot of college girls, but it's still a look. It's a pretty good look, actually. Maybe she wants boots for the rodeo. That would be a great gift. Why don't you get her a pair of boots there? Of course, you already know you're going to get the finest selection of man's boots from anywhere in the city. The 1836 is an amazing off-the-shelf boot that can be custom fit to your foot, even if it's wider. They do custom boots with you choose exactly all the elements of that boot with their master craftsman that's right there on site. It's a slice of Texas history and Texas culture into the location with the great smell of brand new boots and hats and custom fit hats and really everything else you can possibly imagine, all right there in one shop. They even have some bourbon that you can sip on while you're doing your shopping. And on Fridays, there's people who are playing. They have musicians who come in and play on their small stage. Really a quaint place. It's really a cool, kick-ass spot right there in Heights. It's republicbootcompany.com.
You guys see one of the new trends is, women have been getting boob jobs forever now, right? Nipple augmentation where they fill them, and now so women now have designer nipples. Are you a big fan of designer nipples?
Designer?
Yeah. They're getting surgery to augment nipples now and then wear see-through or revealing shirts that show off their...
That's a lot.
It seems like a lot.
That's a lot to do.
I mean, it seems like you're trying hard, but okay.
Who's asking for this? You know how they say women dress for women?
Well,
who's this for?
Well, this is a Kendall Jenner thing, a Florence Pugh.
They all have gotten
Bella Hadid.
Designer nipple surgery.
Isn't that Florence in the Machine?
No, she's an actress. She's from Midsommar.
Oh, that's her.
Yeah.
Creepiest movie on record.
Yeah. I gotta ask. I gotta know who's this for. Who does this appeal to?
Dudes, quit saying you're dressing for women. If you're getting designer nipples that are see-through and poke out and all that stuff, that's a dude move. Just stop. Just stop. Don't try to tell me it's for me. It's for women. No, it's not.
You're trying to.
Yeah.
Are you looking for that, Lance?
I'm not.
You want designs there?
No, it's good. We're good. We're good.
It's her nipples, her choice.
Her choice. That's correct. Her body, her choice. Yes.
That's right. Russia has sent 100 elite goats to North Korea.
Elite?
Are you worried about North Korea having elite goats?
What do they do?
Yeah, I mean, they're tasty, I guess, if they're elite.
Like, do they just get to eat them?
I don't know. They're elite goats for some reason. Goat milk? I don't know. It had the first batch of live animals exported to the country. I don't know why they're elite, and I don't really care if North Korea has them, if you want to know the truth. Apparently, Syrian rebels are learning to fly helicopters by watching YouTube.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
I learned how to change my brakes on a specific car with YouTube.
Did you change your own brakes?
Yes.
You changed your brakes?
Brake pads,
out of your mind?
I've done it several times, and I didn't die, obviously, either time. Yeah, I learned on YouTube. How do you change the brakes? When I had this car, a Scion TC, the coupe version of a Scion. Went in and they was right there, and I went in and did it.
You got to do you have to, how do you move?
You have a jack. I got a jack.
You got a jack. You had to do a jack for every single side?
Well, I didn't do front and back. Brakes? I've done front and back, but I didn't do it at the same time.
But you had to do two separate ones. You had to do a jack on one side and a jack on the other side?
Sure.
You got bricks in your front yard?
No, I didn't do it that way. I didn't know. You just have to use the jack for one side and then go on to the other side and do it.
Wow. I'm not doing all that.
Well, clearly not.
I did.
Not only that, my brakes, when they would go out, they'd be like, oh, dumbass did his own brakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was past the warranty. That's why I did it.
I ain't doing that. 11 Russian regions are paying female students for early motherhood. Should we pay our high school students to get pregnant here?
No. They're doing just fine.
I think we're doing it anyway.
They're doing just fine. MTV is still around because of
You want
teen pregnancy.
Incentivize high school pregnancy?
There's no
well,
reason
they are in Russia.
Yeah. There's no reason
well,
for certain countries are probably like, well, let's give it a shot.
You know, Zoomers and millennials ain't having as many kids because the world is going to whatever. I don't think starting in high school is the way to go, though.
Well, they're down to high school now because nobody's having kids anymore. Japan, they're paying people. To China, they're paying people. We got to start paying our high schoolers.
Stop it, John. No.
All right.
We're not giving them new high school NIL.
You want to give the Klein kids money?
Right.
No. All
right, we're done. And Dallas next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Lance, tell him about Republic.
Well, he
Food
just
Company.
did it. Lance did it. He didn't want to wait to the end, so he did it already. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Look what happens when you have a little success, Sean. Not us. I'm not talking about this show. But the Rockets and the Texans have giant articles on ESPN right now. The Texans one written by DJ Bieneme talks about how they built themselves into a contender. I do take issue with that last word. Not exactly sure they're contenders. They'll have a big stretch here to try to prove me wrong, I guess. But they have built a good roster, and certainly a team that's been talked about quite a bit this year. And the Rockets, with NBA Cup action for them continuing tonight in the quarterfinals against the Warriors. Tim McMahon writes a giant piece about the Rockets and their culture. And we will get into some of the things I found interesting in the article. But first, Sean, as I mentioned, it is NBA Cup night for the Rockets, a quarterfinal game trying to end a long losing streak to the Golden State Warriors. So let's pay this day. And once again, I made the mistake of not mentioning it's the Emirates NBA Cup. Let's pay the proper respect to this momentous day for the Rockets. Doesn't that get the juices flowing? You think about the last time the Rockets won a title, this was the song you were listening to. They're on the path to another one. Of course, it's on a completely different network. But still, with the NBA coming back to NBC, I want to honor the Rockets' path to a title with the best NBA theme song of all time, Round Ball Rock by John Tesh.
An Emirates NBA Cup title.
Yes, an Emirates NBA Cup title. The Rockets are well on their way. Just got to get through the hated Warriors. The juices should be flowing, everybody. I know it's a made-up tournament, but they're all made up until they're not, right? Get ready. Steph Curry in town, trying to rip your soul out one more time.
Yeah, trying to get revenge on Fred VanVleet for the 2019 Raptors.
Yes,
of course.
You think Steph has forgotten the last time Fred VanVleet took a title away from him? Tonight, it's revenge for both teams. Yeah. 15 in a row versus that 19 title that Fred VanVleet snatched, like he snatched Steph Curry's chain, coming up tonight. And by the way, a lot of Rockets questionable for tonight. Tari Eason is out of concussion protocol, thankfully, but Şengün is questionable. Think he'll play. So, health concerns. But, guys, let's go.
Why are so many guys questionable? They haven't played since Sunday.
I don't know. Gamesmanship.
You know what? Didn't think of that.
With Emirates NBA Cup action, Ime trying to mess with Steve Kerr, trying to get him off his game as the Rockets try to win a championship. Yes, you may think that was overblown by us, but don't take it from me. Take it from your starting point guard and your head coach. But listen to Fred VanVleet if you think the Emirates NBA Cup doesn't mean anything. Listen to your starting point guard.
It's not another regular season game, and for guys that haven't been to the playoff, I mean, some of these guys have never played on TNT or, whatever. So it's like all of those things are good chances and good experiences for us to grow.
What an indictment of this organization that you've got guys who've been around for like 3 years. Is he talking about like Şengün and Green, or is he just like, is he talking about Tari because he's been injured? But
like Amin
Thompson, guys who haven't played a lot of basketball. They've been on TNT in the Şengün Green era, right? I know games have been scheduled, and of course they can always take them away because the team's terrible. They've played on TNT, right?
I don't think so.
Man, it's only been NBA TV for national games for them
and ESPN.
They've had an ESPN game, right?
They've been on ESPN. I mean, they were on ESPN Jalen Green's rookie year.
I guess Fred
go up against Cade. Yeah,
I guess Fred may have talked to the guys or came up with, man, we've never played on TNT before.
Yeah, that probably was something that like they're talking about. Like, I hope I get interviewed by Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley after the game.
I wasn't familiar with your game. Amen. Now I am. I got it. I know they've been awful, but Green and Şengün have never played on TNT. I hope it's the Tari.
Jabari?
Well, he's even younger than them.
Oh yeah.
I hope it's the Tari Amen hurt, not been around as much deal, because when they played the Warriors last year, as they were hanging on to try to make the play-in, was that game on TNT or was that a local broadcast?
I don't know how to look.
Hard to find that. Yeah. I understand. Okay. I'll take Fred at his word that some of these guys have not. I'm sure Reed Shepherd's never played on TNT, unless that
a tournament game has probably
unless that tournament game, the one game he played was on TNT.
Yeah, Jack Golke killed me.
Yeah,
thanks, Fred, for bringing it up.
Yeah, so here we go. It is not just another regular season game in it, and that's music to Adam Silver's ears. That a veteran player who's won a title, played in the finals, is talking about it that way. That's all he wanted for the players to take it seriously. And we had a close game last night in the Eastern Conference. The Magic, without Wagner, the better one, Franz, and Paolo Banchero, push the Bucks to the brink, but the Bucks hang on. They'll make it semifinal. And the Rockets' potential opponent would be the Thunder. The Thunder beat up on the Mavericks yesterday in Oklahoma City. So Rockets got a chance to win tonight, and then they'll face the Thunder in a semifinal. So that's where we are. And there's as I mentioned, a big article on the Rockets in or on ESPN.com. I'll talk a little bit about that. It's a lot about their culture. Ime is quoted talking about his belief that no one should ever score on Amen Thompson. That was interesting, that anytime Amen gets beat, Ime's frustrated, not because someone scored, but the fact that Amen let someone score. He doesn't think anyone should beat Amen one-on-one and score.
Yeah, I think that it was something like he thinks that if someone scored on Amen Thompson,
it's Amen's fault.
Amen Thompson did something wrong.
Yeah, it's not, great offense beats better, or great offense beats good defense. It's no, Amen had to make a mistake, because that's how highly Ime thinks of him.
Which I understand that's a compliment, but I would hate that if I was Amen Thompson. I'd be like, sometimes they just score. I don't know. This is the NBA. They make shots over.
He's apparently held to the highest standard. And the quote about Ime, or at least the reference to Ime thinking Tari is a Kawhi Leonard type, is in the article as well. So a nice big article on your Rockets. You want to check it out on ESPN.com. Talks a lot about the culture, and really it's about defense. The numbers on offense aren't great, but as this show has discussed, just because we've watched enough games, their ability to get on the offensive boards and not turn the ball over has helped their offense. And Ime's approach to that is saying, we can crash the boards and get back on defense. There's nothing that says we can't do that well, at least do both things well. So he doesn't believe, hey, if you're a board crashing team going after offensive rebounds, that it should affect your transition defense. And we've seen that. Rockets have been good at both.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's because it's not just the big guys that can crash the board or run in transition. Like they're very versatile across the board, where no matter who is standing where, if you're standing up top around the 3-point line, you can get back in transition defense, and no matter if it's your power forward or even if it's Şengün, you expect them to get back. And if it's Amen Thompson crashing the board, like that's just as good as any forward crashing the board. So yeah, it is it is something that you can really only do when you have a team as young as the Rockets. Like, try to tell like a veteran laden group of, hey, you guys should be able to crash the board and run back on defense on November 11th or December 11th. They're like, yeah, cool.
Appreciate it. You know how long the season is. Knock it off. And speaking of that, Rafael Stone spoke about the possibility of adding Jimmy Butler. He was on Sirius XM NBA radio yesterday, and of course that report is floating out there, and just so happens the Rockets GM was asked about it. Here's Rafael Stone on their approach to acquiring a star.
Of course, my job is to be open to everything, so I'm not going to not do my job. If you should, we like this team. We definitely do not intend to change anything, and I would be shocked if something changes this season. We like where we're at. We want to continue to develop our guys, and full stop. And will I listen to other teams? Of course I will. That's my job, But again, no, it's, there's no part of me, there's no part of our decision-making process that suggests that we're looking to do anything big now or in the near term. And, we definitely, we want this group to be as good as it can be this year. And then we'll evaluate things at the end of the year. But the hope is very much that this core group can lead us to where we want to go. And that from a transactional perspective, we're largely done.
So for those worried about ditching some of your young talent for a 35-year-old who has availability questions and wants a giant deal, giant extension, Rafael Stone saying, don't worry about it, not happening. They will listen because it would be irresponsible not to, but they aren't looking to make a major move. They like their team. That's good to hear. We went through it early in yesterday's show about the viability of a trade and doesn't make any sense, and we both sided with, if I'm the Rockets, we're not making the trade. Their roster, I don't even think fits a timeline where they're going to go win a title if you add Jimmy Butler. If he's going to get traded, which feels not very imminent, that's going to a team with veterans who are older, who are what they believe one piece away. So there we are. No to Jimmy Butler as of now.
Yeah, and I think that I think they've been good enough to where, like, the Rockets have been good enough to where you don't need to chase a star if you don't think it's like a perfect kind of situation during the season, during the off season, uh, or during this last off season. I know we were both pretty like, hey, you need to actually start cashing in on some of these lottery tickets that you have. You need to start kind of paring down from a core 7. And I mean, part of it's just the deal wasn't there for them. And now they've been way better, not way better, but they've been considerably better the first 25 games of the season than we thought they would be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've kind of earned this group's earned the ability to see it through.
Yeah, at
the
least
rest
February.
Of the season. Yeah.
And yeah, I agree with you to the rest of the season, but at this point, this group should at least get to the trade deadline before any major, even if it's a smaller move, like you consolidate a couple pieces to get
a Buddy Hield type.
Yeah, something like that. You get an established shooter, which that can wait too. There's no need for that right now, and we'll see that team in action tonight. The Astros feel like a move is more imminent. The Kyle Tucker stuff continues to build. Feels like the Yankees are out at front despite signing Max Fried. The noise is building and getting louder about a Kyle Tucker to Yankees trade. There is more reporting on that, and apparently the Astros are very interested in Luis Gil. So we will talk about that. We will hear from Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome, you don't really see him very much in front of a camera, but he had to make a prediction about an Astros move. He spoke. We'll hear from him about what he thinks is going to happen. And I would say don't get comfortable with the thought of having 30 on the 2025 opening day roster. If Chandler Rome is to be believed, we'll hear from him when we get back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. 50 years in business. What does that mean? They have an established way of doing things, and they do things right. So take advantage of that. I'm actually going out there today to check out the cars, so I will have firsthand knowledge of how great the Colorados and Silverados are. If you want to learn about them, go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the entire inventory. And because they've been in business for 50 years, they have deals to commemorate this special anniversary. So reduced prices across the inventory, whether you want a Colorado or a Silverado. And that's on top of the monthly offers, which include this 1.9% financing on a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. Or you might want an electric vehicle, and you have 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. No hidden fees, no upcharges. Whatever the price is that they quote, that's going to be the price that you pay. They're not trying to trick you. They want you to have a good experience. Go out there, check out the inventory at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. And I'm telling you, they're going to treat you like family. They want you to feel like you can come back when you need another car, or someone you know. Maybe it's one of your kids needs a car. Check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, baseball columnist Joel Sherman of the New York Post says the Astros, as they continue to talk trade, are interested in Luis Gil of the Yankees. That's from the New York perspective on a potential Kyle Tucker trade. Let's hear from Chandler Rome of The Athletic, covers the Astros on a day-to-day basis. He gives his prediction on whether Kyle Tucker will be an Astro in 2025.
A bold prediction is that Kyle Tucker is playing elsewhere in 2025 and that the Astros stun the baseball world and pull off a trade that I don't think anyone would have envisioned maybe before a month ago. But this is something that they have been considering. I've reported that General Manager Dana Brown is open to moving either Tucker or Framber Valdez. Joe Espada, he would play with the roster he's given, but it would bring back the sort of prospect haul that could really help kind of revitalize this Astros farm system, and they need it. They don't have much coming. They don't have that next core of awaiting in the wings to help this championship contention. So my bold prediction is that Kyle Tucker is not an Astro in 2025.
And at this point, the Yankees feel like the destination. Of course, who's going to come in and overwhelm the Astros with an offer? We don't know. But right now, serious talks with the Yankees, which is a little uncomfortable to think about. Just the thought of them openly dealing with their main rival. I don't like it, but sometimes you got to understand that losing Kyle Tucker for nothing would be a disaster. If you're not going to pay him, trade him. I would hope you can play the Yankees off of someone. If you're not going to extract everything you can from the Yankees for this deal, get another team to jump in and take almost all of what they're willing to offer. Watching him in the outfield in Yankee Stadium with Aaron Judge ain't an enjoyable thought.
The short porch.
Oh, I don't really care about all the things that would help him be a great player.
Yeah,
I just don't like
it'd help him hit 40 home runs every year.
Yeah, I don't care about all that. I understand that part of it. I just don't like the thought of him being in that lineup and him coming back here or the Astros going to Yankee Stadium and Mets, him being part of it.
The Mets will step up.
The Mets just want to pay everyone.
They'll just C-block the Yankees the entire
Well,
time.
we talked about Alex Bregman not being a guy the Yankees would certainly not allocate all the Soto money to, but now with Max Fried, we didn't think they just, hey, we're just going to give $750 million across three players. We didn't think Alex Bregman will be part of it, but maybe Kyle Tucker will be part of it. Fried gets his, they trade for Tucker, get him a giant extension, try to keep him from going to free agency. And now it'll be depressing times.
Yeah. We said they wouldn't just like, oh yeah, here's three $200 million players.
They're like, do you know us?
They're a third of the way there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'd.
What is Kyle Tucker? Is he a 9-year, $35 million year player?
9 years. Probably, yeah. But maybe like between 35 and 40, honestly. Oh, you know what? Kyle Tucker, if you're listening to this, which there's no reason to believe you wouldn't be.
Of course. Why wouldn't he be?
You can't go to the Yankees. And
he doesn't have any.
No, it's for another reason.
Okay.
Or at least you shouldn't re-sign with the Yankees.
Okay. Why?
Do what Juan Soto did. Should Kyle Tucker shave his beard?
Oh, you think the weak chin thing won't be great for him?
It's just something to consider. Just something I'm looking out for you, Kyle. Just something for you to.
Do you think the comfort of the $300 million he would likely receive, $300 million plus he would receive, will make up for it
somewhere else?
Or, New York has
give him a beard.
New York has great plastic surgeons too.
That would be crazy.
If he just, hey, you're going to make me shave, I'm going to have to use some of this money. In fact, part of Kyle Tucker signing with the Yankees is you got to pay for the surgery. I need my perks.
I don't know if they'll do that. They didn't want to give Juan Soto's family a suite.
Allegedly.
For free.
Allegedly, they didn't want to give him a suite, and that's allegedly one of the reasons he decided to become a Met. All jokes aside about his facial hair and how he's going to handle it.
Just something to consider.
So 2 members off that 2019 Astros team, Cole and Tucker, Yankees?
Maybe the third baseman as well.
Well, if they're just going to do that, let's pack up the Astros season. if Kyle Tucker winds up there and then they go sign Bregman,
I mean, they can.
I'm not saying the Yankees can't, but if that is how it plays out, just pack it up. You know what? Let's put competing in 2025. Let's shove that out the door.
The Astros should wait on a Tucker trade just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
just to send him somewhere else. Wait until Bregman signs.
Wait for Bregman to sign, and then you can make your decision about, because I don't think the fan base could handle it. Yeah. You are putting out a disaster scenario emotionally for the fan base.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm not saying it's likely or probable, but is it impossible? No. I hope it doesn't occur.
Yeah. I saw the Cubs were also one of the other teams mentioned for Kyle Tucker. Sure. I'd say to that, knock yourself out with that one. That does not give me anguish really in any way. And that would probably be a like Cody Bellinger and not picks and prospects for Kyle Tucker type deal.
If they did make that trade and Bregman walks away, I understand when you look at the payroll that Jim Crane has shelled out. He's one of the highest spenders in baseball.
Top 5.
Highest spenders in baseball. So it would be unfair to call him cheap. That's not what I'm doing. But if this occurs this offseason, and Chandler Rome has talked about financial constraints leading to a Tucker trade or a Fromber trade, you know what? Honestly, if they're trading Tucker, or let's say they had a deal for Fromber and they got that done first, it's not like it's going to lead them to signing Tucker to a long-term deal, right? It's not like, because Tucker's still going to ask for things they don't want to go to.
Yeah.
So it feels like you have to trade Tucker if you're going to trade one of them and then try to find a way to sign Fromber. Because I don't think a Fromber deal keeps them from trading Tucker, because they're likely to still lose him anyway, unless they change their philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole deal with the Soto signing and why I think that, I mean, maybe it's just we're hearing about it now that the Soto kind of oxygen has left the room. Mm-hmm. But it does seem like the Soto, where they're like, Soto got that much, and Kyle Tucker isn't Juan Soto.
He's older, but
he's not that far away from, like, he's not going to get a 15-year deal at $50 million. But like what we just spitballed, where it's like you get 10 for $40 million a year, like that wouldn't be crazy.
And if a team,
especially once it gets to like free agency or like a bidding war, like I don't know, that doesn't seem wild to suggest. So
no, as long as he doesn't fail in the postseason again. But to your point, he's not getting Soto money, but he's getting more money than the Astros have ever shown a willingness to spend. Yeah. So So the positioning of Tucker or Fromber, now that I think about it, it's very weird. I don't know if the Astros are thinking this way, but trading, as I said, trading Fromber doesn't mean you're keeping Tucker. So if that's the ball game, is that the game they're playing? Sign Fromber and trade Tucker, because you're not paying Tucker what he wants.
Oh, yeah. Or is it some sort of, is it a way to soften the Kyle Tucker, we're trading Kyle Tucker for like, or Fromber. Like, it's not just Kyle Tucker that we're shipping out, or for negotiation reasons of like, hey, we can keep one of them and trade the other. And then when they go back and they, huddle up with Jim Crane, Dana Brown, probably Jeff Bagwell, and they go, okay, so we're definitely trading Tucker, right? Like, that's the guy that there's no way we re-sign him. So if we're going to make this move, which I also think I understand it on paper, but I do think it's like debatable about whether it actually is like such a slam dunk smart thing to do, is just to choose to get worse for 2025 with a Tucker trade and letting Bregman walk. Like, no matter what, you're getting worse from a team that's won 90 and 88 games the last 2 years.
You are getting worse from normal attrition and just, injuries to your players. Now you're actively deciding that we aren't going to be better. We're not improving. And no matter what, like, stopgap moves they make, they're not going to be a better baseball team if it goes the way it looks like it's going.
Yeah, and you're not the 106 win
where you could handle
2019 Astros.
Yeah, you're not that team where you could handle departures.
Yeah.
It's different now. So before I got distracted by the the Fromber Tuck either or thing, which doesn't feel like an either or thing at all to me.
By the way, Chandler Rome did not say it's either or thing.
No,
he
in
was
his
like,
articles, he was saying they could trade one or the other.
But his prediction
is Tucker's out.
And he talked about it for 45 straight seconds.
Yes. He feels
about why it makes so much sense.
Tucker is gone for the reasons he laid out. Now, as I was going to say, and Tongue Dark Curse, I like how it just says tongue up there. So the intern just wrote tongue. But as I was going to say, Jim Crane's not cheap. But now, the way things are going, the Astros are clearly operating in a tier that doesn't match up with how the rest of the top teams in baseball, who you would consider the Astros competing against, is operating. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Dodgers, clearly, they're in a different tier. The Yankees appear to want to be operating in that way, too. The Astros are going to be the smart, we will spin, but they're going to operate in that smart, but we spin part of baseball. And it appears they're going to be outclassed, at least money-wise, by the teams we have grown to hate here over the last decade.
It seems like they're like we'll spread it across 5 different guys.
As opposed to superstars.
Yeah, none of them are making top-of-the-line money. No one's, not even like a Soto deal, but no one's getting like a Tatis kind of, $300 million deal. No one's, or Manny Machado kind of thing. Like, it is going to be, and which makes you wonder, like, hey, why don't you sign these guys early like the Braves do? Because the Braves do the same thing, where they're not breaking the bank for any one guy, but they'll sign a guy, buy out pre-arbitration years, give him a slight raise early, but on the idea that it's going to be a major discount long term for a Ronald Acuna or whoever, whichever, Austin Riley, one of their young players. So I wonder if that's what the Astros are going to try to pivot to for the next young core that is hopefully coming of young stars, where if it is, someone they get in a Kyle Tucker kind of trade, they bring him up and he looks good, then maybe they try to get the deal early to, like a Yordan Alvarez style deal.
Yeah, we will see if there is, as Sean mentioned, a next great young player that comes through the system that currently is not producing at the level we'd like, or maybe through a trade when you're acquiring.
They're producing, all right. Triple-A.
Yes, I remember. Yes, all those 27-year-olds winning AAA titles.
They're producing.
Producing
wins.
Sugarland.
Rings.
The Sugarland Space Cowboys do have rings after winning the AAA championship. Tongue, I imagine that's Tongue Dark Chris. We'll get to you. Hang on, we'll get to you once we come back from the break. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. The Astros I don't know if they have a leaky foundation, but who can stop some leaks? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all they have to offer. Whether you have a small leak, or maybe something's going on but you don't know what it is, they do provide leak detection services. It could be something big, like you need to replace a water heater, or maybe you're into tankless water heaters and you need one of those cleaned. They'll take care of that for you too. Repiping is a giant issue. Old pipes, bad pipes lead to dirty, stinky water. When you turn on the faucet, you want the water to come out clean. It's what you expect. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, make sure that expectation is a reality. You want to call them? You can. 281-488-6238 is that number. Experienced contractors across the board, whether it's a small job or a big one, they can take care of you. Gas piping, they'll handle it. New construction, they'll do it. Remodels, they do that too. So whatever it might be, when it comes to plumbing, Aqueduct Plumbing Company will take care of your home. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
You can call the show at any time, 713-780-3776. Let's talk to, as put up on the board, Tongue. He wants to talk Astros. What's up, Tongue?
Hello, it is Tongue Dart Chris. That was a very awkward talk to the intern, but that's okay. We'll get through it. So yes, as an agent of chaos, I would like to call myself. I think the best scenario for us is to see Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman as a Yankee. And I say it because I would be sitting there like Thanos at the end of Infinity War on the porch watching the freak out on X from all the Astros fans. It would be fantastic. But could you imagine the memes that would come from it, from Kyle Tucker having to shave his face? People would hold up pictures of Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. And then Bregman running the bases. We would get clips of Wee Man trying to run from anything. I'll hang up and get y'all's opinion.
Yeah. The beard is a benefit, I think, for Kyle Tucker. I don't know what he's going to look like without a beard. I guess I can look up pictures from him from his younger days. The Ed and Eddie thing's not a bad call. It's not. I mean, calling Alex Bregman Wee Man. Yes, he runs awkwardly. The arms are stiff. We all seen it. It's weird. It's odd. For a tremendous athlete, it's an odd way to run. He gets it done, though. It would be a real shock to the system if what you laid out happens. And it would be something where Jim Crane loses all leeway. Sean's chaos scenario, disaster scenario of them bringing both trading for Kyle Tucker, so the Astros would willingly trade Kyle Tucker to the Yankees, and then the Yankees going, we still got a couple $200 million to give to Bregman. It is the worst possible scenario outside of the Dodgers. Like, you know what? We'll just put these guys anywhere and still give them money. That's obviously the worst scenario. But as far as doubling up and taking Kyle Tucker and Bregman, awful. It would be it would be something where I don't know. As I said, I don't know how Astros fans recover.
Yeah.
It would be an awful end, and it would be the end of this run.
Yeah, as someone who does love
a little chaos,
the chaos, that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot.
It would be too much, not just a lot, too much. I don't make my living using the teams to get engagement on Twitter. Can you imagine all the Astros accounts? It would be Christmas, but the freakouts, the crash outs by all the Astros accounts, all the accounts who cover Houston sports. I don't know how they deal. The destruction of Astros Twitter would be something to watch.
And if you're the Yankees and you listen to us talking about it,
why wouldn't you do it?
I mean, the Mets kind of stole your mojo for a little bit. How you get it back? You just detonate an entire team. The team that's been honestly, I was gonna say thorn in your side.
We've been torturing the Yankees
over your head.
Yes, it's been hammer and nail for the better part of a decade, and they still believe.
And if they could just boom, those two on our team,
and they believe that if not for the Astros cheating, they would have at least one World Series title, maybe more, since 2017. So yeah, the Yankees' get back would be to effectively end the Astros run by taking those two guys. It feels like one is happening. As I said earlier, someone could jump in and overwhelm the Astros, not name the Yankees for Kyle Tucker. But that one feels like we are heading down that path. I'll ask you this. Is Kyle Tucker a Yankee or a member of another team before the winter meetings are over?
Oh, before the winter meetings are over? I'll say other team, including the Astros.
Okay, you take the field.
Yeah, take the field on that. Because I do think at some point, like, it has to get on Jim Crane's desk. And Jim Crane's like...
He can always say, no, we're not doing this.
I'm not doing that. Yes. Like, I'm not doing that trade. I'm okay trading him. Not there. you kidding me?
Yeah, the owner as the ultimate decision maker.
I get Dana Brown. He's not Jeff Luhnow. Like I don't know how much bad blood there would be between Dana Brown and Brian Cashman. They're at the winter meeting, so it doesn't need to be a phone call. But in a boardroom or whatever, I do think that Jim Crane, once it gets to Jim Crane, it's like those guys. No.
Yeah, we know he's involved. He gets credit for making sure the initial Verlander deal happened. So would he actually go, it's best for the organization to make this move, knowing he's not? I would hope if it has to happen, he goes find someone else.
Yeah, because this isn't
okay. Let me ask you this: Would you take less from someone else, like as far as compensation, to make sure he's not a Yankee?
I mean, yeah, because the compensation is just like 20-year-olds that play AA ball, where I don't know, it doesn't wow me. They know like a number one prospect in one team system versus the number 3 in a different team system. I'm just like,
well, now I mentioned
cool.
that the Astros are interested, according to reports, in Luis Gil. That's not a prospect. That's a 26-year-old pitcher on the major league level. So if Luis Gil,
you got to pay him in 3 years.
So if it's the Yankees and Luis Gil, or just plus prospects, or another team without Luis Gil, Luis Gil type, and they just give you prospects, you would rather take that deal than the established pitcher?
Yeah.
Just for the vibes?
Jim Crane is paying like $30 million to guys that aren't on the Astros right now. Like, he's okay being like, you know what, I'll eat this one.
Okay.
Also it is like baseball where like that, like Gil can like blow out his arm tomorrow and just like, cool. now he's not the same guy, and he won't pitch for 18 months like that.
You're turning down the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, whatever.
because of vibes.
Yeah, whatever. Rookie of the Year, cool. AL Rookie of the Year.
What is? Yeah, okay, sure, but still, that's the only Rookie of the Year. It's the only Rookie of the Year he can win. They don't have a overarching Rookie of the Year.
Wait, you said 26, and he's the Rookie of the Year.
He came up when he came up.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
The joke should have been he's from the Dominican. Are we sure he's 26?
That too.
Yeah,
that too. They gave a 30-year-old man Rookie of the Year.
Well, yeah. I mean, didn't Ichiro win it? Age doesn't matter in baseball.
That is true.
Yeah,
but I mean, if that's the prospect we're getting back, he's Fromber's age.
You're getting
what are we talking about?
You're getting a prospect plus an established pitcher. You get more prospects.
He's not
and
established. He's had 1 year in the bigs.
More established than the prospects you'd be getting.
Paul Skeens has pitched as much as this guy.
Wouldn't you want Paul Skeens?
Yes.
All right, then.
Because he's also 22 years old.
Look, and he's not the same age as Fromber. Cut it out.
Basically.
You didn't get that by me. I heard it.
Basically the same age.
No, he's 5 years younger.
He's Cam Rising's age.
If we can big Cam Rising age is pitcher, by the way. He's not. He's younger, which is saying something about Cam Rising when the kid is 26 years old. Being 26 years old in baseball compared to the 31-year-old that Fromber is a little different. It's 5 years. I'm doing the math there. It's pretty easy. 5 years. It's different, and it means something. And he hasn't had a giant arm and shoe yet. But to your point, it is a baseball. Yeah. It's baseball, so it's probably coming.
Neither did Christian Javier. But
yeah, but that's because of the butcher of Bel Air. That's Strom's doing. Luis Gil wouldn't have to deal with Strom. The residue of Strom.
Who the Yankees probably have a butcher of the Bronx. Like, well, every team has a butcher.
I'm sure, but the Astros seem to have not only the guy who started it, but the residue from his time here continues to land on these pitchers and lead to arm issues that apparently will never stop. We need new blood in here. And Luis Gil, I'm not stumping for Luis Gil. I'm just giving you an example. And I get it. The vibes are, hey, I'd rather take less than give Kyle Tucker to the Yankees. I understand petty. It's part of what I do.
Luis Gil, 26-year-old Rookie of the Year.
Find any way to comfort yourself with sending him for less to the Cardinals.
Wait, he debuted in 2021?
I don't know how many starts he had, but yes.
He had 6 starts.
Not enough.
He had 6 starts in 2021, 1 start in 2022, and then disappeared off the face of the earth, apparently. Got Thanos snapped.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came back in 2024.
And won.
And made 29 starts, 3.5 ERA. What happened? What happened to this guy?
Oh, I take it back. He did have major arm issues. He had Tommy John. So he's already got that out of the way. He's already got it out of the way, Sean. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
And he has a throat tattoo.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
surprised the Yankees let that play.
Yeah, I don't know. They might allow, hey, you can actually grow facial hair to cover that thing. We don't want that on our roster. The times have changed for the Yankees.
Well, he got shelled in the playoffs.
Rookie of the year, Sean. But look, for you, you don't want that to happen anyway. So we don't have to crush. We don't have to crush Luis Gill. You don't want him anyway.
I mean, I can just crush Luis Gill.
It's part of what you do. Okay, so Sean, the voice of the Astro fan, saying no to the Yankees, no matter who they give up.
Again, Luis Gill, it's not.
He's not the only player. It's just the major league player that would be, I guess, the jewel of the deal. A guy who could help you win now, as opposed to the prospects you might gain that'll help you win in the future. That's all. It's one name mentioned by the New York people as far as who the Astros are interested in.
Win now because he's 26 years old.
That's not old in baseball. A lot of the Astros' great prospects were 26 when they came up long ago, is what they did. All their prospects are 26. Hell, the guys you're touting for the Space Cowboys as a great farm system are all that age or older. Anyway.
We're good. We're good on 26-year-olds.
Okay.
We got Cooper Hummel.
Well, Cooper Hummel didn't make the major league roster and become a rookie of the year. There are differences. We're done with hour one. Sean's against the trade. Understand. Anyone else, you can voice your opinion, 713-780-3776. But we played that sound from Chandler Rome earlier, and he thinks Kyle Tucker is gone. He'll be somewhere else in 2025. So that's disappointing. We'll come back. There's a giant article on ESPN.com about the Houston Texans. They are back at practice today. We know Christian Harris and Keenan Green have been designated to return. Are they going to start? We will see. But an article about how they built themselves into a contender. We've watched them play throughout the year. Are they a contender? These next 3 games will likely determine that, but we'll get into that and decide, as of right now, can we actually put the Texans in that contender category? We'll talk about that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Alex, we'll get to you here shortly. A sobering thought from Art. Imagine your starting outfit on opening day being DeCenzo, Myers, and McCormick.
That's ugly. It's an ugly thing to say.
And it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Let's bring back Ben Gamble if you're going to do that.
He said fools are going to pull up on Dana Brown's house for this nonsense. It ain't Dana Brown's fault. He can only work under the constraints of what his owner allows him to do.
Are people going to be buying, like $30 haterades at Dyken Park, whatever they're going to call it, when they're trotting out that lineup?
Maybe off the. I don't think it'll be because of that lineup. It might
maybe opening day because the Mets are in town.
They want to see a great ball player in town.
Yeah,
a good team in town.
There's $700 million walking in the door.
That'll be a giant Mets crowd. It'll be opening day, but it'll be filled with Mets fans. Come on, we know that's going to happen.
Yeah, of course. If the Texans are any indication.
Yeah. If the season goes the way it feels like this, at least if the run up to the season goes the way it feels like it's going now, there won't be a lot of buzz about the Astros.
No.
The hope will be that some of your injured pitchers are back, and that'll be the biggest addition. They'll say, "Hey, we got a couple all-stars and experienced World Series pitchers back in the rotation." That'll be the sell.
Because who is like the buzziest person the Astros have been like linked to? Nolan Arenado, who just said
who has
no
no trade and didn't put the Astros on the list of teams he would waive it for.
I do like that you had to put in a list of teams that you
got to make people aware. Does he have to write it down?
I was gonna say he has to sit there and write like Dodgers.
Put an official Arenado letterhead. How does that list get past the league so everyone knows? Is it an actual list that has to be changed depending on what he feels like?
Is it just like on a sticky note? Document 6 teams. Like
I don't know if there's actual documentation.
Dodgers, Mets,
yes,
Yankees. All right, now 3 more.
Sean sent me a actual quote provided by Chandler Rome for Scott Boras, which makes me feel like I'm now happy if Bregman does leave. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk to Alex. He wants to talk about Kyle Tucker. What's up, Alex?
What's up, guys? First and foremost, this whole renaming the ballparks with corporate sponsors is just, man, I hate it so much. I think that every ballpark should have a name and then a corporate sponsor attached to it. It should be the Dyken Ballpark at Union Station, and I don't know. That would appease me. But getting to my Kyle Tucker thing, look, Houston is one of the lowest pressure markets you can be in. We're great fans or whatever, but dude, people don't even stand up and clap in the 9th inning whenever there's 2 outs. Nobody's doing what they're supposed to be doing as far as being a baseball fan. At least they're not doing the wave all the time, but very low pressure marketplace. And if Kyle can't even perform in the playoffs here, how do you think he's going to perform whenever he's in New York in September, October, assuming they make it back? I'm not saying he's not a good ball player. I think he's a great ball player, but I don't think he handles pressure particularly well, and I don't think he's going to flourish there. I really feel like his first season there will be just full of struggle, trying to adjust to living in the big city. He's not a big city guy. I don't know. I mean, he's just not that guy. So I think if he goes there, he's going to have a hard time. And it's going to suck seeing it happen, but I think we're all thinking about Kyle, but really, we need to be worried more about what we're going to do with Fromber. We've got all these pitchers coming back off of injury that are hopefully going to be able to, come back in one piece and everything. Oh, that's a red light. And so I think we need to worry more about what's going to happen with Fromber. I think that's more important at this moment, because the Kyle thing it's already going to happen. It's not something that I feel like we're worrying about something that's going to happen too much and not worrying about the whole Fromber variable enough. That's just my take.
Thanks, Alex. I wouldn't disagree that the Kyle Tucker thing, whether it's a trade or he walks, is inevitable. I don't think he's an Astro beyond 2025. I think we're either in a countdown or something happens this offseason. So I wouldn't disagree there. Fromber seems more attainable, but if he's looking for If he's looking for a long-term deal, if he's looking for
Max Fried money?
I didn't want to say it, but if he's looking for Max Fried money, he's gone too.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Enjoy the Mets.
Yeah, wherever he goes, it'll be a place who is willing to give him long years and long money. And we know this owner ain't willing. So at some point, maybe we just come to the conclusion that any big name free agent that can go get himself a long-term deal ain't going to be an Astro. And we just say, hey, make a trade so you recoup something because you're not going to sign them. And we just operate that way. We stop playing the what if game. It's fun to be the hot stove team and the hot stove show, talk about what the Astros might do, but we are under the constraints and the guidelines set by the owner that it feels like we're just being dancing around. We're just saying stuff. We're just saying stuff because we know these guys are not going to be here. Like what's the incentive for Framber to take a short-term deal?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, he's not going to. Is he?
This is his own one time to cash out because he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
So
is he going to say, you know what, Astros, 4 years is fine, 3 years is fine?
No.
No.
The biggest deal you possibly can get.
If he makes it through another year and he's healthy, which is of course always a thing for the Astros pitchers, you never know. If he gets to his 32-year-old offseason and he's healthy and he has a year that mimics what he did in 2024, you can write it in stone. It'll be 6-7 years. He's a little older, so maybe they don't give him 8. 6-7 years, 200 plus, whatever, and you say goodbye. So, Alex, I understand the sentiment, but Framber ain't no different from Kyle Tucker, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, he's not as slam dunk of a this guy is going to get super paid just because the age thing and a little bit production. But I wonder how much of the production thing it's because we see every single one of his starts and we see the meltdowns.
Yeah.
And then when you zoom out and look at his numbers.
You mean the 15-7 ERA under 3?
Yeah, exactly.
That number?
Yeah. When you're like, oh, wait, or even during the season where you're like, oh, he's had 6 straight quality starts. Okay.
Yeah, Max Fried, the numbers, the traditional numbers that we all look at ain't everything, but he was 11-10 ERA over 3. WHIP 1.16.
Wow.
And Framber, if we go by his
$220 million or however
15-7 ERA under 3, 169 strikeouts, WHIP 1.11 at 31 years old. So as much as we go, man, Framber's not dealing with this well. He can't field his position. Oh well. He'll be 32 and if healthy, getting a deal the Astros won't match.
Yeah. Alex, right? That was the caller?
Yes.
He brought up Kyle Tucker. Maybe wants to stay out of the spotlight because it would. I do agree with him that it'd be way worse for Kyle Tucker if he had his postseason, the exact same postseason numbers, and instead of doing it for the Astros, he did it for the Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Phillies. If he did it for one of those teams, it would be way worse for him. I feel like baseball fans as a whole would be like, this guy's a playoff choker. And for the most part, he gets, this guy's a underrated superstar that we don't talk enough about. That's kind of
mean he doesn't get the Aaron Judge treatment?
Yeah, or the Alex Rodriguez back in the day, before 2009 treatment. So I think that's true with Kyle Tucker. I also think that's very true with Framber Valdez. If Framber Valdez was in a big market and he has
those meltdowns, the inability to fill his position, all those things would be something. And Alex talked about the soft market here. In a different market, things would be magnified because I don't want to go SEC, but it just means more, I guess, in other places.
I'm not sure how soft of a market it is. It's just the national relevance, which is funny to say
considering how great
before this year they made 7 straight LCSs. But the national these guys are just when we all feel like we have strong opinions on everyone who plays for the Yankees, and when the Red Sox are good, the Red Sox, teams that make a couple playoff runs, you're I feel very strongly about the top 6 guys in their order and most of their good pitchers. where it feels like the Astros, like, I'm not sure how much nationally they're like, oh yeah, Fromber, great pitcher, but every once in a while will just absolutely melt down.
Yeah, the Astros have great players who are stars because of what they do on the field, but they don't transcend Houston. Like, yes, they're in the postseason all the time, but Juan Soto, and a lot of it has to do with where he plays, but hell, even before he was a Yankee, he was a giant superstar. The Astros don't have those guys. Like, of course, Altuve, great player.
Yeah, I think Altuve is the closest one, and he's kind of like
and he's a quiet dude who'd rather you leave him alone, it feels like, than anything else.
And almost like for a coverage thing, like almost a pariah, where they're like, the national media is like, we just don't want to deal with the smoke that comes with praising him or making him one of the faces of the league.
Yeah.
That comes from the 29 other fan bases.
Yeah. And I don't want to get into like everyone's out to get Houston, but it's just different. Okay, there it is. He can do it. I don't have to do it. See, that's why I didn't want to get to it. It's just different. And whether it be call it soft market or more attention being paid elsewhere, it's a different experience. It feels like to play here as opposed to what it might be in other places. And is Kyle Tucker someone who can handle New York? Maybe we're about to find out, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because like we sit here during the summer and we talk about every single one of these Astro games.
It feels like
we're at least 30 minutes.
It feels like we're paying the amount of attention that anyone else in a good baseball market would. It's just with less vitriol.
Yeah.
Like even Alex being upset with Kyle Tucker's performances, he didn't call him a name. He wouldn't make awful announcing. He wouldn't make it. He just was very calm and reasonable about what Kyle Tucker's been in the playoffs. Yeah. That would go differently. We don't have those types here.
Yeah, no one's going to screen record the podcast with. No offense, Alex. No one's going to screen record the podcast.
Your call is a fine one.
Astros fan rips Kyle Tucker.
Your call is a fine one. But if we were looking to go viral, we would need more.
Yeah, we would need the Yankee fan talking about Juan Soto. That's what we would need.
You mean Nick Totoro?
Any Yankee of them. Fan? I saw another one too.
Oh, there are plenty.
I saw more than one Yankee fan upset about the Juan Soto thing. Believe it or not.
That's odd. It upset more than one, huh? We just talked about things on radio going viral. We're going to hear from a Columbus radio station. I talk about never going home if you are a former star. Mackenzie Milton didn't listen to me. We joked about this a couple days ago when Scott Frost was hired by UCF. Who would he hire to be part of a staff? Well, he hired his former star quarterback, Mackenzie Milton. He's the quarterback coach. That's just a vibe of college football. You need a good vibe hire, and hiring the guy who helped you win what you would call a national title is a good vibe hire. Mackenzie Milton, horrific leg injury, short-circuited his career. He is Scott Frost is one of his big hires. He's the quarterback coach. But I mentioned that to get back to the Kirk Herbstreit thing that we'll play on the other side. Kirk Herbstreit, his son is going to play at Michigan. The Ohio State quarterback game. It's not. Is it game day? It's College Game Day. Why am I thinking it's not? College Game Day host and obviously play-by-play or analyst on the big games of college football. His son is playing for Michigan. Why would he do that? Well, didn't earlier Kirk Herbstreit say, I think it was on Sunday when the official announcement was made as far as the matchups, that it might be better for Ohio State to go on the road than to deal with all those booing Ohio State fans if they got off to a bad start. Well, a Columbus radio station and particularly a host has responded to that. And it's one of the reasons probably why Kirk Herbstreit doesn't go home. He lives in Nashville. It makes some sense after we play this. We'll play that when we come back. Guys, don't go home. Stay away. Whether you are a coach or you're just an analyst, never go back to your college town. It's never as good as it was the first time. We'll hear from that radio host when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is where you go to if you want to place a bet on really anything. It could be the playoffs coming up, the college football playoffs. We've got games not this Saturday, but next Saturday. It could be the NBA. The NBA Cup is tonight. You want to put some money down on your Rockets? Or maybe you're a trader and you think Golden State's going to win their 16th in a row. All that can be done at MyBookie. Just use promo code BET975. It is the perfect place to go to whether you're just getting started or you're experienced. They will match up to $1,000. So if you just want to put $50 down, now you have $100 to spend. It could be the NBA. It could be the NHL. It could be college basketball, college football, the NFL. It's all there for you, along with their live casino. If you like card games, they have that there for you too. Thursday is where they do their risk-free betting. They put a bet down for you, and if it doesn't go your way, you get your money back. And if it does, of course, you keep it, and you can continue winning at mybookie.ag. Just remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
Thank you, Michael Carroll. We'll talk to you on Friday. Coming up in about a little less than 2 weeks, we got our Christmas party. It's the 2024 ESPN 97.5 Christmas party. It's right around the corner. You can join us at Nick's Place on December 23rd for all the partying and games. It'll start with John and Lance and then go through the Killer Bees. You can come hang out with us and get your Christmas week kicked off. Prizes, games, all that. You can heckle if you like to do that live. The host will be there. And maybe chug some eggnog. People are getting more and more reticent to that. I think it's because it started with John and Lance, and as their listener base gets older, they've decided, what am I, an a-hole? What am I doing this for? I got a family. I got kids. I'm not doing this. We've had younger fans come out, listeners come out. A lot of them are the children of their old, like they're in their 20s now.
Oh, okay.
Not like 12-year-olds. The children, the older children of listeners.
Yeah.
But people are pushing back against doing the eggnog chug because
it's been harder to get.
It used to be where you get like easy 4 or 5 people to do it, and maybe you get a double round of doing it.
Yeah, you're turning people down.
Yeah, now it's like you can barely get 2 because people are like, nah. I want to kind of get through the rest of my day, and I know what this chug will do to me.
I also think it's like enough people have heard at this point
the awfulness that comes with it.
We've also heard like a dozen of them. and like, oh, it's not they did it wrong, I could do it better. It's like, no, wait, this is what you're asking me to do is unpleasant.
Yeah, there's nothing like there's some ego involved when you're younger. Like, what are these punks throwing up for? I can do this. This ain't no problem.
Yeah.
Not anymore. And plus, we give them food earlier, part of the appeal, and they're eating like breakfast tacos, and they got to do the eggnog chug. Nah, it's a bad mix. Bad mix.
But anyway,
come
if you
out
want to do the eggnog,
if you want to win a prize, the eggnog chug is there for you.
It's what might be a weaker field.
Yeah, and hey, we're doing you a favor. We used to just have you outside at Klein's, cold and
shivering
and subject to the weather. Not anymore. Inside, warm at Nick's, where the beer will be flowing early, and maybe the eggnog will be as well.
All over someone's shirt. Yeah.
That's a real possibility. Real possibility. So that is December 23rd, the Christmas party. Doing it one more time. Okay, let's get to this. I love an unhinged radio host. Like I'm not a yeller. It's not part of my vibe. I don't yell unless it's about Mario Cristobal. But that's at home in private where I can be a crazy person. I don't do it on the air. This isn't yelling, but this is an outpouring of feeling. I don't think Columbus people have appreciated Kirk Herbstreit's really anything he said over the years. They blame him for a potential recruiting violation from years ago. And his son choosing to go to Michigan, plus him calling out the fans at Ohio State, led to this.
Playoff bracket unveiled yesterday. By the way, I like how everybody's just discovering now that Kirk Herbstreit's a douchebag. Like, I've been talking about this for 20 years. Welcome to my world. Now, there's stuff behind the scenes, and there's some personal stuff that goes into my story. But this is a guy who's always been ashamed of college football fans. This is a guy who makes his living talking down to you. Mm-hmm. For some reason, people still eat it up. They think he's the everyman. Oh, look at him.
Wait for this last thing.
Look at him and his dog.
This is the...
There it is. Mike Riccardotti of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. We have talked about the dog thing, and he's already replaced the dog. Now, he had another golden retriever in the tuck, so he could just wheel another one out there. But Ben has passed away tragically, and now there's just another one rolling out there. It's got a whole puppy mill of golden retrievers that he can roll out there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. That's what he's got.
Yeah, it's Kendrick Lamar. Hey, I'm ready for anything. Whatever song you got for me, or whatever tragic event happens, I got another golden retriever waiting.
Another one.
Yeah,
Boom,
doesn't matter.
Another one.
In fact, I might just tell you it's Ben number 2. He can treat him like Ugas. Why didn't he do that? Since he's a giant college football guy, why didn't he just treat him like? Why is it that Ben number 2?
I think because he stumbled into the success of Ben Herbstreit. I don't think he didn't have all the ducks in a row.
No. If he had done better planning.
Yeah. He's like, this is going to go crazy.
To be honest, if he was as big a D-bag as Mike Riccardotti thinks he is, he would have had this set up as Ben number 2. But
or at least like the stage name could just be Ben too.
Yeah. All of them are Bens. I just name all the dogs Ben. It's my favorite name for a dog. I don't know.
Which would be funny.
Ben of all names. I don't know what that dog's name is. A new one?
I think it's Pete.
So he does like giving generic white guy names to his dogs. And Pete's next.
I don't know, a white guy, but yeah.
How many Pete's do you know that aren't white? Like Peter maybe, but Pete?
Yeah, Pete Maravich, white.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso, white.
Get to one. Get to a Pete that's not white. Rodney Pete. Is that
last name?
Yeah, exactly. Even
Pete Davidson, white.
Very
Pete
white.
Rose, white.
Yeah, there are not. The only Pete that isn't white that I know of is Superman's friend from Smallville, but even that's a guy who was initially white in the comics and they changed it for the TV. You don't meet non-white Petes.
I looked up famous Pete's to cheat, and Pete Sampras, Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
It's funny to have Pete Jackson. Pete Dinklage.
Another white man who's famous. And that's a Peter. I'm talking about Pete.
Okay. Nathan Peterman.
That's the last name. It's still a white guy.
Wow.
Look, you're gonna test. You're trying to test me on this, but
Wow.
Pete Wentz, white. It's just how it is. Pete Best,
I'm surprised.
Pete Carroll.
There's not like just one guy.
Pete Rock. That's a black man. He's a rapper. But is that his real name?
I can get to the bottom of that.
So fast. That's the one I found.
Pete Crow Armstrong, white. Wow.
I
mean, scrolling through like all the headshots, it's even more.
And Pete's real name is Peter. He went by Pete Rock as a stage name.
Okay, that counts.
Yes, if he went by the stage name of Pete Rock, that's the one. I didn't just make that up.
Wow, I just wasn't aware. That was a blind spot for me. I thought just normal people. I thought Pete was for everybody.
I know a lot of dumb things, and that's very dumb for me to have recognized. That Pete ain't a black guy's name.
Because Ben Wallace. Like, it's very easy to give.
To your point, yes. There's
Ben
plenty.
Watson.
Yes. There's plenty. That's why I didn't say Ben.
Yeah.
I said Pete.
Does this? I think I'm kind of on Mike Riccardotti's side now.
Why? Because the dog thing. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Name me on Pete.
He likes human names for dogs.
And
he likes the golden retriever.
It is Pete Herbstreit, right? I could have.
You just started off. You started me on a.
It's not Pete.
You started me on a tangent that's not even real.
It's Peter.
Peter Herbstreit. It's almost
weirder.
funnier that we're giving the dog a last name.
I mean, yeah, it has the last name. But yeah, Peter.
Yeah,
not Benjamin and Peter, but just
Ben and Peter.
Peter.
Yeah, Benjamin's a little much to name a dog.
It is.
Yeah.
Once you go past one syllable, it better be good. It better be peanut butter or something.
Maybe Benji. But there it is. A Columbus radio host not thrilled with Kirk Herbstreit. And I do appreciate him pointing out there is a personal thing going on. He has had issues with Kirk Herbstreit on a personal level, and now he's taking it out on him on the radio. You would just assume that Kirk Herbstreit would be loved there, but no. That the man lives in Nashville for a reason. We got food coming in. I got sales staff looking at me going, wrap it up. So that I know, like our general managers look through 2 glass windows and go, hey, what's going on in there? So apparently it's time to go to break. And actually it is time to go to break. So we'll come back with some Texan stuff. I talked about that earlier in the show. There's a big article on ESPN.com about how they built themselves into a contender. Maybe they're not exactly a contender right now, but they have a couple games to change the narrative there. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Great couple of days for us, Sean. The benefits of radio, beyond, doing a job that ain't really a job, at times, people will just feed you, and we don't have to do really much. Jay Alexander brought food today. We had taqueries around us yesterday. Jay Alexander today, taking a bite of the Brussels sprouts, which are good. Brussels sprouts can be hit or miss depending on who's preparing them. They do a great job. The ribs, the chicken bites. I don't know if they're fingers. They're more like chunks.
Giant nuggets.
Giant nuggets, I guess we could call them. It's great. They have certainly locations around the city. We'll tell you more about them. Carrot Cake's out there. It's one of our sales staff members' birthday. Brenda's taking advantage of that. So if you want great food, it can be a little traditional, but a little more than what Lance's kids would eat. A particular kid who only likes cheese quesadillas and chicken fingers. They provide other options too, but if you like the basics, they have that there as well. Jay Alexander, thank you for bringing the food. We'll tell you more about him a little bit later here. We're just taking bites. I'm trying to not clean my teeth as I do the show. So I only took a couple, but the couple bites I did take were great.
It is always tough getting, it is funny to start a sentence with it's tough. And I'm about to say getting fed at work, doing what we do, because you really can only eat it in the break. And then you spend the next 12 minutes being like, you know what I want right now? Another bite of the chicken sandwich. And you can't do it. And it's really tough, guys.
It's a tough life we live.
I just want everyone to know that.
But thank you to Jay Alexander's for making our life so tough.
Yes.
By providing us with ribs.
Yes.
And chicken.
It's a burden that they're making us stronger.
It's a cross we are willing to bear.
Yes.
Yes. if it doesn't kill you, it only makes you stronger.
And hungrier.
Yes. And the ribs certainly won't kill you. Just make you want more. So very cool for Jay Alexander's to bring food by. Appreciate that. They got multiple locations around the city. There's one at 1180 Uptown Park in Houston, obviously. So Galleria area as well. Great food. Appreciate you. All right, we'll get to this. As I mentioned before, that giant article on ESPN.com about the Texans. DJ Bieneme, who's a frequent guest on the station, wrote it. It's about what the Texans have done since the dark days to build themselves into a contender. And I push back on that contender label right now. But if they go, let's say they go 3-0 during this run, which starts with the Dolphins on Sunday, and then we've got the Ravens and the Chiefs as part of the 3-game run as well. If they're 11-5 at the end of it, does it make them a contender? I think it changes what I feel about them. I couldn't think of them in any way but a real title team if they can beat 3 good quarterbacks and 2 good teams along the way, because they have not been able to put together consistent performances throughout the year. This run would be a change in that. The performances, the opponents, it would change your perspective, at least it would change mine on what this team could be. Now, how the games go matter too. Like if CJ is back to 2023 CJ, the addition of Christian Harris helps the defense perform to a level that we haven't seen before. Mostly, I need to see their secondary play better. They're going to be tested on Sunday. Good wide receiver core, accurate quarterback, and then of course you've got like the super weapons that are Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes that they have to see as well. It's a reasonable stretch as far as making a determination about what they can be. Yeah. If they go 2-1, that's great too. I think it's interesting because they could go 0-3. That's possible, there's some stretches where you think there's no way this team goes 0-3. This is a stretch where they could go 0-3. So that's why I think it's one where you could change how you feel about them.
Yeah, and it's a team, obviously you have the Dolphins up first, and that is probably the most winnable of the three. And at the end, you have the Chiefs and Matt. Right? It's Dolphins, Ravens, Chiefs. I have that right. Right.
Ravens are on Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and then I think right.
I already forgot the order. I knew the order.
I just know that there are 3 games.
Oh no, it's Chiefs in the middle.
Okay.
So you have the 12-1 2-time defending Super Bowl champions, and then you have the Ravens, where it is a team that has the same record as you. Now you do feel a little bit better about the Ravens than the Texans in a playoff scenario,
and I'm not sure why the Ravens have their own issues.
Yeah, right. It just
happens it happened in a later round last year, but the Ravens aren't exactly great playoff performers either.
It's a little bit of like a tic-tac-toe kind of thing, where the Ravens come up short against the Chiefs. The Texans come up short against the Ravens.
Well, the Chiefs last year, but they've lost games to the Titans too.
Yeah, that is true.
It's happened.
That is true.
Right.
But maybe it is just the round it happens in. But I think some of it is also the start that the Ravens got off to, where they lose the winnable game against the Raiders, and then they just kind of rip off like 5 straight. So there's a time where we thought that the Ravens were like the class of the league.
As much as I'm trying to pick this apart, yes, there's a belief in that organization overall that doesn't reside with the Texans.
Yes.
So yes,
and it's a team that truthfully punked you twice last year.
Well, that separates certainly the Texans from the Ravens. The Ravens have just smacked the Texans around over the course of 8 quarters. The Texans didn't score an offensive touchdown.
And so if you can get a win, I mean, you basically have to beat the Dolphins to have a successful next 3 games. Like, there's not a world where you have a successful 3 games that includes losing to the Dolphins.
Well, there's not a world where you believe that they could lose to the Dolphins and then beat the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Yes.
In back-to-back weeks. Now, it's not impossible. The Chiefs are certainly vulnerable. They show it every week. 1-score games. You can play the Chiefs to a standstill. I would advise against it being a 1-score game because they always win those.
I was going to say 12 teams have done that.
Yeah, you have to try to beat them by more than 1 score, because if you're in a 1-score game, you're probably going to lose. And then the Ravens at home, that's a game that you have a shot at winning. But yes, to your point, if you're losing the first one to the most vulnerable of all the teams, what hope should we have that you're going to take out the next 2?
Yeah, and maybe no. I mean, if they lose to the Dolphins, lose to the Chiefs, and beat the Ravens, it's like, well, at least you have the kind of Ravens monkey off your back, so to speak, where it's like, okay,
you finally beat them.
Yeah, you can actually. It's a little bit of Rockets Warriors. It's not as long, but as far as like the competitive cycle of like in a football season, if the same team beats you twice, like the way that the Ravens did, that is kind of what the Warriors have done too. At least the Ime Udoka Rockets so far.
And if you go 1-2 as you laid out, then you are really in a race if the Colts don't screw up.
Yeah, you need the Colts to lose.
Yeah, if you're going 1-2, you are bringing the Colts back into the race because they only have the Broncos game coming up here as one that seems like a toss-up. Now, the Colts almost lost to the Patriots, so they are a team who can certainly lose to anyone. But 1-2 makes that last game of the season against the Titans a must-win, likely. And you have to go on the road, and we know, despite what the Titans have been this year, when we know they beat you at home, that game's going to mean a lot to the owner. And if the owner can potentially watch her team either take the division away from you, which, by the way, they did it last year to the Jags. They already have one, we don't have anything to play for, but we can ruin you game under the belt over the last year. And they did it. They beat the Jags. The Jags don't win the division, don't make the playoffs. I don't want to see the Texans in that scenario, but you go 1-2, there's a real shot that game means you have to win it to make the playoffs. So let's avoid going 1-2. 3-0 would be great, but 2-1, that should be the goal.
Wins against the Dolphins, Ravens, I think is the most likely 2-1 that you're going to get.
Yeah,
and I feel like that you can at least tell me it's a success. And I'm baking in a 3-point loss to the Chiefs because that's
why wouldn't you? Yeah, that's who they are.
That's what the Chiefs do is beat you by 3. So unless that one's especially traumatic, which some of these Chiefs wins have been traumatic for the loss.
Ask the Broncos, ask the Chargers, yeah.
But I think that 2-1 beating the Ravens and Dolphins, I think that's enough to be like, okay, you feel the Texans gain a little bit of goodwill back with the fan base, I think.
Yeah, the article on ESPN.com is one where if you just read it by the names being used, you go, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But we have the backing of the games we watched to go, yeah, if you talk about acquiring Tunsil in the trade long ago that actually Casario had nothing to do with, giving Titus Howard his money, all those things sound great, but we have 13 games of evidence that things haven't worked out like you think the roster would have had them work out.
Yeah, I don't think they needed a bye week to. Oh, now we're gonna iron things out. It's like you've played what, 12 games so far, 13 games
13,
so far.
yeah.
I think you kind of are who you are at a certain level. You're not gonna discover things in a late bye. If the bye week was week 9, I could see it. Not in week 14.
Yeah, it's an interesting article to sing their praises when they're 8-5. When they're
vibe check of the city.
Yeah,
not good.
Yes, the article doesn't really represent what the city feels about this team, other than the most dug in deep Texans fan and Texans aggregators. But here we are. They got a game against a very beatable team who never beats good teams. You're at home. You're coming off a bye. You're getting healthier. If that makes you feel great about Kenyon Green, I'm not sure. But he is back at practice. We'll see if he plays on Sunday along with Christian Harris. So we will see where they're at on Monday. But let's not start this 3-game stretch with a loss to that team. That doesn't say contender. That says, oh, look at us. Are we going to go on an epic collapse that leads us to missing the playoffs?
Yeah. Wait, Mike McDaniel beat us?
That man hasn't beat a good team since games 2 and 3 of us in his career. What are we doing here?
Got there.
Yeah. I mean, he beat the Cowboys last year. You don't want to be in the Cowboys category.
I don't want to be this year's Cowboys. That's not something I'm interested in being.
Yeah. And do we think that's impossible? To have a home game and get your ass kicked? As it stands right now, before the stretch starts, 8-5, likely playing the Chargers, the Broncos, or the Ravens. Do you think a beatdown at home, like the Cowboys caught?
It's on the table.
It is on the table.
It's on the table.
It's on the table.
I think to rank them, I think the Chargers are probably the least likely to beat you down.
If somehow the Ravens are the 5, that feels like you're walking into a beatdown at home.
Yeah. We'll have to see how the first matchup goes, but yeah.
Yeah.
And even the Broncos, I feel like the Broncos could put it on you.
The Broncos feel like a team who you are going to take lightly, like the fans, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe I won't put that on the team. The fans will, and the Broncos get off to a great start. And it's like maybe not a kick return for a touchdown like that Chiefs game with Nile Davis.
30-0.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not
a
that.
million interceptions.
Maybe not that. But something close.
Yeah.
Like that Colts game.
Yeah, the Deshaun Colts game where it was 21-0, and then
they
fight back to get it to 21-14, but had no chance at ever tying.
Cosmetically, it looks better than it actually was. That's on the table for this team.
Why'd you have to bring up? Why'd you bring up old stuff?
Because they remind me of those Bill O'Brien teams. That's why.
Yeah.
And that's why this 3-game stretch can change my mind. They just have to go out and do it.
Yeah.
We started this talking about how, Jay Alexander's was feeding us. Well, now you get the shot. I've got a $100 gift card for caller 6. 713-780-3776 wins a $100 gift card to Jay Alexander's. You like giant chicken nuggets, as Sean's calling them? You like ribs? You like well-prepared Brussels sprouts, carrot cake? It's all there for you. And that's just what they brought here. That's not even the entire menu. So caller 6 at 713-780-3776 wins a $100 gift card to Jay Alexander's. They'll take care of you like they've taken care of us. Before we go to break, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and you can get in on the action, and now is the best time to get on the action. You can make your holidays brighter and even bigger on Prize Picks for Pickmas in the month of December, where you can win up to 200 times your money. They're giving away free picks right now. If you think Patrick Mahomes can throw for more than half a yard against the Cleveland Browns, you're on your way to making money. Now, you'll need to add one more thing to get it right, and that's going to be probably around 3 times your money. So you got a long ways to go to get to 200 times your money, but with NBA Cup action, with NFL, with college football bowl games and playoff the playoff games starting next week, you now is the best time. You're gonna have plenty of opportunities to make this Pickmas very special for you and your family. So download the Prize Pick app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup on Prize Picks. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
If you had to guess, who was the top search baseball player in the state of Texas? Just think about it. We got 2 teams here. So could it be a Ranger? Could it be an Astro? Could it be a more national player who has more national appeal? Who do you think, Sean, the most searched baseball player in the state of Texas in 2024?
If it's a Texas player, I'd imagine it's Altuve. I also would not be surprised if it's Shohei Ohtani.
It is not Altuve. It is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He dominates the states. It's very East Coast, West Coast. Aaron Judge dominates the Northeast and the Southeast. Ohtani somehow makes his way, it looks like, into Alabama. And
that makes sense.
There, obviously.
Kalen DeBoer, big
Ohtani guy. Just searching it up. Mike Trout, Bobby Witt Jr. in one state alone.
Missouri?
Correct. Actually, no, Kansas.
Oh.
Ohtani in Missouri.
Okay.
Mike Trout, Nebraska. Joe Mauer, one state alone.
Wow. I'm going to guess Minnesota.
Correct.
Why? Is he up for the Hall of Fame?
He's their guy, I guess.
I
don't know what he's up for, but he's their guy.
They haven't. The numbers haven't changed, Minnesota. Like they've been the same for 10 years.
It is what it is. He dominates that state as far as most searched baseball players. And Juan Soto. One state, Juan Soto is the most searched. You'll never guess. Give it a try.
Idaho.
No, that is
Ohtani.
That is an Ohtani state.
Yeah. Montana.
You know, let me pull that up. It is not Montana. That's right. You're right. Montana. Montana is the one state that Juan Soto is the most searched athlete, or most searched baseball player.
I was literally just guessing. Oh, well, you said I wouldn't expect it, so I assumed it's a state that doesn't have a lot going on. And then also in Montana, like you get 4 people searching for Juan Soto
for whatever reason.
Boom, you
winner.
Win.
Yeah, not a lot of people.
You just need a couple Yankees fans, maybe a Mets fan,
and there it is. But
you're there.
Yeah, I don't know when they did the poll, but I think Baseball Reference did it. But I think it happened before the last week.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know how many Mets fans are
checking
getting all
in.
excited about Juan Soto's stats now that he's a Met. But yeah, so a lot of, as I mentioned, Ohtani. Pretty much once you get into I don't know, I guess you want to call it the east of the Midwest, you start to get into Aaron Judge stuff. But
the Mississippi River,
pretty much that's kind of the dividing line. Ohtani makes his way into, it looks like, a little bit of SEC country. Like I said, I mentioned he's in Alabama.
SEC. He is the most SEC baseball player.
Yeah, Ohtani.
It just means more.
And they do love a champion. And he had a great year. But yeah, so there it is. Ohtani, even in the state of Texas, with all that Astro and Ranger pride, it did not matter. Maybe it's a lot of, hey, I hope this guy goes to jail. I don't know what it is, but
is this guy in jail yet?
Hey, this guy in jail? But there it is. It's not surprising for the most part. I do think it's funny that Judge found his way into Nebraska for some reason. Why Judge not Judge. Why is Trout in Nebraska?
Yeah.
He's a Philly guy.
Yeah. And it's not like Judge makes sense for a lot of states because of bandwagon Yankee fans. Like if it's a state that doesn't have a baseball team, I just assume that most fans in that state are probably going to be Yankees fans, or at least like if not a majority, like a large percentage of it. But I don't think the Angels are I don't think of the Angels in the same way, especially Mike Trout Angels.
No. Yeah, it is an upset that he wound up there, but so be it. Maybe there's
again, that's another one where you just need like a handful of Mike Trout super fans.
I'm trying to think how, but only in Nebraska.
Did the football team have a whole bunch of LA recruits this last recruiting cycle, and they just want to stay in touch with what's going on with their Angels?
Even the LA recruits aren't checking up on the Angels. That's not happening.
What's going on with my guy Mike Trout?
He's probably not playing.
It's so hard living in Nebraska. I don't get to watch Angels games.
It's not 1995. If you really want to watch the Angels, you could, even in Nebraska. Before we go, and that's how we end the show, Ohtani, popular. Who would have imagined? I want to remind you about J. Alexander's in Uptown Park. They brought ribs, prime rib, chicken salad, mashed potatoes. The club sandwich was really good. And, of course, the amazing carrot cake. If you want to take advantage of that, they're located, as I said, in Upton Park. They offer a cozy and welcoming ambiance, especially known for their tender, slow-cooked in-house prime rib and their hand-cut steaks and burgers made from freshly ground beef. Their scratch kitchen ensures that every dish is prepared fresh, and their homemade carrot cake is irresistible. I didn't have a piece, but I could tell by the people out there they weren't resisting. For wine lovers, Tuesdays and Wednesdays feature a special treat, $25 bottles of wine available all day. It is Wednesday. Take advantage of that. For an unforgettable dining experience, visit J. Alexander's in Uptown Park. Mark your reservation today atjalexanders.com. They brought food to us. you should take advantage of that as well. We're done for the day. What does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It is a Paul Gallant only edition of Gallant and George. No Joe, just me. Hello and welcome aboard. It is Wednesday, December 11th of 2024. I am Paul Gallant. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. So we're still monitoring what's going on at baseball's winter meetings. We're trying to figure out if the Astros, one, are going to bring back Alex Bregman, and two, if they might be about to do something that some would consider closing their window. Here's what's happened in the last 24 hours. First, you had Dana Brown yesterday at the winter meetings saying this: overall, I think it's been a day of progress. But then when he was asked if the Astros have made another offer to Alex Bregman, he didn't answer the question. Thanks, Dana. Although I suppose he's being honest with us for a change. He'd also discussed flexibility. No, not how limber he is. Not if Pilates are paying off for him, or like they were for Jose Abreu. P.S. They didn't. Quote, I think we're flexible. There's a range, right, that you always think about. So I think there is flexibility within the range. I don't know what that means. I would hope that it means that the Astros are at least willing to consider offering Alex Bregman something along the lines of what the Giants gave to Willy Adames, which is basically one extra year for that 5-year, that's 5-year, $165 million deal that the Astros offered Alex Bregman. Maybe offer an extra year, see what it gets you. Brown said this too. For us, I think we pretty much set our minds on what we think the guy is worth and what we're willing to give a guy and what it means to the organization and how that affects our payroll and different things like that. So I don't like to look at what other teams may consider is our market or the player's market. I sort of say to ourselves, look, this is where we feel he should be. This is what we think he's worth. And then we try to get the guy signed. Well, I mean, if you're just standing pat, you're not really trying to get the guy signed, but that is what the Astros are saying about Dana Brown. We also got this from Scott Boras, noted dad joke enthusiast, said Boras, quote, when it comes to conversations surrounding Alex Bregman, we've had numerous meetings with teams and owners, and we all know what comes after AB, that is C, a champion. Sean Mapes is booing behind the glass.
Boo.
Look, he's just being on brand.
I guess. AB. When you have to clarify, C, which is for champion, and AB, which is for Alex Bregman, my client.
Well, it's as easy as ABC. You sign Alex Bregman, you're winning a championship.
Boom.
That's what he's trying to imply.
100% of the teams that have employed Alex Bregman in Major League Baseball have won a championship.
Hell, they've won too.
At some point of him on the roster.
That is true. Some of these teams that have employed Alex Bregman have won the American League West 7 out of 8 times and been to 7 straight American League Championship Series. Some of them.
Some have done that.
Mm-hmm. Scott Boras said this about his conversations with Dana Brown. Quote, Dana and I continue to talk, and we're making every attempt. Well, that's kind of promising. We know that Breggy plays really, really well there with a great group of teammates and remarkable history that few teams enjoy. Ooh, Scott, giving us a little smack on the ass. We'll continue to talk about it. Okay. That's all we got. That's all that has happened in the last 24 hours. So Dana Brown ain't closing a door. Scott Boras isn't closing a door. Everything's good, right? That is where the bad vibes check in. It is time to bring back the bad vibes alert.
Bad vibes alert, man. Bad vibes alert, man.
So I think there is as much speculation attached to these reports as the reports are reports, if that makes any sense. I'm not really sure that this is... My computer keeps making noises. I'm not sure that this is Ken Rosenthal, Chandler Rome saying what's about to happen. But Ken Rosenthal said, while on the MLB Network, that Alex Bregman is likely to leave the Houston Astros and suggested that based on history, it's not just that the Astros won't pay Bregman. Kyle Tucker might not be paid either.
difficult to predict what owner Jim Crane might want here. Now, if he wants to keep Tucker, he's going to have to pay him. And the Astros have not paid free agents big money under Crane's ownership. Remember, Springer left. Correa left. Bregman likely to leave. He's not staying, I don't believe, for what they're offering. They're going to have to come significantly up to keep Alex Bregman.
Does that qualify as a report? I don't think so. But I think most people are sitting back and are waiting for another team to swoop in. And it does seem like the Boston Red Sox, of all teams, have the biggest reason to potentially sign Alex Bregman. Alex Cora is their manager, and he's talking about how versatile Bregman is and is even considering moving him to second base. Whether that's good or bad, that's besides the point. The Red Sox clearly like him, and the Red Sox did not get Juan Soto.
Alex Cora is like, he's really flexible, too. I do mean in the Pilates way.
So Ken Rosenthal also had this to say about Kyle Tucker's future. And you're not going to like this answer when asked about what could happen to Kyle Tucker in the coming days, the longer it goes.
Given that history, given that Kyle Tucker has 1 year remaining before he is a free agent and hits the open market, if I were the Astros, I would strongly consider trading him. I would strongly consider trading Valdez. Now, it means, or it would mean in the short term, most likely, taking a step back. And it raises the question, too, of what kind of value you get because it's only 1 year. Look at the Yankees, for example. Tucker, of course, would appeal to them. He is a perfect replacement for Soto. He might not be the offensive player Soto is, but he's a better base runner, capable of stealing 30 bases, a much better defender, Gold Glove winner. But it's the same situation as it was with Soto. You're trading significant pieces for 1 year of Kyle Tucker, and then he might bolt on you. So it's a difficult move for them, and yet it will be something that I'm sure they discuss. I'm sure other teams discuss because Kyle Tucker is one of the most underrated players in the game and one of the best players in the game.
Is that a report or is that speculation? You got to ask that one more time because you do have to remember that generally National Baseball conversation focuses back on the New York Yankees at some point. It always goes back to that. So is Ken Rosenthal bringing up the Yankees because, hey, people will respond to this? This will actually get clicks online? Or is this something he thinks will happen? I have been looking, and the only person that has put out that the Yankees are maybe going after Kyle Tucker, I don't know that I can really say it's a report. It's coming from some guy who is followed by relevant online baseball accounts. Pat Brown 954. Does that make you feel good? Sean sighing. I'm sighing as well. Like, this is all we have off of this.
If you have three or more numbers in your Twitter account, I just dock a little points off.
I agree. He's got less than 1,000 followers, and he's not working at a radio station. That would be the only reason to have three numbers at the very end. But he said this: Yankees have sent their absolute highest offer for Astros outfielder Kyle Tucker. Cashman and company have offered the Astros outfielder Clint Frazier and infielder Miguel Andujar. Again, I don't know if I put any stock into that. I don't know if I put any stock into what Ken Rosenthal said. So let's go closer to home. Chandler Rome works for The Athletic along with Ken Rosenthal. Some people like him. Me, a lot of our listeners, don't seem to. Whatever. I still like Chandler. I stand by that take. The man amuses me. Here is his bold prediction, again, not a report, about what could potentially happen for Kyle Tucker in the coming weeks.
A bold prediction is that Kyle Tucker is playing elsewhere in 2025 and that the Astros stun the baseball world and pull off a trade that I don't think anyone would have envisioned maybe before a month ago. But this is something that they have been considering. I've reported that General Manager Dana Brown is open to moving either Tucker or Framber Valdez. You know, Joe Espada, he would play with the roster he's given, but it would bring back the sort of prospect haul that could really help kind of revitalize this Astros farm system, and they need it. They don't have much coming. They don't have that next core of awaiting in the wings to help this championship contention. So my bold prediction is that Kyle Tucker is not an Astro in 2025.
It's predictions, it's speculations, but it's all bad vibes. That's what sucks right now as we continue to wait. Not just to see what happens to Alex Bregman, but also if the Astros decide, you know what Chandler said makes a lot of sense. Let's bolster our farm system and get something for a guy who we might have already burnt the bridge with. If you're paying attention to things behind the scenes, or if you've just noticed the way that things went this past season for the Astros said Kyle Tucker didn't have a broken bone in his leg, and Kyle Tucker said he did. Do you think that disconnect might lend itself to both sides being mad at one another, or Kyle Tucker being mad at the Astros? I do, personally. So maybe Chandler is hearing something, and maybe there's more to this speculation. Maybe this smoke actually does eventually find its way to a small little fire that will lead to the Astros moving on from Kyle Tucker in the coming days, or perhaps letting Alex Bregman walk in the coming days. Whatever the case, everything we've heard in the last 24 hours sucks when it comes to the Astros keeping that championship window open. I want to keep that window open until the house collapses. I do not want to take a mini step back. I just don't want to. I get it. Big picture. If you're playing a video game in franchise mode and you're trying to expand the window or just have a little bit more fun and give yourself more of a challenge, it's fun to do that. It's not fun to watch it. Everyone seems to think that it is. Nope. You get to super sim in those things. You don't get to hear. And we all hated 2011 to 2014. I saw a couple of people commenting yesterday when I put this out there. Listen, window stays open until the house collapses. And then the window will still stay open. It'll just be a window around a collapsed house.
There'll be nothing there. Yeah.
Nothing there. Yes, exactly. It'll be a symbolic open window. A bunch of people said, well, actually, like those were the best times. And some of them had good points. The tickets were probably cheaper. The margaritas probably weren't $300. Some points understandable. Like you can actually take your family to a game. But do not try to tell me that 2011 to 2014 was entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It was a god-awful blight upon our eyes.
Yeah, I have a controversial opinion that making the playoffs and making the ALCS every year is actually more fun than
yes,
getting to go to the games for slightly cheaper.
Who would have thought? Unbelievable.
Because here's another thing. I don't think Jim Crane's taken it all the way down to 2011 prices.
I don't either.
I have a hard time believing that.
And it's due to inflation. Thanks, every single president since 2011. But also, yes, yeah. Jim Crane's tasted the money. He needs to build his Astro World around the ballpark. And with the I-45 eminent domain deal going on, I mean, he's going to have some opportunities. He wants your money. Is he going to use that money to sign Jose Abreu's, Rafael Montero's, Ryan Presley's, with no trade clause, Lance McCullers Jr.'s? I don't know. I hope not. I hope not.
Why couldn't you said, is he going to use it to sign Kyle Tucker?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Why'd you bring up the bad ones that he did do, not the good ones that he won't do?
Well, because the bad vibes, man. It's the bad vibes. The bad vibes alert. Again, it's all bad vibes right now. All of them. We do have some comments here on Twitch at ESPN 975. Junior Bronco says, it cleanses the fan base. Sir, we don't want a holocaust on Astros fandom, okay? I would like people to actually care about this team. And I'm not just talking about like the diehards. Sorry, it's not that cool to be a hipster fan of a team that blows. It's not. Oh, I showed loyalty. Oh, cool. Congratulations. Everyone thought you were a loser while you were watching the bad team. No offense. Like, that's how it works. I do not subscribe to this idea that you need to be loyal to a bad product because your parents had sex in a random location. I never will. And I used to be very loyal to Boston teams. And then I realized, like, oh, wait, if ownership sucks, get out. They're a product. Why am I wasting my time on a bad product? Why would you do that?
And even if you do, like, I mean, we in the city, we have very recent examples for terrible rebuilds.
Yeah.
Or not just not terrible as in like they never recovered, but just in the moment.
Yes.
Like where people like this is awesome that the Texans absolutely stink for 3 straight years.
Same with the Rockets, right?
Yeah, this is awesome. I love this.
We have recent examples of this. Like, you don't want to go back. Like, I want to delay going back as long as I possibly can, even if it ultimately does result in going back to where I was. Just delay it. Delay it as long as you can. I don't like that some people are trying to greenlight this. Don't. Some more comments. This is on YouTube. DJ Duke comments on our YouTube channel. It's a real report. Again, we'll see. I don't trust Pat Brown 954 because I don't know who he is. Sorry, that's not Pat Brown's fault. If he hits on a couple of these, then maybe I'll think differently. Mac comments, I hate all of this, every bit of it. Dana knows talent, but he definitely hasn't proven to be good at negotiating. Yeah, he hit on Kikuchi, but most would say he got robbed in negotiating for him. I wonder how hard they tried to keep Kikuchi. They should have tried to keep Kikuchi. Like, I know they keep on talking about all the depth that they have in their pitching, but like 4 of those arms are dealing with some sort of dramatic surgery that they're trying to come back from, right? I mean, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, and I guess Jose Urquidy if he comes back. I don't know what's going on that front. Like, you have depth conceptually, but a lot of the depth is injured.
Yeah, we do this every year during the offseason with here's all the guys that will come back in July.
Yeah.
And then they don't come back in
They
July.
don't come back at all.
Also, while you're trying to get to July, more guys get hurt. And now we have to learn Spencer Getty's name and learn Blair Henley's name and Jake Bloss's name. Like, there's just so many randos that get called up during the middle of the season, even while the Astros have all this so-called pitching depth. And now they're losing 2 starters off of last year's team if we assume Justin Verlander's also gone. So yes, they need another starter.
Adding to the bad vibes, by the way, and this is something that escaped me because I was so focused on the possibility of Tucker going to the Yankees as part of the bad vibes. More bad vibes, and this is from Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome. Kyle Tucker trade talks have begun between the Astros and Cubs. Oh, very interesting day for Joe to take off. He's just sitting back and thinking to himself, hey, my Cubs are about to be 83 and 79 next year. See, I do the math. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we got Kyle Tucker aboard. I'm going to sit back and listen to Paul be miserable as my Cubs steal Kyle Tucker. I don't know why he sounds evil. But
yeah, did he turn into the Penguin or something?
Yeah. Preliminary Kyle Tucker trade talks involve Isaac Paredes and Seiya Suzuki. I have no idea who those 2 are. Again, I'm just going to be honest. Don't know who they are. They're not Kyle Tucker, so F them. That's what I say. F them. Nope.
I remember Isaac Paredes from the trade deadline where he was the Astros need to get this guy du jour of the, I don't know, deadline last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah. Well, cool. Kyle Tucker's better, so no. It's a 1-year rental. I want a super haul in return for Kyle Tucker if you're trading him right now. Desert Stroh and James Espinoza both think that Dana might be handcuffed by Jim Crane. That's fair. Desert Stroh also says, I'd be fine with trading to the Cubs. Tucker will regret it. I will regret it. You will regret it. Stop. Like, it's not. This guy's not replaceable, even if he sucks in the playoffs. He's not replaceable. I'll regret it. No, I will regret it. I will regret the outfield of, like, now Jake Myers has to play every day. I don't want that. Sorry. Oh, Mauricio Dubon and Jake Myers. Woohoo! Chas McCormick. What an outfield. Like, no.
You're also getting Seiya Suzuki. Don't forget that.
Does he play outfield or is he even real? I don't know.
He's an outfielder.
Oh, well, okay, cool, man. He's not Ichiro Suzuki. Sorry.
No.
Wrong Suzuki. Bring him out of retirement. Yeah. Bad vibes. Bad vibes all around. So
do you want to hear it one more time?
Fine.
Bad vibes alert, man. Bad vibes alert, man.
Junior Bronco says overpaying old free agents leads to the 2010-2013 type runs with Carlos Lee. Sure, but part of the last couple of years is the Carlos Lee run were also the Astros purposefully tanking. So there was that contract was bad, and Carlos Lee seemed to get bigger as the contract went further and further into the future. Hey, it happens. You get fat and happy, and you're on a bad franchise. What's the incentive to actually play well? I would totally mail it in. So
There you go. Junior Broncos argues I would do an NCAA dynasty with Alabama. Again, it's different in the video game versus in real life. The video game franchise is fun. Trading for prospects in a video game is actually fun. Or getting rid of all your good players and trying to do your own rebuild in Madden or in the NCAA football game. It's fun. But you forget about the whole, hey, I can play this game and go through 4 years in about 2 months. Where in this, you have to sit this out and wait it out. And all along the way, are you really telling yourself, yeah, I really enjoy this? Bull bleep. You're not doing that.
Yeah, I can speak from experience of building up the Rice Owls to win a national championship in 6 years of video game world, but it was like 10 days of my real life, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Like that, you can turn the program around so quickly. That's not how it works, and everyone thinks that they want to do it, and it's gonna cut out some of the non-fans. No, you want the non-fans there. Do you want to go to a mausoleum of a ballpark? And I get it. Some of the playoff series have felt like the mausoleum. That's another argument. Okay, that's another conversation. I don't want it to be empty. Yeah, I would like cheaper ticket prices for sure, but yeah, I don't want it to be empty.
I don't want to just be baseball fans. Give me some bandwagon.
I want some casuals there who aren't going to be watching the game, who are going to be looking at their phone the whole time. It might get hit in the face.
Doing the wave.
Yeah.
Come on.
A little bit of a wave. I want to have that one Astros fan who went viral for talking to that girl with his arm around her.
Yeah.
Where it looks like he's trying to explain to her how the Roman Empire really was the greatest empire of all time. Like, I want that. More moments like that. I do not want to go back to those days where the only time we're talking about Astros fans is because of that meme or because of that one fan who did not get in the way of his girlfriend on a foul ball. Just drilled her right in the face.
Yeah.
Or was it the chest? I don't know.
Yeah. But why'd that guy have to stick around?
Good question. I don't know.
I wish that guy hopped off the bandwagon 2012 or whenever that video was from.
Yeah, I mean, I would just leave the city forever. You can't date anybody. If they see that, you're done. You have no chivalry, sir. Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Could the Miami Dolphins be the soft opportunity for the Houston Texans on Sunday? They have called themselves soft this year. Stick around. Everybody who's been soft in the world of sports we discuss, stay put.
Who's been soft in the world of sports? We talk about it every single Wednesday at 12:30 in honor of that one time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a bitch and a soft-ass boy for bitching and moaning about the calls. We'll talk about an awesome Ime Udoka article by Tim McMahon on ESPN.com before the Rockets' NBA Cup game tonight against the Warriors, who have beaten them 15 straight times. And we'll keep you posted on the latest with the rumors about Kyle Tucker, who apparently is the center point of trade discussions with the Chicago Cubs. Ugh, gross.
And yes, that's why Joe is out today. He's driving to the winter meetings to try to close the deal.
Coincidence?
Yeah.
I don't know. So the Dolphins have always been an organization that teams consider soft, that we consider soft. We look at them in their cutesy little summertime uniforms, and you know that when the cold finally arrives, the Dolphins are probably going to crap themselves in a big-time game, usually in Orchard Park, sometimes in New England, though they had the last laugh there, didn't they? The Texans play them on Sunday at NRG Stadium. I don't know if they're going to open up the roof at NRG Stadium to make the Dolphins play in the elements, but this idea of the Dolphins being soft with Mike McDaniel is something that's been chattered about for the last month. Here is former Dolphin and current safeties of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Deshaun Elliott, talking about his experience in Miami just last year.
Because I know he cannot wait to talk mess to the sideline when he makes a play. So this will be fun. This will be very fun. I haven't been able to play against Baltimore the way I wanted to, because last year I played for a team that was soft as I mean, oh my God, I can't put that on there. That was pretty soft. The guys on the team, but there were some guys who were tough, but like for the majority of the team, there was not mentally tough individuals. So to be on a team with a full team of mentally tough guys going against another mentally tough team and AFC North ball, it's gonna be fun, man. It'll be fun. Can't wait to see Marlon again.
Elliott did not say that with his chest. Did you know how he starts off saying, yeah, I mean, the team I was on last year was soft as bleep. Well, there's some players who weren't that soft. The Iraq, sounded like Miss Teen South Carolina back in 2006 as he continued with that answer. But the idea that the Dolphins are soft, it's not a novel concept.
Do you think the image of literally only Calais Campbell in his head, he was like, oh, not everybody, not Calais Campbell,
6'8" Calais Campbell,
yeah, who can take you and break you over his knee like Bo Jackson breaking a baseball bat? Yeah,
I imagine, and this is just unfair to Tua Tagovailoa, but the amount of times Tua gets knocked out does not help the Dolphins are not soft argument out, which is a shame. Yeah. Tua can't control it. You know?
It's like his brain. Like anyone's brain could do that.
He's had some very unfortunate moments when it comes to luck.
It's always the national TV too. That doesn't help.
Right. He's had a couple of traumatic brain injuries. It stands to reason. So it doesn't help. But Deshaun Elliott, you got to say that more with your chest. Not the only ex-Dolphin or current Dolphin to call the Dolphins soft in the last month. That was early November. Here is Jordan Brooks, a Dolphins linebacker who I covered in Seattle, calling the Dolphins soft after they lost to the Green Bay Packers a couple of weeks ago.
No, I felt like we let the elements control the way that we played. As a group, I thought we were soft. Simple as that. I thought we were soft today.
And when you say the elements, what do you mean?
I don't know if guys was too cold. Like, I don't know what it was, but I felt like the elements played a part in how we played as a group. And so, and that was the results that we got.
It's too cold. Texans got to open the roof on Sunday.
The Dolphins need to draft like all Big Ten players or something. Just draft a whole bunch of guys from like Michigan.
But
Wisconsin.
Then they'd be slow.
Well, that's the trade-off you have to make. Maybe wide receivers from Ohio State. wide receivers from Ohio State, corners from Ohio State. Everyone else, good old-fashioned Minnesota Golden Gophers football.
Okay.
We're going to go 8-4 the right way.
Unfortunately for the Texans, say they consider opening up the roof on Sunday. The high Sunday is 77. This week is a weird one from the weather perspective, right? Goodness
Yeah, let's talk
gracious.
about weather on the radio. Let's do that. It's crazy.
Well, the weather outside.
Yeah.
It's weather.
You know, in the mornings, I have to wear my jacket.
That's true.
And somewhere along the way, like 5 minutes ago, I have to take the jacket off because it gets too hot.
Same.
It's crazy.
It is so crazy. Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? I think the Dr. Pepper challenge in college football during all of these conference championships, soft. You should not be allowed to push past a football. I get it. Win by any means necessary. Not like this.
Yeah.
Not like this. You should have to throw it like it's a football. I suppose this perhaps makes the event less sexist or something. I don't know, but you should have to throw it in like it is a football, not like it is a basketball.
Yeah, I'd say make the hole a little bit bigger on the can and then back them up another 5 yards. Because that is the thing. Like, you can do a 5-yard little shovel. Most kids cannot do like a 10-yard little flick of the wrist and make it go in a hole 10 yards away.
Right.
Like, I think just pushing them back a little bit more. You know, the game is expanding. All the athletes have never been better. These college students trying to get $100,000 in tuition have never been better at tossing balls into Coke cans. Just back them up.
Yeah, backing them up
I feel
might
like
work.
that's most of the problem is that how close they are.
That could definitely be it.
Or just, rules. Have the reporter, the sideline reporter, you go like, Christian is not being a man by throwing the, like, really challenge their manhood.
I think that's the way to go. I think that'll help. But sadly, it's turned into Papa Shot. And
congratulations on winning $100,000. You can explore, I don't know, veterinary sciences. How do you feel like your parents feel, though, knowing that you took a coward's way out in winning this money?
I think that should be done by whatever reporters out there on the field, including that one lady who went viral.
Yeah, the SEC championship.
Good for her. Good for her. It's so funny. Someone goes viral. Whoa, she's hot.
It's also funny
Must be nice
that it happens, I don't know, once a month. Where there's a new, that's the Jake Paul ring girl. It's it's this person, or just once a month, the internet forgets that they've ever seen a hot person before.
Right. And then what happens next is that person starts a podcast, and then that person launches a meme coin, and next thing you know,
the other SEC is asking questions. Yes,
it's very repetitive. Let's get a new hot person that goes viral. Maybe they don't go down the exact same path as everyone before. An Ohio State representative, this is very soft, introduced a bill that would make it illegal to plant a flag at Ohio Stadium. House Bill 700 would, quote, prohibit planting a flagpole and flag in the center of the Ohio State football field on the day of a college football game. Maybe in the Ohio State Assembly, some proposals are put out that are jokes, and I'm hoping that this was a joke, but I feel like this person actually wants the cops who maced those Michigan players to be justified in their actions of macing a player by putting a flag that puts a flag at midfield. Say Michigan wins the next time they're at the horseshoe.
I like this. I like this. That this is a back the blue bill, not a we're soft. Like that. The good side of this is like, yes, the cops can tase Michigan players.
I'm curious as to how this person presented this to the assembly, because that would have been, as you said, a perfect moment to pander to the back the blue crowd. But you have to put that towards the very back and say, like, what the Michigan players did, saying that it was disrespectful. That's going to make you look soft. And I do think that this measure is soft. I felt like they should have hidden it in the bill, like we so often see, like little addendums that get made so that certain bills eventually pass. They should have done a better job of hiding it. I'm guessing they did not.
Or I don't know who this guy is that presented this. I could not tell you.
Think he was a Michigan guy?
That would be the 3,000, because we're just talking about it like, look how soft Ohio is.
False flag operation for planting a flag in
Wouldn't that
the
be
Ohio State Assembly?
That'd actually be the perfect crime. But no, it's not a crime, but it would be the perfect scheme to be like, you know how soft these guys are?
Yeah, that would.
And and you're an Ohio representative, so people are just like, yeah, he's an Ohio State fan. But really, you go back, it's like, wait, he did undergrad at Michigan?
It's Connor Stallions in disguise.
Rips off the Mission Impossible mask.
It just comes out. It's been me the whole time. That would be funny. Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? You can chime in with yours at 713-780-3776. A lot of flopping going on in the NFL. Monday Night Football, Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt acted like he got shot, and we also saw Josh Allen flopping up a storm during Sunday's action. I feel like the NFL needs to penalize flopping. We've gotten to a point where there's a lot of exaggerated action after a play, and if we're going to punish defensive players for hits that are egregious, I think you got to punish in the same way that basketball, at least allegedly, does the guys who are faking it to try to get some extra gamesmanship out of it. Just a thought.
Yeah, I think there does need to be the NFL or the NBA does do this every once in a while, where they just like a especially egregious one just hit you with a $30,000 fine just to keep him in line a little bit, not so it doesn't go out of hand. Because the Josh Allen highlight reel that you attached in the rundown, like, he should be ashamed of himself. Like, he should have no honor. We're getting on those kids with the Dr. Pepper challenge. Like,
yeah,
this is pretty dishonorable too.
I agree, totally agree. Also soft in the world of sports. The Eagles fan who got hit in the face with a missed Jake Elliott field goal, who had to go to the medic. Philadelphia, I thought you guys were a tough city. So this girl gets hit in the face. How do you miss that? It's also a football. It's not a baseball. It's not coming that hard. It's a big object. You put your hands out. It's not going to hurt that much. How do you get hit in the face with a missed field goal? How does that happen? Serious question. So get your hands up, girly girl. And on top of that, she has to go to the medic, and she's basically, there's pictures of her in the ER and probably right next to the jail inside the Eagles facility. Like, she got stretchered out. They brought a stretcher out for it.
See, you got to wave off the stretcher.
Yeah, what are you, Jake Odorizzi? Like, come on. What are we doing? You didn't get hit in the leg. You got hit in the face.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. Was she on her phone?
Probably. She was doing some TikToking during
I was going to say that the video starts with her doing TikTok faces. So
yeah, not great.
I have no sympathy for her.
Also soft to Joel Embiid, who played a game since this graphic went up, but so did Ricky Pearsall. Joel Embiid, Philadelphia 76ers star player, has played 5 games since August. Ricky Pearsall has played 6. Ricky Pearsall, 49ers wide receiver, first-round pick, got shot. He's played 6 games. Something to note.
Didn't he come back before like Christian McCaffrey did?
Yeah, dude's a legend.
Yeah, I don't know what his stats are, but the games played, that's good enough for me.
Had a couple
for
of
his
good
rookie
games.
year.
Had a couple of good games, but now Deebo Samuel's bitching and moaning about not getting the ball. So
he got community noted too.
It did, yes, it did. One last one in soft boys. This Penny Hardaway quote after Memphis lost to Arkansas State at home in basketball. Quote, "Unfortunately for us, we don't get the opportunity to lose a game. You have to win every game almost. If you don't, you're dropping 12, 13, 14 spots. Every game has to be an NCAA game. When you lose a game for Memphis only, it's the worst thing in the world. Oh, woe's me." This is babyish.
Yeah. Memphis, I get what he's saying, like, whatever. But, like, you're still Memphis. Like, there's still some name value with that.
You should be winning because of that name value and because your head coach is
Penny Hardaway.
That
helps.
Anyway. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe today. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Big game for the Houston Rockets tonight in the NBA Cup. Can they snap their 15-game losing streak against the Golden State Warriors? We'll discuss next. And by the way, you can bet on that game in MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You enter that promo code, they are going to double your initial deposit, and you can play with that however you see fit. Play blackjack with a live dealer. Play poker with a live dealer. Or you can gamble on the sports.
The Rockets are 2-point favorites tonight. The over-under is 221.5. I am waiting to see if all of a sudden at the last second, the Warriors say, yeah, Steph Curry's not playing. Yeah, Draymond Green's not playing, but I have not seen anything at least as of 12:47 p.m. So looks like the Warriors are going to be full strength. I got to say, I want the Rockets to win this game. I am wearing a Houston Rockets hat right now. Are they going to be distracted, though, by something that's going on? We'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. I don't know. A lot of going on behind the scenes of the Rockets organization. And on top of that, their offense, you know what it is. It's kind of suspect at times. Can the defense get this to be an under of 221.5? I'm saying no. I'm taking the Warriors to win. I'm also taking the over for the over-under of 221.5. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Biggest story in Houston sports today, a report from Chandler Rome, Ken Rosenthal, that the Houston Astros and Chicago Cubs are talking about a deal that would potentially move Kyle Tucker to Chicago. We'll keep you posted, and if anything happens. The Houston Rockets have a huge game tonight. It's the NBA Cup of Life. They are taking on the Golden State Warriors. It is incredible that Golden State has beaten the Rockets 15 straight times. That's not the longest winning streak by one team over another in the NBA. Number one is New York has beaten Detroit 16 straight times. Sort of goes to show you that the Rockets used to be a mess. Detroit, a little less of a mess. But that's not saying much given that they lost, 20 in a row last year?
Yeah. No, they lost 30 in a row last year.
Was it 30?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That's like almost half the season, straight losses. Yeah, not surprising that those are the two teams with the longest active losing streaks to another team, considering how the last 5 years has gone for both teams. Little surprising that Ime Udoka is like 0 for 5 against the Warriors. You would think that last year or this year they would steal one against these guys, especially last two games that they played. The the Warriors, no Steph Curry.
And we'll see what happens tonight. I assume he plays.
I assume normally there's at least a injury report out by now.
Yeah, there's usually something,
Yeah.
but there's financial incentive for Steph to play, for Draymond to play. This is the single elimination round of the NBA Cup. And it's a big one. And both Fred VanVleet and Ime Udoka talked about it leading up to the game.
It's not another regular season game, and for guys that haven't been to the playoff, I mean, some of these guys have never played on TNT or, whatever. So it's like all of those things are good chances and good experiences for us to grow.
What we talked about last year was playing meaningful games in March and April where you have a chance, and there's more pressure, more expectation behind it. And so this is kind of goes into that category where it's something on the line. You want to put a feather in your cap and have some accomplishments.
It is different for sure. And I think the fact that the Rockets have lost 15 straight times to the Warriors also adds a little extra something to this game, as does last year Tari Eason saying while injured, "Warriors, come out and play! Warriors, come out and play!" There's a little extra something that I think the Warriors will even put in to this game. I like that they get a measuring stick game like this. They already had one this year against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they passed it. But this one always feels, I would imagine, different for a young player, just given you're going up against Steph Curry. That's more imposing than SGA. You're going up against Draymond Green. That's always imposing. Your nuts might get kicked. There's a lot of things, I think, at play for this one. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do. I am not expecting a win. And a win by them does not change my expectations for them this year. But to have that one to, as Ime Udoka said, stick in your cap, it is good. And I am curious as to what it would mean for them as they continue to figure out how to play together on a team that definitely has intense effort defensively, but also is pretty ugly and inefficient when it comes to their offense.
Yeah, this is kind of what the NBA Cup is for, really. It's teams like the Rockets and honestly the Thunder, who the winner of tonight's game will play the Thunder in Vegas. So it's for teams like this where it's like, again, Fran VanVleet. Some of these guys on this team haven't even played a game on TNT in their career, and that is true. Where this is the biggest game for a lot of guys on the team.
That is remarkable, but it's true.
Yeah, it's bigger. Even the game last year against the Warriors, with the Tari Eason come out and play thing, like the Rockets were basically already eliminated before that game. Like they were on the brink of elimination, going into that game. So that even that one wasn't as live or die as this one, where again you get a trip to Vegas on the line. That'll be cool for all the young guys.
Yeah. And how much is it? $1 million for each winner?
For the final winner.
Gotcha. So that is what you are ultimately playing for. And yeah, we'll see how they'd handle Vegas. I mean, that honestly is a big
That's
sign.
the biggest test.
That might be a bigger test than the Warriors, to be perfectly honest. A young team going to Las Vegas for something like this. But I have a real big question, and I'm pissed off that I can't bet on this in mybookie.ag. Who gets technical fouls first? Dillon Brooks, Draymond Green. Dillon is definitely, as a habitual line stepper, going to step over that line. Draymond, I feel like in a retaliatory fashion for something, would be likely to do something himself. I wonder who strikes first. This is the great Cold War when it comes to dirty play in the NBA, because you got noted MMA fighter Draymond Green, who doesn't just use his hands, he uses his feet, versus a traditional boxer in Dillon Brooks, who just uses his fists.
Yeah.
Both guys are going to go after your bits and pieces, or your bits and piece. They're going to go after it. Okay? You got to be careful. Might need to wear a cup. I think everyone should wear a cup for tonight's game.
I think Brooks is more likely to get a tech. I feel like Draymond Green is more likely to do something that gets him suspended.
Gets ejected?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, they're just trying to get ratings. That's why they're suspending me. But what an excuse he made earlier this year.
That's why I gave Alfred Şengün the people's elbow. I didn't do that.
Boom!
Yeah.
We bring the boom!
Oh, he's going to bring the boom on someone?
Let's go.
I hope not.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe, just Paul today on Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll keep you posted on all Kyle Tucker news today. He's the subject of trade conversations to the Cubs and also what's going on with Alex Bregman. I wonder if the Rockets will be distracted at the NBA Cup given this what the hell bombshell that dropped today for them. We'll discuss. Stay put. No Joe, just Paul. Big news in Houston sports today. Kyle Tucker, Astros outfielder, is at least being discussed as part of a potential trade between the Astros and Chicago Cubs. We also got today from the winter meetings from Dana Brown
thinking that today's been a day of progress. What does that mean? I don't know. Is that about Alex Bregman? Is that about Kyle Tucker? And we also heard from Scott Boras when it comes to Alex Bregman. We've had numerous meetings with teams and owners, and we all know what comes after AB. That is C, a champion. Because A, Alex, B, Bregman, C, champion. As everyone knows.
The problem is when you say AB, I think Antonio Brown. Like, that's what I think. I'm thinking he is talking about Antonio Brown, and then C means championship.
Oh, boy.
Alex Bregman is not AB to me.
He's not?
No, he's Alex Bregman. He's Breggy.
He's definitely more Breggy than AB. You have to be... Even Antonio Brown, I don't think of as AB. I think you have to be iconic to get the two-letter treatment.
Like KG.
KG, KD.
KD.
Right.
AJ. Big Boom.
That makes sense. Odell Beckham Jr. was OBJ, which was weird. I never understood that one. It should. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't think you get it for Junior.
Yeah.
Because, like, I guess RG3 got the 3.
OJ.
That's no one
just...
calls him Orenthal James. You're right.
That's true. No one does call him that. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on that. I couldn't believe I saw this story when it comes to the Houston Rockets yesterday. Who would have thought that Tillman Fertitta would potentially be moving on, or at least not be as hands-on with the Houston Rockets and his other ventures as you'd think? Because per Jennifer Jacobs, who is a reporter for CBS News, the senior White House reporter who also works for Bloomberg, billionaire Tillman Fertitta, CEO of a hospitality group and the owner of the Houston Rockets, is expected to be Donald Trump's pick for U.S. ambassador to Italy. Fertitta, who started a reality TV show called Billion Dollar Buyer, owns Landry's, a corporation with restaurants, hotels, and casinos. I'm concerned. Are the Rockets distracted? They should be distracted. I'll tell you why. Now, I don't think the Rockets are going to make a move this year. I don't think they should make a move this year. And it was very nice to hear Rockets GM Rafael Stone, while on Sirius XM NBA radio with Justin Termine, say this when asked about a lot of rumors that have been swirling around the Houston Rockets potentially trading for a star.
I mean, of course, my job is to be open to everything, so I'm not going to not do my job. If you should, we like this team. We definitely do not intend to change anything, and I would be shocked if something changes this season. We like where we're at. We want to continue to develop our guys. Full stop. And will I listen to other teams? Of course I will. That's my job, But again, no, it's, there's no part of me, there's no part of our decision-making process that suggests that we're looking to do anything big now or in the near term. And, we definitely, we want this group to be as good as it can be this year. And then we'll evaluate things at the end of the year. But the hope is very much that this core group can lead us to where we want to go. And that from a transactional perspective, we're largely done.
A note for Rafael, for Dana Brown there. Hey, that's how you should answer questions about, are you going to trade your guys? Creates a little leverage for you, even if you are telling the truth in that situation. Where Dana Brown's saying, we're listening to all offers. Well, to me, that sounds like we're willing to take a look at Kyle Tucker and potentially trade him. I don't really like that. I feel like you want to keep the fog of war going as much as you can, but maybe everyone knows the cat's out of the bag when it comes to Kyle Tucker and his relationship with the organization, given the way the Astros handled the broken bone last year. They refused to call it broken bone, even though Kyle Tucker called it a broken bone. But to bring it back to the Rockets, loved hearing that from Rafael Stone. I feel like the majority of people who are trying to make a Rockets trade happen are Bill Simmons. They're people that are looking at the Rockets from the outside And they're saying, wouldn't it be fun if during let's be honest, relatively dead period for NBA interest with football wrapping up, if a team made a big move? So Jimmy Butler rumors or Kevin Durant rumors or any other superstar who could potentially be moved. They want to put that out there and say, wouldn't that be fun? It would be fun. It would be fun. They should do it because it would be fun.
Yeah, it's also a very easy trade to make in your head of well, they got these young guys. You throw 2 of them in there, throwing some matching salary. Huh?
Yeah.
What?
I hate hypothetical trade conversations unless there's a little bit of teeth to them, like with Kyle Tucker and the Cubs, supposedly. I don't want to do it, but I liked hearing that from Rafael Stone. Here's the problem. If Tillman Fertitta, who also said that he would like to buy the Saints when they go up for sale, if Tillman Fertitta is also the ambassador to Italy, Tillman Fertitta, hey, doesn't that mean that he will, I don't know, have to step to the side and perhaps another family member, Patrick, ends up running this thing? The same Patrick who is obsessed with James Harden, at least was in the past. You would think that, hey, Ime Udoka's running the show here. Rafael Stone and him are in alignment on things. This is a good situation. You know how a good situation turns bad? It's when the Lucky Sperm Club steps in and says, well, I know what I'm doing. I might be a little boy, but my daddy's going to be proud of me when I do the thing he wasn't able to do. Bring James Harden back. That is now possible. It is. Do not kid yourself. This is concerning. I actually felt good about Rockets ownership. I really did. I feel like the Rockets are in a very good place. This is truly the one thing that could F it up is Tillman Fertitta going to Italy. That's it.
Yeah, the last, I would say, year and a half, 2 years, the biggest thing that Tillman Fertitta did was kind of just get out of the way. We've thought for 2 years that they want to make a win now, chips in kind of move, and they haven't done it. They let the young core kind of build up. Now you're seeing it with Tari Eason, with Amin Thompson.
Yeah.
Some nights with Jalen Green. You're seeing it happen, and now Tillman Fertitta might actually take a step away. You're like, no, wait, no. We want you to just be hands off, not in Italy.
He seems to have learned how to be a good owner, whatever that means, which is hire the right people and step the bleep back.
Yes.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That's what the greatest thing that Robert Kraft did was to hire Bill Belichick and shut up.
What's going on now? Now he's back, and oh my God, it's an effing disaster up in New England, okay? So you're in a good spot. Tillman, it's Italy. Let's be honest. What does Italy do? Are they still exporting olive oil? I mean, they don't even have a good wine in Europe, right? Can Tillman say no? Can we get Tillman to say no, please?
I think this is
an honor. It's an honor to be nominated. I don't know how Italian Tillman believes himself to be. I honestly had no idea he was potentially Italian until I put 2 and 2 together. Oh, ambassador to Italy. His last name ends with a vowel. Okay, maybe
I can see it.
Maybe he is Italian. So this could be a tremendous honor. It would be pretty cool, but I mean, sometimes when the guy steps away with the Jets, Woody Johnson, well, okay, but when Woody Johnson stepped away, you thought that's good, right? Right?
No.
Guess what? Wrong. They drafted Zach Wilson while he was gone. So I'm just saying, this is something to keep in mind. This actually could potentially hurt the Rockets because, no offense to Patrick Fertitta, but I feel like the guy likes James Harden a little bit too much.
Yeah, everyone just do not rock the boat. That's the moment we're in with the Rockets right now. It's like, everyone be calm. What we're doing right now, it's all working. We don't need giant shakeups like, I don't know, your owner becoming the ambassador to Italy. Yeah. It's a big time for Italy.
Is this going to distract the Rockets tonight? Are they going to be thinking about are we about to make a trade because Patrick Fertitta's going to step in and do what Patrick Fertitta does best, which is hang out with his friend James Harden?
Are they going to trade for Luigi? I don't know.
Well, he's in jail. They can't.
Oh, okay.
They can't do that. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what happens here. Just something. Sorry to freak people out here. But just something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Let's just hope Patrick Fertitta let's hope that he has to run up the chain to. Wow, what a sentence. Hopefully he has to run up the chain to Tillman Fertitta. So now I think that there'll still be competency for the Rockets. What Tillman, you came so far, and you're going to blow it all just to hang out in Italy.
Yeah. King of all Twitches says, Fertitta didn't help you? You didn't know that was Italian right away? That's the Syracuse education at work. Hey,
I mean,
listen, I've been around so many Italians. Eventually, you figure out that, like, there's a look to him. There's a look to him. I'm kidding. I don't see ethnicities. I don't see color. I can't read races, right? I can't. That's why I'm being honest with you right now. I didn't know. He could have been Hispanic, right? I don't know. Portuguese? I don't know.
Tillman, I will say Tillman does throw you off the scent.
Tillman, yeah, if it was like Tillemane or something like that, okay.
Tillemane?
Yeah. Yeah, but
I might order the Tillemane at a restaurant. I don't know.
Coog Blaze asks, can Granado take Fertitta's place? Oh, that would be so fun.
As ambassador
to
Italy or as the owner of the Houston Rockets? I'm good either way. I just want to know.
Yeah, I'd actually be good with either of those two. Could he be the hand to the
Oh yes, he's
hand to the boy king.
Yes, he's the what's his face? Otto Hightower. He's the Otto Hightower of this of this joint. I'd be okay with that. Tywin Lannister.
You know what's ridiculous? Patrick Fertitta was in the Athletics 40 under 40 list. Give me a gun. I'm just gonna
for what?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Great question. Because his dad had sex.
I was gonna say, what's his title? Like, I just want to know, like, what's in the blurb for Tillman or for Patrick Fertitta?
Fertitta has been in the weeds with his father. What? And has been part of most of the Rockets' major moves in one way or another. Fertitta's official title hardly explains everything he does for the Rockets. Well, what's the title? It doesn't say. He is involved in the franchise's day-to-day operations, including on the basketball side, working with general manager Rafael Stone as they continue to put the team on the ascent after several years in the lottery. Or maybe they're just listening to Ime Udoka. Or as one league insider said of Fertitta, oh my God, this is the worst quote I've ever read. He's got all the juice.
Oh my God,
End
that's
quote.
meaningless.
What does that mean?
That's so meaningless.
Sorry to do a drive-by on Patrick Fertitta here, but like he's 40 under 40. Why? Doesn't even say the title of him in this piece, and he's the 40 under 40. Why am I on the 40 under 40? Why am I on the 40 under 40? I've been on Tucker Carlson. Ozzie Guillen swore at me. Made the Pat McAfee show once. Come on. What are we doing?
He's 29?
He's 29?
I don't know how old this from December. No, this from today. Or is updated today. He's 29. I don't want a 29-year-old owner of the team.
I really
as a 28-year-old, I don't want a 29-year-old owner of the team.
Mm-hmm. We got a call from Julian at 713-780-3776. Julian, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for having me on the No Gag Reflex. Alex Bregman, he's 30 years old. He wants too much money. The writing's been on the wall. He had 2 really good stud years. I think fans of the Astros are getting that confused with he's worth that money or those years. Because what's going to happen is he's going to be, I don't think he'll be to the extent of Carlos Lee, but I feel like the production, I mean, what did he get, like 25 homers this year or something? He had 41 and 31. I think those are the 2 highest of his career. The guy doesn't have that thump. Yeah, sure. He's like funky, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And he's grimy, like he's a very good postseason player in some aspects. But isn't it time? Isn't the writing on the wall? Y'all don't sign anybody for big money anyways. The only one that I think that y'all can't let go is Tucker. And if y'all do, it's crazy. Now, the Cubs are offering, I think it's like the number 1 rated player. I think he's like a third baseman and like the second and the first baseman. Very good prospects. But prospects in baseball are the hardest to get correct.
100%.
There's always this next stud that's going to be so special, and he's in the minor leagues for his career. Y'all have a good one.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Julian. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I do not want to see the Astros move on from Kyle Tucker. And I don't think that these 2 guys that are being floated as possibilities, Paredes and Suzuki, are going to give you all that much this coming season. I suppose it's better to have 2 solid players than nothing. which is potentially what happens if Kyle Tucker leaves, but I don't want to see them move on from him. As far as Alex Bregman, look, he's had slow starts, but after the slow starts, he's had incredible numbers. Like, take a look at what he was this year after the slow start. It was a long, slow start, but if you take that slow start out, I mean, wasn't he one of the better players in baseball down the stretch? His fielding is fantastic at third. Is it the best? I don't know, but I think he's a good defensive third baseman. He clearly can hit for power. He works up counts. And I think he's just a great influence to have in this clubhouse. I feel like he's unlike Carlos Lee from this perspective. I think he loves baseball more than Carlos Lee did. Or at least whatever Carlos Lee, the the end of his career. Did Carlos Lee still love it? Probably not to the same degree. I think Bregman still loves it. I think Bregman still wants to win. And that's why I want to see this guy here next year, because you also don't really have a fallback option. Sorry, like I saw this article in the Houston Chronicle talking about all the backups and Jorge Polanco. F that. No, I'm a hard pass on all of that.
I do like that Jorge Polanco has become the face of the veteran stopgap signing. That it's just Jorge Polanco catches all the strays on this.
Yeah,
which is rightfully so, but just it's a funny spot for him to be in, from we don't know his name to F this guy.
Yeah.
I don't want Jorge Polanco, but yeah, I that is the biggest thing with Bregman, is the leadership that you would lose, and just at some point, you stop becoming the Astros are inevitable when none of the guys that made you inevitable are still on the team.
That's a fair point. Oof. Some texts. These all have to do with the possibility of Tillman Fertitta becoming the ambassador to Italy for the United States of America. From the 832, Italy is about to get a Ferris wheel. It would be really funny if Tillman Fertitta, in the same way that Paulie's character in The Sopranos, tries to force Americanized Italy on Italy, because they'd be so pissed by that.
Yeah.
I do kind of like that element of our imperialism, United States, that, we'll put a McDonald's right next to your Coliseum. We don't care. Or maybe it's going to be a Landry's restaurant of some sort.
There we go.
A little Bubba Gump shrimp.
Yeah, Bubba Gump in Tuscany. Are you kidding me? Or no, what's the Venice? Just swim up to a Bubba Gump's.
You have a lagoon side bar or whatever it's called.
Just take your gondola, go straight to Bubba Gump.
I don't know if you want to, if it's one of those ones where you're going to have seats in the water, like that kind of a resort style pool, but
I don't know. I don't know about that. I think the Venice water isn't one you want to be swimming
in. It is
in.
Definitely not. I think it is all waste. From the 281, if Harden was on the team, he'd be distracted about the strip clubs in Italy and about how he can get to them. Well, I mean, who wouldn't? I'm not going to blame Harden on that. Italian women, in my opinion, I don't see ethnicity, but if I were to see ethnicity, number one, the Italians.
Let's not do the power rankings.
Okay, fine.
Let's not do the full power rankings. Just the number one seed.
And dead last. Just kidding.
Who's the Alabama football of the SMU versus Alabama debate?
Ooh, that's a good question.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna get lost in a horny daze.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone wants that.
Best case scenario. Worst case, we go national for the next 2 hours.
From the 409, if he gets the ambassadorship, will the NFL force the Saints to sell to him so they can use his inroads to get a game in Italy? Yes, and it will be in the Coliseum, 100%.
And that'd be kind of sick if it's in the
It would be cool if it was in the Coliseum.
Maybe it's just because I saw Gladiator 2, but it would be kind of sick to put a football game in the Coliseum.
At least Italy flip-flopped in both wars eventually. Both wars, eventually, they flip-flopped.
I mean, they waited arguably
a
too
while.
long.
Probably too long. But they got pasta,
That is true. I can't stay mad at them for too long.
They are playing a game in Berlin. It's been officially announced. Pissing me off. From the 713, and thank you for this history lesson. I'm sorry. I don't read into this. This is not surprising, because I think every single major American family at one point was something along these lines. Like the Kennedys up in Boston. They were bootleggers back in the day. Oh, a president. Oh, somebody in the president's cabinet. Huh. What a thought. From the 713, not only is Tillman Fertitta Italian, he specifically is Sicilian. They get pissed off if you don't call him Sicilian. And his family historically has ties to the Maceo family that was running the local mob racket in the early 20th century
in Galveston. That's Josh from Seabrook.
Well, hey, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, he doesn't
I don't
either.
know anything about that.
He doesn't know anything about that. Where's Robert Duvall's character in Godfather Part 2 to step in?
I'm not answering that question.
He is a patriot to his country.
Yes.
He fought in the war.
We needed an apology from this committee for dragging Tillman Fertitta's name through the mud and Patrick Fertitta.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now I feel bad for what we did to Patrick Fertitta earlier.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't at all.
Just be careful.
Listen,
you
should be doubted when you are the son of a rich person. You should be. You should have to prove that you are more than a rich kid.
That's Paul saying that. I want to go to Galveston sometime, all right?
You want to go to Galveston sometime?
Yes, I do.
For?
In case the Maceo family is still listening.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna chop off Arya's head and put it in my bed.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be cool. I would have
the rest in Baytown.
I would have words for them. Oh, Baytown. Oh, yeah, that's different. the scenic sights of Baytown. Oh boy, what a beautiful location that is. Virginia Bunwee Tillman should hold events at the Venetian in Vegas. I like that. It's just like Italy. What are you talking about? Hey,
Caesar's Palace.
Forget about it. We will see.
Golden Nugget.
We will see what happens, but this is concerning. You do not want Patrick Fertitta running the show. Tillman, I trust. I don't trust Patrick, even if he's on the 40 under 40 while being under 30. Good for him. I'm jealous. I'll never make that list. Like, I know that. I'm still jealous of it. I want
you got a couple more years. You have 5 more years. Sorry.
Well, I could check to see if I won the lottery because I did buy a lottery ticket on Saturday. You want to do that on the air?
Yeah.
Coming up next,
if it did
possibly not me. Stick around. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. We go around the National Football League next. An all-time confrontation that I did not expect that leads up to the release of a documentary. Is a boomer pulling a publicity stunt to get views? Shout out to this guy. You'll hear about it in the 10-minute drill. Stay put.
No Joe, just Paul. Joe's back next week. Dating life update. I don't really got much for you. It's not like I'm talking to no one, but we'll see. We will see. Meanwhile, did Paul win the lottery? And guess what? I got one of the 6 Mega Millions numbers. But you know how close I was to getting 2?
How
really close,
How
man.
close to getting 2? Wow.
I was so close to getting 2. I could have gotten 51. Instead, it was 52. So, damn,
just missed it.
I really thought this was it. I thought today was going to be my last day.
That'd have been crazy if you would have won on air.
I'm really sad now. Wait, what if this actually? What if I'm looking at the wrong website?
It's the wrong date.
So funny. Like I always buy a ticket when it gets over 500 million for either Powerball or Mega Million, and then I always start talking to myself about what I'm going to do with it, which is just psychotic. And then like enough time goes by, and I'm like, well, I'm going to win this, so see all you poors later.
I don't think it's psychotic. I think it's natural. I see the sign on the road, and I'm just like, man, how sick would that be?
It would be. It would be sick. Could buy a boat. People would appreciate me for more than my looks, for my money, not the content of my character. No one can stand that. The 10-minute drill. What's going on around the National Football League? Remember Brett Favre? He used to be a quarterback. Remember Mark Gastineau? He used to be a defensive lineman for the New York Jets. And until 2001, he held the single-season NFL record for sacks. Then, in 2001, at the very end of the year, Brett Favre seemingly took a dive with Michael Strahan in pursuit. He was sacked, and Strahan broke Mark Gastineau's record. I don't know why this all of a sudden just happened, and I do think it is noteworthy that on Friday, the New York Sack Exchange documentary about those 1980s New York Jets and the pass rushers they had is about to release. But Mark Gastineau confronted Brett Favre at an autograph signing session. Here is how that very awkward exchange sounded.
I thought we met a long time ago. At least I saw you.
Right.
How you doing?
When you fell down for him. I'm going to get my sack back. I'm going to get my sack back, dude.
You probably would hurt me.
Well, I don't care. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me. You hurt me, Brett.
We got to get back to this, Brett. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to think what that confrontation was going to accomplish. Had he sacked Favre, that would have been awesome. Favre sucks. I've never liked Favre, the player. He sucks as a person, clearly. Like, he sucks, right? We can all agree there. And, yeah, that also gave Michael Strahan the record for sacks. I don't know much about Mark Gastineau. I don't know if he was exactly the best character off the field either. But what did he think he was going to accomplish there without sacking him? Sack his ass.
I think if you're Brett Favre, I think you kind of have to take a dive again. I think you have to let him sack you in that convention center, wherever the hell this autograph session was.
Yeah.
I think you have to go, all right, sack me right now. I have my copper fit on. I'll be okay.
He got blocked by a rather average looking 5'11" man who stepped in and said, "Hey, Brett, we got to get back here." Like that man was essentially the greatest left tackle of all time in that moment, somehow diffusing the situation where Gastineau, as some are pointing out on the Twitch, seemed about to cry.
It did seem like he was about to cry.
By the way, Favre felt the need to clear the air with a Twitter thread, which is the worst. He even put a thread at the back of it.
If I'm Brett Favre, I do not get on Twitter, but okay.
Yeah, especially when this thread gets quote tweeted by Terrell Owens, who says, "How about some clarity on the $700,000 you stole from the Mississippi government?" But that's neither here nor there. Here's Brett Favre in a long Twitter statement. "Back in 2002, when Michael Strahan sacked me at the end of a game that he had wrapped up, I was in no way trying to hurt Mark Gastineau. I was trying to close out a game and squeeze the last bit of fun out of a hard-fought game." What? By getting sacked? It's Mississippi education at work. "I booted out of a run thinking it would be wide open, saw Strahan standing there and ducked down. The game was over. There was no need for me to do anything spectacular. It probably wasn't Michael's best sack or tackle for a loss. In a different game or situation, I would have made a bigger effort to avoid the sack or tackle for a loss, but at no point was I thinking about hurting Gastineau. Maybe it crossed my mind to help Strahan. Dude, what? You killed yourself right here. This is essentially you sending the picture to Jen Sturger again, which poor Jen Sturger got victim blamed for. That was ridiculous. I didn't think it through. Like you didn't think about that sex that you sent to Jen Sturger with your very unimpressive stuff. That wasn't my forte at the time. I just wanted to have fun. I see now being the sack king would elevate his value at card shows, strengthen his case for the Hall of Fame, and increase his demand as a public speaker. I had no way of knowing that then. Well, you didn't know much. You're on painkillers half your career and dealing with concussions when you weren't on those. There was no malice on my part. Mark was a great player. Blah, 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 blah. I have a great deal of respect for him. I hope he joins me in the Hall of Fame. Then he, on the second to last tweet of this thread, like gives up all of his numbers, which you can't read unless you click show more. I hope this controversy brings attention to just how great Mark Gastineau was. He belongs in Canton. Merry Christmas, everyone. Brett.
Merry Christmas. Come on. I always did think it was a little bit of a look at me move. The taking the dive for Strahan. It was like there is some value to being the guy that Strahan sacked. Like when you think about Strahan breaking the record, you think of Brett Favre. I've always thought that. I've always thought that like he kind of made himself part of that record.
I do like when I think of Strahan, I don't think of Favre, but when I think of the record, you're right. You do think of Favre.
Yeah. When you think of the record, not of Strahan, I think of sorry, Paul.
Yeah, that's what I think of too. You don't need to say it. We all know. We all think about Super Bowl 42. So,
text in with what you think of when you think of Michael Strahan.
Deshaun Watson, he's under fire in Cleveland because he posted a video of himself on vacation like hours after the Browns got eliminated. I got to say, I mean, like, he does seem rather tone deaf. I don't think this is the end of the world, but everyone in Ohio, which is honestly as a state, you guys need to chill. I know it's been a rough year for the football side of things and that football is all you guys have. But between the politician who went on record pushing to make it a felony to plant a flag at midfield at Ohio Stadium, and between the yelling about Deshaun Watson going on vacation with the fully guaranteed contract that he was given by the Browns, I think you guys just need to just get away from football the rest of the year.
It's not great for Cincinnati either.
No, it's not. You're right. But at least they won on Monday, thanks to the Dallas Cowboys, Leon letting themselves. There are transnational criminals everywhere. Although I might be making an assumption here, but Joe Burrow's house was broken into in the midst of Monday Night Football. There's been a slew of break-ins at the homes of prominent athletes over the last couple of months. What's been interesting is that the perpetrators have been described as, get this, transnational. What does that mean? When do we stop saying international and start saying transnational? I see transnational everywhere. Is this part of the culture war?
Yeah, they're for they, them, not me.
Yeah, clearly they're for they, them.
They're definitely
stealing.
for they, them. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Anyway, that's just a random question I had.
Yeah.
But Burrow's house was broken into. That's not the crazy part about this story. The crazy part about this story is that Sports Illustrated swimsuit model Olivia Pontone reported the crime because she was staying there, came back to the house, and noticed a shattered bedroom window and the room ransacked. She is employed by Joe Burrow and is staying at Joe Burrow's house.
Huh.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Joe Burrow is in a relationship.
I thought he was. Oh no, I'm thinking of Josh Allen engaged. But I believe that to be true as well.
His girlfriend is Olivia Holzmacher. They have been dating since college.
Okay. So two Olivias in the
2017. I know. My God. You're at LSU. You were the quarterback. Livy Dunn probably was
an option at some point. You would think she probably at least said hi, what's up? Could have taken her out for a cup of coffee. Good for this man again. It's good to see somebody who looks like Macaulay Culkin have a fun life as opposed to a kind of crazy one with little Michael Jackson on the side of it. But he has a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model employed who was staying at his house. I again, all coincidences. It's just a lot. The man seems to live the life.
Is she like his dog sitter, or I guess house sitter?
Yeah,
I guess. But also didn't do a great job. I'll tell you that.
No,
didn't do a great job of house sitting. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to impugn Joe Burrow's character, but just I saw this headline and I, like you, Paul, I was like, wait, what's going on here?
And now, although there's all sorts of articles that are about his girlfriend, there are rumors they're engaged, but nothing's ever been posted.
I wonder how she's feeling.
I would not feel great
because all the like articles and stuff are written like it's Joe Burrow and the SI swimsuit model, and she has to be like, oh, I'm his girlfriend.
Exactly. Everyone is probably asking her now, whoa, what's going on here? You okay? Are you okay, Olivia? Strange situation, but hey, listen, the rich live different lives than all of us.
They do. I mean, they get their house broken into during Monday Night Football.
I really hope she's like not like that. Is she a maid? Like, do you have a Sports Illustrated swimsuit maid?
Like, that's the only other option. Also,
maybe he has pets and
dog sitter.
She takes care of the pets. I'm assuming, like, if you're a swimsuit model, you don't really have a salary per se. You probably get paid by the photo shoot.
Yeah. Would you live in Cincinnati?
I wouldn't want to. That's for sure.
No,
I don't think there's beaches,
yeah,
unless you're going to like the Kentucky Zoo or something like that.
The Kentucky
or the Cincinnati Zoo. You're like hanging out by the like Harambe.
Wait,
I don't know.
Why would there be
I don't know, man.
Cover shoot.
I'm trying to because they probably got some like
what with the
marine mammals, the aquarium. I don't know. Listen, every now and then we got some misfires. I Brett Favre that one. Berlin is going to get an NFL game. What the hell? I don't care if I'm called xenophobic for this. And if I got to be the xenophobic, like America First sports talk show host in our country, I will. It's ridiculous. Why are we playing games in the same country that we fought multiple wars against? Or why are we playing games in a country that we share no values with? And I'm not just talking about the NFL here too. It seems that our relationship with China after Daryl Morey's Free Hong Kong post has been amended because basketball is going to be playing in China next year. There's going to be an NBA game there. We share nothing with these people. I get it. We're all whores deep down inside. We all want that money, but like, how about the people that we don't ideologically align ourselves with? Why do we bend over backwards to appease these people for the bottom dollar? Like, you got to get things through. Would China approve of this in movies now? American film. Like, oh, would China like this? Oh, I don't know, Jim. Like, awful.
Wait, is Tony Romo on this?
Tony Romo's on the board. Yeah.
What? Yeah, I know. It is like, I get these all are just companies making decisions about like what makes me one more dollar. And so that's what they're doing. In other news, FIFA announced that the 2034 World Cup will be in Saudi Arabia. So they're going to be building a very nice stadium where I can already see 2033, I don't know, Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs are playing a game in Saudi Arabia on Black Friday.
The London Jaguars are playing in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah, it should be. Yeah, there should be a different.
Who do you think is the most likely team in the NFL to rebrand?
Jags have to be mentioned.
Jaguars. That would be a relocation, too. I think the Saints.
Tillman Fertitta just moves them to Italy.
That would be funny. Hey, what the heck are you waras? I added a vowel at the end there. Please thank me for my...
that's how you know it's Italian.
Right. Appropriation there. Alan Bede says the Texans need to rebrand and relocate. I've always suggested it would be really funny if the Houston Texans changed their name to the Houston Mexicans. Would it not be funny? It would be kind of funny. And listen, majority Hispanic city would make sense. We'd be the team of Mexico. Get some cartel money on our side.
Change the colors a little
Let's
bit.
go. Ooh, red and green. Just like Italy. Maybe Tillman
Battle
Fertitta
red.
gets involved too.
Deep steel green. Let's do it.
Deep steel green. It's Gallant George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. We did have a big move in baseball today, but it's not Kyle Tucker to the Chicago Cubs. The latest on that and that big deal. Stick around. Nothing new when it comes to Kyle Tucker and the Chicago Cubs. More on that at 2 o'clock. But the Boston Red Sox have made a fairly big move. They are finalizing a trade to acquire left-handed pitcher Garrett Crochet from the Chicago White Sox. They will send 4 of their top prospects for the best starting pitcher available. This comes on the heels of a couple of stories about how the Red Sox had a serious offer out for Juan Soto. How serious was it? A lot of baseball teams do this thing where they'll say that they were in the running for a specific player, but then they don't actually get that player. So, hey, we were in the running. We're trying. We just, shucks, we just don't have enough money.
Just finish third every single time on all these offers. Yeah, it is a little bit of like signaling to your fans that you tried, but there's not much else.
There was a story yesterday, for example. Red Sox preparing offer to Corbin Burns. Preparing an offer? How about send the offer out? Preparing an offer? What does that mean? But hey, maybe they're in the mix for Corbin Burns still too, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like this takes them out of the Corbin Burns thing.
Maybe the Red Sox are going back to the old school Red Sox. But yeah, some of the excuses I've seen over the last 24 hours. Brian Cashman was asked why the Yankees didn't get Blake Snell or Juan Soto. Cashman said the Yankees had a Zoom call with Snell. We're told things were moving fast. They declined to make an offer, saying they couldn't sign both Snell and Juan Soto. By the next morning, Snell was a Dodger. Ooh, that's rough.
That is rough. I understand, though, like prioritizing Soto in that situation, but that is rough to get none of them, to get neither of them.
We have more tidbits about why Soto picked the Mets over the Yankees.
Okay. I love how many tidbits there are. How many reasons?
It's not just that Juan Soto felt that his family and those close to him were mistreated by the Yankees on a couple of separate incidents, which I respect. I like holding a grudge like that. Apparently, the Mets gave his family a suite. So he has a suite for the whole year. That's a sticking point. Sometimes teams say no.
Yeah, the Yankees said no.
For example, in Seattle, when Russell Wilson was made starting quarterback for the Seahawks, he believed that he was owed a suite right away. We're not talking about Russell Wilson a couple of years into his career saying, hey, it's pretty crazy I've never gotten an MVP vote, right? No, this is Russell Wilson, the rookie. He wanted a suite right away. He felt like that was
third round rookie
owed to him.
He beat out Matt Flynn, and the next thing he thinks,
that's something that happened.
Signs were there.
One of many stories I read about Russell Wilson, I was like, oh, this explains why every one of his teammates is always hating on him, and they still play with them.
Yeah, the Wilson one's insane. I get why Soto asked for it. I get why he gets it. That could be the reason, other than the $760 million. I think that could also be a reason of when you're getting that much money you're getting offered that much money for so many different teams. Like the extra stuff actually do matter.
Yes, they do. The Yankees did get something for what it's worth. They did sign two-time All-Star pitcher Max Fried to an 8-year, $218 million contract. I love how ESPN puts this in the second paragraph of this story. The deal, which pending a physical, is the 12th contract of at least $100 million the Yankees have given out in franchise history, breaking a tie with the Los Angeles Dodgers for the most by any team. That's cool. Fried was with the Braves most recently. More around baseball. Let's get back into the teams that almost were able to pull off a deal. Ross Atkins, the, guy who's running the show for the Blue Jays, even though James Click's there too, he said that the Blue Jays were grateful to be a part of the process with Juan Soto. Shut up.
Just happy to be nominated?
You were happy. We were happy to be one of the teams thinking about it.
It's an honor just to be nominated, just to be up here with the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Mets. Man, look at us. We're the Blue Jays.
We're the Blue Jays.
Oh, that's so crazy. He returned our phone call.
More around baseball. Nick Totoro has, become the resident vocal Yankee fan. We played him on Monday getting mad about Juan Soto. He wasn't done. Here's more Nick Totoro with the baseball bat dumping on Juan Soto.
You wanted to be a Yankee. You wanted to be part of this pinstripe tradition. You got to wear it. You got to go to the World Series. Yes, you helped, even though you can't catch a fly ball whatever. But we took you in. And what? You were a little butthurt over some personal disgruntled shit? It happens. You didn't want to be second fiddle. You didn't want to play next to Judge because it's Judge. This is the Yankees. Judge came up a Yankee. He's the captain. That's what you signed up for. Reggie came here. Thurman was the captain. But Reggie helps get us over the top. You were part of something here. Yeah. and you shun us. You shun us. It's like Michael Corleone. All right, Michael Corleone. You went out with him and you shunned him for Fredo. You left for Fredo. You're a joke, my friend. And any other Yankee fan that's congratulating him on his contract, you're soft, brother. You're soft. You come here and then you turn and you go to the dumps of Queens. Even though I'm from Queens, they're not the Bronx. They're not the Yankees. They never will be the Yankees. I don't give a about Stevie Cohen's money. I don't care if he's got more money than God. He ain't ever going to be the Yankees.
Well, probably not, but I would say if the Yankees are Michael Corleone, we're talking Michael Corleone and Godfather Part 3, right? Like, which I have not seen. Like, the name, there's something there, but the actual thing, it's not what it used to be.
Is it even that at this point now? It's not even George Steinbrenner. It's Silvio doing the impression of Michael Corleone in Godfather 3 in The Sopranos.
That's what I thought I was out. They pulled me back in, which, by the way, is better. The Silvio impression of
the take two that he got
of Michael Corleone is better. Here's more Nick Turturro. He's not happy with Juan Soto still, but he is excited the Yankees got Max Fried.
Yeah, just like that, we acquired Max Fried. Take that, Soto. I know the kid personally. He grew up down the block. Him and Jonathan Fried. Welcome to Yankee Nation. That's right, baby. Cole, Fried, maybe one more. We ain't f***ing around, baby. Welcome to the Bronx, kid. You can do it. Encino Little League. Yeah!
You called him Jonathan Fried. His name is Max.
I thought that was maybe you got Max Fried, John, like that's his dad.
Is there
or
another
something.
Jonathan Fried?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it would make more sense if Nick Turturro knew his dad.
Yeah.
I'd assume. Because he shot out at the Little League.
Maybe, yeah, that makes sense.
But, I mean, we're doing this for Max Fried. We're doing, there we go.
Well, note how long that video was compared to the two videos this week that he's had while holding a baseball bat, yelling about Juan Soto for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
And only one expletive in this one.
Joe tells us he's a really nice guy. He is an entertaining, loud Yankee fan. I like the angry version more than I like the happy version.
Yes, way more. I like it when he goes, you want to go to dirty, stinking Queens? Even though I'm from Queens? that was very... But it's not the Bronx,
That's not the Bronx. Well, the Bronx also sucks.
Yeah, that's the funniest part about all this.
Like, can we... the Bronx and Queens blow. Brooklyn has some nice spots, and Manhattan is iconic, although it's also got some rough spots.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? You're not going to be batting 1,000, all right?
No. It's not Newark, and it's not Staten Island. Those two places are dumpster fires. And on that note, that wraps up baseball today, this afternoon, this week. Up next, the latest on Kyle Tucker and where he'll be next year. Could he be a Chicago Cub? That's what we're hearing. The latest. And Alex Bregman. What's the dealio? Does A plus B equal championship? Stick around. No Joe. Sean Mapes is in studio. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yes.
Trial by fire for young Don behind the glass.
Yes, it is a way for Anthony to spread his wings without me in there, but still have me close enough in case anything goes down.
I like this. I
So
like
a little,
this.
mixing it up for the third hour.
Exactly. And we're diversifying our station. We are getting more people involved. We like this.
Yes.
We like this. Okay. So, latest for the Astros, winter meetings are upon us, and what they are potentially doing with Kyle Tucker. 3 hours ago, Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome posted a piece to The Athletic, which reads as such. Chicago Cubs outfielder Seiya Suzuki and corner infielder Isaac Paredes are two players the Houston Astros are targeting in a possible trade for right fielder Kyle Tucker. Sources briefed on the discussions told The Athletic Wednesday. Talks are fluid, and the teams have exchanged a variety of names.
They've exchanged fluids. Okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I wonder when people write these articles if that goes through their head.
I don't think Ken Rosenthal thought about that.
No, because
as he was straightening his bow tie.
That is true. The baseball writers are probably not going to smirk in the same way that we would when we read an article like this. Any Cubs package for Tucker, continues this piece in The Athletic, 27, likely would include prospects as well. Third baseman Cam Smith, Chicago's first-round pick in 2024, is another player in whom the Astros are interested. Suzuki might be out of reach for the Astros. A league source said the Cubs are highly unlikely to move him, and they seem to prefer Cody Bellinger in a separate trade. But the Astros' interest in those two signals the team wants to remain competitive, even if it trades Tucker and loses free agent third baseman Alex Bregman, with whom they are negotiating. So right now, they're putting it out there that they are trying their best to compete, which could be posturing. Lots of baseball teams do this. And it could be actually, Sean, a sign that they are perhaps on the verge of making this happen, which, oh my, is a surprise.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit if you're this far along the road where we're getting names in potential not just teams that are interested in Kyle Tucker, but like the possible returns in a Kyle Tucker trade. That makes me feel like this is pretty far down the aisle.
Yeah. So I don't know if anyone's going to run in at the last second. Is it Jim Crane? Is it Jeff Bagwell who's saying, no, you can't do this? Yes. And they put up a boom box.
I object.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden you're hearing the beautiful tones of Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel playing. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. And if all of a sudden the Astros are moved off of this. But we also got a report from Aria Alexander of Channel 2, who is pretty connected when it comes to baseball. Cubs and Yankees are pursuing Astros outfielder Kyle Tucker. Multiple sources tell KPRC. The Astros have had conversations, as reported by both Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome, about Suzuki, Paredes, and prospect Cam Smith with the Cubs. The Yankees, meanwhile, are, quote, prepared to make a big offer per that league source. So, okay, we have someone I actually trust reporting that the Yankees are potentially in on this deal. I wonder if the Yankees would go ahead and do it and go after a second straight 1-year rental, not as good as Juan Soto. I suppose after they made the move for Max Fried that some Yankee fans feel better about their chances going into next year, but they did lose a huge bat. Is Kyle Tucker going to make them feel better? It seems like online the consensus opinion from Yankees fans is yes, we don't care.
Yeah, because you are replacing a left-handed bat with another left-handed bat and two guys that are both MVP caliber kind of players. Like where if you say in the next 5 years, either one of these guys win an MVP, I would not be in any way surprised, especially with Soto, but also with Tucker as well, who is pretty close to Soto as a hitter and as a base runner, as a fielder, especially, he is much better than Soto. So you are getting a more well-rounded player. In when you're swapping out Soto for Tucker, you're probably still getting a little bit worse just because Soto's like one of one when it comes to in the box, but you're getting a little bit older as well. And if I'm a Yankees fan, the Max Fried thing, that's cool. Like, sweet. He knows Nick Turturro apparently.
But I also would like another bat in the lineup, replacing the Soto piece. Because for a lot of last year, it felt like the Yankees were really being kind of dragged in these games just by Aaron Judge and Juan Soto's greatness. And if you lose one of those two guys in your lineup that were so good, you're going to need to replace them. And Tucker, that's about as good as you're going to do.
I agree. Ken Rosenthal was on a MLB Network show, and this is the latest, I guess, on Alex Bregman. You can call this a report if you want. I do think it's more informed speculation, but he says it's difficult to predict the future with the Astros. History suggests, though, that they're not just going to perhaps pass on paying Kyle Tucker in the near future. Right now, they might pass on paying Alex Bregman.
Difficult to predict what owner Jim Crane might want here. Now, if he wants to keep Tucker, he's going to have to pay him. And the Astros have not paid free agents big money under Crane's ownership. Remember, Springer left. Correa left. Bregman likely to leave. He's not staying, I don't believe, for what they're offering. They're going to have to come significantly up to keep Alex Bregman.
That part's interesting. He thinks Bregman's going to leave. The latest that we got on Bregman in the last 24 hours, Dana Brown felt that the Astros made progress yesterday, but did not answer the question when asked if the Astros had made another offer to Alex Bregman. While Scott Boras, Alex Bregman's agent, said, "We've had numerous meetings with teams and owners, and we all know what comes after A, B, that is C, a champion."
I don't want to. That quote almost makes me not want Alex Bregman back.
But this is what Scott Boras does.
I don't want Scott Boras to make a cent of Jim Crane's money.
Do you want to get rid of all Scott Boras clients entirely
Just
based off of his corniness?
Quote. Yes.
I wonder how long he spent on that one. Does he have writers?
That one, I would be surprised if he spent a lot of time on.
I would volunteer to be one of his writers.
I would as well.
I think a writer for Scott Boras' dad jokes probably makes a decent amount of money.
Yeah, because all you need to, all right, the guy's name, maybe a thing about him, nickname, whatever, and then I got it from there.
Yeah. So, Scott Boras.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for some part-time employees,
if you want to be a regular in the postseason, sign Alex Bregman.
That was pretty good. Good
off
job.
the top. Yeah.
Good job, Sean. That was good. I like it. Gallant and George, no Joe. Paul and Sean in studio. Don behind the glass. Sorry, I'm just going to keep on doing that.
He's not Italian.
He's not.
To my knowledge. I don't know.
But he's shaking his head no. Do you like being called Don? Yes. No. He does. Good. Okay. Now that might be a loaded question. I'm in the position of power, and maybe this gets some more opportunities with the station. I don't know. Here's more from Ken Rosenthal, and he talks about, get this, the New York Yankees as a possible destination for Kyle Tucker, who was rumored to be the centerpiece of discussions between the Cubs and Astros today.
Given that history, given that Kyle Tucker has 1 year remaining before he is a free agent and hits the open market, if I were the Astros, I would strongly consider trading him. I would strongly consider trading Valdez. Now, it means, or it would mean in the short term, most likely, taking a step back. And it raises the question, too, of what kind of value you'd get because it's only 1 year. Look at the Yankees, for example. Tucker, of course, would appeal to them. He is a perfect replacement for Soto. He might not be the offensive player Soto is, but he's a better base runner, capable of stealing 30 bases, a much better defender, Gold Glove winner. But it's the same situation as it was with Soto. You're trading significant pieces for 1 year of Kyle Tucker, and then he might bolt on you. So it's a difficult move for them, and yet it will be something that I'm sure they discussed. I'm sure other teams discussed because Kyle Tucker is one of the most underrated players in the game and one of the best players in the game.
I hate that. And I know there are some rumors that the Yankees are interested. I hate that, though. Like, the conversation immediately goes back to the Yankees whenever there's a chance to bring it back to the Yankees.
Yeah, and you were right to point out in the first segment that it's like that the Yankees are one of those teams. It's a little bit like the Cowboys on First Take,
Lakers,
where
NBA talk.
Yeah, where if there's even like a sliver of chance, you just throw them in the headlines. Honestly, the same with like Texas in football, in college football, Alabama, things like that, Ohio State, where there's just certain names where you can sprinkle those in, and you're going to get a lot more clicks by doing that. But yeah, it does seem like, I mean, with the later reporting from Ari Alexander, that it does seem legitimate that the Yankees are at least in the mix here. But yes, you do notice that the national guys are very Yankees forward with this.
Yeah.
I would like it though if he does pull a Juan Soto. That maybe that's what. All right, that's what the Astros do. Okay, you can't make an agreement for a contract extension for Kyle Tucker, but maybe you can make an agreement that you don't sign with the Yankees. We'll trade you to the Yankees. We'll get their prospects, and then you go to the Mets or you go to the Dodgers. Probably not the Dodgers.
Well, I think honestly, just with the way that things went down and how slow the Yankees were on the trigger finger, I think there's a chance that the Yankees would just lose in the bidding process. It would be funny if you did add that just as a stick it to them.
Just please do not re-sign with them.
But the problem is, like, the reason this is a problem right now is because the Astros, I think, have on multiple occasions made their relationship with Kyle Tucker worse than it needs to be. First, arbitration over $2.5 million. Just give him the 2.5. You're really going to fight over that? 2, last year, they effed that up. They kept on saying that Kyle Tucker did not have a broken bone in his leg. Kyle Tucker said he did. Who's right? Probably the player who suffered the injury. And the weird way that the Astros seem to imply it wasn't a broken bone felt like they were trying to push him back on the field earlier than he needed to.
And it puts the player in a terrible position. It leaves them kind of exposed for talk show hacks like us to spend 2.5 months being like, why is he not on the field? Why isn't this guy on the field?
Right. Because you always are going to side with the organization.
Yeah.
If you're someone listening and you're hearing that, and you're like, they said he's fine. And Tucker doesn't talk about it.
And selfishly, like, yeah, you want Tucker on the field.
Yeah.
Like that's just what you want. And when you hear it's a bruise, you're like, how long is this bruise going to take to heal? So yeah, that cannot have helped. The arbitration things, like, especially, I mean, it's not totally foreign to happen in baseball, but it always seems like it's the precursor to that guy leaves when he gets a chance.
Yeah. I'm wondering how many Astros fans last year were looking at the Kyle Tucker situation and thinking to themselves, you know what? We're actually better without him. I remember there was a time where they were by record.
Yes.
Better.
When you could just do the record. It was also when the entire season turned around and when Jose Abreu left the team.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other extenuating factors, but yes, they did have a good record without Kyle Tucker. And then you saw Kyle Tucker in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't Isaac Paredes can do that.
He
Seiya Suzuki could do that.
Kyle Tucker brought this upon all of us. Let's be honest. Like, I don't want to talk about this, and Kyle Tucker sucking in the playoffs made this actually debatable.
Yeah.
Had Kyle Tucker played well, you're like, yeah, you got to make this deal happen. You got to abandon your old policy.
I mean, get a few RBI in the Tigers series.
Yeah. Literally like 2.
They might be in the World Series.
Exactly.
Like, it was not a tough AL playoffs last year. And yeah, if you score some runs in your 2 home games against the Tigers, like, you have a pretty good shot to go on a deep run. And we're not going, oh my God, the Astros are going to blow up the core.
He had opportunities too. That's what makes it worse. They're going to have to shake this old mentality, I think, at some point. I just wonder when. This quote from Jim Crane was brought up in the Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal piece about how the Astros and Alex Bregman conversations are going earlier in the week. Quote from Jim Crane back in the day: you have to look at the length of a contract because they normally don't work a very high percentage. You have to be cognizant of that because the longer the contract's on the back end, it gets difficult to carry it, and you decrease your ability to be competitive when you got a lot of money tied up. Now, ironically, yeah, that also happens when you sign Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, Lance McCullers, Ryan Presley. However, fine.
It's not for a long time.
It feels like a long time,
but it's not for a long time.
Technically, it's not for a long time. He avoids longer contracts. If he wants to, I think, cross the finish line with Bregman, this is the exception that they're going to have to make.
Rule.
Right. Because Tucker, if they bring back Bregman and they trade Tucker, I'm not going to be mad. If they trade Tucker and they let Bregman walk, I will be mad. I will say they lied to us when they said we're going to keep the window open as long as they possibly can. And I think they should leave the window open as the house collapses. And just have a symbolic window that was there. This is the Astros run from 2015 through 20 whenever it ends.
Now it seems like a headstone is what you're
Well,
describing.
yeah, it will be. It'll be a window.
Okay.
A window headstone. That's new.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that it will be very tough. I just whether or not it works, because like we won't know whether it works for at least a year or two.
For sure.
It is the PR hit that the Astros are going to take with the fan base if Bregman walks and they actively trade Tucker, because Tucker would be the first guy that they go out of their way to get rid of.
Yeah.
Normally they take it all the way to the finish line. They walk for nothing. Like this one, they're actively shopping them. And that I feel like that, along with losing another member of the 2017 Astros, like that is you're chipping away at a lot of goodwill that you had.
They say they let it go towards the end of, or they seem to show that they go to the end.
You at least get them for every year that they're contracted to play for you.
I saw some Astros fan post, like, it's pretty funny to see all the contracts the Astros have passed on, and we've justified it by saying, well, you got to save that money to sign the next guy, and then the next guy leaves. So it's like, oh, George Springer, well, you got to sign Correa. Oh, Carlos Correa, well, you got to sign Alex Bregman. Oh, Alex Bregman, well, you got to sign Kyle Tucker. Right. Like, it's just on and on and on and on. It's kind of funny.
You got to sign Chas McCormick. You got to sign. I don't know who's next on the list of guys you need to sign. You got to sign Hunter Brown, Paul. You got to sign Hunter.
Eventually,
Brown.
you will.
That's coming up.
But not for a while. Yeah, you're right. And it's going to be Garrett Cole all over again. From the 361, well, Crochet brought back. The Red Sox traded for Garrett Crochet. They traded their top 4 prospects, or at least they're in the stages of finalizing that. Why wouldn't the Astros do a trade? Fromber, could the Astros use Tucker for a third baseman plus prospects? Yeah, but the thing is, like, you're just not going to get someone as good as Bregman in a trade. You might get multiple players who are solid, and look, your lineup has multiple holes that you need to fill. It's not just like, hey, what happens in a post Bregman world and what happens in a post Tucker world. Like, there's other situations that you got to resolve. But I just feel like you're not going to get back the one player in exchange that makes up for losing said one player.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to 2001 Moneyball this thing. You're not going to be able to be the Oakland A's with GM Brad Pitt rebuilding guys in the aggregate like that.
No.
That it sounds good, makes for a good movie, but it's very hard to do, and it's very hard with a team that the last 2 years had been in dogfights to win their division, and now you're taking out 2 of the best 4 hitters in their lineup from last year. A team that again did not get out of the wild card round because they could not score runs.
Correct. Text from the 409. This is 409 Josh. 1. You should start trying to guilt trip Bregman into not leaving Altuve as the lone scandal survivor.
Okay.
Tug at his heartstrings for his buddy.
I like that.
I think Altuve is kind of already doing that though by saying like, yeah, pay him.
Yeah, he did that. In the game 2 post game press conference?
Yeah,
he was like
right away.
We need to resign.
We need to resign him. No, Altuve has done everything he possibly can. It's a matter of Jim Crane. 409 Josh also texts. It's unfortunate we couldn't trust the Astros medical staff. If they said Bregman's end of year injury will impact his future, I don't know if they said something along those lines, but I would say I bet that Alex Bregman had a different take on his elbow gremlins than the Astros training staff did.
Yeah, I mean, just body of work, it would not be surprising.
No.
It would not be surprising if there was whether Bregman thought it was more serious or less serious. The Astros doctors on the other side of that.
A thought that just came to me: what if you fire their training staff now? Does that help you bring back Bregman? Does that help you bring back Tucker? Just fire the training staff right now. Clearly they suck. They clearly suck. Like, there's no debating that. Or at least the players don't like them, I would imagine, just given all the injuries that they have. If you can them, it doesn't even matter who you hire to fix. They're all going to assume that like you can't do any worse because that's all they've known. So like, is that the sacrificial lamb that maybe makes a Bregman or a Tucker like, yeah, you know what? They're listening to me finally.
I'm not going to sit here and stick up for the Astros doctors, the Astros training staff. The last at least 2 years that have been absolute butchers when it comes to their team.
Yeah, they're barber surgeons from the 1600s, baby.
I just think too much hay is in the barn with those 2 guys. Like, I think we're too close to the finish line of, frankly, these guys leaving, that it actually will matter the sacrificial lamb of the Astros team doctors. Although I'm not against the move.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, it can't
Paul,
hurt.
we're talking about someone's job. That'd actually be very funny. Jim Crane fires him right before Christmas.
I mean,
try in a feudal gesture to try to get Alex Bregman back.
I mean, yeah, it'd be funny for us because we got a dark sense of humor. For them, no. But hey, if you get it done now, like the earlier you get it done,
the faster they can find a job before Christmas.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or they can do some fill-in part-time work around Christmas time. Well, what, Sean? When I first got my job in radio, I was on call and I made like 90, maybe not 90, 90's extreme. I made a good like 30 to 40% of my yearly salary by just working ridiculous hours on the holidays.
No, that is correct. That is something that happens in this industry and a lot of industries. I still think it's bad. Again, it's bad headlines to be like Ebenezer Scrooge, Jim Crane fires team doctors right before Christmas.
I once produced 8 hours worth of shows and then hosted 8 hours worth of shows in a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And holiday time. So you got like
time and a half,
extra time and a half.
Okay.
And on top of that, overtime. So it was overtime and holiday
Overtime.
pay.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I knew what it was. I wasn't getting that many hours. So around Thanksgiving and around Christmas, I just didn't leave. I brought a cot. I slept in the producer studio.
I was going to ask, it wasn't 16 straight hours?
Or it was 16 straight hours.
What?
I didn't care. No, I wanted them. I was like, I'm going to prove that I'm the best.
I just would have asked for like, or I would have wanted an hour break.
They probably gave me.
Break.
They probably gave me maybe it was like a 4-hour break. I don't know. I
no, you're still there for 20 hours.
I was there for like 2 days straight once. I mean, what's the point of going home? You're just going to stay here. Plus, I might fall asleep and not wake up because that's my big bugaboo. You can't get over the snooze button. Someone texted in because we were talking about this was Key from LA. We were talking about like little sweeteners that you could throw in a deal. Paul, when you signed at ESPN 97.5, 92.5, did you get a new chair to sit in? No, and sadly, all the fatty boombatties of our station, I will not name names, broke all the chairs. They broke all the chairs. This chair, my chair, is broken. Someone broke it. Who broke it?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You didn't send it. Tone didn't send it.
You're just making eye contact.
No, I'm just who do you think broke it?
I don't know. Too many to tell. There's so many moving parts here. I'm not gonna sit here and say someone's name. Come on.
I know.
I'm sitting in a chair with no back. All right.
This chair has a back, but the back leans to the right very far, and it seems to be destroying my posture. And I'm just not a fan of that. It's not Tempur-Pedic.
No.
People say that about chairs.
Ergonomic.
There we go. Thank you. Same thing. Are they? No, they're not. He's Sean. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, no Joe. Tone behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. There's an awesome piece about Ime Udoka in ESPN. I want this guy to be emulated more by other coaches, including by one coach in this city who, I got to say, not really feeling the return to work. We'll discuss. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No Joe. Sean sitting in for him. Behind the glass for Sean. I'm Paul Gallant. Here's the latest on the Astros at baseball's winter meetings. This is the most BS report I can remember, but this is how reporting goes these days. Mark Feinsand is an MLB.com senior national reporter and MLB Network insider. Wait, is he the insider or is he a senior national reporter? I can't say. He has two titles for the same company that he works for. Whatever. Here's what he reports. I say in quotation marks. There's a sense that Alex Bregman could be the next big free agent to sign. End quote. Are you serious?
There's a sense.
There's a sense
he could be
that he might sign. It's such a low bar for reporting now. What does that even mean?
No, there's a sense that he could be the next big free agent. There's going to be some little ones, Paul.
Well,
there's he's some little free agents signing.
And Joe's not here to defend little people, but he's a little person. Is he a big free agent? Subjective, but in terms of his ability,
stature in the league,
on the baseball field, stature in the league, right? Yeah. Not stature literally. The Astros, Red Sox, Yankees, and Tigers are among those in the mix.
That's my favorite part of the report is that there's a sense that he could be the next big free agent to sign. Again, like you said, doesn't mean a lot. Also, there's 4 teams in the mix.
There's 4 teams in the mix. The Astros are the first one listed. If you really want to read too much into this, note that
it's not alphabetical. Either.
It's not in alphabetical order because the Yankees are not last. So are the Astros in first, the Red Sox second, Yankees third, Tigers fourth.
But what is Mark Feinsand trying to tell us?
It's a great question. Are the Tigers at the end of this going to say we were just thankful to be a part of this process? Probably. That's kind of how.
Actually, we can't throw shots at the Tigers.
No, that's true. They dust busted the Astros, which I predicted the Astros would do to the Tigers in that BS playoff round that I guess we can't even call a BS playoff round anymore. Anyway. Tim McMahon of ESPN wrote a fun piece about the Houston Rockets, who have their NBA Cup matchup against the Golden State Warriors tonight. The Warriors have won 15 straight games against the Rockets. That is insane, but then again, you remember how poor the Rockets have played, honestly, up until Ime Udoka took over last year. This article is about the culture that Ime Udoka has installed in the Rockets. And it's really fascinating hearing McMahon write about how Udoka evaluates Amen Thompson, who gets the most tough love on defense. I'm going to read a passage. When Thompson, the man he's guarding, gets a bucket on Thompson, Thompson tends to look towards the sideline to see how Ime Udoka reacts. There isn't much mystery. Said Ime Udoka, quote, I am bothered, end quote. Fantastic. That's an understatement, writes McMahon, and not an unusual state of mind for Udoka. As Rockets point guard Fred VanVleet put it, quote, well, he is always pissed off, end quote. I like that. I like that he's mad. Sorry, I think a bad coach gets more out of you than a nice coach. You should probably have a balance of the two. This article by Tim McMahon continues, and he paints a descriptive picture of angry Ime Udoka. Quote, Udoka's brow furls and his eyes narrow when he's disappointed in any of his players' defensive effort. But he's particularly perturbed when Thompson falls short of the coach's high expectations. It's an especially seething sneer anytime Thompson gets scored on. What a random thing to get mad at. I guess because Ahmed Thompson's defense under the hoop is ridiculous. Yeah. Everyone used to have a boner for James Harden's defense underneath the hoop. Wow, he's really good in post defense. Oh, yeah, the one time where he doesn't have to move laterally side to side. He just stands there like a big lard because that's what he is. Oh, he puts more effort in there. Well, it's easier because he just has to stand there and the guy can't back him down. Whatever. He's mad when Ahmed Thompson doesn't play good defense. Thompson said, imagine the most mad face ever, staring daggers at you. Said Rafael Stone about, again, anyone scoring on Amen Thompson, he's not particularly happy when someone scores on him. In Ime's world, that should be an impossibility. And if it occurs, it's because Amen did something wrong. We're not talking about Dikembe Mutombo here. We're not talking about peak Dwight Howard or Hakeem Olajuwon or anyone. We're talking about like a rookie in his second year who's kind of a tweener player.
Yeah, it's like 6'7". I mean, great athlete, but yeah, I think that is something where yes, you're right. This is the type of coach that can get a lot out of a player, especially a young group who they're not, veteran players. They're not like, hey, listen, dude, I've already made hundreds of millions of dollars. Can you please stop screaming at me every night? Like, it is a young group still trying to find their way in the league. At the other time, like, I can see why, like, wait, every time someone scores on me, it's my fault.
I like it.
I'm in the NBA.
So
Kevin Durant's just going to shoot over me sometimes. I don't, what am I going to do?
Failure. I like that. I like being so obsessed with perfection that nothing is fun anymore. And that's probably because I grew up a Patriots fan and I saw it in action. And yes, I sort of overlooked the convenient Tom Brady was there thing.
Yeah, that helped.
It did help. But I'd like to see this with our Houston Texans. And I said this because coming back from the bye week at his Monday press conference, D'Amico Ryans had this to say about what the Houston Texans are going to be focusing on now that they're back.
The biggest thing is hard for us is, as I went back and watched it, is us getting back to the basics and fundamentals of ball, right? And it's us just executing on those simple things of football, right? It doesn't change. At this time of the year, it's not so much about the scheme. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, right? It's about how do you execute, and are you executing better than your opponent? Are you protecting the football? Are you taking the football away? Putting yourself in favorable position, playing complementary football. So as I go back and dissect it all, it's just about us getting back to the basics and playing our brand of football and executing the right way.
Well, your brand of football is not being perfect. Your brand of football is mistakes. We're going back to fundamentals. It is week 15.
Going back to fundamentals, Paul.
Sean, we're going back to fundamentals. I don't know how many people have seen the movie Angels in the Outfield. I grew up watching it.
I want you here in uniform at 9 tomorrow. We're going back to work on fundamentals. Fundamentals? In the middle of the season?
See, I like that. George Knox, played by Danny Glover. I like that. In that moment right there, he was willing to go back to fundamentals early in the year. That should have been something they've been working on for a while, instead of talking about the little positive things. And, okay, look, two different sports, but basketball is the sport with more divas than football. And Ime Udoka doesn't give a damn. And his approach is just a constant obsession with perfection, to the point where a second-year player in Amen Thompson, who is younger than most NFL players, is failing every time he allows a bucket, which in basketball happens a lot. The over-under for tonight's game is what, 220?
Yeah.
That's 100 baskets at least. At least.
Among the two teams, zero of those should be on Amen Thompson.
If any of them are on Amen Thompson, Ime Udoka's pissed off. And, okay, Paul, this is an apples to orange comparison. You can make that case, but think about that. The biggest turnaround that we have seen in year 1 and 2 has been just the approach by Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green defensively. There's a passage in this piece by Tim McMahon. The quote, "The reason why we have overall made the jump is the buy-in and improvement from the non-defenders. Challenging our guys to take pride in one-on-one defense and then trying to build some schemes around guys to protect them and put them in a better position to be successful." There is no denying that Green and Şengün care more.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing for basketball as a whole, that like caring about defense actually leads to good defense. It is embarrassing, but when you have a coach that's like that with the little things or the little moments, it's going to improve. And I'm sure that any moment that Jalen Green or Alperen Şengün aren't hustling is sometimes related to when these guys are sitting on the bench in the fourth quarter. Wouldn't it be nice if D'Amico incorporated any of this? Can next year, Ime Udoka in the offseason, after their season is done, Can he be a consultant for the Texans?
Yeah, or just in August, speak to the team. Like, just give a Derek Stingley. Every time someone completes a pass on you, it's your fault. No matter what Eric Murray was doing, it's your fault.
Why not? So we all were so happy about D'Amico Ryans being hired last year, and we're all happy with what he did the first season with this team. He did have help of CJ Stroud and did have the help of a very favorable schedule. Hey, they're 8-5. Winning is important in this league, and as the Chiefs are proving, it is hard to win every single game, even if they are winning every single game. But sometimes you gotta be a dick, and I wish that was a club that D'Amico had in his bag, and I just don't get the sense that he has. Not because I know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't. But that they cannot clean things up from a week-to-week basis, and that in week 15, we're talking about fundamentals.
Yeah.
Frustrates me.
At least he didn't go like, hey, we try to put the fun in fundamental.
Oh, God, like he's Scott Boras.
We're just trying to have fun out there. CJ Stroud, it's about playing fun.
Well, he's done that. I mean, that's what's been frustrating about this year is when we hear them talk, you're like, oh, you're not saying the things I want to hear. I'd rather you just grumble at me and clear your nostrils like your Bill Belichick used to do, you know? Like, I'm reading a lot into this. I realize that. But I wish that this focus on fundamentals for the Texans was a thing. It clearly has not been. This would not be happening on a week-to-week basis if they were like this. If they were like the Houston Rockets. I strongly believe that. I suppose we'll see the rest of the way. Maybe this week off and a focus on the fundamentals for week 15 will help the Houston Texans out against a better than their record Miami Dolphins team, who is 6-7. It is Gallant and George. Sean Mapes sitting in for Joe. I am Paul Gallant. Anthony, he's behind the glass. You want to chime in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text 2 hit songs in garbage time that will get you in the Christmas spirit. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George. Also featuring Sean Mapes.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. No Joe. Sean sitting in studio. Anthony behind the glass. So, latest on all things Houston Astros is there's a sense that Alex Bregman will be the next free agent to move this offseason, whether it's back to Houston or to the Red Sox, Yankees, or Tigers. Kyle Tucker's name is the centerpiece of discussions with the Chicago Cubs for a trade. The Yankees are sniffing around as well, but nothing really news happened over the last 3 hours outside of that last report by Mark Feinsand of the MLB that there's a sense that Alex Bregman is going to get a deal.
Could be the next big free agent to move. So, yeah, I mean, I guess to me, it just over the course of the day, it seems like more of a certainty that Kyle Tucker will be traded. We just don't know where or for who or for what. Well, I guess we know for what, but
yeah, exactly.
For what?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Dana Brown, well, we feel good about the guys we got back. I can't wait for the Dana Brown post-trade press conference.
Well, we got rid of one player and we got two. That's what he'll say, 100%. If they make a trade that involves Kyle Tucker for Paredes, Suzuki, and that prospect, that is exactly what he will do. It's just how Dana Brown operates. He's rather predictable with the things that he says. Also, we've got an NBA Cup game tonight between the Rockets and the Warriors. Rockets 2-point favorites at home. It does look like everyone's going to play for the Warriors this time around. We'll see with Tari Eason. Fred VanVleet does seem like he'll be back out there. So everyone should be full strength. Fun test for the Rockets. They were just showing on ESPN, I think, a montage of like the greatest recent moments in Rockets Warriors. And I'm going to pour one out for Chris Paul. I felt Chris Paul was unappreciated for his 2-year period in Houston.
Yes.
The hamstring injury that he suffered in Game 5 against the Warriors, you're really going to be mad about him for suffering that when he's the reason that they won that game? I feel like at the end, when Paul got pushed out, I don't like how everyone automatically sided with James Harden. It felt like more people sided with Harden than with Paul.
Yeah, I get Chris Paul isn't the guy everyone loves. Like, I get that he is a tough hang.
Yeah,
not just for the players themselves, but also like watching it. You're like, Chris Paul's it's not exactly what I call likable out there, but he is without a doubt what made those Rockets teams a cut above all the other James Harden era Rockets team. I mean, the first year he was on the Rockets, they immediately had a franchise record for wins.
Yep.
Like, just boom, right away.
He gave a bleep. I think his give a bleep made everyone else around him give a bleep. And that Tim McMahon article about
Ime
Udoka brings up how Fred VanVleet's giving a bleep is one of the reasons that they signed him. And yeah, he does seem to, but Paul was different. And I enjoyed a couple of moments that they were showing. First off, the time where Paul gets into it with Steve Kerr with the fake laugh.
Yeah.
And next, when Paul hit a 3 in Steph Curry's face and then shimmied in front of Curry on his way to the other side of the court, like Paul had some fun moments.
Those were the good old days when it comes to the Warriors Rockets matchups of the past, and NBA Today showing them all back to back to back to back like that. You're like, wow, they really did lose a lot to the Warriors. A lot of them are very pro Warriors. They threw in a Steph Curry buzzer beater over Kevin Porter Jr. in 2022. I was like, there's no reason for that.
Well, it's part of the 15 straight wins.
That's not good.
They didn't show the 27 missed threes, which I'm thankful for.
Well, because they do have to fit in a time clock. They can't.
They can't do it all.
They can't show 90 seconds of missed threes.
They didn't show Steph Curry's war against big orthodontia with the mouth guards that he would bite in the side of his mouth either.
No, they didn't. They didn't show that. They didn't show Kevin Durant being like 4 feet out of bounds on one of the regular season matchups.
No,
they
saw that
didn't
either.
call it. Yeah. Hopefully, it's a new era for Rockets basketball. An era where they can beat the Golden State Warriors.
It starts now. #liftoff.
Lift off, baby.
Because it's very
Ime Udoka is gonna scream at these guys so much.
He will
if they give up a single point.
And
They
he
need to
should.
shut out. What if they shut out the Golden State
That would be
Warriors?
pretty awesome. Can they hold the Warriors under 12 points in a quarter? That's the equivalent of a shutout.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
That just feels shutout-ish. So yeah, let's do that, Rockets.
Time for a little garbage time. Christmas season's upon us. I watched Die Hard last night.
Okay.
Featuring some transnational criminals. Hans Gruber is transnational. That's the new way to describe international thieves.
I mean, he did have facial hair, so.
But he's from Germany.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's that.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, like the guys that break into NFL players' house. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We got a new Christmas song. This isn't from the Costco guys.
No more Costco guys. We're not gonna try to get y'all with that anymore.
This is just Costco guys adjacent, because here is the Rizzler singing a little Christmas bars for you.
Like the Polar Express, the way my name ring bells. I got checked out more than people in hotels. Rizzy, baby, all I gotta do is flex a jaw, and I can steal 'em like Terry Bradshaw. I guess I'm the Grinch the way you dudes feel. I never heard of you, that's why you live in Whoville? Swag Santa, Bat Grabber, Black Panther. What kind of verse do you kill?
Gotta say, whoa. No, he didn't write
The
that.
kid can write what?
He didn't write that.
No.
Well, I mean, this show struggles with phonetics, me mostly, but I saw this child online trying to pronounce words as part of a TikTok that went viral, and he struggled.
Oh, I mean, he's still a little boy.
But that was incredible.
That was very good. That was very even if he didn't write it, which I'm willing to say I can believe that he didn't write it.
I don't think so.
He still delivered it very well.
He delivered it great. It sounded like a little rapper kid. Like he sounded like an expert.
Yeah, he didn't sound that bad. That's why you live in Whoville.
That was fantastic. I gotta say, I think that's more creative, like those 20 seconds, than anything the Costco guys have done. I do like Bring the Boom. Don't get me wrong. But I didn't like it at first, and it grew on me because I know it makes everyone angry, and I think it's funny to watch people get so mad at we bring the boom, double chocolate cookie.
I just don't know why we had to pit these two titans of TikTok against each other.
Because
I don't know why this has to be like NSYNC or a boy band where you're either team Costco guys or team Rizzler.
I'm creating drama through conflict. And when these two have their inevitable divorce.
No, don't say that. My heart can't take it.
When AJ and the Rizzler have their first fight, which will probably be when AJ, who's a huge kid, like he's tall.
Big Justice is.
Big Justice is the kid.
Yeah,
like Big Justice and the Rizzler. At a certain point, are they going to be able to hang out with each other? I don't know. They look like they're dramatically different ages.
Yes, I think once Big Justice goes to high school, maybe it gets tougher to bring the Rizzler around.
Hell yeah, dude.
Although I feel like this is all the long build up to
hit him up.
No, a celebrity boxing match between the two in like 15 years.
For sure.
This is we're just paving the way for Costco guys versus the Rizzler in Jerry World.
Let's go. The Retro Cry says Paul's brain rot is terminal. Yes. Yeah. But you're now by osmosis having a little brain rot yourself.
Yeah, you're catching secondhand brain rot.
How about that? Yeah, not good. Anyway, on that note, big thanks to everyone who tuned into today's show. Big thanks to Anthony behind the glass, stepping in a big way. Big thanks to Sean Mapes, who's been producing and hosting today. Our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and our callers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present the Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bring you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Wednesday edition, hump day, of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. I'm actually being joined by a guy that I can't believe I might converse with for a couple hours because he's so tough to get hold of because he's Mr. Big popular comedian and have all these B-Max, by the way, behind the glass, and it's me and it's Barry Laminack. And it's nice to have you on time in studio for a guy that is really hard to get a hold of unless you ask him if he wants to fill in.
What are you talking about? One time I didn't answer your call.
Multiple times.
What?
Bro, I'm making dinner. Bro, I've got this. Bro, we'll just chat tomorrow. Okay, fine, whatever. Cool.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm not a phone conversation guy. I rather text. I know you like to talk.
It's a work thing. It was relating to you and I doing show. I thought that was more important than just, as you would say, kibitzing.
Do I say that?
I don't know. It's a way of saying shooting the you-know-what.
Yeah. I'd rather text, but I know we have to talk. But honestly, like the only time I don't answer your call is when I have something going on.
Which is all the time.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Every once in a while, you know.
Now, B-Mac, I want to let you know that this comedy thing ain't all it's cracked up to be, no matter how the shows go. Because when I checked in with Dipstick over here, I don't know. He was
is
about
that the nickname we're going with?
Yeah, that's fine. It's one of many that I have no problem.
That's the more
using.
PC friendly.
Yeah,
one? Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
He can highlight. This is like, you know, when Kirk Herbstreit does his little weekly on his private plane, his PJ.
Rest in peace to Kirk's dog.
Okay, don't do that. But he always goes, I'll be here Thursday, flying here Friday, flying here, and whatever. Barry's doing it by car.
Oh, I know.
But this one was ridiculous this last weekend. He drove from here to Dallas, did a show, got back in the car, drove to Colorado to do another show, and then got in the car and drove home.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, from the time we were doing the evening show, we heard about his trips to Arkansas, all up and down I-10 over the South. And we learned at one point, Joel, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we found out that Barry keeps something in his car so he doesn't have to make stops. And he could just keep
the
Whizzinator. Pee and keep driving.
Yeah, he's got his version of the Whizzinator, which is essentially
it's like a whole potty.
I'm telling you right now, I wish I would have had one. Let me tell you why.
You still have that thing?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I wish I would have had. I didn't have one this trip. So this trip was bananas because I had 2 shows in 2 nights. One was in McKinney, Texas. One was in Sterling, Colorado, which is like the northeast part of Colorado. So I had to drive to McKinney. That's when I was talking to Joel on Friday. I was driving to McKinney, Texas, literally got off stage and was like, it's still a long drive. So I was like, well, I'm just going to get off stage. And I drove to Oklahoma City, stayed the night, got up in the morning and just drove to Sterling, Colorado, which was an all-day drive, got off stage and then drove back to Hayes, Kansas, got into Hayes, Kansas at like 4 o'clock in the morning, went to bed at like 6 o'clock in the morning, got up about 3, slept for like 3 hours, got up, and then drove home. And then got home at like, I don't know, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. That was my weekend.
Sounds glamorous.
So yeah, I mean, I literally needed one of those hemorrhoid pillows. My butt hurt.
Well, there's one here.
From
Cody
just-
used to sit on it. You can use it if you
just
want. It's the
sitting
same
on
size as his stomach.
I mean, big boy.
Big boy.
It was a lot of sitting. It was like 2 hours of stage time and literally 3 days in a car.
See, and I don't know how all this works, so my dumb ass just asking questions. I go, so wait a minute. So you're doing a private gig. Wouldn't they pay for your
travel? I'm cheap. I'd say like the flight to Colorado was like, but I found a flight for like $89, but then I didn't pull the trigger right away. And then it ended up being like $450 plus rent car, plus hotel. I was like, nah.
Didn't pull the trigger right away. Sounds like you're a serial stalker guy or something.
Oh, so it's funny you mentioned that. So I'm driving back. I swear to you, I think I'll just say it this way. I think I avoided being murdered by a serial killer. And So my wife
We
and
have
I
experts in this field, by the way, that are in this station, as Brian and I can tell you. But go ahead.
Do you?
Yeah, our intern is like an expert on serial killers.
So
I think
Nora
she's
and
related
I
to
are
them.
always watching.
Yeah, let's not give out all her family history,
I'm
but
just
yes.
saying, I didn't say family. You did.
What is she like?
You said related to.
Yeah, you
What
might be
else does that
related.
mean?
I don't know, but I don't know if she was or not till you.
She's like,
just go ahead, tell your story.
Wait, what? Oh, now I
Off
need-
the air. Off
Yes.
the air.
Oh, she's like BTK.
Is that
She's
a
like
boy band?
BTJ.
Is that a boy band?
She just one letter off. No, so like I was joking with Nora that like it seems like there's a lot of serial killers and mass murders that take place in Kansas. That was a joke that I made to her, right?
Okay.
Because BTK was in Wichita. There was the Kansas City Butcher, which isn't necessarily Kansas. It's really Missouri, but it's close. And then there was like this, we were listening to this podcast called Murder in America, which there was this other, it's wild. There was this mass murder that took place in Kansas. There was another one that took place. So I was telling her, I was like, I don't know what it is about Kansas and mass murders and serial killers, but that's wild, right? So I'm driving back from Hayes, Kansas, and I'm outside of Wichita. I'm between Hayes and Wichita. I have to use the restroom. And
The Wizinator's broken? Or you just don't want Nora to get disappointed?
I just see a rest stop.
Oh, she's not with you?
No, I'm by myself. And I see a rest stop, and I was like, oh, I'll just swing in. How convenient. Just pop in, go to the restroom, back on the road. No big deal, right?
Okay.
So I just pull off the side of the road. Now, this rest stop is empty. It's just me, and there's 4 truckers, all right? And as soon as I get out, it's creepy vibes. It's eerie, right? It's overcast, it's ugly, it's cold, and all you hear is like the flagpole. You know how like there's no flags? You just hear the ding, ding. And I was like, oh, this is just like a movie. This is weird. And so there's nobody around, just the 4 truckers. I'm the only car. And I walk into the restroom, and as soon as I close the door, dude, I just get creeped out. There's nobody in there. It's just me. And I'm like, what is happening right now? Like it just feels like I'm in a Saw movie. Like it just feels straight out of Ace.
Would you like to play a game?
It feels like I'm in a serial killer movie. Like it really does. Like it's old, it's like dark and dingy. And so I'm like, yo, this is kind of weird. So I'm sitting there using the restroom, and I'd never do this. This isn't a thing. I don't get scared. I'm not one of those guys. Like all of a sudden I just get overcome with panic and fear. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. I was like, if somebody came in here to like kill me right now, 1, nobody would know. 2, I have no way to get out. Like there's only 1 entrance, 1 exit. So I'm literally looking over my shoulder. I am just overcome with fear. And this never happens. And I'm like, I got to hurry. I got to get out of here. And like, I don't know if it was like an intuition, a guardian angel or what, right? But I'm freaking out. So I don't even finish. There's a little bit left. And I'm like, I'm going. I don't wash my hands, which Joel,
Whoa, that's a big one for you.
Even if there's nobody around, I always wash my hands. But I was just like, something was telling me I had to get out of this restroom, right? So I hurry up and I finish, but I'm not done, but I finish. And I immediately just beeline for the door. And the way this rest stop is like when you walk up to it, you can go left to the women's or right to the men's. And then there's some like stuff, some history on the wall. And the way you do is like, if you go right, it's kind of around the corner and then straight onto the door. So I zip up, I walk out the door. And as I walk out the door and get to that far corner, dude, I bump into a guy who's coming from essentially the women's restroom side. Not from the parking lot where the 4 trucks are, the 4 18-wheelers.
He might have been in the women's restroom?
Bro, there's no other place he could have came from.
Okay.
So we bump into each other, and he looks, there's like, I can't really describe the look on his face. It was all parts like shock, anger, disappointment, like frustration. I don't know what exact look it was, but it was a split second of just like, oh my God. And like I bumped into him, he bumped into me. I sidestepped and I just kept going.
You didn't even say my bad.
I was just like, and like that feeling I had at the urinal was like 50 times now. And I just went straight to the car and he kept going inside and shut the door. And I just went to the car and immediately I got my gun out, put it in my lap first. Cause I was like, from now on, I'm taking this bad boy inside with me. This is crazy. And I just sat there for a minute. And I was like, no, there's no way he came from these trucks. Cause like at the rest stop, you pull up and park, all the 18 wheelers would be behind me. Any of those 18 wheelers that would have, if he would have got out from one of those and walked into the restroom, he would have walked straight in.
Like a beeline, like, right?
You're right. We met at a 90. We would have bumped, we would have hit face to face. He came around the corner. I was like, where did he come from? Where was he at? Bro, I'm telling you, I was like, and then why all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, did I have this urge to just, I had to get out of that
No
restaurant.
follow up? Did you like after the fact?
Bro, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I was just gone. I was like, I don't know what happened. That's never happened to me before in my life. I
would have been at least
I don't get
curious.
those.
Like
For
once
what?
I got the
Stick
hell out
around
of there,
and get
like
killed?
no, just go check out and see like the headlines or whatever to say, hey,
I
anything
haven't
happened at that
looked.
rest stop?
I guess I need to like go and see what kind of murders have taken place in the area, but I was just
I want to say you would have been fine because I've never heard of a serial killer who targets comedians traveling on the road that usually pee in their cars.
Well, I don't think he
the
knows.
MOs I hear for serial killers.
I don't think he knows all that.
I mean, comedian traveling in his car usually peeing in the mobile toilet he has. I've never seen that a part of a serial
I tell you
killer's
what,
MO.
I'll be using that from now on. And if I don't, I'll be taking my gun with it. It was the, you always hear about intuition, gut feeling, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now I get it, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. I don't know what was. He might not have been a serial killer. Maybe he was going to rob me. Maybe he wasn't going to do anything. Maybe he just had to boo boo. I don't know. But dude, it was the weird. I was shaking when I got back in the car. I was shook. I was literally shook. I was just like, I don't know what that was all about. It was so weird. But I'm convinced it was a serial killer.
And who'd have thought that you guys would have had a reunion on the road in Colorado? I mean, you said the first thing you felt was shock. I didn't know that you ran into him like that. I love those guys.
Such a jerk.
All right. We got a lot of show to get to today. It is going to be the usual suspects edition of the Killer Bees for the next 4 days. BMAC's going to be with us today, and then we'll have some fill-in producers as BMAC does bigger and better things for the rest of the times that Jeremy's going to be out on a little vacation, but we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to get to a bunch of this Astros talk coming up next because, is it flying all over the place. Kyle Tucker, possibly a Yankee. Would you be okay with that? There's a lot going on with the hot stove cooking in Dallas, and we're going to get to that. Before we do that, though, I do want to tell you about the good people at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you want to put down money on any kind of sports, and we know that they have all the sports. They've got everything from UFC and golf to college and pro basketball, college and pro football. They've got everything that you want at one spot, and all you got to do is go to MyBookie.ag. And as we always tell you to do, use the promo code BET975 anytime and every time you get the chance because you can cash in instantly. What I mean by that is right now they've got a sign-up bonus going on. You sign up for the first time, whatever you put it up to $1,000, they're going to put the exact same amount on top of it almost instantly, and you're going to find it in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win, and that means something when you're betting on sports. It's fun, it's entertainment, and at the same time, even when there's not games going on, if you like to gamble, you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana because live dealers are standing by with casino games like poker and blackjack too. Always remember our promo code. Use it whenever you can. Bet975. They've got a rewards program as well called MyBookie Plus. Get involved in that. Every time you bet, they keep track. The more you bet, the better the rewards as you move up the tiers in the MyBookie Plus program. They love taking care of you. You just got to get signed up with them. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag because as I always tell you, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, we're back. It's the usual suspects edition of the Killer Bees with Barry Laminack, myself, Joel Blank, and Brian McDonald, taking you all the way till 6 o'clock. Jeremy's getting a little well-deserved R&R and a little vacation time. He'll be back next week. Barry will be here through Monday as we were catching up with Barry and his never-ending travels of being a comedian and a podcast host. And someone said, I swear, Barry's on the Killer Bees more than he was ever on Game On. Pretty good. That's something you and Brian McDonald can both
That's not
laugh
true,
about.
but I'm definitely in the studio on the Killer Bees more than I was
Right,
on
we
Game
just got
On.
a text that said, swear Barry's on the Killer Bees more than he was ever on Game On.
Oh, this week alone, he'll be in studio more than he
Yeah.
was for Game On.
Well, in studio's
a
one
fair
thing.
statement.
That's
a
fact.
very fair statement. Yeah.
I'm very much surprised that Barry never tried to. I think it was probably planned that he wasn't in studio because he'd have punched Jerome. At least if I was Barry, I would have punched Jerome. Listening to that shit. All right, so we've got a lot to get to as it relates to the Astros, and I know that, and we talked yesterday about Belichick and the fact that he gave the University of North Carolina this 400-page manifesto if he was going to take the job. Well, Barry, I don't know if you know this, Brian, or not, but Barry used to do at least 400 pages on a Major League Baseball preview every year, regardless of anybody else read it or not. But the man knows baseball, so. I want to get into this right off the top because it's what everybody's talking about. The hot stove league going on with the meetings going on in Dallas, and the Tucker conversations of a trade started for would they to the fact that it was the hot topic in the lobby to now we're getting teams, we're connecting possible offers, and we're hearing more and more like when there's smoke, there's fire, and there may be a Kyle Tucker trade coming in the near future. First of all, your thoughts on that and what you think about. We had a conversation the other day where if you trade Tucker and or Fromber, does that mean the window's closed? Or is that just part of trying to keep it open?
Yeah, I think it depends who you get back, first of all. I was thinking about that the other day. It's one of those things where you're not going to get lucky like you did before with this Astros team, how they had a fantastic farm system during the rebuild, and they were catching lightning in a bottle with some of the veterans that they were signing. So what you have to do is make sure that whoever you're getting in the trades that you are making, because let's be real, they haven't been doing a lot of that, right? It's just been see you later, goodbye superstar X, goodbye superstar Y. We're going to rely on next man up, and that well is running dry. So now it's either you're going to have to trade or get ready for another rebuild here in a couple years. So I think it really just depends on who and what they get back. That's that's really what it comes down to. If they get a young superstar and some valuable farm talent or some draft picks that they can take advantage of, then yeah, I think absolutely the window could remain open.
And let's get into that because, I saw on social media.
But if they swing and miss, no pun intended, and don't
trade him?
No. If they
don't get the right prospects back.
Yeah. If they end up, getting somebody that's half as good or, just doesn't, because look, Kyle Tucker, one of the 2 or 3 best right fielders in baseball, period.
Yeah, he's very much underrated in terms of the publicity he gets, but the results are there.
5-tool guy.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he missed some time this year because of injury, but overall, like, I was looking at his spot track numbers, and the guys that they're comparing him to, Mookie Betts, Juan Soto, like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, so on social media this morning, there were people saying in a lot of comments that if they trade Tucker, it shows they don't want a real World Series contender, and I couldn't disagree more. I think that. Look, I think that what they've shown you is some things that we already know, which is they don't want to go more than 6 years on any deal, and evidently Tucker's looking for more around 10. If he's anything other than a savvy player with a good agent, they're going to look at the Juan Soto deal and go, just to your point, I'm going to want a contract like that because I'm that type of player, as you should. But we know that the Astros' propensity to do a deal like that is pretty much completely that ship sails. So with that being considered, you either go for it for one more year, knowing here's another player, you're going to do exactly what you've done with every player previous to you that was hitting free agency that was good, which is tip your cap, thanks for the memories, and you get nothing in return except for a wave on the way out the door. Or you trade him now and you try and recruit and get something, because we know that the one thing, to your point, more so than bringing guys in, and they've done their share of bringing veterans in when they've needed them, Verlander and others, but that also meant that they depleted their farm system by giving up a lot of their top prospects, no matter how good other prospects have turned out to be. So Garrett Crochet gets traded right before the show from the White Sox to the Red Sox. And BMAC asked me, what did he get? What did they get for him? 4 top prospects are going from the Red Sox to the White Sox. And BMAC right away said, well, that's probably the going rate then for Framber Valdez. Is that also the going rate for Kyle Tucker? Because
no,
I
think it'd be higher. I mean, I would value young superstar 5-tool outfielder more than starting pitcher in his 30s.
So I think that it would be a combination of top prospects, maybe a major league, whether it be a pitcher or like you said, maybe it's an up and coming young outfield prospect that might develop into the kind of player that not they're going to be Kyle Tucker, but they could be a very, very a foundational piece for you, and probably a draft pick or two. So I think Tucker gets you more than Framber, but I've been on board as saying I'd trade them both right now, because I think that the lineup is still good enough as it is that they can compete for the division next year. But I think that the possibility is still there with the fact that you're just getting into, now that Soto's been traded and some of the first dominoes have fallen, you're getting into where you still have plenty you can do in free agency. There's plenty of ways that you can still enhance this team with trades. And I think that there's nothing that precludes you from saying, yeah, we traded 2 guys that we knew were going to walk out the door in a year anyway, replenished our farm system, salvaged or saved some money along the way, and we still can bring in a corner outfielder on a short-term deal and or another pitcher if we so desire, and still be the same kind of team we were a year ago.
Yeah, and the key to this, to me, and really, let me just back up for a minute. This is why you brought in Dana Brown. I mean, if you really stop and think about it, it's almost, and I hate to say this, but I just hope this, what I'm about to say is the truth and not just dumb luck. But maybe Jim Crane is playing chess and we're all playing checkers. Maybe Jim Crane looked to the future and said, hey, at some point, we're going to have to trade some of these guys because I'm not going to sign them. So what I need a genius GM that's done scouting, that knows young talent, that sees the prospects on other teams and is going to be able to replace these superstars that we're trading with young superstars. That's what he did in Atlanta. If you look at that Atlanta roster, he built that roster up with stud talent. That's what he's known for. So hopefully that's
was part
what
of
he
it, right?
does.
He didn't do it, but he was part of it.
Assistant GM?
Yeah,
but he was the scout. I mean, that's his background, is scouting and development. That's his background.
It feels like, I hope you're right.
So
but
I'm kind of hoping and wishing that
I feel like you're giving Jim Crane a little too much credit.
Well,
Oh,
because,
yeah, of course.
Like,
I'm half tongue in cheek over here with that vision, and that's why I said maybe I'm giving him too much credit. But hopefully, that's what happens here: is that Dana Brown has done his due diligence, has relied on what his strength has always been in this business, and knows, hey, yeah, we'll move Tucker. And guess what we're going to get in return? We're going to get a young star in the making, a quality player and depth. And really, there's not much more you could ask for than that.
What's the kid with the Yankees that he got called up? He had the big series against the Astros.
Jason Dominguez?
Yeah, Jason. There's like 18 S's in his first name, but it's like, I
think it's Jason with 2 S's.
Yeah, Jason Dominguez. Like if you could get Heel, and
you could get like Heel and Dominguez,
and I've seen that offer, Heel, Dominguez, and potentially 1 or 2 others that the Yankees are willing to part with to get a guy like Kyle Tucker. Now, the tough part that you got to swallow is he's going to the Yankees. But at the same time, if you get 4 really top quality type prospects, and in the case of Heel, a guy that's the rookie of the year and has an unbelievable arm that's going to be in your rotation under team control for the foreseeable future, that you can build around, I think that's a pretty good starting baseline to get and say, even if it is the Yankees, I'm willing to take my chances and I'll roll with that.
Yeah, I think I would lean toward now. Dominguez, is he fully back? I know he had a big injury off of that, like right after
he got hurt right after that series.
Astros.
He came back. He wasn't. He's not a. He had some gaffes in the outfield, but in terms of like power, speed, offensively,
he was an elite
yes,
prospect.
He's
so
got
assuming
a lot.
he passes all the physicals, I'd be willing to definitely talk with the Yankees about that trade. I mean, obviously you prefer to trade him to the National League, but as long as it's outside the division and you're not seeing him, 15 times a year or whatever it is, I'd be willing to deal him to the Yankees.
And I'm with you because the team,
Cubs keep popping up.
I was going to say, because the next offer I've got where I've actually had players that I can put into a deal for you guys is the Cubs offering Bellinger and or Suzuki as part of a trade for Kyle Tucker.
Bellinger doesn't really. I mean, that doesn't. You're not really the money saving aspect is kind of gone.
Yeah.
With
you're
with
essentially
Bellinger.
just saying he can play first, he can play center, he can do some things to where he has multiple positional valuable of versatility. He carries a big price tag, but he can kind of absorb some of the offensive numbers you're losing from Tucker. I just and it was don't let Paul say this name, but it was Isaac Paredes.
Isaac Paredes.
If Isaac Paredes is your third baseman now, that would be assuming that you're losing Bregman.
Sure.
But if Paredes is at third, you've got Bellinger to play multiple positions.
There was some talent, though. There was some prospects.
I would assume that they had to throw some young guys in there,
MLB
too.
Trade Rumors also listed Matt Shaw and Cam Smith, and I just looked them up. Matt Shaw is the number one ranked prospect in the Cubs farm system. He's an infielder at AAA currently. His ETA for the majors is 2025. Cam Smith is the number 7 ranked prospect. He's a third baseman at AA, and his ETA for the majors is 2026. If you get a haul like that, if you add Bellinger to be your solution at first, you get Paredes to replace Bregman, along with the best prospect in the Cubs farm system to be your third baseman of the future, and an infielder. Maybe he replaces Altuve, because I think Matt Shaw plays second. And then you have Cam Smith as also a prospect who could play third if Paredes maybe moves on or isn't the guy long term or whatever. That's the kind of haul you need.
Right.
That's exactly what I was talking about 5 minutes ago with, yes, that's the ideal scenario.
Ideal is he goes to the National League and you get a haul like that. If it's the Cubs, then so be it. That'd be fantastic. And you just live to see another day going, I think I did pretty damn well. The most painful part of this process would be if you had to trade him to the Yankees and it helped the Yankees have sustainability. But at the same time, depending on the quality of the prospects you get, I'm not going to not trade with any team, regardless of who it is, if I can get top dollar in return, because that can be the difference between the sustainability of this team for the next 5 years or so, possibly.
Yeah.
Or, really having to face the fact that whether you want to admit it or not, you're kind of going to be more closer to a rebuild than you are going to be competing for anything other than a playoff spot.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the thing I think you're trying to avoid, is getting, because they're slowly inching towards that rebuild, the R word, and it's like you want to avoid that as much as possible.
I think that I think you could. I understand you saying that, but I think that because the pieces that they still have are still good enough that I still believe that you can avoid that. You can
not if they keep letting them go, though. That's the problem. Is I'm with you. The pieces they still have are great.
Okay,
but the pieces they still have had their lowest win total since 2016 and got swept in the first round of the playoffs.
Right, but the pieces,
and now you're losing pieces on top of that.
Yeah, that's my point, though. The pieces they still have, you're not going to win it every year. You're not going to go to you're not going to make it to the ALCS every year. What we just saw over the last 7-8 years is never going to happen again in this city, and maybe any other.
But if
that
you
matter.
put Paredes,
what we just saw, it may not happen in baseball for decades. Okay, like what they just did is crazy.
But if you lose Bregman, but Paredes is your third baseman. If you get, regardless, whichever the package you take,
Bellinger just doesn't do it for me.
Okay, then you don't have to do that as part of the Cubs deal. But because you're losing Bregman in that salary.
I mean,
you're
he's
losing
still an
Tucker in
upgrade
that
at
salary.
first if
You're
that's where
losing
he plays.
Fromber in that salary.
Yeah.
You should have financial
But
means
that's my
enough
point,
to get
right?
someone else to play corner outfield if you needed or fill another void.
Yeah, but that's why I say, though, and to me, it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't, and you spending that money, I get it, because you've gone out and spent money and brought in guys, right? I mean, look no further than first base.
Well, how'd
you
that
went
work
out
out?
and spent a ton of money.
Well, that's your
right?
owner in Bagwell.
But I'm saying
I mean, they're
that's
still there.
But that's the risk that then that's the risk you take. But that's why I say the devil you know versus the devil you don't. You know what you're getting from the guys that you have. And if you're going to say, well, bye, guys, we'll go out and spend some money on the market. Look what happened.
All right, how y'all feeling? Get in here because I'm of the belief you can trade both guys. You can trade Tucker. You can trade Fromberg. You still can compete. You still can be good. And I think that you can keep the window open. It just depends on what side of the fence you're on. 713-780-3776. You can reach us by calling us, texting us, hitting us on YouTube, hitting us on Twitch, and also at Barry is Funny, at Pac-Man Joel with a K, and at Sacked by BMAC. We'll continue this conversation on the other side of the break. We got calls standing by as well. You can join us too. It's the Usual Suspects edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out, Barry in, as it's Barry Laminack, myself, and BMAC today on a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees. We were talking about all the hot stove that's been heating up about Kyle Tucker first and foremost.
Do we ever know where the hot stove came from? What's the origin?
Probably people making dinner, and they needed something to cook on.
I swear, I didn't miss that at all.
That feels like a terrible guess.
That's the worst guess.
That's a terrible guess. What does that do with baseball?
Yeah,
the rumor mill is cooking, and so you got to get the hot stove heating up. I was kidding. Obviously, Brian and Jeremy already killed me and rate my dad jokes. I don't care.
I want to know, why do they call it the Hot Stove League?
Now, the fact that you're throwing that out there for people to contribute, anything goes now. I just want you to know, we are going to get. Think that answer was bad? You are going to get worse than that.
People, I want your best, worst guess. Why? What is the origin of the phrase Hot Stove League? Give me your best, worst guess.
Okay.
I found the answer. Do we actually
no,
want it?
I want
okay,
no.
all right. We want
at some point, I do want it.
Have you not listened to us do radio? You really think I want the answer? We want the best, worst answer. Come on, B-Mac, get with the program.
All right, we got some text messages, too. 6030 says, y'all know damn well Dana Brown's about to get fleeced, and then he's going to try and tell us how the market just wasn't there. You have others that are saying, check Tucker's postseason numbers. You can do without him. I think, his numbers haven't been great in the postseason, but check his regular season numbers and realize, to your point, he's been very good. Keith from LA says the Astros' golden run is coming to an end because their ownership is being cheap. I don't think that they're being cheap. I think they're being wise. I think that we've talked about the fact that a lot of these big-time deals, the return on investment, especially on the second half of the deal and later in the deal, you're never going to get even close to what you gave up in terms of when we talk about guys like Pujols and Miggy and other guys with big deals. They almost never pay off in the last couple of years of the deal. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
What did I just say that you're laughing at?
Not a word.
Okay, great.
You're right though. Yeah, and because the value is the young guys. I mean, obviously the best value is when you get the guys, fresh up from the farm, still in arbitration,
and
right?
I think that it's
even on their first deal. But and when they get that big time deal, and that's why what they did with Jordan and Bregman early was so
the Jordan
good.
deal's unbelievable.
Oh,
and so that's why I think with that alone, we had someone try to say you should trade Jordan right now, which was absolutely
that person needs to.
That's ludicrous
move.
because
Get
that's
out
the
of the
guy
city.
that with that deal at
Get
hand,
out of the city right now.
You should sit on and roll with for a long time.
See, and that's what, to your point about the window. Yeah, when you look at it on the surface, Jordan and Tucker and Fromber and Yiner and Jeremy Pena, and Altuve is still here, and you look at the rotation and the guys that you didn't have pitching this year that could be coming back, and I agree. And if you actually could get a deal done with Bregman, and Jim Crane just says, "Okay, we'll do whatever." Man, that's a hell of a team.
But here's the other thing, too, guys. The fact is that we were talking about, and Dana came out and said, we don't have anybody in the farm system that's ready to just step in this year to replace Bregman if Bregman walks. Well, now
take the money.
But now, based on the trade that you make, especially if you look at the Cubs deal, you have three different options. You have a solid third baseman right now in Paredes that can play multiple positions. And you have two guys in the farm system that you're getting that are infielders that in a year or two's time, as you mentioned, could both be ready to step in and play multiple infield positions, including third base. You also got Bryce Matthews in your system that's going to be called up in the next probably year to 2 years and be on the fast track. So you're replenishing your farm system. You have potential for the long term. And you still have a core team, because someone said, well, who's your starter if you trade away your ace and Fromber Valdez? Well, I mean, you got Blanco and you got Hunter Brown.
I was going to say, arms are not the problem.
Not at all.
Arms are not the problem. First base is a problem. Replacing Alex Bregman, if you don't re-sign him, is a problem. And what do you do with Kyle Tucker is the problem. That's the problem with this baseball team right now.
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
it.
look, I never
look,
if I'm sitting here telling you that this team could win the
problem.
division, the last thing I want to do is say this team can win a division and Jake Myers is your center fielder and Chas McCormick's your left fielder. I don't want either one of those scenarios. I don't want either. I could do without both, but if one of them's playing center, then they better get another corner out.
I mean, we're not even talking about the biggest problem. How do you replace Kendall Graveman?
Who knows that you have to? I know, but I'm saying the dude traveled. You saw every dugout shot at the end of the year. I mean, he was there all year long. If he liked it that much, come on along and do something next year.
You know, when they get to do their whatever name they want on their jerseys, his has to be Gravy Train. He was Gravy Training the hell out of this season, man.
Him and with the other guy that I kept waiting for that ended up signing somewhere else as soon as he could that they got from the Mariners. Who was Brian? Who was the other reliever that they were hoping in the second half of the season was coming back from TJ and that he was going to possibly be a guy that could contribute to. And then
Penn Murphy?
Penn Murphy. And then he throws 98. Never threw it for the Astros. Was there the whole season, and then he got signed
the back of his
right
jersey
at the end of the
says
season.
JHTBH. They're like, what is that for? Just happy to be here. Those dudes need their, oh, God.
All right, Julian wants to get in here on this Tucker situation. Julian, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? Been a while.
What's
How
up,
y'all
man?
doing?
What's up, man?
Y'all were talking about the baseline for the trade, and so Yankees obviously traded for Soto. The baseline for Tucker, y'all have brought up, is higher than the baseline for Soto. In any world, is Soto on? I mean, is Tucker on Soto's level?
I think Juan Soto is a huge name that I think that people universally think has a massive impact on the game of baseball. Now, we just got done saying that Tucker's kind of under the radar sometimes and his stats are there, but I think that in terms of the potential of a Juan Soto, even though he's not 19 anymore, I think is to the point where, you know, he was traded twice for massive packages in return that I just think
no
that
Diddy.
Yeah, I just think that Kyle Tucker, I don't think he's going to get as much as a Juan Soto trade, but I think he can come close. You got anything else, Julian?
I'm sorry. I'm in the boondocks. Did y'all say that last part one more time?
No, I just think that I think Juan Soto was traded twice for really big returns. I think Tucker's in that ballpark. I don't know that Tucker would get the same kind of return as a Juan Soto, but I understand where you're coming from, that statistically you can put them in the same category.
Yeah, well, see, and look, I'm not gonna. I don't mean to poo-poo on Tucker like he ain't nothing, because he's one of the best players in the MLB, no doubt. One of the top 2 or 3 right fielders, right?
Yep.
But my thing is, just Jason Dominguez has had the hype since 16. They paid like X amount of millions of dollars for him. And then Gil is, a rookie of the year. He has his stuff has a lot of life in it. I just think that right there, those 2 players to be the core is higher than the Soto trade for the Yankees, and that's where I'm coming from. And I just feel like maybe Gil and a Ben Rice, because y'all need a first baseman. Ben Rice is pretty legit as far as the glove, and he can be a 25 to 30 power home run hitter, but I just think that Dominguez and Hill let's face it, the Yankees aren't the same as far as they used to be. I don't think they'll give up that much, big dog. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate the call. Look, it'll be interesting. I've heard Clark Schmidt's name thrown in there as well. I'd rather have 2 legit young starting pitchers and a guy like Dominguez than I would. Rice doesn't interest me because I think you can find other options at first base.
Yeah, and I wanted to go back real quick because you said something about Bregman and walking, and there's nobody in the farm system.
Well, Dana said that.
Yeah, I know, but okay, so there's nobody in the farm system, so spend the money you were going to give to Bregman on somebody that's going to want it in free agency. Like, that's not an excuse.
No,
don't use
but
that
also,
as
I mean, there's not
excuse.
really a lot
the
to
third
choose
base
from on
market
third
isn't
base
really
market. Yeah,
filled with guys that are going to make a difference.
I get that this year. But I'm saying, like, okay, so 1 year you're going to have to go.
But if you're going to trade him anyway, get Paredes.
I did see somebody. I won't mention any names, but I saw somebody say, if Bregman walks, you got to go get Carlos Correa's contract and bring him back to play third base.
I know who you're talking about.
I was like,
I do too.
Delete your account, please.
Yeah, I replied to that tweet.
Did you?
Yeah, I replied.
Like, what are we
the
doing?
logic of we're going to replace Bregman, who was too expensive for Jim Crane to pay. And he's in his 30s with someone in his 30s who's also too expensive for Crane to pay. Where's the logic?
What are we doing?
Because he's willing to play third base. There's the answer.
Cool.
Troy wants to get in here before we possibly move on or get to a break. Troy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Did I hear Barry on there?
Yes, you did, Troy. Don't
What's
pull
up,
over and
buddy?
hit one of them trees.
What's going on, man? It's glad to hear you guys back together. I listen to you when you're together, but I got to call in today. Good to hear you guys together again. My opinion is if you can trade Tucker and Fromber and maybe get a couple of start-now players and really, really replenish your minor league teams, but if you do that, you've got to be able to get some top prospects if you're going to trade them too. And then if you get some there, then you're kind of replenished and you're looking good for the next 5-6 years. I'll hang up. Let's see your thoughts.
Appreciate it, Troy. Always good to hear from you. Look, I think that's where I'm at too, but I don't think that they're going to take. Look, you won a majority of your games and got back and won the division without Kyle Tucker for 3 months last year. I think that you realize that, look, Fromber, as much as we've talked about 6-year deals for positional players, there's no way, and Jeremy and I are both in agreement on this, is that in today's era, more so than any other time, but it makes zero sense to give long-term deals like the Yankees just gave to Fried for pitchers. Pitchers these days, for an 8 to 10 year deal, you're hoping that you get 7.5 out of it with at least only one Tommy John surgery, because these guys are going under the knife more frequently than they ever have in previously. The pitch clock has led to that as well. And it's insanity to go long-term big money for pitchers. And Fromber's already in his 30s. So you know that Fromber, as good as he's been, we know his shortcomings from the fielding issues, the mental issues, a lot of the things where the breakdowns have happened, to the fact that he ain't getting any younger, and he does like to throw a lot of breaking pitches as well, to where if he walks, and you're going to let him walk, just like the same thing if Tucker was not in your long-term ledger in terms of what you were going to give up, trade them both, and you're not rock bottom.
No.
At all.
No. You're not peak Astros, but you're not, like you said.
But you still have time
Yeah.
to figure out your answers. Because I like the Cubs.
You know what's funny?
I like the package that you could get from the Cubs, and especially with some of the minor leaguers you looked up. I like the Yankees prospects to say all of those guys I could see being really good ads for this team that you could sustain a lot because of that.
I just think it's wonderful that this is where we're at. I think it's wonderful. I think it's fantastic that this city is in the position that we are in to having to settle for, wow, if this team is just a playoff team and not a World Series contender for the next couple of years, woe is us.
See, I think you're right.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
We're
so spoiled in this city.
That's
man.
what I was going to say. More than anything else, I don't think until the era is over that Astros fans are truly going to appreciate how spoiled they were for this entire run.
I'm going to tell you right now, it'll be decades before this city appreciates it.
Look what Cleveland does every year. And look what they just did. They traded their all-star second baseman because he was making too much money.
Bay does.
But
what the Marlins do.
It's tough. So let's get to a break. We'll get some of your feedback here. We've got Kelly Eco coming up from The Athletic. He's the Rockets beat writer with the big game tonight and the quarterfinal matchup between the Warriors and the Rockets for a trip to Vegas on the line. He's going to join us in studio. We've got Blessing or Stressing with Garrett coming up later for some Texans talk. We've got a lot on the agenda. It always includes you. So keep listening and join in. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Jeremy's out. Barry Laminack is in. If it's a voice you've heard before, you know why, as he and BMAC and I take you all the way up until 6 o'clock today. Barry will be in the rest of the week and Monday as Jeremy gets some well-deserved time off.
When's your time off?
I never take it.
What?
You're taking time off around Christmas. Stop it.
No, I am now because everybody else is, because that's what Joe told me. But you can go back and look. I get referred to as the Cal Ripken of this station for a reason. I never use all my vacation. You are always taking time off.
I am not going to apologize for taking the time off.
You are the Charlie Palillo of vacation time.
Oh, please. I get 10 days a year.
Joe used to never take it. Yeah, when we did the show.
Same thing, right?
Never took it. Yeah.
No, and you had to because you, like Jeremy, were on the road all the time.
Mm-hmm. But Joel never took it.
I just make it work.
It's true.
Oh, all these hot stuff. Oh, boy. You're an idiot.
What?
The suggestions for the hot stove.
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
If the stove hot, she needs to be.
Okay.
This is what you asked for.
That's the stupidest.
Yeah, exactly what you asked for. Stupidity. You're getting it.
Dad, stop texting the show.
It's from them keeping warm stove during the winter meeting.
Did he type that with his foot?
Maybe. This is what you asked for again.
Oh, I asked for coherent hilarity. Not caveman. Thor thinks stove hot during meeting. Well, the rumor.
It's because they're up all night working on trades and they need a place to make food. This is enough of this crap. What are you doing to
me? Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming.
Now, on the flip side, 7869 says all the people saying owners being cheap will be the first ones complaining when ticket prices go up. I don't know that I would ever call the Astros, and Jeremy and I have had this conversation. I don't think that I'd ever call Crane cheap. But I think that the fact that I believe that if you look at the deals they've walked away from or just said we're not interested in doing more than 6 years at this amount of money have all turned out to be they were right. When you look at Correa, when you look at Garrett Cole, when you look at a lot of the guys, Springer, when you look at the guys that have walked away, Charlie Morton might be the one guy that he was reasonable.
Dallas Keuchel.
But yeah, for the most part, you walked away from deals that would have handcuffed you.
I was going to say, who's the one star from this team that you let go outside of Verlander because you brought him back?
Mm-hmm.
Cole, I think, has had the most success.
He had arm problems. He was out a substantial amount of time last year.
He also had the biggest deal of all those guys, too.
Yeah, I think Cole might be the one. And then Charlie Morton.
Let's be honest.
Charlie Morton was my one because he wasn't even that expensive.
Yeah,
when
Charlie
Morton's
the one for me too. Yeah. Because let's be honest, Garrett Cole wouldn't come back here. Garrett Cole's lifelong dream was to be a Yankee.
That's true. So I guess you can just take him off the list, right? Guys that you could have kept.
Yeah, I think no matter what money you threw
guys
at Garrett
that wanted
Cole,
to be
Garrett
here,
Cole was going to the Yankees.
Fair point. So guys that you could have kept if you'd have opened up the wallet and just wrote him a blank check. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's Charlie Morton.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. Yeah, I'm with you on that, BMAC. Some people said you can't compare to a Soto trade because we're living in a new market era. I think the fact that we're living in a new era means that there's more likelihood you could get a Soto type deal because there's a value. And obviously that there's also the money value that's gone way up. But Kyle Tucker, whether you're aware of it or not, and you should be as Astros fans, but around the country, all people got to do is start looking at the stats going, he's legit.
5-tool guy, 100%. You're not finding many left-handed 5-tool guys that can play defense like Kyle Tucker. I mean, he is a complete baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
He is if you were going to make a right fielder in MLB The Show, he'd be one of the guys you would model it after. Honestly, I mean, that's how good Kyle Tucker is. We just take him for granted in this city because he's an Astro and we see it every day.
Someone said sign Bregman, move Paredes to first, and get Suzuki, and that's pretty legit. Look, I don't mind that.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think
I hate the sun in my eyes, but what is happening right now?
There's blinds that as a professional, you could probably not mention it and just shut the blinds next segment, but that's just something
I'm
that
getting
we don't
LASIK as we go. My eyesight is getting better and worse.
Someone said I don't want Fromber's mental stability for 6 more years.
I don't disagree with
I
that.
don't disagree with that either. Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. Oh, and not
You're gonna
appreciate
love
that.
this one. Here's another hot stove comment. The hot stove is what they'd call truck driver Pookie at the Trucker's Paradise. Truck driver Pookie, longtime loyal listener, but wow, taking shots. Man.
I know who sent that too. I know exactly who sent that.
We can find out during the break.
I know who sent it. Dr. Dre on 290 sent that. 100%.
I don't think. Well, maybe you're right.
1,000% he sent that.
I think you're right. I think that is the number.
Oh, no.
I All right, we got to get to break. We got Kelly Eco coming up next. We got a big one tonight at the Toyota Center. Can the Rockets get off the schneid after losing 15 in a row to the Warriors?
Come out and play.
It's a big one with the in-season cup or whatever the hell they call it and a berth in Vegas on the line. We'll get to Kelly coming up after the break as we start hour number 2 of the show. It's a Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Jeremy's out. Barry Laminack in as we got 1 in the books, 2 to go. Second hour of the show on the Killer Bees with B-Mac, Barry, and myself. Welcoming in friend of the show, little brother to me, Kelly Eco, beat writer for your Houston Rockets as well as the Memphis Grizzlies. and San Antonio Spurs is he just keeps one day before we know it, he's going to be Shams and Woj, and we're just going to
This is the first I heard of this.
Oh yeah, the ecosystem's going to be as big as those
My
guys ever were.
dog.
And then in a blink of an eye, Kelly's going to be living above a bar at St. Bonaventure's, filling in for Woj. Kel,
He just
thanks
better
for
not get
joining the
us big.
show. Big one tonight at the TC. Bet you didn't think we'd be saying that in December, but maybe this in-season tournament I can't stand has some benefits. Rockets Warriors tonight with a quarterfinal game with the berth in Vegas on the line. You got to be loving this.
Yeah, and I think for a team like the Rockets that hasn't played for anything meaningful outside of draft position in the last couple of years, getting a game like this where you get to put yourself in a high stakes situation, you have to actually, it's almost like a playoff light atmosphere because you're going up against a team in the Warriors that you haven't beaten in the last 15 games. You're playing, against a style, that you have to actually adapt on the fly to. Your offense hasn't been consistent the last couple of games and weeks. This is a situation where you can make a name for yourself across the NBA as a team that's going to be more than a feel-good story if you're able to win and advance to the semifinals tonight.
Yeah. Now, Kelly, look, everybody's saying this, right? Everybody's saying that this is a meaningful game because there's some pressure. We're all saying that. Do they believe this? Do you believe this? I mean, we're all saying it because I feel like we're supposed to say it because it's some sort of tournament thing that they've put a name on. This is a regular season game. Are we really believing all this? And more importantly, are the players believing it? I know there's a check on the line, and maybe that's the motivation, but is this really truly prepping them for the playoffs? Is this really giving them some seasoning? I mean, really?
Well, I mean, in terms of, these young players that they want to earn their respect, I think that's where you put the seriousness on the line. And just in terms of, there's some guys on the roster who $500,000 would help them a lot right now. Like it's a lot of money in a lump sum. So I think anytime you put yourself in a position where you are in a tournament-like setting, those players, they want to play for some kind of incentive. A lot of times, the reason why the regular season drags on and you see the ratings go in and out is because at some point players are kind of tuned out. They're trying to get to the next thing, either that's the playoffs or the off season. But now, being able to be in this kind of tournament setting where every game matters, is like a knockout style round. Now you can see players almost kind of raise their game, raise their approach, because this is supposed to be a sold-out game at Toyota Center. It's been a while since you could even say that, right, in December. So I think from a holistic standpoint, they're approaching it as this is a game that we got to win. We have to show them, what we're made of. So that's kind of what their collective mindset is going into tonight.
See, and we'll get into this later in the show as well. But Kelly, we're on the same page with this. I think that a team that hasn't had any meaningful playoff experience for this roster, and when you look at it, the only two guys that have been in the playoffs on this roster are Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. That anytime you can get these guys in a situation, in an environment where there's a must-win type situation, and when you factor in that you're playing who you're playing and they've beaten you 15 straight times, that kind of adds more fuel to the fire, that you kind of get to see who these guys are, what they're made of, and get them a little taste of, in a 5 or 7 game series, like what they would be up against every single night. And that's progression for a young team.
Yeah, and especially for a coach in Ime that's going to be using games like this as an example, as a marking point of where his team is from a mental standpoint. Like, this is against Steph Curry, who's had a ton of success in this building, over the years. And like I said, 15 straight times, that doesn't happen a lot in the NBA, right? So you're able to kind of take the monkey off your back, proverbially, and you have to find a way to win this game if you're the Rockets. Like, this is probably your only shot. Well, this is your only shot at a trophy this season, if we're giving it a stack. So if you're able to just put your best foot forward and, approach this game with the seriousness it deserves, then you'll put yourself in a better position in March, in April, after having been through a high pressure, game, because definitely Steph Curry, Draymond Green, those guys are going to come with it tonight. So if you're the young Rockets that haven't even been in those kind of games, this is a good test to see if everything you've done is fool's gold or if this is a legitimate young team that can make some noise in the playoffs.
Well, so are we going to see Ime manage this game, like coach this game like it's a playoff game? Because we know when you watch NBA basketball in the playoffs, the rotation gets shortened. It's a 7-man rotation, maybe 6 sometimes. Are we going to see extended minutes for the starters? Is that how he's going to coach this?
I think so. And if Ime was to do that, it should also serve as more reason than just, it being a NBA Cup game. Quite frankly, he needed to change this rotation, a few games ago in terms of switch some things up. The offense has been kind of inconsistent, kind of clunky. You've seen the 22nd in threes made, the 26th in 3-point percentage. The floor spacing hasn't been great as of late, and they need some kind of spark. Now, obviously, the biggest fix is to hope for, internal growth or internal improvement from guys like Fred, Jalen, Tari. Those guys are all shooting around 32% from 3. Alperen shooting 25% from 3. I'm shooting 30%. So the biggest, fix is for those guys to shoot better. But assuming that doesn't happen, Reed hasn't shot as well as they'd have hoped, coming into the year. What do you do? Do you play Cam? Do you see if Cam has anything again? Do you, shorten the rotation and play maybe 8 guys as opposed to the 9 or 10 that you typically do? There are some things that he has to do, differently in this game that he might not have done had you seen the team in November in a regular, NBA fixture.
Kel, I called them fool's gold this week, and you know me, I keep it real. The fact is as good of a start as they've been on to be the 2 seed in the West, opening up the week. Yeah. They still don't have an identity offensively. And I think that squarely falls first and foremost on a guy like Jalen Green. Yeah, he got his money. Yeah, he got paid. And I question that as well. But at the same time, he started off the season kind of like the Rockets. Hot. He looked like he had progressed. He looked like he had matured. But now, to your point, especially when you start throwing out those kind of numbers, he is a shot taker, but not a shot maker. And lately, he's missing a whole hell of a lot more than he's making, yet he's taking whatever he wants. And I think that from an offensive perspective, that's a lot of the stagnant kind of lack of ball movement that we're getting back to seeing that we hated when we saw it the first go-round.
So, for the reason why guys like Jalen have struggled with consistency and Fred and all those guys is because, to your point, the identity. They don't have an offensive hierarchy. I know Ime is a guy that likes to go based off of rhythm and who has a hot hand, but to get to the hot hand, there has to be some kind of flow. There has to be some kind of structure. And it seems at times like you're going to play through Alperen or you're going to play through Fred or you're going to see if Jalen has it going. And that hasn't worked. There has to be something where the order of operations offensively to get guys not only comfortable, but get guys in a rhythm. This is a team that's predicated off of, guys being in the flow of things and everything going in one direction. And as of late, you've seen them up and down with their scoring. And for a team that's going to pride themselves on defense and transition attack and rebounding, that's great, and that's going to get you success. But when you go up against really good teams that know how to game plan and scheme you out of what you're good at, if you don't have a second gear, you're going to be left, scratching your head. And I think the Rockets, for all the good that they've done up until this point, until they find an offensive rhythm and they raise their efficiency into the top 10, top 8, this is going to be full goal. I just need to see more consistency on that end of the floor. And that starts with Ime, of course, but it also depends on those guys taking and making good shots.
Well, maybe I'm crazy, but when I watched this team, especially early, I thought, oh, this is different. This is not the Rockets team that we're used to seeing because they're not living and dying by the 3. This is a mid-range team. This is a mid-range offense. That's what I felt like I was watching. And maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I wasn't seeing what I thought I was seeing, but that's the kind of offense I thought that they were running. It was a very mid-range. They didn't, I mean, they shot threes, but it wasn't like the whole offense was predicated on that because of who they have. And maybe that was because the offense was mainly running through Alperen Şengün. I feel like they've gotten away from that a little bit, and maybe they need to get back to that and just be a mid-range offense. I mean, do you see it as that, or am I just crazy?
I mean, the problem with them being a mid-range team, and it does have its perks, but you get into spacing issues. Like Alperen is comfortable taking that mid-range shot, that push floater. Jabari likes that turnaround fadeaway. Jalen Green likes that mid-range pull-up. It works for some of the guys, but the way Ime talks about his ideal offensive system, it's pace and space. It's Alperen being comfortable shooting above the big threes. It's guys like Jabari and Tari sprint to the corners on the fast break, and Fred and Jalen setting the tone with their ability to space the floor out from 24 feet. So the ability to be an inside-outside team is a real luxury, and I think they have the guys that can do it, but we haven't seen it, and we're already in December. So do I think that there's going to be some magical switch where they suddenly become a above average shooting team? No, I don't. So you have to, kind of dig in your identity and figure out what that is. The problem is, up until this point, we don't really know what their offensive identity is. Like, we know what they want to be, but what Ime says and what they do on the court have been two different things, if that makes sense.
Well, and Kelly, here's the thing. I mean, we're talking about a team that struggles to shoot the three ball, which means for me that the shooting isn't at a high level. And then you say, well, then now they got to make mid-range shots. It's such a lost art in the league that a lot of guys don't want to shoot them or can't shoot them to where they struggle like that. And with Reed not shooting the ball well, with Fred going through his struggles early, with what I highlighted in Jalen struggling all year from a shooting percentage, with the exception of a short sample size early in the season, this team still lacks shooting. And that's why I think it's imperative. I've said their identity is as a defensive team, being able to lock teams down and then using that defense to get out and transition on offense to try and get easy buckets because they're not getting any easy looks.
Yeah. Yep. And the problem, the problem is that when you go up against really good teams, you can't just live by transitioning buckets all day. That's the problem. Like, at some point, you're going to have to create in the half-court setting, and that's kind of where they're struggling. So, it's going to take some real, getting those kinks out of their system to really get the offense just flowing. But, they're still young. I think at some point they'll figure out. Maybe they make a trade, someone will bring in a shooter. Who knows? But, as of right now, I guess it sounds like they're comfortable with where they're at in terms of, what their team is presenting.
Well, we appreciate you spending some time with us. I know you're busy and you got a lot to cover tonight, but thank you for stopping in. Don't be a stranger. We'll get you back on real soon to talk about some of those trade possibilities and some other things.
Yes, sir. Good seeing you guys, man. Happy holidays.
There you go. Kelly Iko, beat writer for your Rockets for The Athletic. We're going to take a break. When we come back, hey, look, there's that trade that was mentioned out there that needs to be addressed to some degree about maybe not a shooter, but maybe a over-the-hill scorer that the Rockets possibly could look at. And then at 4:30, we've got Blessing or Stressing with Garrett Williams as we start talking some Texans as we get ready for the Dolphins this weekend. Don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Breaking news just into the studio via the X. Aaron Wilson, who's pretty reliable, unless you ask Jeremy, and he'll bring up maybe the one or two times he wasn't. Texas nickel corner Jalen Petrie to undergo season-ending surgery to repair a partially torn pectoral. He done. He gone. He ain't coming back. And that, for a team that, as bad as he can be in coverage, really kind of maximized moving him into the slot and the way he was able to affect not only blitzing, but getting into the backfield, knocking passes down. You knew at the time that he was going to miss some time. I think in the back of your mind, you probably had the thought that there was a chance, but now it's a reality. Jalen Petrie done for the year.
Yeah, thought you might get him back for the playoffs for sure.
Maybe the Tennessee game,
Yeah, maybe the last game of the season, but for sure the playoffs. Yeah, I guess it's next man up. It sucks.
It's just a problem because, as BMAC and I were talking about yesterday, I mean, you're right away you're facing, we know the gauntlet of teams you're facing, but Miami just loves doing a whole bunch of stuff in the middle of the field, and where Jalen Petrie, whether he's picking up a tight end, a wide receiver, or putting extra pressure on Tua, which I said is really a huge key if you can get pressure on Tua. You lose Azeez for 3 games, now you lose Petrie for the year. That's 2 big blows to your defense.
Huge.
No, I was actually just about to. We got more breaking news, not Texans related, but Bill Belichick, greatest NFL coach of all time, finalized deal. He is now the head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels.
I'm never going to understand this move.
First of all, he's not the greatest NFL coach of all time. Second of all, it is the weirdest, stupidest move in the history
Don
of
Shula
coaching.
is by 14 games, 16 games?
No, I would say by resume, 6 Super Bowls.
No, wrong. He's not. I've done this on this very airwaves. I did it with Jerome. I proved the point. Jerome
you
and I
to a show with Jerome?
No, listen.
Wow.
Listen.
Did Jerome show up to the same show? That would be a better question.
No, not often.
Listen. Bill Belichick was the beneficiary of Tom Brady. Period. End of story. Check his records. What is it? What was it? BT, and AT. Check them.
Obviously, yes. But you can't take away the fact that the stats are the stats. Super Bowls.
Let me just ask you this: How many Super Bowls did each of them win pre and post each other?
Tommy got one more than Bill.
Okay.
All right. I'm not going down. I'm not going. Yeah, I was going to say I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I don't know if you guys want to stay on Petrie or if you want to get to Belichick. But between the two breaking news, the thing to me is
dealer's choice.
From a defensive standpoint, losing Petrie because you're going to lose Azeez for the next 3 games too. I just think that everything's exacerbated to the point where you got some real issues on the side of the football that has been your identity all season long. It's been as more consistent than the offense. So that's a problem, playing better opponents. And so my big concern was, as Brian and I were talking about yesterday, that Azeez alone is because of his athleticism and his ability to thump and hit and get in the backfield, get on the edges, try to contain running backs and between tight ends and crossers. But now you're losing Petrie too. And Petrie was such a disruptive force coming in from that nickel that this is a problem for the Texans.
Yeah, I'm looking at the depth chart right now. They have MJ Stewart listed as the second at nickel.
I think it's Jimmy Ward. I think they're going to slide Jimmy Ward down again. That's what they were doing.
Jimmy Ward's going to slide over, and I think Eric Murray is going to be who will step in and play free safety.
Bullock,
yeah, but those guys are even, questionable. Everybody's kind of dinged up right now, so you got to keep your eye on that. But I'm with you. That's the problem is having Jalen Petrie was like literally having an extra pass rusher and a pass rusher that could cover. It was a beautiful thing, man.
I don't think his coverage was great, but I think that he was so impactful in the box.
You lose a lot of your physicality with no Azeez and no Petrie.
It was a guy who could. He was almost like a flex. He would blitz, but if he needed to, you could disguise the blitz, and then he could drop back in coverage. And especially if you wanted him to switch up and cover a running back, or if you needed him to stick on a tight end or something like that. So you lose a lot of, not just like you said, not just you lose some thump, but you lose flexibility in this defense as well. I mean, they're still going to run the scheme. but he ran it really well.
I worry about their run. I mean, I think the initial reaction people are going to have is he's a defensive back. You worry about their pass coverage, but I'm more worried about the run defense. I mean, not only losing Aziz for 3 games, but Peachy was a thumper. He played the run well. We saw him pull down Jahmyr Gibbs in open space a few times in that Lions game, which hardly anyone's doing. So, you worry about the run defense. I wonder if you don't really have the outside corner depth to do it, so maybe this is a moot point. But I wonder if they consider moving Kamari Lassiter inside to that spot, because he's also a physical, willing tackler who seemingly fit the profile of a slot corner coming into the NFL.
I mean, you're playing Miami this week, and when you got Waddle and you got Hill and you've got both those guys on the outside, I'm not moving my outside corners. I'll take my chances on who's going to fill in at nickel and trying to fill in those gaps a little bit more than how you could get torched. I said this yesterday, and I firmly believe this, and this is another way the loss of Petrie hurts. You can say all you want about Aziz on one hit, but you know that Aziz also had the capability of getting on the quarterback's ass and getting in the backfield.
See, I'm with you on stopping the run, but that's if I play film in my head when I watch imagery of Petrie, it's always that blitz off the edge. It's always
not only that, but you're playing a quarterback that is going to be a little leery of pass rush.
Yeah.
And if you can get Petrie when you're disguising blitzes and he's coming in and you're paying so much attention to the outside edge between Danielle Hunter and Will that, you kind of lose track of, or Petrie is able to get home. Now you're getting to a guy that is proven to be vulnerable when he's hit and in the pocket, and he's going to be cognizant of the pass rush to where you can blow up a lot of what they were trying to do offensively from a pass game perspective. And now you're not going to have either guy.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game now, man, because the Dolphins are coming in at full strength.
And they need it.
Yeah, and they need it. They're teetering at 6 and 7, but they have, all their weapons and yeah, I mean, Raheem Mostert's questionable, but that's not there. It's Devon.
Achane is unreal, and they got speed all over the field. Yeah. And Jonnu Smith has been really playing his ass off lately.
Isn't that crazy last week? Not a single target all game,
and
3 in the OT, including the winner.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So they got their hands full, and that's why I said I feel awful about these next 3 games, and it just feels to me like these are 3 games ripe for the losing that could really set up a lot of disaster unless they win the last game of the regular season. Now, hopefully that's all a moot point and Indy gets beat by Denver this weekend. You don't have to deal with it. But God forbid if Indy takes care of Denver and you lose to Miami and this is supposed to be the easiest of the next 3 games.
Let me ask you a question. If that happens, let's say they clinch the division.
Yeah.
Okay. You might still play, or they don't, and then it comes down to the Kansas City game. And maybe that's the week they clinch or whatever. Rolling into that Baltimore game. Let's say that by the time you get to Baltimore, it's clinched.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Christmas Day game.
Christmas Eve day?
No, Christmas Day on Netflix.
It's the Christmas Day game on Netflix. All right?
Mm-hmm.
The division is clinched. You're not getting, you're a division winner and that's it. You also know that most likely, your first round opponent is going to be Baltimore.
Yeah.
Would you just rest everybody?
I just
think the decision is it's Christmas Day. Netflix. It's a big deal for the NFL.
I don't think the NFL will like it.
I know, but you got to make the right decision for your football team.
If it's the team that you're going to play, you don't want to be as vanilla as possible.
You want to go out
like
there.
Preseason?
Exactly.
Kind of like that. Yeah.
I'm one series and get out, guys. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Vanilla plays, don't show them anything.
Exactly.
Does record matter, or does the division winner host it no matter what?
The division winner hosts no matter what.
So then that's not even a factor in it. Yeah, then I got to consider it.
I'm going Madden rules. I'm going whatever play gets the most yards.
Quit the first quarter?
No, I'm unplugging the controller. No, I'm going whatever play gets the most yards within the first 10 of the script. That's the one we're running for every down the rest of the game. They're just going to know. Halfback off tackle, 17 plays in a row. They just ran that. They were running it again.
Damian Pierce is getting 30 carries.
I wouldn't even use signals.
Doesn't that sound enticing?
I would have Davis Mills walk up under center and go, halfback off tackle, hut.
Was he Zach Greinke calling out his pitches?
Yeah, there would be no surprises. None. I might even do 3 kneel downs and a punt.
It's a legit conversation. All right, we're going to have some more Texans legit conversation as we get to the second half of the program. Garrett Williams is going to join us next, as he does every Wednesday. Do a little blessing or stressing on your Houston Texans after that breaking news. If you missed it, Jalen Petrie now done for the season with a torn pec. We'll talk about that with Garrett and a whole lot more as we get ready for the second half of the show. Stay put. Stay right where you are. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out. Having a little vacation time. That means Barry Laminack in through Monday. Brian McDonald still here with us, as well as a cast of thousands auditioning for producer roles like Anthony. But Garrett, our good friend, is here. Garrett Williams from Blessing or Stressing, as he does on Wednesdays, is here. And I said, Garrett, during the break, timing impeccable in terms of right on top of the breaking news. A team that's already going to be without El Shair for 3 weeks now loses Jalen Petrie for the rest of the season. Initially, your thoughts when you heard that?
Yeah, so I checked it walking in the studio and heard you guys talking about it, but I'm not surprised, but it's one of those things you kind of expected and you kind of hold out for hope. And then when it eventually happens, it kind of reality sinks in. I mean, I was one of the people that I thought Jalen Petrie should have been moved to that star nickel role way long ago. And once I heard that news, I knew exactly what his role was going to be. I know initially a lot of people said, oh, he's playing the nickel. He's going to be a corner. He's going to get burnt. I knew it was because they wanted him in the box, essentially as a third linebacker in the run game. And he fulfilled every idea of what I thought he would be and more. And I honestly think that he was playing at an all-pro level, to be honest. So
Not in coverage.
I mean, the coverage really wasn't as bad. There's a couple plays here and there where he gets exposed in certain situations. Yes, like obviously the Devontae Adams situation, but I think the
A
coverage
lot of people
wasn't
get
as bad.
exposed going up against Devontae Adams.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
look, overall, if you just watch the tape and watch it as many times, as we do from week to week, I mean, I think you can see he's not an above average cover, but boy, he is an above average. That's why all the national broadcasters and the announcers that don't see this team week in, week out lose their bleeping mind every time they see Jalen Petrie, because five's all over on film in the backfield and as it relates to the pass rush in the front seven.
Yeah, and in a 4-2-5 with two linebackers, he's essentially that third
Mm-hmm.
linebacker. So, I mean, I can give you that, yes, pass coverage, but like as a whole, from the whole total package, I mean, they had these numbers like havoc rate or whatever. He's like the top leader in that. I mean, all these plays that we're having tip passes and interceptions off of, like he's involved in all of those, his blitzes, run stuffing. But I will say I expected it. It stings right now. I also think that Jimmy Ward is also much better suited in that same role. He was not, in my opinion, also a great high safety. So he's probably a notch below what Petrie was playing, but I'm still confident in what Jimmy Ward can do, but it still stinks.
Don't worry about it. But we know it stinks for a variety of reasons. But the bigger thing too is that Jimmy Ward's going to get hurt no matter where he plays. So at least you can maybe get a little something more out of him in terms of effectiveness before you might lose him. But this blow sucks because you're playing a team like the Dolphins, and I don't want to steal away from Blessing or Stressing, but I wanted to get your thoughts on that initially.
Well, I was
going to
add too, I was just thinking this, but the Dolphins are notorious for their quick passing, Tua getting the ball out quick, and my opinion, I was going to say man, it would be awesome to have Petrie right now to kind of cause that havoc and disrupt timing and interrupt routes, but obviously that's not.
I think that's what Brian and I were talking about yesterday, is the fact that the combination is it might be one thing that you're losing the signal caller of the defense in Aziz. And that sucks, especially with a team that really kind of exploits the middle of the field like Miami does. But now you're also losing that thumper. You're losing that guy that could screw so many things up in terms of continuity offensively with what Miami likes to do. The loss of both of those guys, regardless of the following 2 weeks, specifically because of the way Miami plays offensively, that's a big blow.
Yep, tone setters. I mean, they cause chaos, and that's something that's lost in this game, honestly. And it's no coincidence that both these guys have a certain style of play, and D'Amico likes that in his players. He wants people that are tone setters, that are physical, aggressive. That makes a difference throughout the game. I mean, if you're out there causing chaos and hitting people, letting them know your presence, that adds up throughout the game and has an effect on the offense, in my opinion.
Well, the big problem is this is going to just kill his chances of winning the Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Hey, I mean,
on that
there's
cue,
probably
Garrett,
some truth to that.
On that cue, let's get to more Blessing.
Okay, so first up, I got. I'm sure you guys have been talking about it, another hot topic, but we'll start off with baseball. Astros, are we blessing or stressing trading Kyle Tucker? I will say that I am mildly stressing it. I get the argument to trade him, but to me, it signals obviously that we're not showing that we're fully committed to taking care of guys. I could see the argument that he struggled in postseason. And obviously the money's the big issue, but I mean, if we're going to trade him, why not wait to maybe potentially trade him next year at the trade deadline? Get his trade value may diminish. And then hopefully if we do trade him, we get actual veterans that can plug and play. I don't want to trade him for prospects when we just went and traded for Kikuchi and gave away prospects and then basically got nothing out of it. So it's got me stressing. He's part of the core in on our team, so that's got me worried.
I'm blessing it. We talked about it. I think that from an organizational standpoint, you did what you did for the final 3 months of the season without Kyle Tucker, and you're going to probably lose him at the end of the season. And if you do it in season, then he's a rental, and the return on what you get for him is going to be significantly diminished. This would show a different philosophy from an organization from the simple perspective of with everybody else, they just wrote it out. Let the said player, whoever insert said player, Correa, Cole, others, that they're done. Thanks for the memories. And they walk out the door and you're left with nothing. In this case, if you're willing to do that, both with Tucker and with Fromber, you still have a good enough roster to compete, but you also finally get something back for guys that are going to walk out the door, I think, regardless.
Is there a third option? Is there like a holding pattern option? Is there a wait and see?
Absolutely.
Because that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm not stressing over it yet. I'm not blessing it yet. I want to see what the offers are. I want to see what the potential. I mean, we've discussed some of the names. Like if some of those names or some of these potential trade offers that we've discussed are out there and some of those names that they can get back, then I'm blessing it. But if it's like, a couple of draft picks and a Cody Bellinger, then I'm stressing it. So it really just depends on what the offer is.
That's fair. I mean, I guess at the very least, we can say that this is something that's not typical of this organization. Like we haven't really. I mean, the fact that you just say you're interested in trading him alone, like I don't know how that fares if you were to not trade him and now he sticks with the team and if they're upset or whatever.
Look, I mean, the message is out there. That's what you need to do. You need to deliver the message and let everybody know we're open for business, because if Kyle Tucker gets his feelings hurt, so what? I mean, the fact is that you're probably going to leave in a year's time anyway. And whether it bothers you or not, we got to do what's in our best interest to protect this franchise going forward. And that's to explore all options in terms of what I can get back for Kyle Tucker.
And by the way, don't sleep on that whole you're going to lose value at the trade deadline. That's a two-way street.
Yeah.
That's a two-way street.
Because teams are desperate at that point, too.
Absolutely. So if you hang on to Kyle Tucker through the beginning of next year and up to the trade deadline, there's a lot of teams that are desperate for hitting. Now, obviously, it works better with pitching, but there are a lot of teams that might feel like they're a right fielder or, I mean, look, the Astros
I still disagree in terms of the level of the haul you would get back.
Astros felt like they were a first baseman away last year, and for the right guy, I think they would have gave up plenty to get that guy. So if you have especially a guy like Kyle Tucker, that they could feel like, hey, if we could sign a long-term deal with him and get it done, and this could be our guy going forward. If the Cubs are, I promise you, if the Cubs are, they get through the winter meetings, they get into the season, and the Cubs are leading the division, and they're like, boy, this is it for us. You probably could get more than you could get right now, because especially if they prove that they're definitely a team that they're just a Kyle Tucker away.
Well, that scenario, you're probably going to get prospects, and if you're trading at the trade deadline, you probably need prospects because you're tanking on the season. So I guess
I'm going to leave it there and say I agree to disagree with you, Barry, on that one for that now. But what else you got?
That works. So next up, we got, are we blessing or stressing the left guard spot for the Houston Texans? This has been an eyesore for us all year. Obviously, today there's been some new developments. A couple days ago, it's announced that Christian Harris, and Kenyon Green are coming back off of injury. So that got a lot of fans, worried. And then today it's reported that Juice Scruggs is going to miss a couple games by Aaron Wilson with the foot injury. And it was reported by Cody Stutes that Zach Johnson, the guy we acquired off of waivers, who was cut by Zach Thomas. I'm sorry, Zach Thomas, correct. Off of waivers, was at left guard with the ones today. So it's looking like either Zach Thomas or Kenyon Green. If we start Zach Thomas, I will say I'm mildly blessing it. Juice Scruggs had played okay. He was trending better at left guard since the shakeup post Jets game. I definitely think that the ceiling is very low. So like the level of play, like the bar is set very low. So if we just get marginally better play, then it's a huge increase. For that, I'll mildly bless it.
I'm stressing it simply because of the fact that it's been an issue all season. And we knew it with Kenyon Green before it even got to it. And then when we got to it, we realized he is who we thought he was going to be. He can run block. He can't pass block. He was a huge issue. I, like you, was extremely surprised when we saw that they were, trying to bring him back, because I thought his season was over. And I was actually pleased that and relieved a little bit that we didn't have to worry about it. Now to see Zach Thomas put in there, it seems like it's desperate to me. I mean, we've already heard that in their minds over there on Kirby and with D'Amico and or Nick, that Juice is a better center than he is a guard, but he also had problems at center. So the fact is, I don't know what the answer is at left guard. They didn't do what I wanted them to do before the deadline and go get somebody else of an NFL, caliber that is,
and there were plenty
that was possible. And Davis in Chicago and others were out there.
Cleveland had a guy.
I'm now looking at this going, well, you took a guy off the Patriots practice squad and they suck, and you're going to start him now. And if that doesn't work, you're going to put the guy in that pass blocking sucks, hopefully that at least he can do something, to regain that running game when Mixon was really off to the hot start, when that's all he could do. I'm definitely stressing this.
I'm 1,000% stressing this because what you're talking about is the best of the worst at this point. I mean, this is what we're arguing over: is who's the best of this pile of worst. In what you're talking about is either protecting your franchise quarterback or creating lanes for one of the best running backs this year in the NFL. And you're relying on two or three dudes who absolutely suck this year to do either of those things. So yeah, 1,000% stressing this because none of these options are good.
And then we haven't even talked about Kendon Green. Like, is he ready to go? Like, even if he plays, like,
Yeah, the window's 21 days. I think the biggest blessing you can get right now is he's not ready to go for the next couple of weeks, because I don't think that I would want to throw him out there and put CJ in that kind of a predicament.
No.
So it's definitely not a good situation, but I'm being super optimistic for, I don't know why, but Zach Thomas that we've talked about, he was a tackle who's going to play guard. He's played limited guard, but he's a 6'5", 300-pound guy. So maybe he provides value just from like a mauling standpoint. But obviously the biggest issue at guard all year has been honestly just like an intelligence thing. Like, we're letting guys run free because we're not getting the assignment right. So hopefully he can get it from the X's and O's standpoint to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you pick your poison. I mean, you can't rotate guards in either when you're going to pass or you're going to run, because the defense knows exactly what you're going to do.
Oh, here comes the run guard.
It's not as easy as with skill positions in that regard.
Yeah.
Well, I got one more if we got time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we blessing or stressing our chances to win versus the Dolphins? I believe last time I checked, we were favored by 2. I think that the Dolphins are a formidable opponent. We should not overlook them. I was stressing the fact that they won that game when they probably should have lost, won in overtime against the Jets. They went from basically having their season over to now being rejuvenated and very, optimistic going into this game. So I will mildly bless it. I'm confident in us coming off of the bye. We are also in a position where we need to win, but I don't think by any means this will be a cakewalk. It'll be a good test for us. I definitely think we can win it, and this is a good start for us to kind of prove, hey, we're not a pretender. We can try to creep back into that contender phase.
Well, I'm stressing it, and there's no doubt that this is going to be a hell of a test. But my personal opinion, and I brought this up on the show yesterday, is that I've got the kind of Houston's going to Houston kind of philosophy that they're going to drop the next 3. And as much as we saw this, vitally important stretch of the schedule all season long, we also saw a stretch of the schedule with Dallas, Jacksonville, and Tennessee where we thought, well, they're going to run the table and win all those 3 games. And they didn't do that. And all year they've been inconsistent, and they haven't lived up to who we thought they were going to be. And now you've got to put up or shut up against 3 really good teams. Because to your point, Miami's playing better football. They got momentum on their side. They feel like they got a legit chance to make the playoffs. They got everything to play for and everything in front of them. And I think that coming in and seeing a wounded defense like the Texans and knowing they haven't been at their best, I think the Dolphins feel very confident that they can beat this Texans team. And I think the Texans have their hands full trying to prove that they can win a game like this.
Yeah, I'm stressing it as well. I would really be stressing it if it was on the road. A little better that it's a home game, but yeah, definitely stressing it. Like you said, the injuries don't help. The issues at guard don't help. And just the way that this team is playing doesn't help. Though the one thing that does feel good is that they've had a bye week. They had, after all of the turmoil and all these things that happened, this team had some time to rest and recuperate and get their minds right, and try to address some of these issues, but just get away from football for a minute. So hopefully that also benefits them going into this game, because I think this is a pivotal game for them down this home stretch.
No
It
doubt.
really is.
No doubt.
Some are saying it's almost a must-win.
Legitimately, it could be. Again, you're going to be scoreboard watching, and you don't want to put your destiny in somebody else's hands. But you know what? It would be a great situation if you could get Denver to beat Indy, just because it would take at least that extra pressure of not only do we have a gauntlet of a schedule coming up, but there's an outside chance that last game of the regular season would mean something if we continue to pee down our leg.
You go from potentially clinching the division to not being able to do it until the last game.
And that would really suck. Tell everybody how to get in touch with you, Garrett, because you're a great follow on Twitter, and you've got all that information all the time flowing, and the conversations that are going with it with Texans Talk.
Yeah, Texans commenter on pretty much all social media or Houston Stressins. Check out my website, HoustonStressins.com. I'm going to be hosting a watch party for the Chiefs game at Tejas Brewery. Everyone's welcome to come and get you a free Aziz shirt. He was wrongfully
Nice.
suspended. So show support for Aziz and get you a free Aziz shirt.
There you go. Every Wednesday, you catch him here at 4:30 with us, but you can catch him, just like he said, all over the place, talking Texans, talking about your favorite team. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and get you prepared and set up for the final hour of the program on a Wednesday. Don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. I'm not going to stay. Yeah, that's why he also said in the manifest, he's going to.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, final segment of the second hour of the program. We can call it the big show because we got no one with initials as a first name trying to ruin our parade. AJ. Barry Laminack and myself, a cast of thousands behind the window, including Brian McDonald. As before we got to Garrett in that segment, we had two little tidbits of breaking news. One, Jalen Petrie, if you missed it, done for the year with a torn pec muscle, partially torn pec. He's out for the year. That's a double whammy blow because of the fact that you're already going to be without Aziz for 3 games. And then the other one we kind of touched on was Bill Belichick is now in final negotiations. It looked like it's going to happen. He's going to take the University of North Carolina football job. And this is just a mind-boggling situation to me because Bill Belichick is predicated on, much like Jeremy, he doesn't care about people's feelings. He doesn't care if you have emotions. He cares about winning. And that was fine when you had a dictatorship kind of set up for college coaching before NIL and the transfer portal. But nowadays, you got to kiss all these players' asses, and you got to go and try and get them, and then you got to make sure you kiss their asses to keep them. And yeah, he can say on Pat McAfee, hey, I'm going to have from nutrition to the best training to everything, a breeding ground for NFL players that is going to be where everybody wants to play. But Bill, unless you change your ways, are you going to be able to keep them?
Could you imagine this dude in some kid's living room? Well, I would like your kid to come to North Carolina. Oh, are you going to take care of him? Not at all.
I mean, that's what Brady said. Brady's like, you're gonna get these guys that are gonna come there, and he's gonna go, I don't really want to play you. I don't.
Yeah.
But if you want to play out there, we'll find a way to make.
Are you gonna be our kid's dad away from dad? No. Because that's what kids look like. Oh, he felt like a dad when he was in the living room. It's like he's gonna raise our kid when he's not there. Dude, Belichick's not doing any of that. This is a business to him. This is a business transaction. He said it as such. You mentioned the quote.
It's a family thing too, because he also got his son to be coach in waiting.
You mentioned the quote, and he said, quote, if I was in a college program will be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, and coaching and technique that would transfer to the NFL. I hate to tell you this, but not all 117 players or however many you end up with on a college program are going to be NFL caliber, because you can't have that many. So while they might all be getting that, they're not all going to the NFL. But you still got to go recruit 1-star kids and 2-star kids and 3-star kids, Bill. Now, granted, the head coach doesn't go on every recruiting trip. I get that. The head coach goes to some 5-star kids. He goes and gets the biggest and the best, and he will. And I think Bill does get a bit of a bad rap because we saw Bill Belichick in front of the media. When you've seen him not being head coach Bill Belichick, he's kind of funny.
I love him when he's not coaching and hyper intense and just, dry as a popcorn farm.
Yeah, but that's which one are you going to get in somebody's living room?
Well, see, that's the thing. I think that when you heard that he had this 400-page, manifesto plan outline, I mean, he highlights in detail the salaries and the people that he's going to need the university to employ, not just from a coaching staff, but from a general manager and player development staff to go out and do the things that you're talking about. He's not going to recruit. They are. He's not going to make the deals for the money that it's going to take to get the players. They are. He's going to need the boosters. And that's why I brought Michael Jordan's name up yesterday. I mean, Jordan still cares deeply about North Carolina and the university. I could see Jordan being a guy, whether he's actually throwing money in the pot or not, that is telling the university, hey, you want to be on the map in football in today's day and age? There's the guy that could do it for you. Are you willing to pay?
Dude, and people will listen.
Oh.
And what I think is weird too about this is not just the Belichick side of things. Why are you going to coach college after all the success you had in the NFL? It does speak to the fact that nobody wanted him. If he's doing this, nobody wanted. Plenty of people had the opportunity to give him a job, and he couldn't get one. So it kind of smacks of desperation.
Now, it would be interesting to
see
if he's got an out, though, because maybe this year,
100%
if
does.
Dallas or somebody wants him, can he get out?
1,000% he has an out. Yeah. I guarantee you. But it's also a weird decision on North Carolina's part. I mean, they just got rid of Mac Brown, who was 73, so at least they got younger because Belichick's 72. They were like, listen, we're going in a different direction, Mac. We want to get a little younger at the head coaching spot. Oh, yeah, who are you going with? Belichick, he's 72. What are you doing?
Belichick, based on his girlfriend and the fact that now she can enroll in classes, and if he wants to hit a couple of parties, he might be able to find some opportunities.
His dog's head of player development.
I mean,
he did a pretty good job drafting.
I don't understand either when you're 16 wins away from becoming the all-time winningest coach in NFL history, how this is the job that you take. Look, I get it, and I mentioned it briefly, and it's tough for Jeremy because he is a Cougar and he's dealing with the Cougars every day. But we all know that Kelvin Sampson took the job with the U of H with the agreement in place that when he's done, his son is the coach in waiting. Belichick did the exact same thing for his son at the University of North Carolina with this gig, and one of the things in that 400-page Bible that he turned over was just that his son will one day be his successor. You got to win. I think that from a Carolina standpoint, to answer your question, the one thing that I will give them credit for is, look, the ACC is awful, and the ACC is crumbling, and the ACC does not have hardly any schools aside from what we saw with Clemson, and their matchup at the end of the year with SMU. Other than that, when you look at it, the ACC is so far from what it used to be, and Carolina is so far, even though Drake May and others have played there, that I think this is an attempt from the university standpoint to try and salvage their football program and be somewhat on the map, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a splash.
Yeah,
this is definitely Deion Sanders level splash.
Yeah,
it really is. Now we'll see who's going to be his coaching staff. Is he going to bring in former players like Sanders did? Is he going to bring in coaches? What's he going to do?
I mean, you think about it, Barry. If I'm, as much as I know that he's been kind of rough around the edges and brash with, with his ability to deal with players and personalities, if I'm a parent with a kid and I know my kid has above average ability, if he plays anywhere near half decent for Bill Belichick, he could pick up the phone and call any general manager in this league and say, I got a kid that could really help you and really pave a way for a kid to play on the next level.
Well, I think with that book and all of these things, I think it just immediately means people are going to pay a little extra attention.
At least in the early going. Now,
Yeah.
you still got to win, and the kids still have to be at least
still gotta play
happy, and they got to play well. So we'll see how it goes. But Bill Belichick, and one of the two breaking news stories we had before we wrap up hour number 2, Bill Belichick looks like he's taking the North Carolina job, and Jalen Petrie out for the year with a partially torn pectoral muscle. With that being said, we've got plenty more to get to on the show. Plenty of Texas topics still to kick around. Garrett mentioned the changes to the offensive line. We need to talk about the fact that from an offensive perspective, is there going to be things that we need to change? What we're seeing in CJ, is that what we're going to get to as the norm? Is he going to get back to where he was? So many things to uncover, 60 minutes or so to do it. We'll be back with the final hour of the show. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show. First day of 4 straight of me and Barry and friends, as we've had already a lot of action on the show. Kelly Eco came in to talk Rockets Warriors in the big quarterfinal game of the in-season basketball tournament coming up tonight at Toyota Center. Winner goes to Vegas. Loser ends up playing the Mavs for their second extra game. We had Garrett Williams in here from Blessing or Stressing Texans. We had Texans talk, along with the breaking news of Bill Belichick taking the University of North Carolina job and Jalen Petrie being out for the year with a torn pec muscle. So kind of following up on the Texans talk with Garrett, he mentioned a little bit of this, but I'm interested overall, Barry, and your feeling on this. Cody Stutes, who always knows what the big boys are doing, said that the Texans had a different offensive line today, and that when the media got in there, that Zach Thomas was at left guard. Now, we later found out that Juice Scruggs has a foot issue. I don't know if that's a cover-up or if that's to say that they needed somebody else because Juice was less than at guard, or that's a legit, hey, we're going to have to sit him down for a couple days. But either way, the week starts with Kenyon Green on the fast track to possibly playing again this season when we thought he was done because he sucked. And now, as we continue to play as the offensive line churns, we're looking at a guy that came off the Patriots practice squad that was a tackle playing guard against the Dolphins to start a 3-game stretch of really tough opponents.
It hurts. It's what's wild to me about this is that last year for all of the injuries that this O-line had, it was a better O-line.
Yep.
And now you've got, like you said, you've got a practice squad guy coming in that you're relying on, and it's this juggling act of mediocrity. And this is supposed to be the O-line of a contending team.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't panned out as such. And I don't know what the solution is. I know what the solution is. They're definitely drafting a left guard and with their first pick in the draft.
Okay, but
unless they go the free agent
front,
route.
and that's interesting you brought that up because on that front, they've shown a propensity for being able to draft defensive backs. You got Bullock, you got Lassiter, you got Stingley, and Nick was hellbent on Stingley. Sauce looked like better early on, but Stingley has proven to be well worth it, right? Yeah. But on the flip side of the success they've had with D-backs, they've had a lot of struggles with offensive line. Look, you lucky you got Patterson in the 6th round because you took Juice in the 2nd. We had DJ Bieneme from the beat writer for the Texans for ESPN come on here and say he talked to NFL people that said Scruggs would have been available in the 3rd, 4th, maybe even later than that. The Texans really took a flyer and stretched to get him in the 2nd round.
A lot of people felt that though.
Yeah. And then when you talk about Kenyon Green and the fact that Kenyon Green as a 1st-round pick has been absolutely the exact opposite of what you have to get out of an offensive lineman taken in the 1st round. I don't know that I want him drafting another offensive lineman in the 1st round.
Yeah. Well, it's tough because the NFL free agency isn't the same as other sports. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do. You trade for one, or I don't know.
Yeah, free agency trades. There's other opportunities, but yeah, it would worry me if they're trying to draft a lineman.
The track record is not good. You're right.
So with that being
said,
but
you just got to keep going until you hit.
But your point is valid in the fact that between the assets that you've spent, and we covered that with Patterson and Scruggs and Green, from a draft capital perspective. But then you not only traded for, but you extended Shaq. And you extended Howard to being a top 5-ish paid right tackle. You make Laramie consistently one of the top paid left tackles in the game. And we know that he has had less than moments this season yet again. And you look at it as a whole and say, with all that I've put into this offensive line and all we thought we were going to see this season, it has been a disaster. Yeah. And it's probably the main reason why this team has been so inconsistent offensively
and sputtered at times. Yeah, I wouldn't do the same exact thing that they did with Laramie Tunsil, but I think at this point you have to really consider, is there a team that's looking to move a left guard next year or whatever, and go out and do that if you don't feel like there's anybody in the draft or you don't, which I think if they were going to do that, they would have done it because they realized that they had a need. So I think this team is going to address it in the draft because they probably would have done it at the trade deadline. But man, it's a sore spot. It's an obvious sore spot.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's the priority.
glaring
this
weakness
entire
on
yes,
this team.
it is the number one priority to address this offseason, no matter what else you think about where else they could use some help. Simply because of the fact that, and I always say this, it's like the neck bone's connected to the collarbones, connected to the backbone. Everything that they do offensively is connected to the less than play of the offensive line. CJ staying upright, the passing game being ineffective, the running game not being as effective as it was from time to time, and what Mixon's been great. And it all has to be addressed. And the only way you can do that is you have to really delve deeply into who am I just hell-bent is not going to get any better, because Shaq might be over the hill at this point, and he looks like he might have fallen off. No matter what Tunsil's been his whole career, is this the guy that you feel comfortable continuing to go with left tackle? I think Howard's done. I think they drafted Fisher to be his replacement starting next season.
Yeah.
But is Fisher an upgrade? We don't know.
Yeah, that's the gamble or
it's a quandary you're in because of the fact that you're under contract with a lot of these guys. And so, you can walk away from like a Howard, but are you going to walk away from Shaq Mason?
You can't. I mean, yeah.
So that's
because the problem is you've got to protect CJ Stroud. So you really have to dump some money into this. I mean,
more money.
You have to. Yeah. Which also means, by the way, you can forget, are you going to re-sign Stephon Diggs? Are you going to do X, Y? No. I mean, at this point, you've got Nico Collins. You've got Tank Dell on a rookie contract. Be happy. You've got Dalton Schultz for whatever contract you sign with him.
Left, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. All the other money you've got, you're dumping it into the O-line because you've got to protect CJ Stroud at all costs.
And I think for as much as we were concerned about the second corner position, as much as we had concerns about this defense, you haven't had Christian Harris all season, and yet this defense has held its own. Yeah. I believe firmly all season long, this defense has been the calling card of this team.
Yeah.
So therefore, the same way, to your point, a year ago, you took all of your financial resources in free agency to bring in Daniil Hunter and Autry and Aziz and the guys that you brought in the interior defensive line, Settle and Foley and guys like that, to try and upgrade this defense. I think, to your point, you have to use that same kind of focus and financial backing to say, even if I got to blow the whole thing up, I have got to attack the offensive line.
You've got to. I mean, this is it all. I mean, everything is predicated off of quarterback. And
I look at that people are quick to criticize CJ, but this is exactly why CJ isn't who he was a year ago.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Look at the difference and ask this question. Is this year's version of CJ Stroud who CJ Stroud is? Or is it last year's version of CJ Stroud? Or is it somewhere in between? Or is this year's version of CJ Stroud is simply a result of a less than stellar offensive line or of a bad offensive line?
Because I think that's exactly where we're going to pick this up. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to get into that because I think that's where this kind of conversation progresses too. Because there's been a lot of fingers pointed at CJ Stroud this whole year, and I think that's worthy of a conversation. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, continue this conversation. If you want to join us, get in here. Taking calls, taking texts, taking Twitch, taking YouTube. 713-780-3776. Hit us up on social media. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I can't escape Branham. Branham is the classic wedding ring jingler that always drops it on the desk several times a show.
I didn't do that.
You've done it multiple times today.
I have not dropped my wedding ring on the table one time.
Does that sound like him?
Not even close. No. Sounded more like BMAC.
Damn, B-Mac, you're going to take that? He's not even listening.
Well, I have that. This is my...
Here's a guy, when he runs, he goes faster.
You don't like my Jeremy Branham?
That's not even close to Jeremy Branham.
He's got a very proper...
Hello?
That didn't sound proper. That sounded like a Simpsons character.
He does have it kind of does sound like a Simpsons character.
Yeah.
But he's very proper.
All right, you put this on the rundown. I think and we started to get into it at the end of the segment, but I think it is very interesting.
By the way, I just want to point out, because everybody's, I love Jeremy Branham, and he knows that. Jeremy and I did a show together, so everyone calm down.
No
I would never, and I would never disrespect somebody on their own show when they're not here.
He doesn't love me.
I'll do it to his face.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
You brought this up, and I think it's a legit conversation worth having because of the fact that if you want to call it a sophomore slump, people are looking at CJ and saying he's not the quarterback he was a year ago. A lot of people are doing it with blinders on, and they're not willing to look at the offensive line, as we've highlighted over the last couple segments. But the fact of the matter is that it seems like coming into this year, there was a lot less to prove and a lot more people that were buying into the fact that CJ is not only a franchise quarterback, he was going to be one of the better quarterbacks in this league for the foreseeable future. And now at this point in the season, and we don't know how it's all going to end and play out, but for the most part, I think it's fair to say most people look at CJ Stroud as a work in progress. And there's a lot of questions that weren't there at the start of the year.
Yeah, and that's what's funny is you end last season thinking, oh, you got your franchise quarterback. This dude is already one of the 3 to 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL, period. I mean, you could legitimately say that at the end of last season. You could legitimately say CJ Stroud, as a rookie, was one of the 3. I mean, I stumbled upon MVP votes for last year, and he had like 4% of the vote as a rookie. Now, you know, Jane Daniels is going to get more than that probably, but that says something. That says something about his skill set as a rookie. But, you know, I still, all of that, and I loved his game, and I was very excited. I didn't want them to draft him. I was wrong about that. I freely admit it. He got really lucky on a lot of dropped interceptions that changes the narrative significantly if they are, you know, if the defense catches them. But he still led this team to the playoffs. This was, you know, without a run game, which is very important to consider when you're talking about the skill set of CJ Stroud.
Motor was good, but Motor was small, and he was very one-dimensional.
Yeah, and no one respected the Texans' run game. Nobody. And so you knew that this was going to be an offense that CJ Stroud was going to beat you with his arm. Period. End of story. He was going to make decisions that beat you with his arm, whether it be the short, intermediate, or down the field passing game. It was on CJ Stroud to beat you with his arm. And he did that more often than not last year. And that's why I think he was a damn good quarterback. But what you're seeing now is he doesn't have the time to do that. He does not. He's running for his life, even though he's good on the run, even though he can throw on the run. Everything's off. Everything is, and it all starts up front.
Okay, so let me ask you this. With that being said, you know, everybody listening to the show hears Brian and Jeremy and my opinions on this every day, but I'm curious yours in terms of where do you stand on CJ Stroud? Do you still believe that, and I don't know what you believe in terms of the franchise quarterback has all the tools, makes all the throws, can do everything, or do you have a level of concern based on what we've seen 2 years into this CJ Stroud franchise quarterback of the Houston Texans?
I have zero concern about CJ Stroud. None. I think when you look back at the beginning of the year, when the run game was clicking, when he had weapons and he had some time, he made the throws. Now, was his interceptions up? Are they up? Yes, but we saw that last year. I mean, you knew that the interceptions were going to be there. And he's still young. He still makes some bad decisions. He's going to do that. I mean, nobody's just going to throw 5 interceptions every year. It's unrealistic to expect that. But a dynamic arm, strong arm, accurate. He makes good decisions for the most part. He leads the offense. My only concern this year that I've seen from him, the only thing, because I fully believe if you give him time, he can lead an offense. If he has an offensive line that can protect him, and I mean, this isn't like some quarterbacks where it's like, oh gosh. I mean, a perfect example is the guy that backs him up. Davis Mills with time is still going to miss his receivers. You know what I mean? Like he's still going to underthrow them or throw it 10 miles over their head.
Like, here's the thing.
So when I saw him real quick, the one thing that has really bothered me about CJ Stroud this year, the one thing that is just I've hated seeing is his attitude.
What do you mean?
Dude, his body language.
Well, but at a certain point when you're getting the crap,
I get it. I understand.
I mean,
but
Kyler Murray.
No, but you're the leader. You're the man. You're the franchise quarterback. You can't be slamming the ball down. I know you're pissed. I know you're angry. I know it hurts. I get it. But of all the people on the field that can't be doing that, it looks like a tantrum. I get it. You're pissed. I know. But you need more out of your leader. He's young. You know what I mean? I understand all that, but that's why it's kind of disappointing to see. And I'm sure he's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
He knows not to, but at the same time, when you get the beating that he's taken all season long, at a certain point, we all reach our boiling point. We've seen Kyler Murray do it from the jump, as opposed to a guy that it was basically forced to getting to the point where he just couldn't take it anymore.
But what you want is you want fire, you want anger, but you don't want him just slamming the ball down. You want him to get up, walk to the huddle, and go, y'all get your ass in, get where you know what I mean? You want him fussing at him.
But that's what I see. I don't see him trying. I don't see him trying to sell out guys.
No. Now, I'm not saying selling him out. I'm just saying and there were times when it was not going well. He was getting hit a lot, getting sacked a lot. He had really poor body language. He would slam the ball down. It just to me, it looked bad. But I understand why. I'm not suggesting that I would handle it any better or that it's not a natural reaction for him to do that. It's just disappointing because you want him to be.
But he's in year 2. He can get.
I know,
right. Because here's the thing.
But
I'm like you.
Look,
I wasn't sold on him coming out because I wasn't sold that there was the kind of quarterback they were looking for coming out. I was so pleasantly surprised, so quick to be able to say I was wrong. But the one thing that really impressed me more than anything else was his touch. The fact that he could layer a football over the linebacker, under the safety.
Drop a dime.
Drop it wherever he needs to put it. We look at time and time again where he puts the balls to Nico when he needs to off script or when they need a big play, even on an out route, to where I know he can make all the throws. I know that he is a football junkie to where he is an X's and O's guy. And I know that what we've seen where everybody wants to point the finger of it's not as good as it was in year 1 is directly correlated to neither is your offensive line.
That's why I'm saying the only problem that I've had is just that part of leadership is when things are at their worst, you've got to be at your best. And really, when you're getting sacked 7, 8, and 9 times in a game, that's when you can't be slamming the ball in the ground and getting up and, unsnapping your helmet and kind of throwing a hissy fit and walking off the field.
I haven't seen it to that level, but I know what you're saying.
You get up mad. Yeah, but it's the body language. Yeah, you should be mad. You absolutely should be pissed that you're getting sacked 7 and 8 times. Yes, I want fire, but it needs to be handled differently. You get to the sideline and you chew your O-line out. Y'all get your bleep together.
See, I think that the other thing that we're kind of losing sight of in all of this,
but like when you're out like slamming the ball in the ground, everyone in the stadium.
Sure, I get
sees
that, but I don't see it to the level that you're talking about. But I have seen him.
That's just me.
I have seen signs of the body language of cracks in the armor to where he just can't take it anymore. But I also think, I think aside from the offensive line, I think Bobby Slowick needs to take some of this too, because I think that Bobby Slowick learning as an offensive coordinator, and I've mentioned this multiple times on the show. From an offensive coordinator standpoint, take it from someone that's seen it happen with other NFL teams. When your offensive line is less than, that doesn't mean that you can't adjust accordingly with your play calling and your formations so that your quarterback isn't under duress as much. You can go to the pistol. You can go to which is like the semi-shotgun. You can go to quick actions coming completely from the time that the ball is snapped to the quarterback, and with a shotgun formation, buying you that extra step and a half before the defensive line can get around the edge, because now you're not taking it from center. And then getting rid of it within 1.2, 2.1 seconds, where you're running a lot of quick crosses and you're running a lot of quick outs, just because of the fact that you have to plan accordingly for your limitations with the offensive line. And I don't think Bobby's done that.
I agree with you, first of all, 100%. I think you've got to change up the game plan when you know that, you've got the big turnstile in there at left guard. But the problem has been, I think, no matter what play they've called, it hasn't mattered. I mean, you're literally talking.
Look,
bro,
it's not going to be a solution, but you can try and kind of put a Band-Aid on it.
Dude, he's not even getting a hand on guys. I mean,
understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to solve the problem.
Bro, he's getting deked like a corner. Like he's getting footwork. Like he's coming out of his stance, and the dude is like shimmying him at the line.
But understand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that's the end-all be-all. But if I line up CJ in a shotgun formation or a pistol formation with a running back to his side, and the fact is, as soon as it touches his hands, you've got quick routes being run to where you're going to unload it within 2 seconds. And if anybody...
2 seconds is too long. Yeah, I know what you mean, though.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a half a second.
And if anybody's going to try and blow the left guard's doors off, the running back can chip long enough, too, to allow him to get that throw off, and you have a better chance for success than doing what you've been doing all year when he has been constantly under duress.
You're right. By the way, as a side note, just sidebar, 100% off topic. I am mad at Bobby Slowick about one thing.
His hair?
Get off my man's hair. Now I got to go look up his hair.
Because he went hatless and everybody paid all kinds of attention to it.
What's wrong with Bobby Slowick's hair,
because
bro?
Coaches are supposed to be wearing hats. The one game he doesn't wear the hat, everybody notices.
No.
Then he goes back to the hat, and they're like, is there something to that?
What's he got? What's up with his lettuce?
Comb over.
Oh, is that what it is? He's just rocking
a little bit.
He's just rocking the side part. He's rocking the old accountant. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, he's got the power alleys. All right.
Glenn Davis told me a story, by the way, early in the season that was phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
Glenn Davis went to NRG for a press conference, and he got lost. And he was walking through the hallway, and he sees this guy walking through the hallway, and he's like, my friend, could you tell me and direct me, how do I get from here to here where my car is parked there, and I need to exit over there? And then he said, this guy was just awesome, and he was just really nice and polite and said, no, turn here, go this, do that, whatever. And he's like, are you here for soccer? He goes, yeah, I cover soccer. I do a show on ESPN. And Glenn goes, what do you do? And he goes, I'm the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. He's like, I had no idea you looked that young. He's like, yeah, he kind of does, Glenn.
What do you do, young man? Do you clean the laundry? No, I call plays. Oh, okay. Nice hair, though. Does your mom cut it?
Supercuts, buddy. Supercuts. Before we get to a break, our good friend Vera wants to get in here on the Texans offensive issues. Vera, what's going on a Wednesday?
Hey, guys. As always, appreciate you guys letting me call in. I mean, irrespective of what happens, I think the Sunday is going to be very symbolic of what we can expect, even if we stumble our way into the playoffs, which I think we will. I think it's going to be a plaguing problem, but irrespective of what happens this season, once the season is over, I mean, they may have a longer, patience, may have more patience with Bobby Slowick, but Chris Strasser, I mean, he should be gone. The offensive line coach should be gone at the end of the season. I don't care how much money it takes. Nick needs to find his Rolodex and call Dante Scarnecchia and ask him to come and be the offensive line coach for whatever amount Scarnecchia asks. I think this is just more than the left guard being the turnstile. I think all the interior offensive linemen have regressed seriously. I saw a statistic this morning that was showing the pressures on plays for passing plays, and I think we were 32nd of all the 32 teams, and we had like pressure on basically 1 out of every 3 passes, right? 30%. The second worst was somebody with 25%. So we had like at least like, and we weren't like close 32nd. We were like by far the worst. Kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up. Thanks, Chris.
No, look, Vera, I think that from the standpoint of, and again, you picked that stat. The stat that was so glaring to me was the fact that untouched rushers to the quarterback, and the Texans were in the 40s of how many times this season an unblocked rusher had an unabated, route to the quarterback, which was like 10 or 15, I want to say like 15 or 20 more than the second place team.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, so that even makes it worse. Like, it's not
Doesn't
just
matter what
about
play you
each
call.
guy running
That's what I'm
their
saying.
position, doing their job for their position. When we talk about the lack of continuity, that speaks to it, because when we say, it was twists and it was stunts. No, it was, oh my God, holy bleep, get in the hole and cover somebody.
It was like they were playing Red Rover. They just straight through. By the way, I loved his phone call. It was like press 2 for the next take. Boop. And he would look.
I thought you were gonna go. I saw your face and I was like, oh God, he could.
I know what you thought I was going with it. But I want to go back to something real quick with Bobby Slowick and why I'm angry at this dude. We all remember last year, goal line stand. And we all know what happened when Tank Dell was asked to block. Bro, they ran the same play again this year. They did the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think it was Tank. It was somebody else.
No, it was Tank.
Was it?
Yeah, they had Tank blocking on the interior of the offensive line. I'm like,
why can't you put Mechie in that spot when you're going to do that?
What do you do? Why would you run literally the same kind of play, or at least blocking scheme, when you would? It was just, that's when I was like, okay, this is not okay.
So there's a conversation.
Why would you do that?
Maybe that's one we say for tomorrow. But I'm really curious, because I've heard this floating around a lot, and it's heating up a lot more. Is Bobby Slowick, no matter what happens, and Vera was talking about, and I don't disagree with him, trying to find another offensive line coach. But I think that the bigger issue is going to be whether Bobby Slowick gets head coaching opportunity interviews or not. Is Bobby Slowick your offensive coordinator next year, and should he be? And I think that's something that needs to be discussed. We're going to take a break. We're going to roll through the final half hour of the program. Still got Car Wreck of the Day in the last segment of the day. If you got nominations for Car Wreck of the Day, 713-780-3776. Call or text those in. Hit us up on social media. We'll get them in before we end the show. But it's Barry Laminack, Joel Blank, Brian McDonald, and a whole lot more. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Do I have one more read?
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, back. Wrapping up the final half hour of the program, the first of 4 in a row with Barry Laminack and the Usual Suspects reunion tour for the holidays. As we're talking a lot about the Texans, and look, the woes of the offensive line. Where do you think CJ is? Do you think CJ is something to worry about going forward? Is CJ fixable and he's going to be fine next year? These are all the kind of questions that you're forced to deal with when you have a team that has been underperforming. And I've said this all season long. And the reason why I've said that this team's identity is their defense is in part because when the offensive line was blocking for Joe Mixon and the running game was good early, the passing game wasn't. When the passing game started to step up, Mixon was out, and then the line showed that they weren't very good at blocking anymore. And, you've struggled from time to time running the football. Tell me, aside from maybe the Patriots game against a very much lesser than team that was playing Drake May for the very first time, tell me all season long when there has been any game when the running game was working and the passing game was working.
I can't really think of one.
I mean, that's why I think we're faced with so many more questions than answers for a team that's a playoff team that's supposed to be an above average team in this league.
Not just above average. This was, listen, there were the word Super Bowl was being thrown around with this team.
Now, I was realistic from a schedule perspective, that maybe not this year, but they were on their way.
There was appearance. The people were saying this was a Super Bowl contender. This was a team that should be taken seriously to get to the AFC Championship game, which makes you a Super Bowl contender. There were plenty of people that felt that way. I mean, their odds reflected that in Vegas. So it's certainly, okay to say that this, not only have they disappointed, but this has been a letdown and there's been issues and plenty. And I think they'll be the first to tell you that. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And this team built up expectations after a fantastic year, a fantastic first year under the rookie head coach, a rookie OC, a rookie quarterback, rookie DN that they drafted, and all the moves that were made and new ownership outlook, and Nick Caserio finally getting out from under the whole Patriot thing and being able to be himself, and it was turned over a new leaf, and it was great, and we're all in.
Here's where I'm at with it too, though, is the fact that I was realistic in the fact that they were going to face a much more significantly difficult schedule than they did a year ago when they kind of took the whole league by storm, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't give me any grounds to say that they're going to take a major step back and that they wouldn't for the next several years be a team to be reckoned with. But when you look at it, and if you'd have told me at the start of the year, hey, by the way, you're going to win the division, because I thought that the schedule was going to make it to where you had formidable teams that were playoff teams like the Jags or almost playoff teams like the Colts, to where you might have, taken a step back by possibly being more of a wild card than a division winner. But if you told me they were going to win the division, and then you told me that the Bengals were probably not going to be a playoff team and they were going to underachieve, the Dolphins were going to lose Tua and they were probably going to underachieve, that you were going to have teams that you thought were supposed to be good that weren't good, and that it was essentially going to be the Chiefs, and then a significant step back when you get to the Ravens and the Steeler types, but that the AFC was wide open all the way up to the second seed. Now you'd have my attention to say, well, then the Texans definitely would be a top 3 team in the AFC, and right now they're not.
Yeah, they're not. Quite honestly, if you look at the playoff seeding, they might be the worst team in the playoffs.
I was going to say, because the three of us had this conversation going a few days ago, but I'm curious your thoughts. Like, when you think about playoff potential.
Oh, we didn't even talk
teams,
about
and we're going to save that aspect of it. But I think just from the standpoint of, if you're the Texans and you play the Broncos in round 1 of the playoffs, how you feeling?
The Broncos?
Yeah.
They can beat the Broncos.
Steelers. See?
That defense, and that defense against this O-line.
Look, and I think it's fair, as much as he was low-hanging fruit that everybody could take their shots at with Russell Wilson of the past. Russell Wilson is a significant reason why that Steelers team is not a joke anymore.
I heard somebody say it perfectly, and who would have thought they would have said this about Russ? But he's managing the games
appropriately. And he's not having good first halves. He's coming out, he's starting slow, but he's doing what needs to be done to win games. And he's relying on his defenses, that defense to keep them in it until they get things figured out, making halftime adjustments, and it's working. You can't knock the result. It is working.
Chargers.
No.
See, I don't either.
They can't beat the Chargers because
You're talking about another team with defense.
Yeah. All these teams that have these stellar defenses.
Derwin James and Khalil Mack and Bosa and all the guys that they got. I mean, that's a staunch defense. And look, under Harbaugh, he has completely resurrected Herbert. They lost all these weapons, but Johnston's catching the football.
Yeah.
You've got guys that are rookies and others that are contributing at a level to where their offense is formidable.
They're
way more consistent than the Texans.
Yeah, they're a run-first team. They're a defensive-minded team. They're not the Chargers of old, which was a pretty sexy offensive team.
Eckler
Will just
and Keenan
outscore
Allen
you
and Mike Williams and all that.
This is a tough
run by a
nose.
diabolical, ridiculous head coach that took way too many stupid chances.
Yeah.
No, you're a well-coached football team that has an above-average defense that has an elite caliber quarterback.
Like I said, I think they could beat I think they could beat the Broncos. And the Broncos aren't a slouch. Don't get me wrong.
Look, Peyton's done a hell of a job there, too, and he took a guy that not many people thought was going to be a significant quarterback, especially in year one, and Bo Nix has been great.
Yeah.
So you look at it, and I'd say, as much as if you asked me that question at the start of the year, can they beat the Steelers? Hell yeah. Can they beat the Chargers? Of course. Can they beat the Broncos? Yeah. Are you telling me these teams are even going to be playoff teams? Because I didn't have them penciled in at the start of the year. But if you're telling me that's who I got to beat in round one, I'm on board. Now, I'm not so sure.
I don't think they beat the Bills. I don't think they beat the Chiefs. I don't think they beat the Ravens.
That's all you need to know in terms of where we've gotten to from
where we started. I think the one team in the playoffs that they could beat, that they could absolutely beat, if I were betting money or whatever, the Broncos.
Okay.
I would be worried about and the reason for the Chargers and the Steelers specifically, defense. The reason for the Ravens, offense. I mean, it's just they're just tough to beat. They can just outscore you.
In the past, you haven't been able to stop Derrick Henry.
Right. And Buffalo is just, Josh Allen.
They're better than when you saw them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And Kansas City is just, they've got some sort of voodoo, black magic. They've made a deal with the devil type thing. And you just, it's a tough one, man.
No doubt. All right. We got one segment to go in the show. You know how we do it. It's a car wreck of the day, as we always get to wrap up the program. So let us know if you got any car wreck of the day nominations. We'll come back with the car wreck, put a bow on it, and get you going on the rest of your evening. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you and drop a word in from a good friend, Doc Linville. It is the holiday season, a season of giving. If you'd like to give your significant other a gift that keeps on giving, Doc Linville does plastic surgery. He does Botox. He does spa treatments. But for you guys, he also does something that is a game changer. He does the NeoGraft procedure and he does PRP treatments. He gets your hair back. If you lose your hair and you think there's nothing you can do but consider the sprays and creams and foams that just mask the problem, I'm here to tell you he's got a game-changing solution that actually is your own hair, put where you need it most, that's going to be with you for the rest of your life and is going to change the way you look at yourself when you're in the mirror and how you feel self-confidence-wise. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now. You get a consultation for free with Doc and his staff. You listen to me, you want to talk to him, you get it for free. People off the street not listening to us pay $150. You get to sit down, ask questions, get answers, and have them explain all the different ways they can help you get your hair back and maintain the hair that you have, getting it to where it was in its absolute best form. It's fantastic. The hair is going to be the same color. It's going to grow the same direction because it's your own hair. And the fact that I went through the process and I can tell you it's painless, it works, and you see the results almost immediately. I can't stop talking about the fact that if you have any questions and you have worries about your hair, you need to see Doc Linville. Check him out today because there's no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made or signing on the dotted line, just a free consultation if you go to 975hair.com and sign up for that consultation. I went. I couldn't be happier. Granado's done it. He loves them. Doc Linville, best in the business, right here in the Med Center in Houston, Texas. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com. All right, you know how we do it. Final segment of the day. You get to say what you think is the car wreck of the day. Barry, since you are in the B chair today, you get to kick us off. Your car wreck of the day is...
Yeah, my car wreck of the day, I don't care what that texter said. I said it. I stand by it. If you're 72 years old, you have 6 Super Bowls under your belt, and you can't get a job in the NFL, it smacks of desperation for you to go take a job at North Carolina. It ain't Alabama. Okay? It ain't. We're not Alabama. All right? Not Ohio State. We're talking about practice. We're talking about North Carolina. That's my car wreck of the day. Bill Belichick taking a job at North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm with you from the standpoint of I just feel like there was another NFL job for him to be had. I believe that in this cycle where there's up to possibly 10 jobs that are going to be open, I think that there was another opportunity for him to chase the all-time record in wins, for him to have total control and financial freedom to do whatever he needs to do without NCAA regulations.
There's interim coaches out there now. There's open jobs now. And look, Ohio State's probably going to get rid of Ryan Day. Like, I know they're not, but they might. They might. He lost to Michigan, bro. Let's see if they get bounced in the first round. They play Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
That's not.
No,
I
said yesterday in terms of my cash it or trash it. If Jason Day doesn't win Ryan Day doesn't win the national championship, there's a legit chance Ryan Day loses his job,
bro. Especially if they lose to Tennessee in the first round.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell me Bill Belichick would have been better off going to Ohio State and taking that job? Come on.
I don't know that Ohio State would have been.
They wouldn't have, but that's my point.
Now, from his standpoint, from that already having facilities and all the kind of pre-NFL setup, you got that at Ohio State, and you're in a premier conference, as opposed to the ACC, which doesn't have much, and Carolina ain't all that.
They got Jordan.
Total Dallas texted in and said his car wreck of the day is your impersonation of Jeremy Branham. I tend to agree with him.
Okay, fair. I'll accept it. Fair and balanced.
You've been known to have your impersonations. That
They're
one
not
wasn't
good.
That wasn't your best work.
No, not at all.
Anybody else? I'm trying to see if there was any other ones before we get out of here. Some people thought
what's wrong with my box?
Some people thought what?
What's wrong with my box over here?
Pause. I don't know what you're talking about, but at least it's only day one. There's 3 more days for you to figure it out.
Boxes
car wreck of the day. Barry's still figuring out boxes and buttons and all kinds of fun stuff. At least you're on time today. That was cool.
Oh, you know what?
At least there wasn't a car wreck of the day that kept you from being on time today. There you go. All right, what's winning?
Huh?
Belichick or your impersonation of Jeremy?
I'll let you pick.
Belichick wins. I don't understand it. Maybe you do. All right, that does it for Barry and me and B-Mac and Anthony and everybody on a growing list of people that want to be involved with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Coming up next, my man Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters. Stay tuned for that. Coming up right on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 is on the air following Barry and Joel and the Killer Bees. Welcome in, everybody, tonight. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in tonight. We stream at ESPN975.com, like always, and looking forward to hearing from you tonight. I just posted out on Twitter, at Glenn Davis Sock, who takes the Liga MX title this year, Club America or Rayados? It gets underway tomorrow, the first leg, and then the second leg will be on the weekend. Club America or Rayados? And for all those Cruz Azul fans, my heart goes out to you. But instead of celebrating, the reboot never occurred off the kickoff, and it led to the penalty. And there's no one to blame but yourself. And for those that are saying it wasn't a penalty, I say don't put yourself in that position. 713-780-3776 is the number. Next Tuesday, we go live 6 to 8 over at Hugh O'Connor's Pub on Dinkins in West University. This is going to be a kind of combined thank you, World Cup kind of celebration, since we have the World Cup coming here in 2026, reaching out to all the supporters groups. Everybody and anybody is invited. We're going to have some really interesting guests there that are going to do some live hits with me on the air. We're going to have BMAC back in studio here running the show. Abigail's going to be out there helping us out. So we're going to have a big night out there. We've got food coming from Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Also, Little Patagonia empanadas.
Wait, now I got to switch. She's going to be on site with Nico's and Little Patagonia, and I got to be stuck here without that?
Abigail's going to do good.
And I got a raw deal there.
Food department. Well, we'll get something sent up to you, Brian. Don't worry.
I know. You always take care of me. I'm complaining for fun, but you always take care of me.
No. We have to fuel you like a champion. You got to fuel like a champion that you are, and we appreciate everything you do, not only producing, but with your takes on the Killer Bees as well. So it's going to be a good night. You're going to see some ex-pros out there. You're going to see some movers and shakers around World Cup 2026. The first 30 people in are going to get either a Capelli soccer ball or a Soccer Matters t-shirt. So we're going to have some goodies to give away. It's going to be a lot of fun. Probably do a raffle for a signed jersey. Bunch of things going on out there. But most importantly, it's to get in there and everybody network and have a good time. There will be, and I do hope that, some of the soccer influencers will make their way out there as well, because we're going to have some people from Houston team out there as well, as we talk about what the World Cup is going to bring to Houston, what we should be prepared for, how to get ahead of it, because there's going to be people all over the place in this city. 713-780-3776 is a number to call in tonight, and would love to hear from you. So let's get a little Champions League. So we had... let's just start it off in big fashion here. We had a fantastic goal here from Juventus. Juventus today beat Manchester City 2-0. The second goal is scored by Weston McKennie. McKennie comes all the way back into midfield. It's a switch of play to his fellow U.S. teammate, Tim Weah. Weah drives towards the end line. He draws pretty much all the attention in all three. McKennie continues his run, is unmarked, and hits a spectacular side volley. Here's what it sounded like.
Con todo su oficio, con toda su calidad, y juega para McKennie. Ahí está Weah, a esto lo metieron. Weah con la oportunidad, mete el centro, se lo taparon. Vuelve a centrar McKennie, golazo. ¡Gol! ¡Gol de la Juve! ¡Lo metió McKennie!
What a goal from Weston McKennie. Seems back, seems fit, seems trim. And here's Manchester City. Is this unthinkable or what? That they could potentially be eliminated from the Champions League. The times are tough for Pep Guardiola and Manchester City. And he said he's already come out and said he's not going to coach another club. He said when his City contract runs out in 2027, that's it. Now, he did not rule out coaching a national team. So this was a big, big win for Juventus. What Weah and McKennie put together a goal that's pretty much indelible, I think, when it comes to American players in the Champions League. Fantastic goal. Quality of the opponent in Man City, who maybe not as good a quality of an opponent right now, but they are struggling in a mighty, mighty way. We also had a lot of other results today. Atletico Madrid 3-1 over Bratislava. Griezmann got 2 goals in that one. That's Bratislava from, I believe, Slovakia. Arsenal 3-0 over Monaco. Saka had a pair in that one. Dortmund-Barcelona, excellent game today, a 5-goal game. Ends up with Ferran Torres getting the game winner after a beautiful ball from Lamine Yamal. 3-2, that was at Dortmund. Gio Reyna got a rare start for Dortmund. Barcelona had 55% of the ball. Parts of that game that I saw, Reyna had one shot that was blocked and kind of deflected wide. So we'll see what happens with Gio Reyna in his future, but health has to be a big part of it. That's a liability right now. By the way, Christian Pulisic is not going to play again in 2024, but Sky Sports and Milan News reported that the calf injury. So when somebody says somebody's torn a calf, that really sounds, scary, right? Like a long-term potential injury. In this case, they have used these words, and I'll let you decipher them with your medical backgrounds out there. Low-degree lesion of soleus muscle, which tells me it's not as serious of an injury that maybe we would hope, but but not as serious an injury that we might have first thought. Milan 2-1 over Red Star without Christian Pulisic. But that way, the McKinney goal is the one that's going to really stand out in a big way today. Now, also going on was the FIFA Intercontinental Cup. So what was the FIFA Club World Cup, which has now been moved to the summer and which has now got, a boatload of teams playing in it. But they kept alive the smaller tournament here, and they named it the Intercontinental Cup. Pachuca today played Botafogo. Now, Botafogo was the Copa Libertadores champions. This was in Doha, and Pachuca scored goals in the 50th, 66th, and 80th. Idrissa Diosa and Rondon. Idrissa assisted Rondon on the third one. So the Tusos beating Botafogo. That's a nice win, no matter what you say about it. It's a good, I think it's a good win. I'm intrigued with the FIFA Club World Cup this summer. And the amount of teams that are going to be in it. Look, I've talked a lot about expansion. We're going to talk a lot more about expansion tonight. But everything is getting bigger, bolder, wider. And it's more. How do you like it, right? Testament to this is World Cups now that are going to be shared in 3 countries. Saudi Arabia has been confirmed as a 2034 World Cup host. To think we got it in 2026 here in Houston, 7 games. Pretty amazing. 7 games here in Houston, the World Cup. And in a minute, I'm going to give you the dates of those games and reminders about how to get tickets and things, because there's people talking about tickets in the upper deck going for $1,000 in other markets. But back to Saudi Arabia. They're going to host the 2030 World Cup. 2034. This is how far ahead all this is going on. So Saudi money is making a huge impact in the sports world, and not just in soccer, but it's making a huge impact in the sports world. 2030, it's going to be a shared Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. And then they're going to hold 3 matches in the very beginning in South America, because it's going to be the 100-year anniversary of the World Cup. So you're going to have a couple of matches down in South America, Uruguay, I would assume. And then you've got 3 countries, Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Now, look, there are very few countries in the world that can host a 48-team World Cup, right? That's going to eliminate some of the smaller countries hosting it by themselves now. So you're going to get more of these combined Morocco, Portugal, Spain World Cups, and then the 3 matches in South America because of this. This is what Infantino says. He says, quote, "We are bringing football to more countries, and the number of teams," he kind of mentions, "is not going to hurt the quality." I'm not sure I agree with that. He says it actually enhances the opportunity. Sure, it does. Opportunity comes in the form of more teams in it. But more teams means you're not going to have the quality of some of the World Cups in past history, in my opinion. You're going to have teams that don't deserve to get into it, just like in any playoff format. Teams that, I would say to you, Brian, they're teams that get into the baseball playoffs, the NBA playoffs.
We've seen it in
that really don't deserve to be there, frankly.
Yeah, we've seen the baseball expand their playoffs. The NFL has expanded their playoffs. College basketball is talking about expansion again, even after they added the playing games about a decade ago. And you get obviously every step further you go, the quality of the team getting in is going to get worse and worse and worse. So, yeah, I don't know if it adds to the quality of play overall.
Doesn't, in my opinion, but look, they're not going back on this.
No.
I mean, as much as I want it to be old school, it's not going to be like that. And for anybody that's out there in agreement with me, and we would love your input on this, 713-780-3776, it's not going back. And it's actually in a lot of ways more about participation. It engages more people. To the quote Infantino said, it enhances opportunity. Playoff structures are set up now to keep everybody in it as long as possible, and fan bases in it as well. So I think there's pros and cons to it. I'm
curious of something you mentioned about the 2030 World Cup, where they're going to start with a few games in South America, then it's going to move to Spain and Portugal and Morocco. Does that, I mean, we'll see how it's formatted out, but doesn't that seem like a disadvantage for the teams that have to play in South America, and then if they win, then travel to Spain?
Yeah. It all depends on the format, but you're right. Yeah, it'll be a long flight. And look, if Uruguay's in it, it's got to be in Uruguay because Uruguay is the country that the first World Cup was held in. 713-780-3776. Let's get some calls here. 713-780-3776 is the number. How do you guys feel about the expansion? And it can be sports in general, frankly. I don't care if it's other sports because there's a lot for me to learn from other people. But we can also talk about the expansion of soccer. Do you like the FIFA World Cup, Club World Cup this summer coming to the United States with 48 teams, including Boca Juniors and teams like Bayern Munich who are going to play each other? Let us know. 713-780-3776. Let's hit the phone lines and go to Lawrence. Lawrence, what's on your mind tonight?
Hey, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I love the World Cup. Just kind of getting into it in 1994, but probably 1998 was the first one that I really followed. It's a really beautiful, special thing. I've been to 2. I went to the World Cup in Germany in 2006, and I went to the World Cup in Brazil in 2014. And it's just a beautiful experience. It's great to meet people from all over the world who share this passion. And I think most people will agree that FIFA is a horrible organization. Incredibly, like the amount of corruption is just disgusting. And I'm not in favor of the expansion to the 48 teams. And I would love to have, with apologies to the United States men's national team, who I have cheered for very hard at different points in my fandom career. Soccer has really always been kind of about Europe and South America. And you talk about the first World Cups, Italy did not go to the first World Cup in Uruguay. And so there's a lot of examples. I don't think England participated for the first 2 or 3 or 4 World Cups. And so there's a lot of examples of countries choosing not to participate. And the only way I can think to sort of move past FIFA is for a significant bunch of South American and European countries to boycott FIFA. Anyway, I will hang up and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. Well, look, FIFA was a part of one of the biggest criminal syndicates in the history of the world, right? Let's face it. How these, all of a sudden Saudi Arabia is going to host. I'm sure money has nothing to do with that. Now, Lawrence said something interesting there. First of all, let's go to what he said. He said 94, this is where he got the bug. And at the time, and I'm not sure, but it may be because of the size of our stadiums, the 1994 World Cup for many years was considered, the biggest, boldest with attendance and everything. And at the time, nobody could run an event like the United States. And that's why we would probably be the only country that could handle a 48-team World Cup. Although we are hosting it, we're going to get help from Canada. We're going to get help from Mexico. But the majority of it, the backbone of it, is in the United States. The early years of the World Cup, if you really go back in history, people were taking boats to get to Uruguay to play in this thing. Okay. I mean, this is the beauty of going back into history and looking at the World Cups and how they advanced and how they've moved forward into the time frame that we're in now. And I think if you're younger, to go back and look at some of the reference points of how it started, where, when, who won it, all of this is the lore of it. I am with Lawrence when it comes to 32 teams is enough for me. I'm more about quality, not quantity, but I'm also not foolish enough to think that sports in this day and age now is as interested in quality anymore. They'll say it, but it's action that counts. If you're moving to 48 teams, it's about participation. It's not necessarily about meritocracy. Does this mean it's not going to be a good World Cup? No, not at all. It's still going to be exciting as heck. But I think in the game of competition, which now in some ways has been pushed aside, it's not even some of the main things. I think we're trying to get back to that now. I mean, soccer has been politicized for the last couple of years in a big, big way. Doesn't mean we don't see good games and great players, but with social media and everything, it really has changed a lot. People are pushing their own brand. It makes you singular. It makes you solitary, makes you maybe a little less team oriented, but that's not changing. That's not changing. Guys like me got to get over that. This is Chris Stapleton, man. This is a soulful country, man. Oh, yeah. So,
Chris Stapleton.
He's wondering about a lost love. We're wondering about a lost World Cup.
A lost love of the traditional
right now,
World
bring
Cup.
us 32 teams. Enough of this 48-team stuff.
I feel the same way about the college basketball tournament.
Crushing me. All right, I'm going to remind you again, next Tuesday, we'll come on out and talk in person about this. And we can also light up the phone lines. Coming up next is Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad. He's out at the MLS Combine. He's going to join us from California coming up next. We're going to be at Hugh O'Connor's over on Dinkins in West University. So that's where we're going to be. 5 to 8 o'clock next Tuesday night. Lamont Brands T-shirts of Soccer Matters, Capelli Sports soccer balls. We got food from Little Patagonia, Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Get out there. Want to see you all. Want to celebrate Christmas and some of the holiday season stuff, plus the World Cup in 2026. Even though it's got 48 teams, I'm still in. All right, I'm not running away, but 48 teams, and we got 7 of the games coming to Houston, June 14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 29, and one of them's around to 32. Take a break. Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad is coming up next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, our friends at Cactus Music will like this selection. Shattered by the Rolling Stones brings us back here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Let's go straight out to California. He is the Dynamo general manager. He is Pat Onstad, and he joins us now. Pat, how are you?
Good, Glenn. How are you doing?
Very good. Thanks so much for taking the time out for both me and my listeners here tonight on the show. Just give us a little update what you're doing out there at the MLS Combine and maybe what that is.
Yeah, I spent a couple of days out in Palm Springs at the MLS Next Fest. So our academy teams are 15s, 16s, and 18s. We're playing other MLS academies. So I watched a couple of days of that and then got a chance to talk to the kids and some of the parents as well. And then we just drove down this afternoon, Nick Koba and I, assistant general manager, to watch the MLS Combine here, where we watch some college kids for the next 2 to 3 days, interview them, and see what we can come up with I think it's pick 18, if I'm not mistaken, and see where it goes from there.
So back to the MLS Next, when you get a good overview of that and you're allowed to really focus on that because you're not in season right now, what's your sense of the youth players coming through the Dynamo system?
Yeah, I mean, I think over the last 3 years, there's been a change in terms of probably the type of athletic profile that we've been looking for with our club and trying to get up. I mean, it's our league is fast, quick, and aggressive. And I think what we've done is we've tried to focus on those type of players in our academy. And you can see some kids that are coming close. Like they're starting to get to the point now where we're looking at players that we think can make the jump, not just to MLS Next Pro, but possibly all the way up to MLS. So we're pretty excited about our group.
I know you're moving it forward. You made a big move kind of getting out of competition with the youth community. At what point do you think you'll start to dip into the mother lode of producing locals that are actually in roles of responsibility for the team?
Yeah, well, we're probably a year or two off still from someone coming in and having an impact, and I think for us, what we'd like to do is be able to produce players that come in and not only just play minutes and make up the 20-man roster on weekends, but we'd like to have a couple of kids come through and be in part of our starting 11 pool. So that's probably a little farther away, but we're getting better. Like we're getting closer. And I think part of it is we went out and we made a conscious decision when Kenny Bundy was our second team coach, and we were going to play our young players. And we had the most minutes from any MLS academy of any team in the Major League Soccer that played MLS Next Pro, which essentially is our reserve team. So we've made an effort to try to push these guys and give them an opportunity to get on the field in a pro environment. And I think over time, that's really going to pay off.
Pat Onstad, Dynamo general manager. Really appreciate you coming on, Pat. MLS Combine, I know you said you have the 18th pick. Is the college game kind of getting nudged away now with clubs in their academies and saying, we'd rather be focused on our 16 and 17-year-olds making it to the next level? What's happening with the college game now in combination with MLS and player development?
Yeah, the league's getting younger and younger in terms of the players that are getting opportunities. And that is to do with a lot of the academies around the country are now starting to produce these players that go into the first team. And those are the kids, 15 years ago that would go spend 4 years at college and then you draft them out of college. So I still think there are players in college that can make a difference. A Duncan McGuire, for example, and I'm drawing a blank now with the Charlotte forward, but there's Ajimagan, I think his name is. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering it, but so there are some players in college that can make a difference, and without a doubt. Can you find them, down in 18? We'll see. But I do think it still serves a purpose, and it's an opportunity for a lot of kids that kind of got left behind, maybe in an academy, couldn't afford to move to a big city and maybe play with one of the big academies, or were late bloomers. So there's still space and there's talent out there.
Now, you guys have brought in some players from out of state to the academy. You also have Brooklyn Reigns, who now got a lot of minutes this year. in some real roles of responsibility in some big games. That's happening now too across the league, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think teams are starting to recruit. Some teams, we have a big pool though. Like I think Brooklyn Reigns was someone we went and recruited 3 years ago and brought out of the Salt Lake Academy they were based in Phoenix, and Brouwer Casagrande. We brought him up to us. And I think for us was an indication that we didn't feel like we had the pool of players at the time in the academy that could jump to the first team. Now I think we're at a different point in time, and that we're able to find these kids in Houston because they're out there. Where our city's much too big. There's enough players from Houston that are playing professional soccer all around the world, not just in MLS. So
yeah,
we need to be the ones that are cultivating these guys and getting them so they're excited to play for the Dynamo, and we're excited to have them.
And it seems like you got a good relationship with my former youth player, Josh Gardner at Houston Rangers. And then I think there's another MLS Next Academy too. Is it IGF? But it sounds like you got good relationships with them.
Yeah, I mean, we're working on those. Sometimes, we're competing for players, so sometimes that can get a little tricky. But Josh has been wonderful to work with, with the Rangers. I think they've been we're still just starting on the other one and trying to build that relationship up. But I think for us, and we've talked about this on the show, Glenn, before, is I think we burnt a lot of bridges around the youth community in Houston, and it's going to take time to kind of mend those bridges and develop those relationships again. Ultimately, for us, we want to produce players that are professional players and can play. If they don't play for us, go on and have a nice professional career, and that's our goal. Where you are a professional academy, and so for us, hopefully, the rest of the city sees us as an opportunity for them to be able to have a piece in the development of these kids that go on to have professional careers.
Dynamo General Manager Pat Onset. Pat, in the big picture, I know in the past, clubs could get away with not really paying that much attention to a developmental academy, but now it just seems it's got to be a total necessary ingredient in the future, not only from the perspective of buying and selling, but also to win trophies and be cap compliant.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is you spend a lot of money developing these players, and you hope that some of them could come through and then go beyond, and hopefully you can sell them. So that's part of it. But ultimately, in the end, you do need to be able to produce players for your roster, and it's a much more cost-effective way than having to go out and buy, spend $1 million on what essentially could be a backup, I don't know, central midfielder, for example, and you're like, well, hang on a sec here. If we can start developing a Brooklyn Reigns and get him on the field, and he goes to a U20 World Cup with the U.S. and does well, the sky's the limit for him. So we're excited about those type of players, and I think we're pretty close to producing them on a regular basis.
Pat, when you're building this roster now, you don't have Hector Herrera coming back. Does the tactics change? Does the game model change a little bit, or are you still building your roster based on the game model you had last year and the way you played last year?
No, I mean, the last year and a half, really, we want to maintain that style of play. We believe in it. We think we have the personnel to do that. Granted, Hector Herrera, when he's on the top of his game, is one of the best, if not the best in our league, in being able to play under pressure and possession in central midfield. So that will obviously be a difficult piece to replace. And it still remains to be seen. Do we drop Coco Carrasquilla down into that role and give him an opportunity? He'll play that a little differently than Hector does. He's more of a guy that'll turn under pressure and drive with the ball. But ultimately, in the end, we still want to be a possession-based team that breaks teams down by using the ball rather than being a transition team or, kind of hit and hope type team. We don't want to be that. We like who we are. So part of our recruitment is, we're looking for kind of two profiles. One is, if we move Coco into the 8, we need almost like a 10 on the right side that can play a final pass, get in the box, score some goals. Or do we keep Coco in that position and find an 8 that maybe is a little more typical Hector Herrera possession under pressure? And we'll see. Like we believe in Brooklyn Reigns. We do think he's a player that comes through. So I don't think we necessarily want to go and, block him as well. So he's going to get some minutes. We're excited about that. And we're excited to have Ponce for a full start the preseason, a full year. And I think with Nelson Quiones and Lawrence and Ollie, those guys coming back, we're pretty bullish on our group.
Pat Onstad is joining us very nicely from the MLS Combine out in California. Tonight is the expansion draft with San Diego, if I'm not mistaken, 7:30 your time, Pat. I saw
Correct.
something online. Tell me if this is true or not, because you're here to dispel rumors. Still negotiating with Steve Clark and Latif Blessing, or are they not coming back fully?
Steve Clark most likely is not coming back. We're gonna give Andrew Tarbell a run. We're gonna see how he can do. And we thought Steve had three very good years for us. The last two, he was exceptional, a big piece of why we were successful. And unfortunately, we live in a cap world, and we feel we have a good one in Andrew Tarbell, and this is more of a cap decision than it is a personnel or a performance decision, because I thought as a goalkeeper, he was excellent for us. He made some big saves. His expected saves, to goals against was one of the best in the league. He's good on the ball. So there's a lot of good things to say about Steve Clark, but we also believe in Andrew Tarbell. He's the guy that had the run that won the US Open Cup for us, and we believe he's ready to be a starter again in this league. So that's a tricky one. So I wouldn't see him. Latif Blessing remains to be seen. We'll have to see how the draft goes tonight, what we're able to try to find out in the marketplace, and see if we could find. But Latif had some good moments for us last year as well, but he's on a really big number. So part of it is as free agency starts tomorrow, some of these guys need to see what their worth is, and some people will maybe be willing to pay Latif that money. We can't. But if things don't work out for him, then maybe there's a possibility to bring him back next year.
Boy, Major League Soccer's come a long way, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It has.
So
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's no question. It has come a long way. I'm looking at the players that were not protected. And, for Dynamo fans, you have to understand that it's not easy to figure out how and who you're going to protect necessarily always. But how difficult was that for you, picking the ones you're protecting? You're also protecting some guys that obviously are talented and young and are coming off pretty serious injuries as well.
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, I have an owner who's an amazing owner, and I'm very fortunate to have him. But when he invests millions of dollars in a Nelson Quiones and a Lawrence and Nolly, we need to make sure we protect those guys. Even though it's going to take a while for them to come back, and teams may pass on them just because of that. But the reality is we need to protect those guys. So there were some tough decisions. We had a couple of players that we were having back and forth with, whether we take a risk of exposing somebody. We feel we have some good guys that are exposed, and we could lose a good player, or we could only lose one, but our fingers are crossed that San Diego thinks that there's some better fish to go pluck out of the ocean around the league. So we'll see what happens tonight.
Pat, for those listening in, any particular continents that you're focusing in on your recruitment for next year?
We've done a lot already in South America, so right now we're kind of focusing on Europe. That's where Asher is right now. Actually, Asher Mendelson, our technical director, he's over there now, trying to just kind of pinpoint, get us down to a final number where we start making offers and going after some players. But we're doing our due diligence. We want to make sure that we get the recruitment right. I think we did a good job in the summer with Ezekiel Ponce and Lawrence and Ollie, and we want to make sure we continue to do that in our recruitment. The nice thing is we don't have to replace, like after 22, we replaced, 15, 17 players.
Right.
This is a year where we need to get one right, for sure. Whether it's the 8 or it's the kind of pocket 10, we need to make sure we get that one right. But we have some good players in our locker room, so we'll see where we end up after this, and then we'll have to get some depth pieces. So that will kind of play, I think, a little bit in free agency, and we also may kind of dip our toes in the market with some younger upgrades and see what we can find.
And I get the sense this is a player that you want to help continue to unleash the potential of Ezekiel Ponce, right?
Absolutely. I think there's, like I said, it depends on the player that we end up going with. I think if we go for the 10, then the profile we're looking for is somebody that can, get in the box and score goals. At the same token, can still play a final pass. Mean's probably more of a final pass guy than he is arriving in the box. So we think we need a little bit of a difference than what we have with Amin Bassi. Probably a little bit more like a Kowalczyk type personality that likes to get in the box. Maybe with just a touch more final product. But we would feel we have a pretty deep team, so we want to make sure we get this one right. We want this guy to come in and make a difference for us.
Pat, as always, thanks for being so generous with your time. You're a gem for that. Wishing you the best over the holidays. And thanks so much for updating everybody on kind of what's going on with the Houston Dynamo right now and letting us know that you guys are combing the planet for players.
We're trying. Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate the support.
Thank you, Pat. That's Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad. This is Beck Dreams is going to take us to break there. So you kind of heard it there from Pat with the type of player that's wanted, and it's depending on maybe in which direction they might go with Coco Carrasquilla. So good there. Here are the players that are not protected. Exxon Arzu, Ethan Bartlow, Latif Blessing, Steve Clark, Sebastian Ferreira, Mackenzie Gaines, Jan Gregush, Hector Herrera, Sebastian Kowalczyk, Junior Moreno, Tate Schmidt, Gabe Siegel, Brad Smith, Daniel Steris, Usman Sia, and Jefferson Valverde. So it's interesting to look at those players because I'm looking at them, and I think Brad Smith was being brought in to be the left back and ended up being more of a super sub. But there's things you can look at there from a hit and miss standpoint, which happens to every single team. But, we'll see what happens with San Diego tonight and the roster build out with the Houston Dynamo. We'll take a break here. Again, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. We're taking a break.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
It's something of a phenomenon. Well, soccer's becoming a phenomenon. It is exploding from the standpoint of expansion. FIFA Club World Cup will have 32 teams. You're going to see games like Bayern Munich against Boca Juniors, Flamengo, playing a European team. I think Flamengo's playing Chelsea. So I think from that standpoint, it's very, very interesting to me. And, you know, I'm kind of, I don't want it all to expand, but I think the Club World Cup is really interesting to have 32 teams in the United States with the history of these clubs. You got Real Madrid playing Al Hilal. That'll be very interesting. So the game continues to expand. We're not going to have any of those games in Houston. We will have the Gold Cup this summer, and Lone Star Sports and Entertainment and our friends out there, David Fletcher, they helped garner that Gold Cup final. So we will have the final here in Houston, which is pretty spectacular for the Gold Cup. We've never had that. All right. Houston Liverpool Supporters Group. They meet at Hugh O'Connor's out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's not the location we're having the World Cup 2026 party and holiday party next Tuesday. That location is Dinkins, Dincans, over in West University. But one of the most fervent Liverpool fans you'll ever find, also one of the most fervent soccer fans you'll find. He is Ian Veery. He joins me from Houston LFC. Ian, how are you?
I'm good, Glenn. How are you?
Good. Glad to have you on, Ian. First off, I just got to say, give us a little brief update on Liverpool and how things have gone under Arne Slot, which I think is going to be pretty positive based on losing the legendary Jurgen Klopp.
I know it is absolutely, in a way, quite unbelievable. I'm not saying that because Jurgen didn't leave Arne a good squad, but Arne came in somewhat unknown from Feyenoord, and he's only tweaked really a couple of things and changed the way Liverpool play almost completely, I would say.
Tell us what those little tweaks are.
Well, we've gone. One of the biggest problems we seemed to have last year, or have had under Jurgen, was when Andy and Trent go bombing up the outside, that always left kind of space for the other team to play into, shall we say. And I think just they're not doing that quite as much now. I think the emergence of Gravenberch has really changed the way Liverpool play as well, because now they're a lot more solid at the back. You see Trent going forward and Andy, but nowhere near like they used to. And then with Gravenberch sitting in front, they've just become really solid, like a back five. Just really, really, really impressive. Because before, with Van Dijk, we'd be like, oh, whoever was next to him. But Konate's played well, and then Gomez has come in and done a good job as well. So, you know, a couple of little tweaks. But I think,
but in a lot of ways, it was just him moving it forward without coming in. And, you know, I think we see managers sometimes just come in and want to turn the whole thing upside down. You know, Liverpool, it's not as though you're picking up a team that was, you know, from 10th through the bottom of the Premier League. I mean, this is a team that's got amazing things going on. So I think simplicity to me is genius. Somebody once said that. And it sounds as like subtle changes were made, but, you know, if things are working, why change them?
And I will say this, I think something happened with Salah and Klopp last year. There was definitely something going on, and he kind of didn't seem to be himself towards the end of the season. Of course, he didn't have to play over the summer, and he's come back in this season in amazing shape and just seems reborn and seems to be loving his football again. And that's just awesome to see. And even with the forwards going down, Jogo can't seem to stay up, unfortunately, which is such a shame for him, such a great player. But also the emergence of, oh my goodness, the Dutch guy, his name's gone.
I'm not going to be able to help you here.
No, the forward. It's gone out of my head. He's just been playing lights out as well, pinging goals in left, right, and centre. But Diaz has been playing better as well. The only one who does seem a little suspect to me still is Nunes. I think his game and hold-up play is better, but he still seems to be a bit goal-shy.
Oh, Cody
Gakpo's
the guy you're talking
Cody
about.
Gakpo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glenn. Yes, Cody
Took
Gakpo.
me a while to think about it, too.
I could see his face for some reason. His name wasn't there.
No, these things happen. By the way, to your point, it's the number one defending team in the league. They've only conceded 11 goals in 14 matches.
That's right,
They
yes.
won 4 out of their last 5. Chelsea now has reemerged as being second in command here. And by the way, Liverpool's only played 14 games, so they got a game in hand over most everybody. But it's Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal now, and it's Manchester City in free fall. They lose again today in the Champions League 2-0 to Juventus. I think it's pretty stunning to all of us.
I think a couple of things have happened with Manchester City, and I don't want to say too much about, because I know there's some issues that have been going on with the Premier League. And I think the way they do some of their business has changed in the last 2 or 3 seasons. And I think now it's starting to manifest itself a little bit, because I think they had to sell some players that they probably didn't want to sell to balance some things. And I think they've lost that now. They're relying sort of on the old guard and haven't got too much youth really coming through right now. Well, that's how it seems to me. It is kind of a monumental fall off for sure. But at Chelsea, Cole Palmer, one of the players that Man City
really emerging.
Got rid of, absolutely playing his socks off this year.